Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's Card. Broadcast 156. Investigate the nude body of a man found in Latigo Canyon. No clues as to identity except one red necktie found on his neck. That's all. Rosenquist.
This broadcast marks the 3rd anniversary of Calling All Cars. For 3 consecutive years, the solutions of actual crime cases have been thrillingly dramatized for the entertainment of millions of listeners. The Rio Grande Oil Company hopes you have enjoyed these programs and that you will continue to enjoy many more. If you have enjoyed them, it is primarily because they are true. Truth is not only stranger, but more convincing than fiction. Calling All Cars faithfully portrays the temple of the modern war on crime. It is your sheriff, your chief of police, your district attorney, your fire chief who is dramatized here. Their courage, their devotion to duty, their efficiency is real. Calling All Cars is not merely a play. It is a segment of life. It gives you a vivid picture of what is done in this modern world to make your daily goings and comings safe, to guard what you own and protect what you cherish. In these brilliant achievements, Rio Grande is happy to be playing a small but vital part. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is used in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month. You can buy from your independent Rio Grande dealer exactly the same gasoline that these police cars use. If it is sufficiently outstanding to be chosen time after time for police cars, it should be the gasoline for you. And now once again we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, another milestone rolls by as Calling All Cars enters its 3rd year of broadcasting. 156 weeks have gone by since the initial broadcast. 156 cases have been dramatized for the vast listening audience. Tonight, I should like to express my appreciation to you, as the audience, for having made Calling All Cars possible, and to my brother law enforcement agencies for their willing cooperation at all times. And now, I take pleasure in presenting Captain A.C. Jewell, Undersheriff of Los Angeles County. Captain Jewell.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Good evening, friends.
There's an old saying, give a man enough rope and he'll hang himself. That is a theory that we of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office works on. If a man is innocent of a crime he has been accused of and is telling the truth when questioned, he should have no difficulty in giving the same answers every time. But if a man is lying, he has to remember every tiny thing he has said, which usually proves to be too great a task for his mind. So, we give a man enough rope, or, in other words, get him to talk while we are making shorthand notes of his conversation. Then, we begin all over again. Ask the same questions in a little different order and check the original answers against the new one. And invariably, after repeating this process a few times, the truth is certain to come out. This is one of the many reasons why, once we get a guilty person and have a little chance to use this effective method of questioning on them, there's little chance of their ending up anywhere but where they belong, in the penitentiary. December 28, 1931. Over the Santa Monica Mountains, huge purple rain clouds move in from the ocean. Thunder mutters sullenly. Arced lightning stabs from the heavens intermittently, lighting the tangled, brush-filled ravine that is Latigo Canyon. Then rain. Heavy, blinding rain that sends a great torrent of water roaring through the mountains to sweep trees, brush, massive boulders before it into the sea. On a small road leading out of Latigo Canyon, a Model T Ford sedan crawls to a shuddering halt. Two men climb out. sink up to their knees in the soft mud.
We gotta hurry. The storm's getting worse. Yeah, come on. Give me a hand with him. Okay. I'll take his leg. You're gonna leave the tie on him, big? Sure. Can't waste any time. Come on. All right. We'll carry him over here by the cliff. Come. Hurry. Oh. Okay. Hey, this is all right. Now, oh. Shall I throw his clothes over too? No. We'll get rid of them later, somewhere up the road. Let's get out of here. We gotta hurry or we'll get caught here by the rain.
For 2 days, the rain continued. For 2 days, the Santa Monica Mountains remained shrouded in a blanket of ominous black clouds. Then, as dawn breaks on the 3rd day, the storm moves back to sea, leaving a stillness broken only by the monotonous dripping of water, the occasional scream of a gull wheeling high overhead. In the little sheriff's substation of Malibu Canyon, Deputies Chapman and Nestor are preparing to drive into Santa Monica Station when a car slides to a skidding stop in front. A man climbs out, hurries to the door.
Looks like we got visitors, Ed. Yeah, in a hurry, too.
Hey, are you the sheriff?
Well, not exactly the whole sheriff, but I'm in charge here.
You do. There's a body up the road. A dead body.
What?
Yeah. And it hasn't any clothes.
Hey, wait a minute, mister. Take it easy.
Well, if the dog got out of breath, that I can't talk very well.
There's a body in the road?
Yeah.
Where?
Up in Latigo Canyon. The guys haven't any clothes on.
So you said.
Well, I didn't find it. Brown did. One of the boys working on the road with me. But he said he didn't have any clothes.
I think we better go out there and take a look, Joe.
I can take you back to the camp in my car if you want to. The fellow that hunted waiting up there.
No, we'll follow you in our car. Save you the trip back.
Brown said that it looks like murder. What made him say that? Because the body didn't have any clothes except a necktie around his neck.
All right, you go ahead and we'll follow. And don't try to break any speed records on these roads. It's too slippery.
No, sir. I won't. You just follow me.
So, with Deputies Nestor and Chapman following in their car, the breathless road foreman drives to the camp. There they pick up Brown, the man who found the body, and drive on up the little road into Latigo Canyon.
It's just up the road a ways, around that bend.
So we can get all the way in the car?
Yeah, the road's all right. You can make it.
How'd you happen to find the body, Brown?
Well, I was walking along, inspecting the roadbed to see what damage the rain had done. All of a sudden, I saw a silver pencil lying right in front of me. I picked it up and seemed kind of queer that a pencil should be there, so I started looking around.
Got the pencil with you?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Good. Might be some use of identification.
So anyway, when I was looking around, I noticed something white down on the side of the ravine, and Hey, wait a minute. Here's the place right here. The body's down that little hill there. I'll show you. Right over here.
A nice cheerful spot, isn't it?
Yeah, there, see? You can see his legs sticking out of that crack there.
It's a body, all right. Come on, let's go down. Take it easy, Ray. Watch out for that right there. Look out. There you are. Now, naked as the day he was born. Yeah, except for one thing, that red tie around his neck.
You gonna try to move him?
No, I think we better leave him right where he is for the time being. The way that tie is pulled tight leads me to believe that maybe Mr. Brown's not so wrong about his murder idea. Well, we better go back and report this to the sheriff's office, Joe. Captain Bright will want to see it before it's moved. Come on.
Notified by phone of the gruesome discovery, Captain Bright, in charge of the homicide detail, proceeds directly to the scene, examines the body.
Nothing's been touched until it was found? No, sir. All right, boys. Set up your camera and shoot this from all angles. Yes, sir. Come on, Al. Give me your hand here. Any signs of identification on him?
I didn't look for any, Captain. Thought you'd want to do that.
Good. Well, let's see. We got to figure a way of getting him out of here.
There's gonna be a job, sir. Probably have to use ropes.
Yeah, looks like it. You got those shots yet, boys? All set, Captain. Good enough. Rush him into town and get some prints made as soon as possible. Tell the boys in the office I'll be in as soon as I can. Yes, sir. Come on, Al. Let's go.
No, all we have to do is figure out how to get a block and tackle rigged up here, and we can get started trying to identify the body. Both of which are liable to prove tough jobs.
And a tough job it proves to be. But at last the corpse is raised to the road above and placed in an ambulance. Then in a 3-car procession headed by Captain Bright, the cavalcade drives to Los Angeles. After leaving the body still clothed in the red necktie at the county morgue, Captain Bright begins the tedious task of identifying it. In his possession are 1 silver pencil, 1 belt buckle bearing the initial E, and the red necktie, the only clues found of the fiend. For 2 days, people file through the morgue, look at the dead man. But at the end of that time, there still is no lead as to who he was. And then, 3 days after the discovery of the body, another road worker, William Brandenberger, reported the bundled clothes found 2 miles up Latigo Canyon. Acting upon this report, Deputy Sheriff Farner rushes to the spot, makes a quick examination.
Trousers, coat, vest, shoes, underwear, and hat. Complete wardrobe.
Yeah, and here's something else I picked up while I was looking for you. It's like a spark plug wrench.
Let me see. Yeah, that's what it is, all right. But from the looks of it, it wasn't used to remove a spark plug the last time.
What do you mean?
Look at the end of it here. You see these dark brown stains? Yeah, and notice how it's broken here. Unless I miss my guess, those stains were made by blood, human blood.
You think someone was hit with it?
That's right. And what's more, I think I have a pretty good idea who that someone was. You'd better come back to town with me if you can spare the time. I've got an idea. We can find the person these clothes fit.
And Deputy Sheriff Barner proves to be right when the clothes are found to fit the mysterious corpse in the county morgue. A laundry mark found in the socks gives the officers their first real lead to work on, and losing no time, they set out on a tour of all the laundries in town, hoping to find the one that will have a mark coinciding with theirs. But after 2 days' intensive canvassing, no such place is found. Then, acting on a sudden hunch, Captain H.C. Brewster of the Santa Monica Sheriff's Office with Deputies F.P. Dickerson and O.H. Cloud turn from the laundries to local pickup stations. And the very first place they go in Sawtell, their luck changes.
Why, sure, I know them clothes. They're little Jack Irwin's. I'd know them anytime.
You know where this Irwin lives?
Sure, over the soldier's home. He's a veteran. Anybody over there know them clothes, too. Everybody knows little Jack.
Thanks a lot. I may want to ask you a few questions a little later. You here all the time?
Sure thing. Anytime you want me, I'm right here.
That's fine. Come on, boys. Let's take a ride over to the soldier's home.
Yes. Those are Irwin's clothes, all right. What's the trouble? Jack in some kind of difficulties?
I'm afraid so, Captain Booth. In fact, he's dead. Murdered.
What? Little Jack Irwin murdered? Why, that seems impossible. He was liked by everybody.
Nevertheless, Captain, his body was found out in Latigo Canyon 3 days ago. Clothed in no more than a necktie. We found these clothes up the roadway.
Well, who did it?
That's one of the things we'd like to know. You couldn't make any suggestions, could you?
No, I can't think of anyone who'd do it. Any particular spot where he might have spent a lot of time? You know, pool halls, spots like that.
Well, there's Jack Shower's store down the road a ways. That's where some of the men spend a good deal of time.
Know any of his particular pals here at the home?
No, I don't think I do. You see, I don't get a chance to see much of the men, my duties and all that sort
Of course, Captain. Oh, boys, we might as well look this Jack Shower's place over. There's a chance we might get a lead. Goodbye, Captain, and thanks.
Well, let me know if you find anything out, will you? I'd certainly like to get my hands on whoever did this.
Don't you worry. If we find the person, we'll take care of him, all right? Very good care. Come on, boys, let's go.
By golly, that's too bad. Dirty shame, that's what it is. Why, that poor old devil wouldn't have a chance in the fight of any sort. He would weep.
Tell me, Mr. Showers, when was the last time you saw Irwin?
Last time? Well, let me see. Sometime around noon on the 28th, I think. Yeah, 28th. I remember because it was just a couple of days after Christmas.
Was he with anyone at that time?
Oh, sure. He always had a couple of people with him. Friendly sort of character. No matter of fact, he went away with 2 young fellas last time I saw him.
Did he have any money with him?
Yes, I remember changing a couple of tenors for him. Seemed to always have a lot of money on him. Had a great big diamond stick pin and a diamond ring, too.
Tell me, Shaw's, was Little Jack a drinker? I mean, a heavy one?
Well, he wasn't no teetotaler. That day, I remember he was pretty judy. I had to ask the fellas with him to take him out before he got into trouble.
You know who those fellows were?
No, one of them, named Hendricks. John Hendricks, I think it is.
Good, we'll run it down right away. Know where he lives?
Well, I heard him say something about a street in Pasadena. Big Street, something like that. That's about all.
And that's plenty. A Cloud, yes, sir. You better get on that right away. Go to Pasadena and find a John Hendricks on Lake Street. If you find him, bring him in with you.
Okay.
I'm going to stay around here and question a few more people. See you back in town.
Right. So long.
Thus, the first real progress on the bewildering enigma of Latigo Canyon. While Deputy Cloud sweeps to Pasadena and searches the suspected John Hendricks, Brewster and Dickerson ask innumerable questions of inmates of the home. And as a result, they learn that a man named Hugh Thomas owned an old Cadillac car, the same kind and year as the one the spark plug wrench found in the canyon is from. With this information in hand, they lose no time in picking Thomas up and bringing him to Captain Bright's office for questioning.
Sit down, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Now, what's your full name? You, Samuel Thomas. What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm an automobile mechanic by trade. I draw compensation from the soldiers' home, though. That's what I live on.
Have you ever been in jail, Thomas?
Actor, I went on a check charge here in L.A. I'm on probation right now.
Any other time?
Few times for vagrancy.
At all?
Yes, sir.
You own a car?
Yes?
An old Cadillac?
That's right.
Mr. Thomas, have you ever seen this spark plug wrench before?
Why, let me look.
It's from the same make as your car.
Yeah, I know that.
Is that your wrench?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is. I can tell from this little broken piece here. Where'd you get it?
Don't you know?
No, sir. That's why I'm asking.
It was picked up off the road about 2 miles from when we found the body of little Jack Irwin.
Jack Irwin?
Yeah.
You know him? Sure. I knew him out at the home.
Know anything about his death?
No, sir. I didn't even know he was dead.
He was murdered, Thomas. And we have a pretty good idea that it was this wrench that did the job. How do you figure that?
You mean my wrench?
That's right.
I don't know anything about it. Good gosh, you don't think I had something to do with it, do you?
Well, it doesn't look any too good for you, does it?
But I didn't have anything to do with it, it's honest.
You're going to stick to that?
Of course, it's true.
I'm afraid we'll have to hold you on suspicion of murder until we make a little more investigation, Thomas.
But I didn't even know he was dead. This is the first time I've heard of it.
I'm sorry, Thomas. You may be the most innocent man in the world. For the time being, until we explain this wrench, we'll have to hold you in custody.
Oh.
That's all.
Hugh Thomas is placed in jail, still denying any knowledge of the crime. And Captain Bright, Brewster, Deputies Cloud, and Dickerson renew their investigation. Then, in Pasadena, Cloud locate the man who admits his name is Hendricks, but denies any knowledge of the crime. In Captain Bright's office, the men question him.
Your name is John Hendricks?
That's right.
I understand you're quite a friend of little Jack Irwin out at the soldiers' home.
You must have the wrong guy, then. I don't know any little Jack anybody.
You don't know that little cripple fellow out there?
Oh, there's a lot of cripples out there.
That doesn't answer my question. I asked if you knew little Jack Irwin.
And I told you no. Isn't that enough?
No, not by a long ways. How about Jack Sharp? You know him, don't you?
Sure.
Hang around there much?
Part of the time, yeah.
Were you in there the 28th of last month?
How should I know? I can't remember dates.
You'd be a lot better off if you made an effort to remember that one.
Well, let me see. The 28th? Yeah, I think I will.
That's better. Anyone else with you?
Sam, that's all.
Sam who?
Sam Schwartz, the guy I know.
Is little Jack with you?
I told you about a dozen times I don't know any little Jack.
You're getting pretty hot under the collar for no reason.
Well, I don't like to be pinned down with a lot of questions.
Why? Too hard to think of answers to them?
No. Just denying that, Dalt.
Was this Sam Schwartz drinking with anyone besides you?
No, I guess he was. I don't remember.
Did you see an old man with him? A fellow with one leg shorter than the other?
I don't know.
Did you know little Jack had been killed?
I read about some guy being killed last week. That the guy you mean?
Yeah. Little Jack Irwin.
Oh, all I know was what I read in the paper.
How'd the paper say he was killed?
Something about it being strangled with a tie.
That's all you know about little Jack?
Yeah.
Where can I find this Schwartz man to talk to?
I don't know.
Sure.
Well, you heard me. I said I don't know.
All right, Hendricks, I'm not going to waste any more time with you. When you decide to remember a few things, send word to me. Until then, I've reserved a nice cell for you upstairs. Take him away. So the second suspect is lodged in jail, and the investigation resumed. But an hour after Hendricks had been locked in his cell, a report came in from Samuel Schwartz stating that John Hendricks had stolen his car. Faced with this new development, Schwartz is brought in for questioning.
Well, that was very convenient of you, Mr. Schwartz. Calling in at that moment, I mean. What do you mean, convenient? Well, we were just going out to look for you. We didn't know quite where to begin. And then, suddenly, there you are.
What's the idea looking for me?
Your friend Hendricks mentioned you a few times when we were questioning him. Thought you might be able to clear up a few things.
Hendricks ain't my friend any longer. He stole my car.
He used to be your friend. That right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Schwartz, I want to know where you were about noon on December the 28th.
Well, I was a lot of places.
Where, for instance?
Oh, we drove around town, stopped over at Hendricks' sister's house for a while, and
What time did you go to Jack Shaw's place? Did Hendricks say we were in Shaw's place? It doesn't matter what Hendricks said. What do you say?
Well, I don't know what time it was. We were there for a while.
Were you with little Jack Irwin?
No, I was with Hendricks.
But you bought little Jack a couple of drinks, didn't you?
No, sir. I don't remember that.
Where does Hendricks' sister live, Schwartz?
I don't see why I should tell you that. What's she got to do with all this?
I don't know yet. I want to know where she lives.
Well, she's got a little place over in 115 Bogle.
115 Louisville, huh? All right, Schwartz. I'm going to have to keep you here for a while till I talk to her. Maybe she can straighten things out for us.
I don't see how she...
That all you want to say?
Yeah.
All right, Brewster. Book this man on suspicion of murder.
Suspicion of murder? What are you trying to pull here?
Nothing, Mr. Schwartz. Nothing at all. You just go along with Brewster here. I'll tell you all about it later.
So Sam Schwartz is put away in the county jail as number 3 suspect, and Deputy Dickerson is sent to the Beauville Street address where he interviews first the landlady, then Hendrick's sister.
Now, Mrs. Clifton, I've just been talking to your landlady, Mrs. Doyle. She tells me that you got something on your mind that you ought to tell me.
Well, I don't know what to do. I feel that I should tell you, and yet it's an awful thing to have on my mind if I do.
If you're hiding evidence of a crime, Mrs. Pipton, it will weigh a lot heavier on your mind if you don't tell it.
What can I do, Mrs. Doyle? What's the right thing to do?
Sure, and you know how I feel about it, Nellie. You've got to get it over with.
All right, I get it back.
Hey, take this down, Lynch. Right.
My brother, John, came into my room the other night, woke me up. He was terribly excited and scared, and he sat on my bed and told me...
Go on, Miss Clifton. He told you what?
Well, it's so hard to do this to my own brother.
Of course it is, but it's the right thing to do.
All right. He told me that he was afraid, and he asked me if I'd read about the murders of the old man in the papers.
Yeah?
I told him I had, and then I looked at his eyes, and I knew what he was afraid of. I knew right then. And I asked him if he'd done it. He said, yeah. He and Sam.
Meeting Sam Schwartz?
Yeah. And I asked him why he'd done it, and he said that he and Sam had been over someplace drinking with this man, and that the man got drunk, and the proprietor asked them to take him out, and they did, out in their car, and they started riding around to sober him up. Then he got abusive and started trying to steer the car off the road and a lot of things, and John picked up a wrench from the floor and hit him. Not hard, but just to quiet him.
Well, what happened then?
Well, John said that they drove around some more, and then the man started getting mean again, till they stopped the car and they started to get out. It was a struggle or something, and John hit him again. Then this Sam grabbed his tie, and he pulled it tight until the man stopped moving.
Sam did that part of it?
Hell, that's what John told me. Then he said they took his clothes off and drove down to Sun's Canyon and threw him out of the car. And later they threw the clothes out.
Now, Mrs. Picton, would you be willing to sign a statement of what you just told me?
Oh. Yes. Yes, I will.
Thank you. And if you witness it, Mrs. Doyle, I won't bother you anymore. This is all we need to complete our case.
Well, what'll they do to John?
Well, I can't say, ma'am. That'll be entirely up to the judge and the jury. I might hazard a guess, but it wouldn't mean anything, so I won't try. Well, goodbye. Nice.
Armed with a full confession from Hendrick's sister, the first suspect, Hugh Thomas, is released, and Captain Bright feels the evidence strong enough to bring the men to trial. Then, suddenly, in the midst of it, a sudden new development throws the courtroom into confusion. George Morgan, a prisoner in the county jail on charges of murder, hauls Attorney Cooper and Deputy Sheriff Brewster to his cell and makes a startling statement.
You guys are trying to hang the wrong guy for that Irwin job.
What do you mean by that, Morgan?
Just what I said. Those fellas didn't do it. I did.
You did?
Sure, me and a friend was driving a car, and we ran over him. We were scared to report it, so we drove him out to a place and threw him out.
You and who else?
A guy I know.
What's his name?
His name? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, Keller, that's it.
Who was driving the car?
He was, Keller. He didn't see the guy until we hit him.
Where were you when you hit him, Morgan?
Out by the old soldier's home on the road there.
And where was the place you threw the molly?
I don't know exactly. It was a typical mountain road down by the beach.
You're in the same tank with John Hendricks, aren't you?
Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
How much did he pay you for this?
Say, what are you talking about? I'm making a confession to save some innocent guys from hanging, that's all.
You're pretty sudden to go up on the murder charge you're in for now, aren't you, Morgan?
Yeah, I guess so.
The one more murder wouldn't make much difference to you.
I don't get it.
All right, I'll put it in plainer words. You and Hendricks have been together in the same tank. Some way or other, Hendricks has talked you into taking the rap point. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right. It seems to me this is a pretty funny place when a guy can't even confess to a killing without being handed the third degree.
But when Confessor Morgan is questioned closely as to the details of the crime, he becomes so confused that it is obvious he is lying. So Hendricks and Schwartz are tried in Judge Fletcher Boren's court on charges of murder and robbery. At 11:30 on the morning of March 19th, 3 months after the brutal slaying in Latigo Canyon, the jury files in and the verdict to the court clerk.
You think? Will the clerk read the verdict, please?
We, the jury, find the defendants guilty of murder in the first degree and recommend life imprisonment.
Sam Schwartz and John Hendricks were sentenced to San Quentin for life, with an added clause stating that no parole should be given. So, through the work of Captain Bright, Deputies Brewster, Dickerson, and Cloud, the brutal slaying of little Jack Irwin was solved, and the perpetrators placed in the penitentiary for as long as they shall live. In our 3 years' association with law enforcement agencies, we have developed profound respect for the efficiency of the men on the firing line who guard your life and property against fire, accident, and crime. They take no chances of failure in the trust the public imposes. Every man must be alert and ready for action. Every car roadworthy and ready to go. We feel it is no ordinary testimonial when these masters of efficiency themselves show their respect for our products by using Rio Grande cracked gasoline in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. You will find Rio Grande cracked gasoline just as capable of police car performance in your car, and Sinclair motor oil just as dependable. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline are both thoroughly de-waxed, de-jellied motor oils in refinery-sealed, tamper-proof cans. If you want to do something that will delight the heart of some boy or girl, get a free copy of Calling All Cars News from any independent Rio Grande service station and learn how you can secure junior detective and G-man outfits for them absolutely free. Police badges, fingerprint outfits, sirens, more than a dozen gifts, all free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation broadcast 156 regarding a body found in Latigo Canyon. This case has now been solved. And that's all. Rolls and quick.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Ethelbert, how did you ever get that name? I don't know. There was some argument just before my christening.
So they picked Ethelbert right out of a hat, huh?
No, my aunt was reading some novels. She found that name in it.
Well, it's a good enough name. Well, they might have given you a more famous name. Did I hear somebody start what? Start to talk about famous names. Oh, well, what's your idea of a famous name?
That's easy, Casey. Everyone knows Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Fog. Late afternoon, the Blue Note Cafe, and Ethelbert, the head bartender, completes preparations for the crowd of cocktail sippers that will soon come drifting in.
Walter, bring up some more lemon.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Case. Just coming off a job?
Oh, where's Miss Williams?
At the office, she'll be here in a few minutes. Oh, this has been one of those dull, monotonous days. I haven't got any pep today.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way myself. My sister Edna says I ought to take vitamin.
Hello, Ethelbert.
Hmm? Oh, hello, Miss Williams.
Oh, Casey, wait till you hear what just happened.
I know. Somebody fed you a vitamin.
Huh?
What are you all pepped up about it?
Oh, I just received an anonymous letter.
Anonymous letter, huh? Who from? Oh, one of them without any name signed to it.
Yeah.
Who from, is it? What's exciting about that?
It contains a tip, a news tip, and it sounds like a big one. Here, take a look.
But what'd you say?
Read it to him, Casey, but keep it under your hat, Ethelbert.
You know me, Miss Williams. I'm written on plain stationery. Read it, Reed. There's a...
Dear Miss Williams, an important news story may break at the Pellhaven estate of Willis J. Baldwin tomorrow. As your society editor will know, a ball is to be held there late in the evening at which Mrs. Baldwin will wear her famous diamond necklace. If you want an exclusive front-page story, arrive around 6 p.m., and say nothing to the police, the Baldwins, or anybody about this letter. We ain't nobody.
Which the writer, who must be anonymous, urges you to destroy.
Well, isn't that something?
It's something, all right, but what?
Casey, it's a tip that somebody's going to try to steal those diamonds.
That's the way it sounds to me. The show that the city does, Kenny.
Yeah, well, after I read it. Burks assigned us to follow it up.
Are we covered together, huh? I've read about Mrs. Baldwin's diamond necklace, Casey. It's said to be worth over $1 million.
Yeah.
Casey, who do you suppose sent this letter?
Why should I know? What I'm wondering about, Annie, is why was it sent to you? This kind of a tip is seldom sent to a gal reporter.
I never had one just like it before.
We're to be at the Baldwin's 50-room suburban cottage at 6 tomorrow night.
How are we going to crash into their place at dinner time?
Look, I'll tell you what, I'll phone Mrs. Baldwin and give her a yarn or some kind.
Oh, you know her?
Well, I've taken pictures of her, news pictures. Have you ever met the Baldwins or anybody who's intimate with them, Annie?
Oh, I've interviewed the Count de la Fere.
Who's the Count de la Fere?
One of those ornamental clickers with a foreign title. Gets around the high cost of living by being a perpetual house guest of the oh-so-rich and idle. I think he's staying with the Baldwins now.
Yeah, Willis J. Baldwin's supposed to be a tough, shrewd guy. He's not the type who puts up with lounge lizards.
Well, Count Raymond de la Fere may be Mrs. Baldwin's special friend.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll go over to the phone booth, put in a call for Mrs. Baldwin, Annie. See if I can make us a date.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Baldwin. Yeah, we'll be there at 6. Goodbye.
What? Did you get her, King?
Yeah, everything's all set for 6.
Oh, well. What excuse did you give her?
Well, I said we wanted to come early so I could take shots of the final preparations for the fall. Incidentally, that letter's right about one important item, Annie. She is going to wear the diamond necklace tomorrow night.
You are?
Well, just offhandedly. I said I'd like to take some special pictures if she wore it, and she said she meant to.
If the letter's right about that, it's probably right about everything else. We'll see, pal.
Annie, I still can't figure out, though, why that letter was sent to you.
Can't you drive just a little faster, Casey? It's after 6 and you're late.
But, Annie, I can't help it. I can't see it. But if I try to do any speeding through this fog, we might wind up in a hospital.
Must be close to the water. Hear that foghorn?
Yeah. That's the one on McBurney's Point.
Oh. Why didn't we check the weather reports and find out we'd run into a pea soup fog, and then we could have started earlier and
Not worrying, Annie. We're at the edge of the Baldwin estate right now.
Oh, that high wall there?
Right, yeah, completely surrounds the place. Some years ago, an attempt was made to kidnap Willis Baldwin, and a couple of guys had taken pot shots at him, so now he goes in for walls and armed guards.
Who took shots at him?
Oh, some guy he busted on the stock market. He plays rough down there, even under the SEC.
Hey, Casey, there's an armored car coming out that gate.
Yeah, that's right. I must have just delivered the diamonds.
Do we go in that gate?
Yep. After we stop and give the keeper our names. Ah, there he is. Good evening, sir. Good evening. I'm Casey, Morning Express. This is Miss Williams. She's my press card. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, he obviously one of the armed guards.
Oh, yeah, there's a dozen or more on the place. Not counting Big Tim Blake, Baldwin's personal bodyguard.
This doesn't seem to me like a good place to try any robberies. Wish I could see something of the grounds. The fog's so thick and black.
Yeah, a really slick crook may have done something you wish we had done, Addie. Checked weather warnings.
You mean
This fog would be a great help in getting away.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the house.
Well, it's a regular castle.
Yeah.
And there's another guard.
Good evening. Evening, Miss Williams and Mr. Casey. Yes, sir. I just got word from the gateman.
May I take care of your car? Yeah, right. Come on, Addie. The butler will announce you. He's coming now. I see.
Hey, Casey, I know that butler.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm sure I do, but I can't remember where I stood.
Here he is.
You're the people from the Morning Express?
Yeah.
Follow me, please.
His voice is familiar too, Casey, and he gave me a funny look, did you know? Debbie? Is that Mr. Casey?
Yes, Mrs. Baldwin.
Well, I'm very glad to see you.
Mighty nice of you to let us barge in on you this early, Mrs. Baldwin.
Not at all. This, of course, is Miss Williams, the reporter you said you'd bring with you.
Yes.
How do you do, Mrs. Baldwin? Nice to know you, my dear. Come into the library. We have something there that will interest both of you. Close the door, Fleming, and keep out that awful fog.
Yes, Mrs. Baldwin.
The new butler, not very experienced. I have to remind him of everything. Well, I've seen it in somewhere.
What are we to see in your library, Mrs. Baldwin?
The necklace you want to photograph. It was brought in from the bank only a few minutes ago. My husband is a guest standing guard over it.
It's altogether magnificent, Mr. Baldwin.
Oh, it should be. What I bet will count. Oh, Helen.
Miss Williams, may I present my husband?
How do you do, Miss Williams?
Mr. Baldwin. And Comte Lefebvre?
I believe that little newspaper lady and I have met before.
Nice of you to remember the Count Affair. And this is Mr. Katie.
Oh, yeah, Katie.
Privileged to know you, monsieur. Mr. Baldwin, Count.
My wife tells me you want to take some pictures of a necklace, Casey. Over there on the table. I was just showing it to De La Fere. In case you'd like to stick it in your pocket, Big Kim there won't let you.
Willis.
Oh, the man knows I'm only kidding, Helen?
Sure, Mr. Baldwin. Hiya, Tim. Hello, Casey.
Oh, you two know each other?
Oh, yeah. Since long before Tim went into the bodyguard business.
Back in the days when I was a cop, boss.
You give Casey an okay, Tim?
He's okay.
Oh, then we let him get real close to the necklace, huh? Guess you'll want a good look at it too, Miss Williams. Women usually do.
It simply... Oh, I've never seen anything so gorgeous, Mrs. Baldwin.
It is nice, isn't it?
Mr. Baldwin tells me, and this necklace is the greatest number of perfectly matched first water diamonds set in any single example of the jeweler's art, Miss Williams.
Oh,
And it is worth. The amount is staggering.
Any man could live high, wide, and handsome for a lifetime on what this necklace is worth, De La Fere.
So I imagine.
But he'd have to steal it or steal my wife, whom I gave it to, and neither of those things can be done while I'm around.
I'm sure it would be quite impossible.
Quite impossible.
Would you like to take your pictures now, Mr. Casey?
Yes, Mrs. Baldwin, thank you. I'm surprised there aren't detectives from your insurance company here to watch this necklace. They're usually around.
These diamonds are not insured.
What? Not insured?
Except for a few days each year, they're kept in the bank vault, and when Mrs. Baldwin wears them, as she will tonight, my own employees like Tim here keep them well protected.
I never take my eyes off them, boss.
I'll shoot a picture of them lying here on the table.
Well, go ahead. Where's that dumb new butler, Helen? 15 minutes ago, I told him to bring in cocktails.
Oh, well, here he comes now with it.
Why did you take so long, Fleming?
I'm sorry, sir. Some matters came up to...
All right, you're here at last. Bring that liquor wagon over here.
There's one picture.
Serve the cocktails, Fleming.
Yes, Mrs. Baldwin.
No, I don't like to drink in half darkness. Why have you got all the shades drawn, Helen?
Well, you know I always draw them when this fog, Willis, is so dreary to look outside.
Well, then let's have something besides just a few table lamps on in here.
Turn on the main lights, Fleming.
Yes, Mr. Baldwin?
Well, I like to see the people I'm talking to.
What the? What have you done to the light?
I told you to turn more on, Fleming. Not to switch them all off.
I haven't touched the switch, sir. I hadn't reached it. Now it's so dark.
I'll get them lights on in here. Tim.
Yeah? I sold the switch, Willis.
Well, now that we can see you.
What? Mr. Baldwin, the diamonds!
They are gone.
Tim!
I was standing right here beside him, boss, but I couldn't see him.
I know who took them.
Miss Williams.
Now I know who that butler is, Casey. He's a notorious jewel thief, Chris Masters.
You're not gonna rap me for this.
He jumped through the window.
Get him, shoot! He's running away, disappearing in the fog. He's out of sight. I can't see him anymore. I'm going after him.
I'm coming with you, Tim. That man hurt the diamond. Helen, give orders to push the gate out the wall.
I'll take care of it, Willard. Come and see me, Mom.
I'm with you, Mr. Goodwin.
Everybody's gone and let this out.
Oh, come on, Casey. Let's get in on the chase.
Oh, well, there's no hurry.
No hurry.
No.
A man's out there with $1 million worth of stolen diamonds, and you...
The guy you accused didn't get those diamonds back.
Hey, I recognized him as Chris Masters. He flicked off those lights.
Nobody switched off any lights. Look at the cord on this table lamp there.
Hmm? Oh, it's been cut in two.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Now I know why you got that anonymous letter, Annie.
What?
The fog seems to be lifting a little. Oh, well, let's go outside and join the manhunt, huh?
Casey, will you tell me what you really...
Not outside, Annie, in the fog. The fog that's lifting.
You know, you hear a lot about modern industrial design with its twin ideals of beauty and usefulness. But nowhere is this better exemplified than in the creation of a new kind of dinnerware called jadeite, and it's spelled Jadeite. Jadeite is really beautiful. It has the color of fine jade and the texture of rare porcelain. But jadeite is also unbelievably strong. It resists chipping and cracking and is so heat-proof you can safely put it in a hot oven. And with all these advantages, jadeite actually costs less than the most ordinary uninspired dinnerware. For instance, a big jadeite platter costs only 25 cents in open stock, and a 35-piece dinner service for 6 people is priced at less than $5. Ask for jadeite at your favorite chain store, department store, hardware store, or at other stores selling chinaware and glass. A set of jadeite makes an attractive gift, and it's an easy way to replenish your own supply of dinnerware. Jadeite is the newest triumph of anchor hocking. The most famous name in glass.
They covers a lot of territory, eh? I think Chris Masters will be fairly hard to find.
Casey, I want to know why you think he didn't take those diamonds.
Okay, Harry. It's because he had no chance to take. Well, the person who sent you that anonymous letter saw to that.
The person?
Yeah, that letter bothered me. It just wasn't right. When we got here, I recognized Masters under his butler suit and his dyed hair and phony English accent a few minutes after I saw it.
You did?
Sure I did. Yes, and I was sure he recognized me and you. He wouldn't take a chance of lifting those diamonds with us in the house there.
Darn.
Someone who was in that library a few minutes ago, you before tonight, that Fleming the butler was really Masters the jewel thief, and they figured correctly, I imagine, that he was planning to steal a Baldwin necklace. Someone decided to get it first, to let Masters take the blame, but this someone didn't want to be the person who pointed the finger at Masters. That wouldn't look so good, so you were brought out here to make the accusation.
The article I wrote on Masters after my interview with him several years ago was featured under my byline.
That's right. By Ann Williams.
And that meant that I'd be sure to recognize an actor. Wait a minute. You said nobody switched off those lights?
Yeah, that's right. The fuse was blown.
The fuse was?
Yep. The cord on that table lamp, Annie, had been cut with a scissors and a knife, causing a short circuit. And when the lights went up, Masters was the one person in the room I'm sure wasn't near the cord because he's the one person I was watching. The cut lamp cord that makes me certain somebody besides Masters was after the diamond.
Well, if the lights were short-circuited, how could Mrs. Baldwin turn them on?
Well, she switched on the main light, Annie, the wall and the ceiling bracket. Then on a different circuit, apparently.
Oh, well, why did Chris Mathers do a run out the moment I told who he was? That seemed to prove.
Well, it only proves that whoever sent you that letter did another smart piece of figuring. Annie, didn't you mention in your story on Masters that as a jewel thief he lost his head, kind of, when things got hot and he always did a run out?
Mm-hmm. And if I hadn't accused Masters and he hadn't run, Mr. Baldwin would have called the police and everyone in the room would have been sick.
Uh-huh. Now the thief has had a chance to get the diamonds off his person and into some hiding place somewhere.
Or then the someone who planned all this is either
Count de la Fur, or whatever his name is, Big Tim Blake, or Mr. or Mrs. Baldwin.
Well, the Baldwins wouldn't steal their own diamond.
Wait a minute, Annie. People have been known to stage phony thefts of their own property.
Well, sure, to collect insurance, but Mr. Baldwin said the necklace wasn't insured.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think about Count de la Fere?
Well, $1 million worth of sparklers might be very attractive to a guy like him.
Baldwin seemed a little jealous. I caught that. And you know the bodyguard, Tim Blake, so...
Well, I don't know Tim Blake well enough to eliminate him as a suspect.
But that he'd been a cop. Why did he leave the force?
Well, for the good of the service, the commissioner figured Tim was too willing to use a gun. He shot up a couple of guys that maybe shouldn't have been shot up.
Well, no way of finding out who really got the diamonds if he or she hasn't already hidden them.
Oh, he or she hasn't hidden them, man.
Well, a minute ago, you said...
I said the thief has had the chance, but he didn't take it. You see, the person who got those diamonds, Annie, wasn't the person who planned on getting them.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Annie, when the would-be thief reached for that necklace in the dark, he or she got a great big surprise. It wasn't there.
It wasn't there? Well, how do you know?
Because I'd reached first.
You?
Yeah. Meet Raffles Casey, the $1 Million Bandit.
Oh, what have you done with the necklace?
In my pocket.
In your pocket? Oh, Casey.
And everybody but you and me, including the would-be thief, is sure that it's in Chris Master's pocket.
Oh.
Annie, it won't surprise me if the smart would-be thief does something very foolish very soon. Well, the spark is almost gone, Annie. See pretty well now.
Well, Casey, all our suspects seem to be looking for Masters individually. During the past 15 minutes, they've seen the Counts, Big Tim, and Baldwin each out them alone.
We haven't seen Mrs. Baldwin. That means she's alone, too.
Oh, Casey, you're taking an awful chance with those diamonds in your pocket. If they were found on you, no one would believe
they'd think the worst, all right, wouldn't they, huh? But, Annie, this is the first time I've ever had $1 million worth of anything in my pocket. That kind of makes me feel... No. Funny, I don't feel any different than when I was honest and... Gun?
I think I got it.
Big Tim's voice.
Yeah, I did get him, boy. Come here.
There he is. Beside those trees right there.
You got Mathers, Sim? Yeah, that's Peter. Oh, it's you, Casey. Hey, boss, where's Mr. Baldwin? Hey, buddy, you got to get boss. Don't lie on my head.
Mathers is lying behind old Evergreen.
Come and take a look. Hey.
You shot Master Tim?
Yes, Mr. Baldwin. I heard him moving amongst those trees, and then I saw a moving figure. Kept on moving as I told it to stop, so I blazed away. Hey, don't shoot, Dingle. What this happened?
Him here just shot our thief, Count.
That butler. Let me.
Did you search this guy before you started shooting Tim?
What chance did I have to search him, Casey? I just up and searched him.
Take a look at your ex-butler, Mr. Baldwin.
Yeah, I see.
His clothes all torn.
Yeah, all his pockets that aren't torn inside out are ripped open.
Well, I didn't search him.
You didn't shoot him either, Tim.
I didn't shoot him.
Oh. They can't find any bullet holes in him. I see none. This guy was strangled to death.
Who did it?
Maybe the moving figure you saw was the someone who did it, Tim. You fired at it from a distance and then found this fella lying here and concluded your bullets had shot him.
Yeah, that must have been what happened.
Who did kill that man? Count de la Fere? I have a kind of a half idea.
Have, Casey?
Yes, Mr. Baldwin.
I have more than a half idea. I just found something near Master's body that...
What'd you find? Let us see.
I found something that tells me the strangler was... You!
You're crazy, Mr. Baldwin. I don't think this bad ability. Pick it up, Baldwin. As you got him down, I'll break it.
All right. But don't let that fella get away, Tim.
I won't, boss.
Here's what I found beside Master's hand, Casey. This black coat button. Then I saw there was a button missing from De La Fere's dinner jacket. Look, this button I found matches the others on his coat.
Oh, lie! That button you pulled from my coat now when you take me.
But surely won't see it that way when you're tried for Max's murder.
It's mine. Take it easy, Count. Take it easy. Why should De La Fere be tried for murder, Mr. Baldwin?
'Cause he killed Mathers.
This dead guy with a fugitive suspected of stealing your wife's necklace. If Tim had shot him, as we thought at first, you wouldn't have called Tim a murderer.
If I had choked that thief, I would be a fool to deny it, and I'm not a fool. But I was never near the man.
You deny it because of the search you made of Master's clothes. You wanted the diamond he stole.
Push me, Supper. I have no diamond.
You've had time to hide him someplace. Take him to the police. Wait a minute. You're butting into this too. I don't think so, Mr. Baldwin. On the evidence of that button, you're formally accusing Count de la Fere of killing this thief, Chris Masters, in order to hijack the stolen diamond. Oh, now it's Chris Masters, huh? When Miss Williams recognized your phony butler tonight, she mentioned his real name only once and very rapidly. You knew who your butler really was before tonight.
That's crazy. You can't prove that.
Maybe I can. Tim was a good shot. When he fired at the moving figure, he didn't miss completely. He put a hole through your coat sleeve.
Oh, yeah. Look here. Wait, go. Now, Casey, pull everything, Tim. Look at this. Yeah, it looks like a bullet hole.
It is a bullet hole. This man tried to accuse me of what he himself has done.
It matters. The hijacked property of your wife's that you'd meant to steal.
We're trying to prove that you did try. Let me call.
Okay. Baldwin, you've attempted a theft tonight. You killed a man. You've tried to frame the Count. When a guy like that can't be brought to book in one way, sometimes he can in another. Tim, as an ex-cop, wouldn't you say your boss was guilty if you found the stolen necklace on him?
Yeah.
It's your duty to see if he had it, Tim. All right, I'll hold him again.
I haven't those diamonds. You all take down. Rope my route.
Police pockets, Tim. Give me quite a battle here. He's afraid to have you search. It isn't costing me my job. It's your duty. Okay, I'll do it, but... Casey,
the diamond.
There you are. You did find it on him, Tim.
Oh, Casey.
Well, this is a frame-up. A frame-up.
Tell that to the cops, Baldwin. You and the Count take care of him, Tim. Come on, fool. When I'm working for the law again, where hell do you take good care of him after what he tried to do to him?
Labor.
Well, Annie, let's go along. I'm going to get some pictures now.
Casey, you slipped that necklace in his pocket while you were struggling with him.
Yes. Just like he pulled a button off of de la Fare's coat. You know, Annie, when you can't trap a crook in any other way, one good frame deserves another.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Would you please give me your attention for 1 minute? I have a message of importance for the millions of people in the United States who are listening to this program. Listen closely, please. You can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in the new one-way, no-deposit bottle. Now let me repeat that. You can now buy your favorite brand of beer and ale in a new kind of glass bottle that requires no deposit and that never has to be returned to the store. This new bottle is light in weight and very compact. It's easy to carry home and takes up less room in your refrigerator. You pay no deposit on the new Anchor glass bottle, and you do not have to return it. Remember, it's glass, clean and sanitary glass. For more than 100 years, Americans have preferred beer and ale in glass bottles. So I suggest that when you buy beer or ale, you demand it in the new Anchor glass one-way, no-deposit bottles. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Well, Baldwin confessed after the cops went to work on him, huh, Casey?
Yeah, good thing too, Ethelbert. Actually, I couldn't have stuck to my frame-up in court.
Baldwin needed money to pull himself out of the deep hole he got into in the stock market. That big estate, in fact, everything he had was mortgaged to the rafter. Only his wife's necklace was free and clear. He preferred to steal it rather than ask her for it.
Yeah, because he was pretty sure she wouldn't have given it to him.
Why did he try to frame that Count, whatever his name is?
Well, first to cover himself, of course, and then second because he thought his wife was in love with the guy.
Baldwin had a big nerve to be jealous after some of the things he'd been doing.
What thing? Mostly blondes.
Yeah? Blondes?
Oh. The cops had been digging into his private life
And found blondes, huh? To tell me more.
Well, there was a little chick named Doris. Oh, darn, there's the bar phone. I'll be right back. Ethelbert. Uno Cafe Ethelbert speaking. Wow.
Huh? You'll have to speak louder. I can't understand you.
Huh?
What? Katie? The fog is entirely gone.
You in the thing?
When we came in here, I noticed the stars were up.
Yeah, I know.
Spring was kind of in the air, too.
You know, it's a nice night to be outside.
Yeah, it is. It's a swell night to be outside.
I know.
Well, what are we doing here?
We'd be crazy if we stayed here, Aunt. Come on, Annie, let's go.
We're going, Kate.
Oh, mister, you got the wrong number. Tell me about them blonde. Walter, where did Casey and Miss Williams go? Out? Oh, well, of all the... Walter, bring up some more lemons.
Crime Photographer, starring Stott Cotsworth as Katie, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole. It is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deep and is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. Original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner at then and Don Gibson at Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. The Girl Scouts are celebrating their 36th birthday this week. Your time and interest is the best birthday present they could get. If you can spare just a few hours a week, offer your services by calling your local Girl Scout office. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is PBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The highly successful businessman, the supremely confident woman, the boastful bluffer, the sly schemer, each is vulnerable. Each has some weakness, some chink in his armor, some little flaw that we call the blind spot.
Dick, you're the bright boy. How do we get into this joint?
Smash the plate glass window.
Very funny. Come on, bright boy, do something.
Okay. Give us the hammer and chisel.
Hammer and chisel coming up. It's all yours, boy.
Right. Here we go. There was a noisy way of doing it for a bloke on the wrong side of the law, but us, we're sickly legit.
Oh, sure.
There we are, Doc. Entrance effective.
We'll look the place over before we get the equipment out of the truck.
Yeah. Dingy sort of place. Oh, it'll look better when the new tenants come in and clean it up. Oh, plus the advantages of electrical elimination. This passage leads to the front of the shop. Yeah. Hey, hold it a sec, will you?
Hey, what's the trouble?
Something lying on the floor. You got a match?
Sure. Holy mackerel!
A girl.
Is she dead?
I don't know. Certainly looks like it.
Yes, Superintendent, it's all in now. Pardon? Oh, the girl's name was Doreen Huskins, age about 20. The divisional surgeon, after his first examination of the body, says the death took place about 12 hours before the body was found. What's that? Oh, yes, the forensic boys will be carrying out a full post-mortem this afternoon. Oh, yes, I agree. It's a most peculiar story. But I've got the two men from the electrical firm outside now, Norman and Morrison. Well, I'll get them in separately and go over it again. Oh, yes, sir, I'll let you know. Sergeant, have Mr. Norman come in.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Norman. Dick Norman, isn't it?
That's right, Inspector. Oh, what comes after the official title?
Yes, I'm Inspector Lamb.
I like to know the names of people I'm dealing with. Creates the right impression, sense of intimacy right off. I got that out of a course on business psychology.
Is that so? Well, we'll get back to that later. In the meantime, suppose you tell me, why did you and Morrison have to force an entrance into that shop?
Oh, the firm sent us here on a job. We had to renew the electrical wiring. All cursed, you know. Well, the agents figured it was necessary before they could let it again.
And didn't they give you keys to get in?
Oh, Inspector, I've been through this before.
And now you're going to have to go through it again.
Well, they gave me the keys on Tuesday when I was sent there on my own to remove the old fittings and make a report. When I went there with Doug Morrison to put the new lot in, it was Friday. No keys available.
Why not?
Funny lot of agents. Only had one set of keys.
The keys they gave you on Tuesday. What happened to them?
You know, soon I'll be repeating this little old story in my sleep. I'll send a wife crackers.
When you start sending me crackers, I'll let you know. Answer the question.
Well, Tuesday I'm working in the front part of the shop. Jack comes along, taps on the window, points to the door, and I let him in. Got the keys, he says. Yes, thanks, I says. Well, give them to me, he says. I produces a piece of paper torn out of an order pad. Order from the agent stand over the keys. He's a prospective tenant, wants to look the place over, but he needs the keys to look in the other rooms which are locked. I give them to him. Lighting won't suit for the business I'm opening, he says. Well, give me the job of chasing it, I say. All right, he says. We'll talk about it. Meet me tonight at 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue and Piccadilly Circus. Right, I says. Oh, what about the keys? Well, he says he'll drop them into the agents and off he goes.
You met him at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I met him. He agreed to give me the job. Said we'd go back, look the place over, so he could tell me what he wanted. Then he finds he hasn't got the keys. It says he's left them in his car.
I thought he was going to drop them into the agents.
Yeah, well, he said he'd told them what he was going to do, so they told him to hang on to it.
I see. Go on. What next?
Or nothing next. He don't come back. I wait till 9:30, then I give it away. Take the train home, arrive about 11, have a cup of cocoa with the wife, and say to bed. End of Tuesday.
What do the agents say about your friend, the prospective tenant?
Oh, they'd never heard of him. He's a phony. All he wanted was the keys.
Pretty old trick. Can you describe this man?
Oh, about 40 years old. Little less, maybe. Good 6 feet in height. Could be 6'1". Ginger moustache. Gold fillings in his 2 front teeth. Lean, well-built, ruddy complexion. Grey single-breasted suit. Green hat. Oh, well, a little feverative. Anything else, Inspector?
No, not now, Mr. Norman. I think you've done enough for the moment.
Well, if you want me, you got my address and telephone number.
Yes, we'll get in touch, Mr. Norman, if we want you.
I think we might take in a picture tonight, Molly, old girl.
Oh, I'd like that, Dickie. There's ever such a nice one on at the Odeon. Singing and dancing and full of technicolor.
Oh, it sounds gruesome. I'd rather go to the Regal. They got a crime show. Good juicy murder.
Murder? I should have thought you'd had enough of that. After what's happened.
Oh, not me. They're what I like to see. You know, maybe I can pick up a point or two and help the coppers out trying to find that chap that polished off that girl.
You be careful, Dickie.
Hello? Oh, hello, Inspector. What can I do for you? You have? Well, that's a bit of good news. Oh, no trouble at all. Be glad to oblige. It'll take me an hour or so to get up there. Yes, I'll leave right away. See you, Inspector.
Who was that? The police again?
Yes, I'll go Inspector Lamb in person. Oh, sorry, the pictures are all for tonight.
Why? What happened?
They need me for a little job of identification. They, got the bloke that disappeared with the keys.
Well, you be careful what you say, Dickie. You never can tell what you're getting mixed up in.
Oh, watch it, ducks.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, do you think we can afford a vacation this year?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. The car could stand some work. Then there's that chair we've been meaning to buy, and I guess we could always cash in a savings bond or two.
What?
I said we could cash in one of our bonds.
Joseph, don't you dare.
Oh, I was just
Don't even think about it. Those bonds are our future. When they mature, we'll get back $4 for every 3.
Yeah, I know.
They're guaranteed, too. 3 times over. Principal, interest, and replacement if lost or stolen. But the whole United States stands behind them.
Sure, Daphne.
Well, if we cash them in before they mature, we'll be giving up all that lovely interest. And what happens when we really need the money?
Daphne.
I don't see how you, who thought of buying a bond every payday in the first place, could suggest such a thing.
I guess maybe it was a moment of weakness.
Well, don't you ever bring it up again. Savings bonds are not only a good investment for us, but they help our country, too. Shame on you, Joe.
I'm ashamed. I'm covered with humiliation. I hate myself.
I should think so.
Okay, if I go back to reading my paper now.
Uh-huh. But, Joe, I was just wondering.
Yeah?
Do you really think we can afford a vacation this year?
Glad he can make it, Mr. Norman. I've got him in the next room.
Uh-huh. Oh, how'd you pick him up?
Circulated the description you gave us. Today we got a report of a man picked up on a fraud charge answering that description.
They always make a mistake, don't they? Now we'll have something more serious than a fraud charge to answer. Eh, Inspector?
Perhaps. First you have to identify him, though.
Lead me to it.
This way. Mr. Norman, have you ever seen this man before?
Yeah, of course I have. How are you, mate?
I don't know you.
Oh, you're having trouble with your memory, are you?
Not that I've noticed.
Oh, well, you must have. You're the chap come to the shop on Greek Street Tuesday last. I gave you the keys and met you Tuesday night, 9 o'clock, corner Shaftesbury Avenue.
I'm sorry you're mistaken. I wasn't anywhere near Greek Street on Tuesday. Shaftesbury Avenue either.
Oh, I don't blame you, mate. I'd say the same if I was you.
Inspector, I'd never seen this man before. I wasn't there. I don't know what he's talking about.
Just like that, eh?
Look, mate, what about giving us the name of your dentist? It's a lovely job he's done with those fillings. Oh, lovely girl fillings. Don't you reckon, Inspector?
I wasn't there, I tell you. I'd never seen this fella before in all my life.
Ah, very interesting. What's that, sir? I'm afraid so, Superintendent. Reynolds' alibi stands up. Yes, Norman didn't have any hesitation about identifying him as the man who took the keys from him. But we've checked out Reynolds' alibi and it's watertight. Nothing seems to put him in the clear. Oh, yes, I realize that. Even if Reynolds didn't have anything to do with the girl's murder, there still could be a man with true gold-inlaid teeth who took the keys from Norman. I'm not dismissing his story. And meanwhile, there's my VIP visitor waiting to see me soon. Oh, this could be very tricky. Oh, don't worry, sir, don't worry. I'll be diplomacy personified. Yes, I'll be in touch. Sergeant, ask Mr. Collins to come in.
Right, sir. In here, Fate, dear Collins.
Diplomacy, the full treatment. Good evening, Mr. Collins, sir. Why do you sit down, sir?
Thank you, Inspector.
You've, something to tell us, sir, about the death of Doreen Hoskins.
Yes, it's been on my mind for days. From the moment I read about her death in the press and saw her picture.
Yes, sir.
You see, I knew her. Oh, it must seem strange that a man like myself should know that kind of girl. But it happens, Inspector. Men like myself, public figures, people think of us no doubt as having all of society to choose from when it comes to friends, but there are disadvantages, Inspector, about living in the spotlight.
Yes, I can imagine that, sir.
In my own case, it's not generally known, but my marriage is an unhappy one. A loveless marriage. It's not a joyous thing to live with.
No, sir.
My wife comes from a prominent family. Divorce in the circumstances would be something that could ruin my career. And any indiscretion with women belonging to our own circle, well, it would be dangerous. But a man gets lonely, Inspector. As, for instance, last Monday night.
The night before Doreen Hoskins was killed.
Yes, I'd been working rather late, you see. When I finished, I went out into the street, Piccadilly. But I couldn't go home. I was too depressed, lonely. So I walked through Piccadilly Circus, feeling utterly alone in all that crowd of people. The lights, people laughing, it only made it worse. It was in Coventry Street that I saw her.
Doreen Hoskins.
Yes, I bumped against her in the crowd. She smiled. I smiled back. You could call it naive if you like, but it was like a sudden oasis of warmth in a world that was cold. I asked her to have dinner with me.
Go on, sir.
We went to a little place in Soho. She was an ordinary girl, but she was a human being. And you'll think I'm talking like a fool when I say it about that sort of girl, but I felt she was looking for something too. That she needed warmth and friendship as much as I did. After dinner, we went back to the place where she lived. She made some coffee. It was a very pleasant interlude.
Yes. And did you see her again?
Yes, the next night. I deliberately walked the same way. I saw her near Leicester Square Station.
And what happened?
Nothing. I was about to go up to her and speak to her, but I didn't. I suppose I felt it shouldn't go any further.
Yes, I understand. What time was that?
About 9 o'clock. I never saw her again. I've come to tell you this in case somehow you might have found I'd been at her flat the night before. I wouldn't want that to become public knowledge.
Mr. Collins, later medical evidence has now revealed that the girl's death could have taken place much earlier than at first believed.
Up here?
Yes. In fact, round about 10 o'clock on that Tuesday night. And as it now stands, you could be the last person positively to have seen Doreen Hoskins alive, Mr. Collins. Yeah, Jack Stokes, that right?
Yes, sir.
Live at Woolwich?
I work with the dockyard.
That's where you met Doreen Hoskins at Woolwich?
Yes, she was staying there. I met her at a dance.
When?
2-3 weeks. Yes, sir. 3 weeks ago last Saturday.
Didn't take you long to get engaged to her, did it?
Oh, no, sir. But happened to sit down on you here.
Really? You're a fast worker, aren't you?
Well, it wasn't that, sir. It was Doreen. She
what?
Well, she was the kind of girl that, well, she needed someone. Well, straight she did. Needed someone bad to look after her. Anyway, that's what I thought at the time.
But you certainly didn't know her very well when you became engaged to her, did you, Stokes?
No, that was the trouble.
And how did you find out she wasn't the little innocent you took her for?
I didn't say she wasn't.
No, I'm saying it. Well, how did you find out?
The way she started talking about me. Then when I come up to London with it,
West, that is.
That was Saturday, right? Saturday, yes.
Well, she didn't want me around. She wanted to get rid of me. I knew why. Didn't have to be detective at that.
And you're quite old?
Not right up, but...
And you broke off the engagement?
Well, sort of.
Sort of? What does that mean?
Look, I was in doubt with that, but if she was that kind of girl, what was I supposed to do about it?
Oh, that's a good question. What did you do? Kill her?
No, I didn't, so help me.
When did you see her last?
Saturday night. I left this Saturday night, went back to Woolwich. I'd been up west again. Not till they brought me here to talk to you.
If you're lying about that, Stokes, we'll find out. You know that, don't you? Well?
All right. I did come up again. Twice more.
When?
Wednesday and Thursday, late afternoon. I went where she lived.
Well?
I didn't see her neither time. That's the truth. I hung round because I wanted to see if she had other men. But I didn't see her. Honest, I didn't.
Coroner's inquest. I can hardly wait. Oh, it's going to be fun, Molly, old girl. Real fun.
Fun? Oh, Dickie, how can you talk about a thing like that? It's fun.
Oh, won't it be? Standing up there in front of all that lot, telling my story, papers writing it up. Smashing, I call it.
Dickie, a girl has been killed.
That's right. Foully murdered. And who did it, eh? You think they'll ever find out?
They might think it's you.
I reckon they're thinking it now.
Dickie.
Well, why not? Maybe I am the one. You think I'm the one, Mom?
I don't like you to talk like this. Make me nervous. You might think it's funny, but I don't.
Calm down, Ducks. I was only fooling. I'm not the only one they suspect. There's a gold thief what took the keys. There's a little boyfriend. Maybe there's others too. But here's the thing to think about. One of us did it. And he's got to be clever enough to get clean away with it. He got to help with the police, the coroner's jury. They're not all. Ah, yes, he'll be a clever man, the murderer. If he gets away with it, eh, Mo? A perfect murder. Hey, wouldn't it be something to know a man as clever as that? Eh, Mo?
Willful murder against some person unknown.
How do you feel about the verdict, Inspector?
Well, you've been a crime reporter long enough. You ought to know how I feel about it.
Was the only possible verdict on the evidence present?
Yes, the only possible verdict.
And if you don't dig up any fresh evidence, that'll be the end of it. Another one for the files marked Unsolved Crime.
So that pleases you?
What should I tell my readers? That police inquiries are still continuing?
Tell them what you like.
Pity they couldn't have handed someone over to you. But that wouldn't have helped much, would it? Not without evidence to make the charge stick. Tell me, how do you feel about the coroner's summing up? You know, telling the jury that they might disbelieve Norman's story about the gold-toothed character, but that didn't make him a murderer. Suggesting that the chain of circumstantial evidence wasn't strong enough.
Fletcher, why don't you go and don't get lost?
Ah, here comes the man himself, Mr. Dick Norman. I look very happy. Wonder what he worried about. Well, there's our memory expert. Hello. How are you?
Hi, well, let's see. Do I know you?
Do you know me?
Oh, sure. Well, I'm not going to discuss my health with a perfect stranger.
Your health, huh?
Well, I suppose that reminds you of Medicare.
No.
Well, you mean you're not going to tell me how important Medicare is to my family? Or how vital it is for me to know just what it does? And you're not going to tell me to get that pamphlet called Dependent Medical Care Program?
No. That's a switch. Well, what are you going to say? How's your wife?
Compared to what?
Sit down, Mr. Norman.
Yes, very interesting, all this. Seeing the inside of a big newspaper office.
My name's Fletcher. Bill Fletcher.
Yes, I know. I saw you at the inquest. That's why I picked this paper.
You're talking about the Doreen Hopkins inquest?
That's right. 2 years ago. But I remember you all right. Listen, Mr. Fletcher. How would your newspaper like the inside story of that murder?
As you say, it's 2 years ago now.
not much public interest.
Oh, but there would be if the story was good enough, wouldn't it? Like, if it came from the murderer himself, and your paper was the one to spring it exclusive. Look, I study the newspapers very carefully, Mr. Fletcher. I know the sort of thing that makes them sell. A thing like this, it'll be a big trial. It'll be sensational. All this time after it happens. Now people will talk about nothing else. Right, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, you're right, Mr. Norman.
Of course I'm right. Everyone will be talking about it. All of London, whole country. All right, Mr. Fletcher. Yeah, if a man came to you with a confession like that, exclusive, would your paper finance his defence?
That's a matter for the managing editor. But I think I could say, yes, it would.
All right. And cop this, Mr. Fletcher. I did it. I killed that girl.
Now, Mr. Norman, you've heard the prosecution read out a confession signed by you. And you've agreed that this is, in fact, your confession, haven't you?
That's right, was what I told him. Was this confession true? No. It was a pack of lies.
Then you didn't kill that girl.
No.
And the evidence you gave at the inquest was the truth.
That's right.
Mr. Norman, I want you to think carefully before you answer these questions. Why did you confess to the murder if you did not, in fact, commit it?
Because I wanted to clear my name. Carry on there, that's right. You see, a while ago I was offered a job. A good job, but I didn't get it. Because they heard I'd been mixed up in that business over the girl, so I had to clear my name. And this was the only way to do it. Get in a big court like this, in front of everyone, for all the world to see. You get the picture?
Oh, yes. Sure, Mr. Norman. Well, congratulations, Mr. Norman. You can walk out of here a free man.
But, you did a good job for me. Real good.
There wasn't ever very much doubt what the verdict would be. You said your confession was all lies, and they couldn't prove otherwise. There was no new evidence against you, only your own false confession. So the judge had to order an acquittal.
You think I didn't know that? Oh, yes. You did a good job, all right. But I reckon I did a better one. What do you mean by that? What say I was guilty? What say I really did knock her off, like I said in the confession? I don't have a thing to worry about, do I?
Did you kill her?
What's it to you, Mr. Lawyer? I've been tried and acquitted. Man can't be tried a second time for the same crime. I know that I saw it in the movies. So I can talk about it all I like now, and no one can touch me for it. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
There was a Marine named Pelagic, whose bank account really was tragic. Then, on advice from a friend, he bought bonds as an end to his problems, which vanished like magic. Get the message? Of course you do. You already know that United States savings bonds are the easy, safe, and profitable way to save. This is just a reminder.
Hey, what are you looking at, Molly?
There's someone coming up the path.
So what?
I think... I didn't see him properly, but I think it's Inspector Lamb.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll handle it. Good evening, Inspector.
Good evening, Mr. Norman. May we come in?
I brought your cider with you, eh? Oh, yes, come in. Yeah. I didn't think I'd be seeing you again. You come to talk about old times. How's your way? Sit down, sit down. Molly, get the gentleman a drink.
This isn't a social call. I will warrant the your arrest, Mr. Norman.
Oh, no, you know better than that, Inspector. That was 4 years ago, and 2 years since I was acquitted. Do I have to explain the law to you?
Richard Norman, I have here a warrant for your arrest for the willful murder of Emily Bowker. And I warn you that anything you say may be taken down and used in evidence.
Emily Bowker? Who's Emily Bowker?
A woman of the same type as Doreen Huskins. A few years older, but then you're a few years older too, aren't you, Mr. Norman?
Emily Bowker. Hey, you interest me. Hey, go on, tell me more.
Emily Bowker was murdered last night in her flat at Pimlico.
And I did it, eh? You want me to confess?
If you wish.
Why not? Yeah, sure, I do it, Inspector. Now I'll have it all over again, eh? The big court, the lot. And then I'll deny the confession like last time. Make fools of you all.
Ricky, stop it.
Start it. I can hardly wait.
Yes, Norman, we'll get started. Only it won't be quite like last time. All the matter was the same, exactly the same. Emily Bowker was killed in precisely the same manner as was Doreen Huskins. Your trademark, as you might say.
Trademark, eh? You think you can prove it?
Yeah, I think we can. You see, this time you left something behind.
Left something? What do you mean?
Your wallet, Norman. Its contents contain complete identification.
No. No, I couldn't have. Not me. Only a fool to make a sort of mistake like that. No, not me.
But you are a fool, Norman. You got away with it once. I should have thought that it'd be enough for any man.
Now listen, you
had to try it again, didn't you? You just couldn't see past your ego, could you?
The best laid plans so often go astray. And when they do, it's usually because of that strange factor, that fatal flaw we call the blind spot. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
WOR Mutual is proud to present the distinguished American actor Walter Hamden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Leonidas Witherall's always getting mixed up in murders.
You wouldn't think so to look at him. He looks exactly like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's proprietor of an important school for boys in New England.
And he writes thriller stories, too, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
And the incidents by which Leonidas manages to get mixed up in crime are strange and unexpected, aren't they, Mr. Hamden?
They certainly are. For instance, at this moment, it's the very pleasant twilight hour in Dalton, and Witherall is at home in his study, reading. Down in the hall, Mrs. Mullet, his good friend and the general housekeeper for the neighborhood, is hard at work when...
I'll answer it, Mr. Witherall.
All right, Mrs. Mullet.
Were you expecting any visitors?
No, not that I know of. Mrs. Mullet, what's happened? Where are you? Mrs. Mullet! Mrs. Mullet! Operator, I want police headquarters. Hurry. Hurry! Mrs. Mullet went to answer the door, Sergeant, and I was sitting in the study. I couldn't see into the foyer. Suddenly, I heard her scream, and when I ran out to look for her, she'd vanished.
Not a sign of her, eh, Bill?
No, and from the way she screamed, I'd say something horrible had happened to her.
She didn't have any enemies, did she?
Oh, she was the friendliest, most harmless woman. Well, she worked for some of the best families in Dalton. That's why I can't understand this.
Well, I've put her on the missing persons list. I've done all the routine things. I can't do anything else.
But don't you see, she didn't just get up and walk off somewhere. She's been kidnapped.
But you say you didn't see anyone. No cars, no strangers, no evidence of any kind. I'd send out every squad car I'd got, but where'll I go?
Oh, you're quite right. I guess I'm not making much sense. All we can do is wait.
Yep, that's it. All we can do is wait.
Hello?
Miss Fidget,
Yes?
this is Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, sure, Bill Shakespeare. How's the beard?
Is Mrs. Mullet at your house?
Well, no. Why?
She disappeared a few hours ago. I've been calling various people in Dalton, hoping they might have seen her.
Well, no, I haven't seen her.
Oh. Sergeant McCobble?
Yes, Bill?
No word yet?
No word yet, Bill?
I'm going to bed, Sergeant. I'm exhausted. But call me the second she turns up, no matter what time it is.
You bet, Bill.
Yes?
Good morning. This is Leonidas.
Oh, hello, Mr. Witherell. No, she's not home yet.
I see. All right. Thank you. Coming. 1 second. Mrs. Mullet. Thank heavens. Are you all right?
Well, I can still stand up.
What's happened to you? I've been frantic. Why, it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been gone almost 24 hours.
Mr. Witherall, I was kidnapped.
Oh, I thought so. Oh, here, sit down. Would you like some water? You look peaked.
Oh, my face is dirty, isn't it? And my hat, it's not on straight.
Yes. But go on. Tell me the story.
Well, remember when I went to answer the door?
Yes?
Well, I opened the door and I didn't see anyone. So I stuck my head out and presto, someone took hold of my arms and put a blindfold over my eyes.
Did you recognize anyone?
No, it was dark, and it all happened so fast. I'd know their voices, though.
Where did they take you?
Well, I don't know exactly. They made me walk down the street, and we got into a car. Then we went for a ride. Not long, about 10 or 15 minutes, I'd say.
What did they talk about in the car?
Nothing. Not till we got there.
Where?
Some house. I think they took me into the cellar, because from the street we walked down, not upstairs.
Then what happened?
They took my keys. I've got the keys to everybody's house I take care of. Why, I'd more than a dozen of them. Well, they never took the blindfold off. They just took the keys. Then they started to talk about Mr. Twink.
Mr. Twink?
Yes, I take care of his house. It's on Blackstone Road.
Oh.
Mr. Twink's on vacation. He went to Canada last week, and he left the key to his place with me.
Yes, evidently they wanted to get into Mr. Twink's home. Do you know why?
Well, sure I do. He not only left the key to his front door, he left the key to his safe. Besides, he told me the combination of the little door inside.
Why did he do that?
Well, Mr. Twink has a lot of confidence in me.
Oh, justifiably, yes.
You see, he has a lot of silverware in the safe, and he wanted me to clean them. Then there's some bonds. I had a bit of business to tend to for him.
Of course, your executive ability would help there.
Yes, I had to clip some coupons for him.
It's obvious those men were after all those valuables in the safe.
Oh, they were after the safe, all right. After they had the keys, they asked me to tell them Mr. Twink's combination, but I wouldn't. They tried just about everything they could think of.
But they didn't hurt you, I hope.
Well, they were going to. First, they offered me some money.
Which you spurned.
I wouldn't touch it.
No.
Then they argued with me and argued.
But you were firm.
Like a rock.
Excellent.
Then they went away somewhere, but they came back a few hours later. Fact is, they went away several times. And every time they came back, they asked me about that combination again.
Did they treat you very roughly?
Well, not like in one of those Hazeltine stories you write. But they wouldn't give me anything to eat. And when I got sleepy, they kept waking me up.
Oh.
And they were all set to really hurt me. But I got out.
You escaped? Ingenious.
Mm-hmm. That part was just like in one of your stories. I was tied to the chair, you see. And after a while, it got very quiet. I was sure they'd gone off somewhere. So I did what Hazeltine always does. I wiggled and squirmed. And finally, I got one hand loose. Then I untied the other knots and got the blindfold off.
What did you see?
Nothing. It was pitch black. So I just sneaked up to where I saw some lights coming through a door. And when I got to it, I just ran for all I was worth. I didn't look back for a second. I just ran and ran.
Did you come out of the cellar?
Yes.
Well, did you notice where you were?
Well, I was so tired and dizzy, I just ran around for a while without knowing where I was. I was too frightened to think. And then I fell down.
Oh, my.
Oh, I must have stayed there by the side of the road for a long, long time. When I came to, it was light, so I hurried over here. The road where I fell down was near the highway.
Highway G8, going toward Carnarvon?
Well, I think so. I've never been out that way before.
G8 toward Carnarvon.
Yes, that's it. That's where we'll start.
Start?
Well, aren't we going back there to capture that gang, just like Hazeltine would?
We're certainly not. You and I alone?
Hazeltine captures a gang alone.
Mrs. Mullet, the lieutenant is a fictional character, a product of my imagination.
But, Mr. Witherall...
practically speaking, the possibility of you and me capturing that gang, as you put it, is absurd. Besides, if they're really an organized gang, the chances are very good we'd never live through such an escapade.
Well, if you think I'm going to let those rascals go scot-free after kidnapping me, you're all wrong, Mr. Witherall. I'm going to teach them a lesson if I have to do it myself.
Mrs. Mullet, your intentions, however firm, wouldn't be very convincing in the face of a machine gun.
Well, machine gun or not, I'm going to find out who grabbed me. You come along. You're very smart about these things.
I don't think it'd be a battle of wits. It might be confined to gunplay.
Well, you can stay if you want to. Of course, Hazeltine never just sit there.
Mrs. Mullet, why not let the police handle it? I'll call Sergeant McCobble.
Yes.
This is definitely a problem for the sergeant.
Police headquarters, Sergeant McCobble.
This is Leonidas Witherall, Sergeant. Mrs. Mullet's just come back.
Swell, Bill. I'm glad to hear it. Say, where was she?
She was kidnapped.
She was? Well, who did it?
We don't know. Of course, she has some clues.
Yeah? Well, anything definite?
Well, not too definite, no.
Oh. Well, look, Bill, I was just leaving. There's been a big robbery. Now, you keep Mrs. Mullet at your place, and I'll drop by as soon as I finish this job. How's that?
But, Sergeant...
Sorry, Bill. Can't spare time to talk about it now. See you later.
But I
Bye.
thought... hello. Hello. Oh, he hung up.
Well, the police coming?
Not just yet. Soon.
Soon? You think I'm going to sit here and give those crooks a chance to get away? I'm going right now.
No, wait. You can't go after those men alone.
Well, you can come or not, but here I go.
All right. My car's outside. I'll go along. At least I may be able to keep you from getting yourself killed. Come along. I imagine the only way to locate this house is for you to recall every sound you heard, every small detail you can remember about that automobile ride.
Well, now, let's see. First thing was the bakery.
Bakery?
Yes, we'd been riding along about a minute when I smelled a bakery. Can't mistake it, you know.
Get right in. That's it. Your acquaintance with the shops in town should help. Whose bakery is about a minute's drive?
Well, let me think. Oh, Dougal's. It's the only one that's anywhere near your house.
Then we'll head for Dougal's. What did you notice after that?
Well, there was the bakery, then the tracks. I felt the car going over tracks.
Railroad tracks. We'll drive to Dougal's and then see which way we have to go to cross the tracks.
Fine. Now we're accomplishing something. We'll catch those crooks, Mr. Witherall. Step on it. There's the bakery.
And the tracks are off to the left, up this street. So we'll turn left.
There are the tracks right up ahead there.
Yes. Look at that car coming toward us.
The big black one?
Seems the driver's crazy. The way he's swerving from side to side.
Maybe it's those gangsters. They didn't want to kill us.
Let go the wheel. Let go the wheel. You all right, Mrs. Mullet? They came within 2 inches of turning us over.
Yes, I was so scared there for a minute. Do you think it was the gangsters?
It's very possible. They may have followed you. They may know we're heading for their hangout.
I'm not turning back, either.
You're not? That car wasn't a sufficiently dramatic example of what may happen?
We're going right straight ahead. Now, let me think. After the track, there was the water. I heard water.
Much water? A brook?
No, it was louder than that. Sort of a waterfall.
How much time elapsed between the tracks and the water?
Well, I don't know. I'd say another few minutes.
Well, there's a crossroads up ahead. I wonder which road leads to a waterfall. I don't know of any waterfall in this section. I'll try going right. Sure you heard that?
Positive. Could you go any faster?
Mrs. Mullet, if I'm going to get into a wild gun battle, I'd like to appreciate the beauties of the countryside before I expire.
But they'll get away, Mr. Witherall. They'll be gone before we get there.
Well, I admit I find myself harboring a wish that will prove to be true. I can't remember looking forward to an appointment with less anticipation.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall. We'll nab 'em just like in the Hazeltine stories. Hazeltine to the rescue!
Oh, shades of Shakespeare.
Say, Mr. Witherall, you were lucky turning to the right.
Lucky?
Well, sure. There's the little waterfall.
Yes.
After the water, we went to the house. Oh, while I was in the cellar, I heard waxing machines.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'd know that sound anywhere. They were doing the floors above us. Lots of hustle-bustle going on.
Well, at least after I get shot, I've a beautifully waxed floor to collapse on.
I wonder where that house is.
Well, it must be the one up ahead. There aren't any others around. Well, it couldn't be that house, though. I'm sure it belongs to Mr. Beagle. I heard he'd taken a house out here, a big estate.
Mr. Beagle? Why, I know him. He couldn't have done it.
No, he's one of the most active citizens in Dalton. Charitable, public-spirited.
I know, but I'd still say that's the house that took me to.
It's not possible.
Well, drive a bit closer anyway.
All right. In fact, we can stop here if you wish. Exquisite home, isn't there?
Now, exquisite or not, that's the place. The gang's in there. Now we'll rush over and grab them.
The architect... We'll what?
Grab them.
Oh, don't be so enthusiastic. It's unhealthy. Let's walk over.
Why, say, look at the lights. There's a party going on in there.
There certainly is. A party. Strange. If this is the house.
Well, there's not another one around. We followed the sounds in order.
But why would a party be going on? You know, Mrs. Mullet, this is beginning to intrigue me. You heard them waxing floors. Now there's a party. That makes sense.
Of course.
I'm going in. Suppose you walk down the road to the nearest gasoline station and call Sergeant McCobble. Tell him to come over, just in case you're right.
But it's Mr. Beagle's house. You just gone storming into the party?
Not storming, gently breezing in.
But didn't you say if the gangsters are there, you'd be shot?
I want to know who kidnapped you, Mrs. Mullet. I also want to know why a party should be going on in this house. If this is where you were, yes, I'm going to take the chance. And if I get shot, well, as the gentleman I'm supposed to resemble has written, there's a destiny that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
Now you're talking like Hazeltine.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Mullet. Now, let's see. Mr. Beagle came to Dalton about a year ago. Wealthy, intelligent, well-liked. It's very puzzling.
Be careful.
Oh, I shall. And you be quick. I may need the sergeant badly.
All right. Bye, Mr. Witherall. Good luck.
Bye.
Yes?
Mr. Beagle?
That's me.
I'm Leonidas Witherall.
Oh, yes, the man who looks like Shakespeare.
Well, I hope I'm on time for all the festivities.
What? What'd you say?
I said I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no, you're not late, no, but,
There's Cornelia Winterbloom.
hello.
And Susan Dorm.
Yes.
Witherall, look at that.
I didn't know we had so many mutual friends, Mr. Beagle.
Oh, didn't you? Makes it very cozy, doesn't it?
Yes, very.
Did you want something? You seem to be looking around.
Thank you. I was just admiring the decor. Splendid. I'd like to see the upstairs section, too, sometime.
You're the curious type, aren't you?
Oh, no, I'm merely interested in decoration, furniture.
Witherall, I didn't invite you.
You didn't? Well, someone did telephone me.
Nobody telephoned you.
Oh, well, perhaps it was a card. Yes, Mrs. Mullet, my housekeeper, brought the card to me with the morning mail. You know Mrs. Mullet?
Yes, I do.
Well, she works for quite a lot of people in town. Works for me and Mr. Twink. Do you know Mr. Twink?
Did you say you wanted to see the rest of the house?
Oh, I don't want to disturb you now with this party going on.
Well, I'll have my friend show you the place. You can start downstairs, in the cellar.
In the cellar?
Yes. You'll be very interested in what I have in the cellar. Louis, Jackie.
What's the matter, boss? What do you want?
I want you to show the house to Mr. Witherall. Take him down in the cellar first.
I got you. Come on, pal. We're going on a sightseeing tour.
Well, thank you, but perhaps later, eh?
Why don't you play something hot? Let's dance. Oh, yes.
You fellas show Witherall the cellar now. Come on, Maestro. Play something hot, will you?
And make it good and loud, huh, boys?
Sure. That's a great idea.
Okay, let's go, Witherall. Witherall, I said let's go downstairs.
Oh, yes, but later. Oh, Cornelia.
Yes, Leonidas.
Cornelia, may I have this dance?
Why, certainly. But it's hot swing. I've never seen you jitterbug, Leonidas.
I never have, but I'm going to do it now. Excuse me, gentlemen. Come on, Cornelia. As the boys at Meredith say, what is that phrase? Manufacture a rug? Oh, yes, let's cut a rug.
Leonidas! Oh, Leonidas, where in the world are you dancing to? We're going off the floor.
It's rather crowded here. I thought there'd be more room by that window. It leads to the terrace, I think.
Well, all right. Say, you're doing very well. I never thought Shakespeare could dance this way.
Oh, yes. If we can, just dance toward that French window, I could get out by the terrace.
Get out? What are you talking
May
about?
I cut in, Mrs. Winterbloom?
Oh, why, yes, of course. Do you mind, Leonidas?
Oh, I was enjoying this, so I hate to leave you.
Come with me, Witherall.
Let's go, Mrs. Winterbloom.
Oh, bye, Leonidas.
I'm waiting.
Yes, Louis. Sorry to keep you. You know, I've suddenly lost all interest in going into the cellar.
You're going there anyway. And don't try anything, Toots.
Toots, you embarrass me.
Don't go tossing off a couple of hints about what's cooking here. Because what's in my pocket ain't no water pistol.
Cooking? A pistol?
Leonidas Witherall! My goodness, you rascal. Why didn't you come over and speak to me?
Well, I've been busy, Toots. Susan.
Well, just you come over here to this sofa and sit down and chat with me. Will you pardon us?
Huh?
Pardon us. Come on, Leonidas.
Oh, I'm delighted, Mrs. Drap.
Well, how have you been? I haven't seen you in weeks. Mixed up in any murders lately?
I'm mixed up in one right now. Hopelessly mixed up.
Oh, really? Young man, Louis.
Yeah?
Would you do me a favor and get me some more punch, please?
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Give me the glass, Duchess.
Gimme, Duchess?
Yes. Curious guest, isn't he? Now, Leonidas, tell me all about it. Who's been killed?
No one yet.
No?
But they will be at any moment.
Well, why don't you stop it?
I'm afraid I can't.
Oh, Leonidas, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you?
Oh, no. On the contrary, I'm talking shoulder to shoulder.
Oh.
Legs, shoulders. If this keeps up, we'll need some ration points.
Oh, how droll of you. Well, who's going to be killed?
I am.
Oh, now I know you're just teasing me.
No, Susan, I'm going to be shot within a few seconds.
You know, that's what I like about you, Leonidas. You've such an extraordinary sense of humor.
Huh?
Yes. Well, who's going to shoot you? Cornelia? Me?
One of Mr. Beagle's friends.
Oh.
Susie, I've got to get out of here. Would you walk toward the front door with me?
Of course. I adore these games. We played murder at a party last week, but we didn't act it out this way. It was a quiz game called Stump It or Lump It.
Yes, the quiz I'm in now might be called Answer It or Drop Dead.
Really? Is Louis in it?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, you know Beagle does get the most exciting ideas for his parties. Well, come on. We'll sneak toward the front door, eh?
Yes, do it very casually, though. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Walk slowly.
Yes.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't seen me.
I see. You'll sneak out, and then we'll all look for you. Is that it?
I'm going to back up against this door and grab the knob.
Mm-hmm.
Smile, Susan. Smile at everyone.
I am. Oh, I am. Isn't this more fun?
I've got the knob in my hand.
Uh-huh.
Now I'll turn it.
Yes.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Talk.
Yes?
Talk about something. Or anything at all.
Oh, I see. To distract them, huh? Well, you know, I saw the most darling hat yesterday, Leonidas. I was in New York.
The knob's turned.
I just couldn't resist it. It was...
I'm all set now.
You know, it was one of those little stores on
Ready?
Broadway.
Going somewhere with the roll?
Oh.
Jackie, confound it.
Don't leave now. The party's just getting warmed up.
It's at a fever heat, if you ask me.
Stick around. There's going to be plenty of fireworks.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, Leonidas, he saw you. So I guess the game's spoiled. Call me when you want to start a new one, will you? How about musical chairs? I just love
Now, you fooled around enough with her all. Now you're going downstairs.
You'll have to make me. I'm not going into the cellar.
Come on, Jackie. Beagle's getting impatient. The door to the cellar's over there with her all.
I'll not budge one step.
Oh, you won't, huh? You want to play rough? Okay, Bud, you asked for it.
All right, turn the lights on, boys. Stay where you are. Oh, yeah, don't try anything either.
What's this all about?
Well, where's Bill Shakespeare? Anybody see Leonidas Witherall?
Don't you see him, Sergeant? There were shots.
I heard the shots, Mrs. Mullet. But I don't see him anywhere, do you?
Why, Leonidas was here just a minute ago.
Oh, well, he might be upstairs. See this stairway? All right, come on.
Goodness. He wasn't playing a game after all.
We'll go upstairs and... Say, wait. Well, if it isn't Louie and Jackie. How are you, boys? You fellas haven't been in town bothering me for a long time. They're probably in this Friscom. Okay.
We didn't do nothing. Leave me alone.
All right, shut up, you two, before I hands you your heads. What'd you do with Bill Shakespeare?
He beat it when the lights went out.
Who turned him out?
I did. We were playing a little game. So what?
Oh, little game, eh? Carrying those guns? Hold them, boys. Let's go, Mrs. Mullet. We're going upstairs.
Sergeant, they're in this, all right. I recognize their voices. Why, they're the two fellas that took me into the car.
Well, the boys will watch them till we get back. Then we'll have a nice, long talk with them. Come on up.
Yes.
Bill? Hey, Bill. Where are you?
Oh, I just...
You all right?
I hope nothing's happened to him.
Wait, I'll try this door. Nope, nothing doing. Well, we get down the hallway here. He might be down there.
Oh, hurry, Sergeant. They may have shot him.
Now, I don't see Beagle anywhere either. I'll bet he's with Bill. Wait, I'll try this room.
Ah, Sergeant McCobble and Mrs. Mullet. Won't you come in?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
Oh, a bit winded, that's about all.
Say, Bill, didn't you hear us calling?
Why, only just now, you see, the door was closed, and Mr. Beagle and I were having a very spirited and noisy conversation. Have your friends seen Louie and Jackie?
We got 'em, Bill. But now tell me, what happened?
Why, there's Mr. Twink's silverware.
Yes, the entire contents of Mr. Twink's safe is there on Mr. Beagle's bed, I believe.
Well...
do you care to explain, Mr. Beagle?
I'm not saying a word. I'm explaining nothing. I don't have to talk here.
I put out the lights, Sergeant, when Louie and Jackie were about to exterminate me.
Mm-hmm.
In the dark, I ducked and ran upstairs. I was sure Mr. Beagle would be planning to leave with his loot.
Why, that's the stuff I've been looking for all day. This is the robbery I was working on before.
Really?
Yeah.
Mr. Beagle wasn't quite the outstanding citizen we thought. After he took the keys from Mrs. Mullet, he gave them to Louie and Jackie. They robbed the safe, while Mr. Beagle was purposely giving a party for some of the best-known people in Dalton, as a perfect excuse for his whereabouts during the robbery. Then Louie and Jackie came back to divide the loot, but unfortunately, I suddenly appeared as an uninvited guest.
Oh, so they tried to get rid of you first, eh? I get it. Come on, Beagle, come on.
Relax, will you? Who do you think you're pushing around?
Now, Mr. Beagle, if you'll be so good as to return Mrs. Mullet her keys.
Well, Mr. Witherall, guess we did as well as Hazeltine anyway, didn't we?
Oh, we did just as well, Mrs. Mullet.
Say, what were you doing all the time I was fetching the sergeant?
Dancing to Hot Swing.
To Hot Swing?
Yes, that's mood music for a nervous breakdown.
Oh. Well, as Mr. Mullet used to say when he was alive, Give me a nice old-fashioned waltz every time.
Yes, I agree. Let's go, Mrs. Mullet.
Wait a minute, Bill. Where are you going? She's a witness.
Oh, couldn't you spare the witness for just a few minutes, Sergeant?
Spare her? What for?
For a nice old-fashioned waltz. Shall we, Mrs. Mullet?
Why, Mr. Witherall.
This is Jerry Hendiga saying stay tuned for more of these great old radio classics.
If you live in or near New York, or if you plan to visit New York soon, we invite you to attend a broadcast of Leonidas Witherall. Just write a postcard with your name and address and send it to Bill Shakespeare. That's what Leonidas' friends call him. Bill Shakespeare, care of WOR, New York 18. We'll be glad to send tickets free of charge. Remember, to receive free tickets to a Leonidas Witherall program, send a note tonight to Bill Shakespeare, WOR, New York 18. The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall is heard over most of these mutual stations every Sunday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime and comes to you from the stage of the WOR Mutual Playhouse in New York. This is Mutual.
The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight, in our study of the cliché, let's take a gander at hard work never killed anyone. You can never prove that by Danny Braden. Danny is the dark-haired boy in a small furnished apartment on Chicago's South Side. Danny is what is known in the trade as a solitary drinker, and he's just made an amazing discovery. Your liquor goes a lot further that way.
Danny.
What the devil do you want, Thelma?
I don't want to nag you, darling.
You're certainly giving a darn good imitation.
I only meant...
What's the matter? You deaf? See who that is.
Sure, darling. Just a minute, I'm coming. Yes?
I'm looking for a Danny Braden.
What do you want with him?
I'm an old buddy of his from L.A. Just tell him it's Jack Bucktel.
Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, hiya, Danny. Good to see you.
What do you want, Bucktel?
Now, is that any way to talk? Your little girl here would think you weren't glad to see me.
She'd be right.
That's gratitude for you. And to think the minute I stepped off that bus, I made tracks right over here.
Shouldn't have bothered.
Was no bother at all. How you doing, Danny?
Swell.
You don't look it.
Well, you know me, Buck. I never believed in being ostentatious.
Can you use $100,000?
Are you kidding?
Darling.
Shut up.
What?
Where can we talk?
What's the matter with this?
Two things. One, you haven't invited me in.
What's the other?
Her.
They're both no problems. All right, Thelma, go take yourself a walk.
No. You're going to get mixed up in something.
Don't you understand English?
Oh.
I make it a nice long walk, like from here to Evanston. Well?
All right, Danny.
Better call me before you come home.
I like a girl who can mind.
Sit down.
Thanks.
You, said something about $100,000?
Oh, not so fast, Danny boy. There are one or two things we got to iron out first.
Such as?
I got to be protected.
Okay.
Then, sign right here.
What is this?
Just a little agreement that we split 50-50 on your income for the next 10 years.
You think I'd be stupid enough to sign this?
Why? What do you got to lose?
Well, if I went to work, you...
You wouldn't do a thing like that.
Don't be so smart.
Let's not kid each other, Danny. I know you from a way back. You got no more intention of doing an honest day's work than I have. Now, if you want to sign that agreement, okay. If you don't, that's all right, too.
Give me a pen.
Mm-hmm. Here you are.
Daniel M. Braden. How's that?
Oh, it's fine.
Now, what's the deal?
You remember a little girl you were married to named Gloria Mason?
This your idea of a gag?
How long has it been since she got killed in that fire?
What are you, a comic?
Just humor me for a couple of minutes, will you?
Well, 6 years ago.
As I recall, they never did find her body.
Nothing left to find. Just some silver bridge work.
I bet she can afford platinum now.
What are you babbling about?
She's alive, Danny.
You're nuts.
She started that fire herself.
What? Why?
Get away from you?
What kind of crack is that?
I tell you, Gloria's right here in town. Only she calls herself Glenda.
Glenda?
Yeah. That isn't all she changed. She doesn't have that red hair anymore. And she's married.
Married?
Uh-huh. To a fellow named Phil Stacy.
Phil? The Stacy that owns the Belmont Casino?
Uh-huh. I understand she's nuts about him.
You must be out of your mind.
Well, there's one way to convince yourself. Go up and see. And while you're at it, you might ask her for a couple of bucks. You know, so you can afford a cab back. I'm sure she wouldn't want her husband to walk.
Yes?
Well, what do you know?
What?
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Look, mister.
What's the matter, Gloria? Don't you recognize your one and only? It's Danny.
If you don't get out of here...
What'll you do, scream?
Yes.
I'll go right ahead.
Phil! Phil!
Of course, we both know he isn't home. I made sure of that.
Now, look, mister. I don't know who you are.
Oh, now, Gloria. You couldn't have forgotten all we meant to each other?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe I know a way to show you. Does that bring back fond memories?
What do you want, Danny?
I knew it would ring a bell.
What do you want?
Only what's mine. You.
No.
Oh, now you're my wife, honey. You don't know how I missed you.
I'm sure you found someone else to beat up.
Oh, now, Gloria. Oh, I beg your pardon, Glenda. There never was anyone like you. Well, what do you say you pack your bags and I'll take you home?
Let me go.
Oh, come on, sweetie. You'll love it. Once you get used to the bugs.
What are you after?
I told you. You. I only hope Phil won't be disappointed.
You're not going to say a word to him. I'll kill you if you do.
Well, he's bound to find out. After all, he thinks he's married to you.
How much do you want?
Now, you think I came here for money?
How much do you want?
I never thought of it like that. But, if you'd rather stick with Phil, why, far be it from me to interfere with your happiness. Let's make it $5,000. That's a nice round figure.
Don't be a fool. Where would I get it?
Oh, it doesn't have to be cash, honey. I'll take your check. I'm sure you wouldn't stop payment.
How do I know you won't be back again?
Of course I will, Glenda. You're my wife. Now, what kind of husband would I be not to drop by when I'm in the neighborhood? And I intend to be around real often.
Hello.
Oh, Thelma. How goes the battle?
Who is this?
Jack Buxell. Is Danny around?
Just a second. It's for you, Danny.
Who is it?
Mr. Bucktel.
Hello.
Hiya, Danny.
Fine.
How'd you make out?
How'd I make out?
I understand you were up to see Mrs. Stacy this afternoon.
Where do you understand that from?
Oh, I got ways and means at my disposal. How did we do?
We didn't do.
I don't get you, Danny.
Very simple, Buck. This isn't the right dame.
Listen, friend.
Well, I ought to know. I was married to her.
Look, boy, don't try to hop me around.
Never entered my mind. Sorry it worked out this way, Buck. But maybe we can get together on something else sometime. Give me a call if you get any ideas.
Some more coffee, Glenda?
What?
I asked if you wanted some more coffee.
Oh, no, thanks, Phil.
What's the trouble, baby?
Trouble?
We haven't said 2 words since we sat down.
Well, I've got a slight headache.
You want some aspirin?
No, I'll be all right.
Maybe if you ate something.
I'm not hungry.
You haven't been hungry for a week.
If you don't stop picking on me...
Sorry, honey.
No, it's my fault, Phil. I'm just on edge.
Well, I'm going to call Doc Wilburn.
No, I don't want you to. I tell you, I'm perfectly all right.
Then what's bothering you?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear.
Look, Glinda, I promised when we got married I'd never ask any questions.
I know that, Phil, and I appreciate it.
But if something's worrying you and you want to tell Papa, he'll always be ready to listen. Remember that.
1, 2, 3.
Hello?
Hello, Doris. This is Danny Braden.
Oh, hiya, Danny.
My missus there?
Huh, what?
Thelma.
No, she ain't.
Oh. I just got in to find a note saying she's going over to see you.
Well, she left here 10 minutes ago. I think she had an appointment with John J. Malone.
Who?
You know, that lawyer fella.
What does she want with Malone?
Well, I don't know, Dan... Oh, gee. I shouldn't have told you. You won't say nothing.
Don't you worry, Doris. I won't breathe it to a...
Danny!
Just a second. I said just a second. Yeah?
I'm looking for John J. Malone.
Have you tried the Prescott building? I understand he's got an office there.
His secretary told me he's never in.
Oh.
And then she said if it was real important, I could find him here.
She's just a great big blabbermouth, ain't she?
Uh-huh.
Skip it. Come on in, Mrs.
Oh, Braden. Thelma Braden.
Sit down.
Well...
You don't have to worry. I won't bite. I left my uppers in my other head.
What?
Hey, don't try to figure it out. It's not worth it. What's your problem?
Problem?
There must be an echo in here.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Malone. It's just that I'm nervous.
Why?
Well, I've never done anything like this before. Danny would kill me if he knew.
Danny, I take it, is your husband.
Yes.
Want a divorce?
Oh, no.
Then what is it?
Well, you see, I married Danny 3 years ago after his first wife died in a fire.
Well?
Well, just for the sake of argument, suppose she didn't die. Suppose she was still alive.
Well, then she's still his wife. It doesn't matter.
Oh, don't stop on my account, Malone.
Didn't your mother ever teach you to knock, Lieutenant?
She also taught me not to be noisy. Sit down, Lieutenant. Thanks, I will.
Look, Brooks, I happen to be very busy.
And you're going to be a lot busier before the day is over.
Pay no attention to him, Thelma.
I'm afraid she's going to have to. I'm with the police, Mrs. Braden.
What?
How did you know her name was Braden?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know about her. She's 31, blonde, and recently widowed.
Widowed?
All right, Sidney, what are you getting at?
Her husband was murdered an hour ago.
No.
Yes.
You're lying. You're making this all up.
Ah, you know better.
Are you accusing her?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Thelma. Didn't they tell you Malone was amazing? Why, with him on your side, all you can possibly lose is your life. Ain't that a comforting thought?
You're listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. East and West meet as Mr. Moto moves swiftly against those who would corrupt and destroy freedom-loving people everywhere. On the national front, Martin Caine, Private Eye, will find himself involved in plenty of action as he becomes involved in whirlwind adventures beginning July 1st. Mr. Moto and Martin Caine, 2 invitations to suspense, intrigue, and mystery over your favorite NBC station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
There's one nice thing you can say for my apartment. It's convenience. Within the space of 5 minutes, I had 2 visitors, and both gifted conversationalists. The first was Thelma Braden, the second, Lieutenant Brooks, and the dialogue was real scintillating. Then Brooks got started on a monologue. That's when the party got dull.
It's my duty to warn you, Mrs. Braden, that anything you say may be used in evidence.
Why don't you shut up? Can't you see she's in a state of shock? Thelma,
Huh?
can you understand me?
He said I killed Danny.
He didn't mean it.
Didn't I?
Now, look, Sidney, use your head. Where's her motive?
Oh, you're just talking to pad your part. Where's her motive? Why, that husband of hers used to beat her like she was whipped cream.
That's not true.
Are you kidding? The neighbors told me he cuffed you around regularly.
I didn't care.
Then why were you consulting Malone?
Well,
That's a confidential matter. How did you know she was here?
My friend must have told him.
You mean Doris? You're right.
Now, listen to me, Thelma. Remember that matter we were discussing before he walked in?
What?
Well, you know about this girl you knew whose husband thought she was dead?
The girl I knew.
Yeah, the one who was supposed to be burned in that fire. What was her name?
I can't think.
You've got to, Thelma.
Look, is this a private game, or can a stranger take a hand?
It's private.
It's Stacy. Glenda Stacy.
Phil Stacy's wife?
I don't know.
Well, I'll check. You go along with Brooks now.
You mean I can have her?
Don't get your hopes up, Lieutenant. She's only for a lend. I'll be back for her after I look up another prospect.
Come in.
Hello, Phil.
Well, if it isn't the amazing Mr. Malone. Come on in.
Thanks. Hey, it's quite a place. You know, I've never been up here.
Like it?
Why shouldn't I? Didn't I furnish it?
What are you talking about?
Well, I figure with the dough I dropped at your club, I must have at least bought the drapes.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Drink?
What do you got?
Scotch?
That's my boy.
Say when.
Yes, one of those things. Just one. Whoop.
Yeah.
What about you?
No, I'll sit this one out.
Well, like they say, here's to crime.
All right, Malone, what's in your mind?
Well, can't a man just drop around for a sociable drink?
Not if you're the man.
Well, I was kind of hoping to meet your wife. I've heard a lot about her. She around?
No.
When will she be back?
I have no idea.
In that case, suppose we have a little talk.
Does it concern Glenda?
Vitally.
Then I don't want to hear it. I don't discuss my wife with strangers.
How do you know I'm a stranger? Maybe Glenda and I have a big romance brewing.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
You know my reputation.
Yeah, you're a sucker for a long shot.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take it any way you like.
Look, Phil, I want to be on the level with you. I represent a Thelma Braden.
I told you I wasn't interested.
Well, you ought to be, because your wife...
That's enough, Malone. I think you better go.
You know, Phil, you're a remarkable guy. There are not many men around who would trust their wives so implicitly.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I would. Thanks for the drink, and tell Glenda I was sorry to miss her. Maybe I'll catch her on the next round.
That you, Glenda?
Yes, Bill?
Look here. Let me help you with those packages.
Oh, thanks, darling.
How do you feel?
Oh, much better.
Good. Would you like a drink?
I'd love it.
You sit down right over here, and Pop will take care of it. Did you bring the evening papers?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, it doesn't matter. All the news is bad. Which reminds me, John J. Malone was up to see you this afternoon.
Who?
You know, a lawyer.
But he's representing Thelma. What did he want?
I didn't give him a chance to say. Hey, don't you want your drink?
What did he say, Phil?
I told you I wouldn't listen to him, but I will to you.
I don't understand.
Look, baby, you know our deal. I never asked you about anything, but if you're in a jam, I want to know about it.
I tell you, everything's fine, darling.
All right, Glenda. Let it be like you say, everything's fine. And Malone or no Malone, Papa's going to keep it that way.
Tom.
Mr. Malone?
That's right.
I'm so glad to find you in. You don't know the trouble I had getting your address.
You shouldn't have bothered.
Oh, I don't mind.
All right, let's get it over with.
I beg your pardon?
Look, Junior, this is an old story to me, though generally I find him waiting inside. Weren't you sent here to warn me off?
How in the world did you know that?
I'm amazing. Besides, that bulge in your pocket gave you away.
Oh, you mean this old thing.
Hey, isn't that kind of heavy for a little man like you to carry? But then that makes you a big man, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely.
Who sent you, Glenda Stacy?
And why would Mrs. Stacy want to do that?
Because we both know she killed Danny Braden.
Did she?
Absolutely. She was legally married to Braden, and he was probably shaking her down.
Oh, so she took the obvious way out.
See my point?
Well, isn't there something you're overlooking?
You're right.
Pardon?
I'd completely forgotten about her husband. Did Phil send you?
Oh, why should he?
Well, by his own admission...
Oh, I wouldn't, if I were you.
I was just trying to get a cigarette.
Yes, well, you can smoke mine. No nicotine.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Now, you were saying?
Oh, yeah. Phil would do anything in the world for his wife.
Would he?
Well, that's what he claimed, and I see no... Wait a minute.
Now, don't tell me you thought of something else.
Yes, indeed. Danny must have just recently found out Glenda was living.
Would you believe I've no idea what you're talking about?
Well, it doesn't matter. I was just thinking out loud. You mind?
No, not at all.
Well, the way I see it, Danny must have learned about Glenda in the past few weeks. Otherwise, this whole affair would have been precipitated a long time ago. Now, how did Danny find out?
May I offer a suggestion?
Please do.
Maybe he saw her on the street.
No, that's too convenient. There has to be another party who supplied the information.
Does he?
That's the only way it adds up. Now, who could have tipped off Danny that Glenda was alive?
I have no idea.
Well, thanks anyway, friend. You've been real sweet to let me run on like this. Oh! What's the matter, kid? Can't you take it down there? Yeah, I know. I ought to be ashamed for hitting anyone smaller than myself, but you don't think a bully like me would hit anyone bigger.
C-O-N-C. Hey, Sussman, how do you spell consensus?
Don't tell him, Hank. You know stool pigeon.
Oh, no. Make for the hills, men. That man's here again.
Look, you idiot, I want to talk to you.
No speaker to English.
I'm not kidding, Lieutenant. I got the whole thing figured out.
When haven't you?
I'm serious. Thelma Braden didn't kill her husband.
Well, naturally you'd say that.
Naturally, and I've just been with the boy who can prove it.
Well, why didn't you bring him with you?
He was in no condition to travel. He had a gun, and I saw no point in letting him use it.
Coward. Who sent him?
Well, he wouldn't say, but I'd be willing to hazard a guess.
All right, let's hear it.
Try and stay with me. Now, Danny Braden was blackmailing Phil Stacy's wife.
Why?
Because she was really Danny's wife. She was never legally married to Phil.
And this couldn't possibly be as confusing as you make it sound.
Well, if you think it's rough, wait till you hear the rest. Danny thought she was dead. Recently, he learned she was alive. Now, that information had to come from someone. Who was it?
Well, you tell me. I'm the schlemiel, remember?
Okay. It came from the same guy who sent that punk junior grade around to knock me off.
And who's that?
Phil Stacy.
Are you out of your mind?
Well, who'd be in a better position to know all about Glenda's background?
Well, why would Phil want to blackmail his own wife?
That's what I keep telling you. She's not his wife.
All right, why do you want to blackmail Glenda? He's in the chips.
Where do you suppose that bankroll came from originally?
Glenda?
Sure. She must be the one who's loaded. Phil's past is a mystery. And when Glenda left Danny, she must have waltzed off with all of Danny's dough.
This assumes he had money at one time.
Yeah.
Now, let's see if I understand you. It's your theory Phil was blackmailing Glenda through Danny.
Hooray, you caught on.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to give you credit, Malone. You were right on one count. The information that Glenda was alive did come through a third party, only it wasn't Phil Stacy. It came from a fella named Jack Bucktel.
But if Phil wasn't the one who supplied the information...
Then you were wrong on count two. Yeah, but don't feel too badly. You were 50% right, and for you, that's a 49% improvement. Keep it up, Counselor. You're doing fine.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. They say there's a thin line between the real and the unreal, a place where time stands still, a land of silent mystery. We bring you excursions into the unknown, journeys into the future and through the shadow-filled corridors of the minds of men on Dimension X, a program designed to bring you the unusual. Tom Conway brings us back to reality as the debonair gentleman adventurer Simon Templar, who finds suspense and mystery awaiting him as the Saint. And here's another program note. Be sure to hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, beginning on this station July 1st, and featuring the well-known screen star Lloyd Nolan. Dimension X, The Saint, and Martin Caine, 3 top programs designed for your summer entertainment over NBC, where the chimes are. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
They say you can't keep a good man down, and they're absolutely right. For if Lieutenant Brooks thought he had knocked me out with his haymaker that Jack Bucktel supplied the information to blackmail Glenda, he was wrong. It was a bad blow, all right, but I picked myself right off the floor and stepped into another.
So Phil needed Glenda's dough, huh? Why, you schmo boy. Phil's been in the chips since 1930.
All right, so I made a mistake.
It's nice of you to admit it.
I can't help myself. Where's this Jack Bucktel now?
You know, I had a hunch you'd ask that, and I happen to be prepared with an answer. Sussman, show in Mr. Bucktel.
Never mind, I can make it myself. Listen, Lieutenant, if you know what's good for you...
Don't be silly. If I knew what's good for me, I never would have been a cop. This is John J. Malone.
So?
So act impressed. He's a big man.
Sit down, Bucktel. I want to talk to you.
I got nothing to say.
Lieutenant, could you leave us alone for a couple of minutes?
So you think it's safe? He outweighs you by 40 pounds.
Yeah, on second thought, maybe you better stick around. Now, listen, Bucktel. How much did Danny give you?
What do you mean, how much did he give me?
Of the money he blackmailed from Glenda.
No, he didn't get a dime from her.
So he held out on you?
No, he didn't.
You just admitted there was no split?
That's because there was nothing to split. He told me Glenda wasn't the right girl.
But you knew better.
I knew nothing of the kind.
And when you learned Danny double-crossed you, you killed him.
No.
You went to his apartment and you shot him in the back.
Oh, you're crazy.
All right, Brooks. What are you waiting for? Did you hear him confess?
No.
Well, he practically admitted...
I didn't hear him.
You just haven't been reading between the lines.
And all the reading you've done must have strained your eyes. He couldn't have killed Danny.
Why not?
Because at the time of the murder, he was in Detroit.
He what?
You heard me. Had to fly Sussman there this morning to pick him up.
Well, that doesn't make sense. If he didn't kill Danny...
Then it's barely possible your client did. Well, thanks for helping us out, Malone. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Yes.
I bet you're Glenda Stacy.
I beg your pardon?
My name's John J. Malone. Didn't your husband tell you I was around earlier today?
No, he didn't.
Well, I was. Unfortunately, I missed you.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Malone?
Well, you can invite me in.
I think that'd be a mistake.
Oh, hi, Phil. I didn't see you.
It's pretty obvious. What do you want, Malone?
Well, I just dropped by to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. Can I come in?
All right.
Thanks. This lovely place you have here, Glenda.
Glenda?
Well, I feel I know you so well. After all, I've heard so much about you.
All right, Malone, what do you want?
You were much more hospitable this afternoon. You invited me to have a drink, remember?
What do you want?
I guess I'll have to buy my own. I don't know where the money's going to come from.
Gee, get to the point.
Well, as I started to tell you, I represent a Thelma Braden.
I think you better leave us alone, Glenda.
No, I want to hear this.
I don't blame you, lover. It's pretty good yarn. You see, Thelma was married to a boy named Danny.
You don't have to go into that. We read it in all the papers.
Not all, Phil. You see, Thelma wasn't really married to him. Legally, he was still Glenda's husband.
What?
That's a lie.
You should have told him, lover.
Look, Malone, what are you trying to hand me?
You folks have nothing to worry about. With Danny dead, there's nothing to prevent you from getting remarried.
I don't like those kind of jokes.
It's no joke, Phil. But I did do you an injustice. Some gunzel came up to my apartment early this afternoon, and like a fool, I jumped to two conclusions. One, that you sent him.
Now, look, Malone.
Just hear me out. I also came up with a weird theory that you were behind a blackmail plot to shake down Glenda.
Are you out of your mind?
I must have been. Lieutenant Brooks told me you were the one with the money. I didn't take his word for it, so I checked with your bank. He was right.
Where do you get
I know. I got my nerve. They told me something else. That in the last month, Glenda here issued 4 checks to Danny Braden.
I know about that.
No.
Sure I did, baby.
He's telling the truth, lover. He saw the endorsement.
So,
being the kind of man you are, naturally it took steps. And all of them in the direction of Danny Braden's apartment.
No.
Then later you sent that punk around to scare me off when you thought I was going to hang Danny's murder on Glenda.
Are you trying to say I killed him?
I thought I did.
Why, you know...
Lieutenant! He wants to slug me.
I wish I hadn't come in so fast.
Go on. You're too big a ham to miss a cue. Now fool the public and act like a policeman. Hey, George, how about a little service here?
Oh, what are you complaining about, Malone? We're getting as little as possible.
Oh, I don't know why I come here every week. Everybody's a comic.
Listen, Malone.
What do you want?
How did you know Phil killed Danny Braden?
Well, it all came down to the process of elimination.
Mm-hmm.
You had a cast-iron alibi for Jack Bucktel. So that took care of him. And as far as Glenda was concerned, it wasn't in character for her to commit murder, or she would have done it long ago. Look what she went through to get away from Danny. And then when he turned up again, she paid him off.
Well, maybe she got tired of that.
Never. You know, the first touch is always the hardest for a blackmailer. Once the victim kicks through, from then on, it's clear sailing. So that took care of Glenda and left us Phil.
Well, why didn't he let on to Glenda that he knew about Danny?
Because that's the kind of a guy Phil is. He was crazy about her. If she thought she was keeping something from him, he wasn't going to let on. Now, does that take care of all your questions?
No. This is all well and good about the process of elimination, but there's one party in this deal you overlooked.
Who?
Your client. Why couldn't Thelma have been guilty?
Because you made the pinch. Well, you were right last week, so now it had to be my turn. After all, I'm the one who's amazing. Good night, Lieutenant. story of a man who came up with an interesting theory about life. Then one of his friends shot it full of holes. As a lawyer, I can tell you it was murder. I'll fill you in on the gory details next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations.
I need your help, Steve. I need it badly.
Oh, you don't say hello. How you been? You don't get the old 1-2 greeting like we give in the outfit. When they're going with stuff, you just need help and you need it bad.
I took it for granted.
Yeah, don't we all? All right, do you want help? So why me?
I opened my new drugstore only a month ago.
The, big one you always said you'd be owning.
All right, so I shot my mouth a bit in the forces. But I got responsibilities now. And right now, I've got 'em big.
And they are?
I had a new assistant start Monday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem.
Today, he sold a bottle of cyanide tablets for aspirin.
They call you that strong guy. Steve Strong. But right now, you're sitting in your office, looking through the window at the street lights, painting highlights of blue and orange on the black palette of asphalt. You look at the people crossing from highlights to shadows and heading home. You look at the dazzling displays at shop front. You look at that closed door. And you feel as if you're the only one in the world who's working back. You get that feeling every time you're working at the office after 5. But tonight, you got that feeling strong. But you can't figure why. And then your door opens and your reason for waiting comes in. It's good of you to wait, Steve. The door is shut behind him, and you look at Grant Edward, core man from your outfit in 45. The medic who bragged he'd have his own drugstore one day. And now he's got it. Big, shiny, and spanking new.
I need your help, Steve. I need it badly.
So you don't say hello or how you been. You don't give the old 1-2 greeting like we give in the outfit. When they're going with tough, you just need help and you need it fast.
I took it all for granted.
Yeah, don't we all?
All right, so you want help.
So why me?
I opened my new drugstore only a month ago.
The big one you always said you'd be owning?
All right, so I shut my mouth a bit in the corset. But I got responsibilities now. And right now, I've got 'em big.
And they are?
I had a new assistant start Monday.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And that's a problem?
Today, he sold a bottle of cyanide tablets for aspirin. He what? I know, but it happened. We found a bottle of 25 missing in tonight's poison register chip. But how the... I fell a fast-action headache tablet of my own. I was bottling cyanide tablets into 25 last night before closing, and he was filling with headache tablets nearby. They both carry bottles of 25 tablets. He used one of the bottles labeled aspirin by mistake.
Well, that was last night. The person he sold them to could be dead by now.
We only noticed the mistake tonight. I do a daily check each night on my poison stock and take it off with his list of drugs sold in the poisons registry. There were no sales of cyanide tablets today.
Just how strong are these tablets?
2 can kill a man. And 2 is the dose on the aspirin bottle.
Why didn't you go to the police?
The publicity. It'd kill my business. I've worked and sweated for too long now to lose it inside 2 months. That's why I came to you.
With only me looking for that bottle, it can kill the one who's got it.
But the police, they'll put out a general call. Everybody in town will know.
You ever figured just how much a human life's worth? You ever figured money? No. Because you can't. In the same way you can't figure a human life against the value of a drugstore business, new or old.
So you don't help me.
I never said that. I'll help. But you gotta ring Captain Jim Daly of Homicide first. I don't do it alone.
8 million people's too many for me.
You watch Grant Edwards' face as he rings Daly. You hear Daly do a vocal explosion on the other end of the phone. You watch Edwards' face go pale beneath his summer tan. You watch, and you remember the young medic who always played the big doctor act. The young high and mighty medic who doctored you up in 45 when you were busting out in fever. And then you remember the 72 hours he sat up in one stretch to pull you through. Yeah, you remember all that. But it still doesn't make the scales against another human life. A life that's hanging by a thread of chance. A thin chance that none of those tablets have been taken. Daly said you could stay with me. You figured Daly said a lot more, but you let it ride. Maybe Edwards was a bit high and mighty in the old outfit, but right now he's been whittled down to size. The size of a man in trouble. If you'll help me, Steve, I'd be grateful. You don't just know how grateful.
Oh, why me? Why not the police? I'm only one, remember.
You had a knack of pulling a trick out of a hat once. I'm gambling all I've got on you doing it again.
Well, that's a big gamble. 8 million to 1.
It's not so big. The assistant remembers serving one girl with aspirin. He brought the only bottle of my special headache tablet sold today.
You tell the police that?
Yeah. We're going around to see the assistant now.
I see. And you figure we can find that girl first. Beat the police before they get to sending out the emergency radio and TV calls. And that way save your business, huh? Yeah. Simple. All I gotta do is find one girl and, how many million?
Well, that's not as tough as all that. You see, she's a regular customer, and her first name's Lucy.
You figure how many Lucys there are in this city?
I don't know the house, but I think I know the street she lives in. I walked her home one night.
You did? I seem to remember a wife someplace.
Oh, lay off, Steve. She was just walking my way at closing time, that's all.
So I believe you. All right. You give me all you know, and we try the street door by door.
I can give you a closer bearing than that. She lives between Pitt and Elm off Daymore Road.
You go to Pitt and Elm. You start asking questions to every apartment house janitor and landlady till you find one who's got the answer you want. And it's a big picture of relief you see spreading over Edward's face.
Yeah. Sure, I got a girl that answers that description. And the name of Lucy.
You look at the towering mother of mansions, and she plays you back like she figures you're Lucky Luciano. And all the public enemies rolled into one.
That don't mean you're getting into her room.
We'll settle for her.
What she done?
Nothing.
And what do you want her for?
We're old friends.
You haven't been here before.
We're older friends of here.
She's only 19. She's been here 2 years.
Look here, we haven't got time to bandy words, woman. She's got a bottle of poison by mistake. We've got to stop her from using it.
You mean she doesn't know about it?
Of course she doesn't know about it. You think we'd be pushing stupid questions if we weren't?
All right. You got your shirt running all up your back. You got room 41.
41. All right, give her. Let's get up there fast.
You can't go up.
What?
All right, bright and beautiful. Why?
She's not in. That's why.
So a bottle of poison stays in the room till she comes back.
If you're not the law, you don't get in.
That, my ancient one, is where we differ.
Come on, Gramp. Okay.
You come back. Don't days if the party guests only.
And from now, the notice is changed.
The door's locked. How do we...
38. Let the third one along. Yeah. 41. What like she said, locked. 38. A good door, too.
What are you gonna do?
What do you think? The door's locked, a bottle of death waiting inside. We got no key and no cooperation, so
we'll get after breaking in, damaging private property.
Yeah.
Roger.
You broke my door down. Get the...
After you, Mr. Edward.
You think we should? I mean, we could.
No, hey, you want your tablet, don't you? And the door's open. Get in. Wide open. Wanted your tablets my way, so you get them my way.
All right, let's get them and go.
Outside of that road. Here we are, medicine cabinet. There. And this is why you pay me. 1 full bottle of tablets labeled Edwards Fast Action Aspirin. 1 other bottle marked Edwards Fast Action Aspirin with 6 tablets left. This could mean you're locked in.
She bought them before she ran out.
You can now thank all your lucky stars. And me.
Here, I was looking at that door. You took to the jail for that.
She wants the damage paid for, Andrew.
Oh, yeah. Just cover the cuff?
Let me tea. Well, it was a good gore.
Not that good, Miss Millet. Now, goodbye.
No, not until you get out.
We've got what we want.
So what do I tell Miss Tanner?
Ask her to come to Edwards drugstore tomorrow.
That all?
Enough of your ears to flap on.
Well, there's no need for you to up the darn room.
Let's go.
You take Edwards back to his drugstore. Ring Captain Jim Daly at Homicide and tell him to stop the emergency calls going on the air. But he says you'll have to hold them till the police laboratories make a test on the tablets first. You try to argue that you're backing a lore machine. So you do like he says and take the tablets into headquarters. These are tablets. You look at Jim Daly and see the pinched lines of annoyance on his face. You watch as he counts them, careful and methodic, like he was back in trainee cop camp. And then the annoyance whips up to anger as he looks up. You take any tablets out? I prefer my cyanide in capsule form. This is no time for cracks, Steve. You come in here all bucked up because you beat us to finding the bottle. But you do the first dumb thing I'd get from an amateur. You didn't count them. I was going to, but when you said bring them over, I left it. You left it till nothing. All right, so if I didn't count them, those emergency calls still go out. 2 of the tablets are missing. Lucy Tanner buys the bottle of special headache tablets from Edwards' drugstore. She buys the tablets before she finishes the first bottle. But she takes 2 tablets from the full bottle and goes out, taking the tablets with her. But the tablets she's carrying aren't aspirin. Sure, they'll kill a headache, but they'll kill her right along with it, because the tablets she's carrying are cyanide. You don't figure why she takes the tablets from the new bottle, but you try to figure when, where, and how soon before she'll be swallowing the 2 pills of death. You're thinking all this in Jim Daly's office, down at police headquarters. And Daly's thoughts are running you a parallel. She could be lying dead in some gutter for all we know. You know, she must have put the tablets in her purse to use later, because if she'd taken them in her bathroom, you'd have been waiting when you broke in. But waiting dead. Somewhere out there in the big city is a girl with debts walking beside her. Somewhere, sometime, he's going to put those tablets in her mouth. And if she does, Strong, if she does, you can thank the fact that you had me hold back the first of the emergency calls going out. The calls she'd most likely have heard. The ones before the evening newscast. Look, I didn't sell the tab, no, but you should have counted them before you rang. Not left it for when you got here. Well, all right. Yes, all right. This time, you better work in with us all the way. Or find her fast your way and keep in touch. I got 2 chances. Yeah, that's right. But only 1 nick and 1 private detective license. And if you miss out this time, you're going to lose both. Jim Daly's sore, and he's mad, and he's got a right. But right now, it's not your neck you're worried about, it's Lucy Tanner, and a guy who stands to lose everything if she takes the tablets before you find her. So your first call is to Edwards' apartment. Oh, Diva, I was expecting you. Daly rang. He tells his wife he's going out, and you notice he doesn't say where. And you notice something else. For a married couple, they're not very close. Sure, there's affection there, but it's all on one side. His wife. But you figure you've bigger problems to fix. And you get Edwards into your car and go back to Lucy Tanner's apartment. You see the landlady, and she tells you Lucy Tanner works in a nightclub. And for a few more bucks, she tells you the name.
Welcome to the Blue Hen.
She's blonde, soft, and warm. and showing more than a smile.
Can I help you two gentlemen? The Blue Hen is open to please every customer, especially men of muscle. To feel that muscle.
All right, sweet child. I'm not a customer. Yet.
Oh, then I'll make you one.
I want Lucy Tanner.
What she got that I hadn't more of?
I wouldn't know, but from where I stand, I couldn't imagine.
Then you don't want her?
Look here, do we have to hang around? Sure, Grant.
You didn't answer my question.
So I want her, but it's strictly business. And if you tell me nicely, I'll give you a big present for later.
Oh. What the present?
Me.
I knock off at 2.
Where do we find Lucy Tanner?
She should be on the floor show tonight, but she's got a sick headache.
A headache? No, she had more than Grant. Go on, kid.
Yeah. It's harder. What take there she had. She's gone to Lester Carter's party.
Where do we find Lester Carter?
Oh, you'll take me there later?
Sure. At the 2.
Ready for a 50 second.
You and Edwards beat it fast down to 52nd. You find the address, and you find Lester Carter.
You say you want Lucy Tanner? I say he isn't here. What then?
He's big, he's fancy, but he's tough. So you figure it'll be quicker to play it gentle.
I asked a question.
And catch the answer, Mr. Carter. I'm her brother, and I want her urgent.
You think you can take her away, huh? Back to her hometown?
No, I don't. And I don't want to. I just want to see her before she swallows cyanide.
Riff and crumble.
I'll play it tough, Carter. You may be big, but I've taken bigger.
Yeah, you must be playing it free. Yeah, you'd be calling disaster if you weren't.
All right, so where do I find her?
First, who's that guy in the car up there?
He's my bosom pal.
Another small-town hick, eh?
Now, look, Carter, we haven't got time to make...
So you try to kid me Lucy's gonna commit suicide. Well, let me tell you something.
You can tell me nothing I don't want to hear. Now, talk quickly and quietly. Where is Lucy Tanner?
And if I don't tell?
Lucy Tanner dies, then you get life for manslaughter for withholding evidence.
Lucy wouldn't kill herself. You've got too much to lose.
Sure. Only a life.
How do I know you're not a cop?
You don't. But you can listen. She bought some aspirin, but they weren't aspirin. They were cyanide. She bought a mistake, and she's carrying 2 with her.
And she thinks they're aspirin. She takes 2 aspirin to stop a hangover. Knows with the last drink. You better get to her fast. To where? 4 blocks down, the boy mansion. Went for a private party with Turner Elliott. He's a boy fan.
Right.
And you better hurry. She was ready for her last drink when she left here 20 minutes ago.
You leave the Lester party and head for your car. You bounce into the seat cushion and look across at Grant Edward. You see by the look on his face, he knows you're reaching the point of conflict. The climax that can mean life or death for a girl called Lucy. His face is a moving picture of emotions as you drive the 4 blocks and pull up at the DeBroy Mansions. And inside a minute, you're beating your knuckles against Turner Elliott's door. There's no light coming from under the door, but that doesn't mean they're out. So you knock again. And the door opens, but not the one you're facing. It's the door behind you, across the corridor. And the woman you're looking at is weary anger written in every wrinkle.
If you two are expecting an answer from that apartment, you won't be getting any. The apartment's empty.
Empty? You mean Turner Elliott doesn't live here?
This time of the night, you wake me up and have the nerve to speak to me like this.
Time of the night it's urgent. If he doesn't live here, where does he live?
If anybody's got a right to be annoyed, it's me. Waking a body up at this time of the night.
Look, lady, it's a matter of life and death. Where's Elliott living now?
Oh, Broy Mankin was extended to 2 blocks of apartment. New block's only just been finished.
So what does that lead us?
Mr. Elliott moved into the new block only last week.
Next door?
Yeah. There's a big stretch of lawn divides the 2 blocks. The idea is to keep the kids off the streets.
Oh, all right. What's this apartment number?
Oh, even if it is urgent, you can still use a civil count.
What apartment?
And when you see Mr. Elliott...
Don't you understand this is urgent?
Tell him I'm getting tired of being woken up by his friends in the middle of the night.
The number of the apartment I talked with...
All right. I only want him to know, that's all. It's on the 1st floor, apartment 4.
Beads of sweat are standing on your forehead as you lead the woman. Run down the stairs and across the stretch of lawn between the old and the new apartment. You look up and see a lighted window that could be apartment 4. You see a man and a girl against the window shade. Then you do a quick 1-2 up the stairs, and Edwards is running with you neck and neck. You run and you run fast, because the girl you saw was taking something from her handbag, and the man is holding out a drink.
To the left. That's it. Apartment 4.
Hey, what the heck? You don't knock, but you go in fast. You see the girl with a hand up to her mouth, and in the hand, 2 round tablets.
Don't take them! Those tablets! No, don't!
The shot came too late. The girl has already dropped them on her tongue.
What the devil's the meaning of charging in and shouting like that?
She's just taking cyanide. What? Well, don't just stand there, Edward. Do something. You're the only medic around here.
Just give her a glass of water.
Water? The cyanide? You crazy?
No, but it's not cyanide.
Not cyanide.
Here, Lucy. Drink this.
Oh.
Hey, Steve. If it was cyanide, she'd be dead.
Hey, what's all this about a coffee?
Coming like that, we frightened her. You followed and caught her breath, that's all.
Then those 2 tablets she took were aspirin.
What all this about, Mr. Edwin?
Those tablets you took, were they from the bottle you bought at Edward's drugstore today?
Yeah, but why come in here?
You so now. Don't bother, Elliot. We're leaving.
The tablet.
Just forget we ever came in, honey. If you ever can. So her tablets were only aspirin, huh?
Yeah.
And that means...
Someone else has the bottle of cyanide. But who, Steve? Who?
You ring Daly at Homicide, but they say he's out, so you leave a message that Lucy's tablets were aspirin. And you tell them you're going back to Edwards' apartment to start all over again. Jenny Edwards lets you in, and she doesn't have to be psychic to see the worried lines on her husband's safe.
Grant, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing that business worry.
Oh, I wish you'd tell me some of your trouble sometime, dear. It does help, you know.
You can't be ridiculous, Jenny. There's nothing you can do.
But you look sick. Very sick.
I am. Sick with worry. And a headache to boot.
I'll get you a brandy and an aspirin. Do you want something if it's strong?
Make it a scotch. Or double and straight.
All right.
Oh, what do we do now? Nothing but wait till Daly rings or calls round. But that may be ours. Not if I know Daly. We can't just sit here. You think of anything we can do? No. You'll feel better after your brandy.
Did you drink, Mr. Strong?
Thanks.
You want water with the acting, dear?
No, the brandy will do.
Oh?
Cheers. Huh? Oh, yeah. Here.
You look down at the crumpled figure on the floor. You look at the body that had been Grant Edward. You call a doctor, ambulance, the police. But you know there's nothing you can do. Cyanide is deadly, and it's quick. You get Jenny Edwards to a chair. Dazed and broken, she tells you the answer to a question. And shortly after, the door bursts open and Daly explodes into the room. Strong, what's all this I hear about?
What happened?
You tell him how Jenny Edwards called into her husband's drugstore on the way home from a shopping trip last night, after Edwards had made out the daily report on poison stock. So any poison bought before closing would really be on the next day's sale. And her husband was busy, so she didn't disturb him. When the assistant came out, he got him to wrap up the list of things she wanted.
Uh-huh. And on that list was a bottle of aspirin.
Yeah. Pity Edwards forgot marriage is a 50-50 partnership, no matter what. If he let his wife share some of his business worries and listen to some of hers, he'd have known what was going on in his house. And she'd have known about the missing cyanide. And the first thing she'd have done would be to check on her own aspirin bottle. Some men'll never learn. Not even the hard way. Well, like I said, I'm a sentimental. A romantic guy. But I've got a lot of good friends in and out of the force, and I like to keep them. I also like to help keep law and order in the community. I'll be with you again. But for now, this is Steve Strong, or as I'm more often referred to, that strong guy, signing off.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Doris. No, you'll have to include me out tonight. I've got to discuss an idea for a movie. No, I can't make it, Angel. No, I can't miss this. These characters have dreamed up the perfect switch. Instead of shooting pictures, they plan to shoot people.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the falling star.
It's Sunday afternoon in New York, and in his hotel suite, Ken Marlowe, who smashed his way to movie stardom by portraying a two-fisted drinking man, is giving a sample of the performance that made him famous.
Good.
Only this time, Ken isn't acting.
I'll fix them all. When I get through those crumbs, they'll know better than the horse. Yeah? Well, it's about time, fella.
That's what I thought, too.
Huh?
How are you, Ken?
Oh, Jackie Howard. I'm sorry, I was expecting somebody else.
I'll bet she's a lot prettier.
Nothing like that. I'm here with a wife. It's a funny thing, I didn't even know you were in town. I thought I left you on the West Coast.
Well, haven't you heard? Trailways runs all over the country. All you got to do is buy a ticket.
Look, Jackie, I know what you want. I intended to clean up that 15 grand I owe you before I left.
It is 19.
Oh, 15, 19. What's the difference? I'm good for it.
Are you? Someone told me you washed up at National Pictures.
They're crazy. I'm in like Flynn.
I'm glad to hear it. Of course, if they don't pick up your option, you see my position. As I said, you're into me for 19 grand.
And as I said, I'm good for it. I can write my own ticket at any studio. Who was the #1 box office draw in 49?
You?
Well, they are.
No. There you were. That was 49, Ken. 3 years is like 300 in Hollywood.
Look, I tell you got nothing to worry about. National will pick up my option on the 23rd.
And when can I expect you to pick up these IOUs?
Look, Jackie, if you're going to take that attitude, you can whistle for your dough. Nobody pushes me around.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. You're a pretty tough boy in pictures.
That's right.
Well, luckily, I never go to the movies.
Yeah. What's the idea?
Let's understand each other, Ken. You owe me 19 grand. I expect to have it on the 23rd. If I don't, you'll be...
darling, I'm back.
Can't you see I'm busy, Laura?
Oh, Doris.
Oh, there's no need to apologize, Mrs. Marlowe. I'm Jackie Howard.
How do you do? I've heard so much about you.
I wish I could say it wasn't true.
Well, I'm sure I'm in the way, so if you'll excuse
Oh, no, don't bother. I was just leaving. Well, what do you say, Ken? Shall we make it for a week from Friday?
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask. Well, this has been a real pleasure, Mrs. Marlowe. Maybe we'll meet again.
I hope so.
The dirty bum.
What was he doing here?
None of your business.
Darling, I don't want to make a noise like a wife, but if you owe Jackie Howard
I said
money...
it's none of your business.
But don't you understand? I'm only thinking of you. If you're in a jam, I would...
Stop nagging.
But all I want to do
All
is
you want to
hear-
do is drive me crazy. Where's my coat? I'm gonna find a place where a man can have a drink in peace.
That was matter there. Oh, for right about.
Oh, hi, Steve. Can I help you? Yeah, is Mr. Marlowe or... Never mind, I see him.
Hello, Ken. I've been looking for you. How do you want, Steve?
Just saw Laura. You're really living your part, aren't you, boy?
What?
The two-fisted He-Man. That's a beautiful shiner she's sporting.
Somebody asked
No, but I hate to see you louse her up. She's one in a million.
Look how she stuck by you when you got in that mess out in Beverly Hills.
Why don't you mind your own business, Steve?
I tried to.
Well, you're not very good at it. I pay you $200 a week to take care of my publicity. I haven't seen my name in print for months.
Sometimes a publicity man does a job by keeping his client's name out of the papers.
What kind of a crack is that?
Who squared that beef with that girl in Santa Monica and that little chicken Encina?
Look, Steve, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
You know, I was just thinking, if National doesn't pick up your option, you're going to be in trouble.
Who says so? I could go to Metro or Fox.
Well, I got a scoop for you, boy. They wouldn't let you through the main gate. Your only chance is National. Now, you've got to behave yourself until they make up their minds. What kind of a jam did you get yourself into with Jackie Howard?
Oh, Fedoras been blabbing.
She hasn't been doing anything of the kind. I saw Jackie in the lobby. I put 2 and 2 together.
Well, if you'd stop adding and pay more attention to business, we'd all be better off. Why don't you get me some publicity?
Okay, maybe you could stop a runaway horse.
Don't be funny.
I was just pointing out that putting 3 quarts of booze away isn't considered front-page stuff anymore. You see, editors are funny. They
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Suppose my life was threatened.
Oh, forget it.
Why? It sounds pretty good to me. Now, if we went to the...
In case you haven't heard, Ken, horsing around with the law is a pretty serious matter.
Okay. Isn't Mike Waring a buddy of yours?
Who?
That private dick they call a Falcon.
What about him?
Think he'd play ball?
No, Mike wouldn't touch anything that's phony.
Why would he have to know? Suppose we cooked up some anonymous phone call.
It's out.
Why? Because I thought of it?
Ken, don't be ridiculous.
We're gonna handle it my way. We'll hire the Falcon to be my bodyguard. Then you leak it to the papers. Ought to be worth a couple of columns.
I don't like it, Ken.
Well, I don't like paying your salary while I dream up the ideas. Now go call Waring. Set up a date.
Well, that's the story, Mike. After the 3rd phone call, Ken thought we ought to do something about it.
I see.
Not that I was worried, you understand. I can take care of myself, but I had to think of Laura.
Laura?
My wife. You know how a gal worries.
Mm-hmm. Tell me some more about these phone calls, Marlon. Do you recognize the voice?
No, I thought it was a gag at first.
What convinced you otherwise?
Well, this morning, someone took a pot shot at me when I was playing golf with Steve.
Did you report it to the police?
He didn't want to, Mike, but I insisted.
What did they say?
They thought it was a publicity stunt.
Is it?
No.
You sure, Steve?
Oh, now, look, Mike, you've known me for how many years? 10, 12? I think I've always leveled with you.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't blame me for being suspicious. Who did you talk to at headquarters?
A Sergeant Corbett. Now, there's a phony if I ever met one.
He happens to be a friend of mine.
Well, no offense, old man. I only met...
Skip it. Have you any idea who might be after you?
No.
You indulging in any extracurricular activities?
What do you mean?
Women.
You take me for an idiot? I'm married to the greatest little gal in the world.
Mm-hmm. You owe anybody any money?
No, I'm the kind who pays his bills and always on the dot.
You sound too good to be true.
Huh?
The more I hear of this, the more I'm convinced Corbett was right.
Come again?
The way you tell it, you're the most popular man in the class.
Okay, if that's the way you feel, we'll get somebody else. There are other private detectives in New York.
And better, too.
Come on, Steve.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Forget it. It's not your fault. Just say it's a clash of personalities.
You coming, Steve?
Yeah. So long, pal. I'll be seeing you.
You bet. Give me a call before you leave town.
I will. Well, I hope you're satisfied.
I am. I think Waring's gonna work out fine.
So help me, you're nuts. Didn't you hear?
I know what he
said. He thinks this is a publicity stunt. Well, all he caught was the prologue. He'll play ball after the first act.
What are you talking about?
Let's find a phone. I gotta cast a show, and I know just the boy to play the lead.
Yeah?
Is Tex Riley around?
Who wants to know?
Tell him it's Ken Marlowe.
Why, you no good louse. How can you have the nerve?
Take your shirt on, Tex.
Bet you thought I forgot about that $100 you loaned me before I went to Hollywood.
Well, didn't you?
No, this is my first trip to New York in 6 years.
You could have mailed it.
That's too impersonal. I wanted to give it to you myself with a little bonus. How'd you like to pick up an additional $500?
That don't sound like a Ken Marlowe I know and hate. What do I have to do?
Well, I got a little part I'd like you to try out for.
In a picture?
It's a play I'm going to produce on my own. But first, I'd like to see a dress rehearsal.
I don't get it.
Well, my wife doesn't know anything about this, and I'd like to test her reaction. If you meet me in the Creighton lobby in 20 minutes, we'll run over the script.
Laura, you better order some more ice. I'm running low.
Oh, all right, Ken.
While you're at it, get some Jiffy.
You expecting someone?
Well, Steve Nichols said he might drop around. Answer the door.
Dr. Dagon.
Well, hiya, sugar.
I beg your pardon.
I beg yours. Is Hollywood Hotshot in?
Who is it, Laura?
What?
Never mind, I'll announce myself. Hiya, Marlowe. Who the devil are you? Oh, just an autograph hound.
Get out.
Now, where'd I put my pencil? I had it right here. Hey, look at what I found.
Ken.
What's the idea of the gun? Well, you can't say you weren't warned, Marlowe. You owe a friend of mine some dough. He told you to get it up, since you did.
No, you can't.
Get out of my way.
No.
Will you stop butting in?
I'm not afraid.
You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do.
Look, lady, I got nothing against you. Now get out of the way.
See what a hero he is, Ken? He's afraid of a woman half his size.
I'm warning you, baby. If you don't get out of the way, I'll...
Was that you, Haskell?
No, it's me, Sergeant.
Well, if it ain't that high-flying bird, the falcon. Welcome to our little nest.
Who writes your material? Fell out in California. He works real cheap. He should. So is Ken Marlowe around to see you this morning?
Yeah. I spotted it for a publicity stunt.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first, too, but I changed my mind. Someone tried to gun him an hour ago.
Obviously, they didn't make it.
How do you know?
Oh, I already talked to you, Mr. Marlowe. Here's a jacket of the bullet we found in the room. What do you make of it?
It's a blank.
That's right, Mr. Waring. It's a blank. Marlowe was in no danger at all.
Well, I guess that makes me the chump of the year.
I guess it does.
Well, I had a little help. Okay, Sarge, I'll be seeing you. I got to thank the man who thought me so deserving.
That you, Laura?
Sorry to disappoint you, Marlowe.
Oh, hiya, Waring. Sit down.
No, thanks. I just dropped by to congratulate you on a magnificent performance.
What's eating you?
That was a beautiful job of sucking me in. You hired whoever took that shot at you.
You're nuts.
What I can't figure out is how your wife got in the act. What happened? She ad-lib a part for herself?
What?
I don't think she knew the bullet was a blank. You don't rate a gal like that.
You got your nerve. Get out.
Does that mean I'm fired?
What do you think?
Good. Because I hate to hit a client. Come on, Marlowe. We can't end the scene with you on the floor. Your public would never stand for it. Now get up and make like a hero.
Hiya, Mike.
All right, Sergeant. I didn't expect to see you again today.
Well, you know me. Always do the unexpected. Are you up to see Ken Marlowe?
Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing worth talking about.
Oh, you're too modest.
All right, so I slapped him a couple of times. He had it coming.
Maybe the slaps, but not the rest.
What are you talking about?
He's dead, Mike.
He's what?
He's out for all time. Were you wearing brass knucks?
You're crazy.
I wish I were. Better get your coat, fella. We got a long ride ahead.
An hour has passed since Mike Waring was informed Ken Marlowe was dead. And now at the scene of the crime, Sergeant Corbett gives our hero some fatherly advice.
Listen, Mike, I got it all figured out. I'm sure you'll be able to cop a plea.
What are you babbling about?
Well, it was self-defense, wasn't it? You didn't mean to kill him.
And I didn't. When I left here, he was at the other end of the room.
With the back of his head caved in?
Well, that's just it, Corbett. How did it get that way? I didn't slug him from behind.
Well, he must have hit it when he fell.
Against what, that sofa? Wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well, how about the fireplace?
No, he wasn't anywhere near it. There'd be bloodstains if he were. No, there must be something around that caused the damage.
The familiar blunt instrument?
Yeah, let's see those fire tongs.
Clean.
Well, how about those bookends?
Oh, not a stain on him. Listen, Mike, maybe the killer took the weapon with him.
Does that mean you're absolving me?
If we can come up with some evidence. You think the murderer might have walked off with it?
I doubt it. A lot of blood flowed. I can't see anyone taking a chance on staining his clothes.
Well, he didn't leave it around for us to find.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something missing in this room.
What?
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't...
I got it. Liquor. What are you talking about? Marlowe was a drinker. A boy like him would have at least one bottle around. Hey, you're right. Where's the trash basket? Probably in the pantry. Well, let's get it. The killer might gamble. The next time the chambermaid came through, she'd dump it without a second glance. Yeah. Quite a collection, huh? There's our baby. Don't touch it. I won't. But mine are probably the only fingerprints that aren't on it. Everyone else who was up here must have been invited to help himself. Yeah, you're probably right. Haskell, take this down to the lab. Well, now you're convinced I had nothing to do with this murder? Yeah. But if you didn't kill Marlowe, who did? That's what I intend to find out. Why don't you stay out of this, Mike? Oh, no. Whoever tailored this frame did a lovely job. It's just lucky I didn't fit the picture. You can't blame me if I want to get my hands on the artist.
I tell you, Mike, I don't know anything about it. First I heard of it was when the cops phoned me they found Ken's body.
Whose bright idea was this publicity stunt in the first place, Steve?
Ken's. I didn't want any part of it.
Then why did you bring him to me?
I couldn't help myself, Mike. I was working for the man.
Yeah, that's another thing I don't understand. How come you tied up with a heel like Marlowe?
The dough was good.
When did you last get it?
Huh?
According to what I hear now, he was strictly no pay. When did you get your last salary check? Come on, Steve. It'll be easy enough to find out.
3 months ago.
Then why did you stick? He was on the skid.
No, he wasn't. National had till Friday to pick up his option.
You think they would have?
Well, there's no telling. It was an even money bet.
Well, who had it in for him?
Noah.
Look, Steve, we're no longer playing games. If he owed you dough, he must have owed others.
Jackie Howard.
Who's Jackie Howard?
He owns a gambling joint off the Strip. Ken was into him for around 20 grand.
Is this Howard character in town?
Yeah, staying at the Brighton.
Okay, we got one suspect. Let's try for two. What about Mrs. Marlowe?
Don't talk like a chump. She was in love with the guy.
Well, he certainly didn't rate a wife like that.
Nobody does.
Oh, sounds like you go for her yourself.
Oh, don't be silly. You know I'm married.
I suppose you feel like a big brother to her.
That's exactly how I feel.
You know something, Steve? I believe you.
Thanks.
No, I mean it. I think Laura explains why you continued working for Marlowe. Maybe that's why you knocked yourself out suppressing those items that would have ruined him. You didn't want her hurt, right?
Yeah.
Why, Steve?
It won't make any sense to you, Mike.
Oh, try me.
First day I met her, she reminded me of Edith.
Edith?
My kid's sister. She was married to a boy like Ken.
And what happened to her?
She's dead.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe she's better off.
So you transferred your feelings to Laura?
Anything wrong with that?
No, I think it's very commendable. Still, I wonder how Laura feels about it. Huh? Yeah, why don't I find out?
Oh, look, Mike, you're not to bother her. She knows nothing about Ken's murder.
Yeah, well, I've only got your word for it, Steve. Not that I don't believe you understand, but I'd like to check these things for myself. I'll be seeing you, fella.
Who is it?
I'd like to see Laura Marlowe.
There's no one here by that name.
I know there is. This is Mike Waring, Mrs. Marlowe.
Please go away.
I've got to talk to you. Believe me, I wouldn't disturb you, but it's important.
Come in.
Thanks.
How'd you know I was here?
Sergeant Corbett told me. I just saw Steve Nichols.
And Steve sent you here?
No, as a matter of fact, he insisted I leave you alone.
Well, why'd you come?
Because I want to solve your husband's murder.
Ken meant nothing to you.
He was a client.
He tricked you.
I still took his money. Besides, whoever killed him involved me. I don't forget things like that. Now tell me, what sort of a man was your husband?
You must have some idea.
Yes, but I like the woman's viewpoint.
He was wonderful.
Oh, come now, Angel. You can't expect me to buy that. I heard...
I don't care what you heard. Sure, he took a drink once in a while. Is there anything wrong with that?
What about slapping you around?
He never did.
Well, you can't blame me for jumping to conclusions. It would take a blind man not to notice those bruises on your face and arm. How did you get them?
I fell.
Question is, did Ken push you?
How dared you?
Now, look, Mrs. Marlowe, I don't mean to be obnoxious, but we've been a murder to solve. Did your husband play around on the outside?
No.
What about those stories?
Lies, every one of them. They were started by his enemies.
Oh, so he was just a misunderstood kid.
No. I understood him, and that's all that counted.
All right, Mrs. Marlowe. I think you're telling the truth.
I'm overwhelmed.
Well, you should be, because if Jackie Howard doesn't turn out to be a liar, I won't know what to do. Take care of yourself, Angel. I got to run along.
another one out. Brothers, take the gentleman back. Dying scene, please.
Jackie Howard.
Right here, boy.
Hello, Jackie. My name is Mike Waring.
What's the idea?
Well, this was the only way I could think of to get acquainted. I'd like to talk to you about Ken Marlowe.
You a reporter?
No, private detective.
Who are you representing?
Myself. I understand Marlowe wasn't hot to you.
You understand that, Brown?
Oh, you mind holding that match? Thanks.
Who told you Marlowe was into me?
Steve Nichols.
Well, I got a flash for Steve. Marlowe took care of those IOUs this morning.
I don't see how. He owed you 19 grand. According to the police, he had only $800 in his checking account.
He paid me in cash.
Oh, got it out of his mattress, I suppose.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he did.
You know, Jackie, you're a welcome change from everybody else in this case.
Am I?
Yeah, they were telling the truth.
Suppose I showed you the money.
Well, you probably could. A boy like you always travels well-heeled. But can you prove it came from Marlowe?
Well, let's look at it another way. Can you prove it didn't?
If I can, it'll make you a choice suspect.
You know, Waring, there's one thing I don't like about New York. There must be something in the air that makes everybody run off at the mouth.
I suppose it's different on the coast?
While we have a special treatment for those who do.
I'd like to see it.
I'll have to discuss it first with a fellow Californian, but don't be discouraged. I'll get back to you.
Yes?
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hiya, Jackie. I thought by now you would be on your way back to the coast.
You thought wrong. Say, you got yourself a nice little spot here.
Look, Jackie, I don't want to seem rude, but I was just on my way out.
Oh, relax. I won't stay long. Too bad about Canada.
Yeah.
What do you think killed him?
I have no idea.
Oh, you must have, Steve. You're a bright boy.
No, I'm not.
Well, maybe you're right. Now, I had you pegged as the kind who kept his nose clean.
And don't I?
Not in my book. Why'd you tell Mike Waring that Marlowe owed me money?
He asked me.
You're the real helpful type, aren't you?
I do my best, yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't pay. People don't appreciate it.
Dirty.
What's the matter, boy? Can't you catch your breath?
Dirty.
Maybe that's a good thing. You talk too much anyway. Little of Doc Howard's treatment may break the habit. Hold still, Steve. I'm afraid this is gonna hurt.
2 hours have passed since Steve Nichols received a little of Jackie Howard's specialized treatment. And now in Steve's hotel room, we find him recuperating from the visit.
Where's the doctor?
You sure you gave him the right room number?
Now, take it easy, Laura. He'll be here. All right, Steve, try some of this. Come on, it's good for what ails you.
Mike.
Don't talk, just drink it down.
I'm all right. How did you find me?
She called me.
How do you feel, darling?
Laura.
Here, raise your head up. Fix the pill.
You're a da.
Who did it, Steve? Who gave you the shellacking?
I don't know.
Come on, Steve, you can't hold out.
Look, must you question him now?
Yes, I'm afraid I must. This is all tied up with your husband's murder. With Jackie Howard, wasn't it?
Yes.
Why did he do it?
I have no idea.
You know anything that would definitely mark him as Marlowe's killer?
No.
You sure, Steve? Anything at all?
I can't think of a thing.
You've got to. It's our only chance of making this come out the way we want.
I don't understand.
Well, Jackie must have felt he had good reason to give Steve that beating.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't feel Laura killed her husband?
What?
Oh, now look, Mike, I told
you. I get you don't, so that brings us back to Jackie again. Now, what would be his motive in killing Marlowe?
Well, Ken owed him money.
Oh, how could he be sure Marlowe wouldn't raise it?
Ken couldn't. We were broke.
But you would have been on Easy Street if National picked up his option.
I don't think they would.
Still, where there's life, there's hope. You told me they had till the 23rd. Today is the 18th.
So?
So, Jackie would be sucker not to wait it out.
What are you getting at?
Well, if neither you nor Jackie killed your husband, who does that leave?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. It's Steve.
No.
Yes, that's why Howard gave him that pasting. He felt Steve cost him 19 grand.
I don't believe it. You didn't do it, Steve. Tell me. Tell me, I gotta know.
He's right, Laura.
Why? Why? Ken never hurt you.
No. But he hurt you.
He was the only man I ever loved, and you killed him.
Don't you see, honey, I was only trying...
Touch me. I hate you.
Oh, Laura, listen. Mike explained to...
I can't.
He was no good.
And she loved him. I'm sorry, Steve. I've got to call the police.
What do you say, Mike? Some more coffee?
No, thanks, Sergeant.
Now, come on, cheer up. What are you dragging for?
Well, you must have some idea. Steve Nichols was my friend.
And he committed a murder.
Well, there's no question about that. Tell me something. Was he in love with Laura?
If he was able to kid himself into believing it was strictly platonic. He thought Marlowe was hard-timing her.
Well, he was right.
No, he wasn't.
You mean there was nothing to those stories about Marlowe playing around?
No, they were true enough. But they didn't mean a thing to Laura. She was in love with him, and that's all that counted. This goes to prove it's awful dangerous to play God. You never know what's best for other people. Hauling All Car, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Oakland Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Investigate a fire at 7052 Tracona Avenue. A fire at 7052 Tracona Avenue. That's all.
As the facts unfold in this evening's story, notice how efficient modern police methods are. How the alertness of modern fire departments saves lives and property. Notice how important motor performance becomes in the split-second activities of law enforcement agencies. As you hear the sirens of fire engines and police cars, as you thrill to the powerful throb of their motors, keep in mind that it is Rio Grande cracked gasoline that is giving life to this dramatic program. The police of not only Oakland, where this true drama originated, but Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties, have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month for all their police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. More Rio Grande cracked gasoline is used wherever it is sold for saving life and property than any other brands. You can have this same police car performance in your car because your independent Rio Grande dealer offers you exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline police cars use. Try a tankful tomorrow. We take you now to our San Francisco studios, where you will hear Chief W.G. Lutke of the Oakland Fire Department. Chief Lutke.
Good evening. Tonight I have been asked to explain the actual way in which the Oakland Arson Squad functioned. In order to do that, I would have to have the entire half hour set aside for calling all cars and perhaps a great many more half hours. So I won't attempt the impossible. Briefly, though, the Arson Squad works in complete cooperation with both the fire department and the police at all times. When a battalion chief finds anything of a suspicious nature at the scene of a fire, he immediately notifies the fire marshal, who in turn informs the police, and together they begin an investigation. It is this close harmony between the various departments that is responsible for the record we in Oakland have: 27 convictions for arson in the last 2.5 years. It was this same spirit of cooperation that made it possible for us to eventually arrest and convict the arsonist responsible in the case you are about to hear. In closing, I should like to add that although arson is one of the most difficult of all crimes to solve, the scientific strides that have been taken in the last few years are rapidly making it more and more impossible for a person to get away with it. Science alone is a tremendous foe to grapple with. But when science is teamed with organization, then you have an adversary impossible to beat.
"7052 Tacoma Avenue, Oakland, California, the night of October 12, 1935. Faintly illuminated by a cloud-shot moon, a small house squats complacently on its redwood foundation, oblivious of its surroundings, seemingly a thing asleep. No sound disturbs the silence of the night. Then, slowly, furtively, a shadowy figure slips out of the darkness, glides noiselessly to a point just below the kitchen window, crouches there like some hunted thing. A sudden spurt of flame lights the scene, reveals a man's face, tense, sweat-streaked, eyes staring straight before him to the tiny flame from a match. For a brief instant he pauses, then slowly edges the burning match to a pile of crumpled newspapers, watches with grim satisfaction as small tongues of red flame grow larger, devour each other in their greediness to reach a tastier morsel, the house itself.
Started. And soon it'll be all over. Everything will be over. Very soon.
Suddenly, the man teared his eyes away from the glowing flames, cast a quick look about, then glided back into the shadows as quietly he arrived. No sound is heard but the ominous crackling of burning wood. No movement seen except the thin wisp of smoke that fills upward into the silent house above. Minutes tick by. The smoke grows denser, penetrates the flooring, spirals into the kitchen, the living room, the bedroom, where Mrs. William Reinhardt lies asleep in her bed. Restlessly, she throws an arm out, brushes away the dream that is disturbing her slumbers. Then suddenly she sits up, awake, coughing, fear closing her throat.
Oh, there's smoke coming in my room. And the room is full of it. Frank! William! Frank! Get out! The house is on fire! Frank! Quick! The house is on fire!
Uncle and Mom? Get Tony out. I'll call a fire department. What's the matter with Capper?
The house is on fire, William. Quick, Tony, and get out.
This is Operator speaking.
Give me the police station. The house is on fire.
What is the address, please?
Oh, 7052 Tacoma. Tell them to hurry.
I will notify the fire department for you.
Okay, but hurry, will you? Tell them the place is on fire and give me a sec.
Fire department.
Fire at 7052 Tacoma Avenue.
7052 Tacoma, right. At the top.
No, det kan inte. Kan ni Stop.
Under the command of Battalion Chief Terry, firemen succeed in subduing the blaze before it has done much damage. But as the hungry flames sullenly give way to the scream of water being played on them, Chief Terry stops suddenly, turns to a fireman beside him.
George. Yes, sir? Tell the boys not to disturb anything more than is absolutely necessary under the house there. Try to save everything you can. You think it's arson, Chief? Yeah, looks like it. I don't want to destroy any evidence there might be. Well, I'll take care of it right now. Right. I'm going to find a phone, call Marshal Carlson. I think he'll be interested in what I found.
Instructed by Fire Marshal Carlson to gather all the evidence he can and save it for him, Chief Terry returns to the scene to await Carlson's arrival.
Well, I saved everything I could, Chief. I left everything just as it was. Good. There's some newspapers all crumpled up. Of course, they could have been under the house before, but,
They could have been. Don't think they were, though.
the people that live are inside. I told them to stay around till you got back.
Much damage in there?
Oh, no, sir, and then to speak of, a little water got on the walls and the floors, but there's no fire.
They're pretty lucky. If this had gotten another 15-minute start, we might have lost the whole house. There's wood burned like tinder. That's probably the marshal now. Made pretty good time.
Yeah.
But stand by here and don't let anybody touch anything. I'm going out to the street meeting.
Yes, I'll keep by, Doctor.
Hello, Marshal. Well, you certainly didn't lose any time getting here. I'm still half undressed. What's the trouble here? Oh, I had a little fire under the house. No trouble putting it out, but I found some stuff I thought you'd be interested in. Smelled what might have been kerosene smoke. Let's take a look. Nothing's been disturbed. One of the boys is back there standing guard. This way. Have you talked to the people who live here yet? No. George has, though. They're inside waiting for us. Good. Well, here's where the fire started. In this lattice place under the kitchen window. You see? Yeah. Newspaper, half burnt, yeah. That's what made me think this wasn't an accidental fire. Lead and the kerosene smell. Lucky these papers didn't burn. They were crammed in so tightly there wasn't enough air to let them burn. And that's the only thing that stopped them. Throw that light over here, will you?
Yes, sir.
And that's got it. Huh. Burned all the under timbers and started on the floor joists, huh? Yeah. A little more time and the thing would have been plenty hot. Now, wait a minute. Lower that light again to where it was a second ago. A little more. Here, hold it. What's that? Maybe nothing. Only half-burnt matches lying near half-burnt newspapers usually means someone meant there to be a fire. Way I figure. I guess you're right. That is a match. Hold that light till I get it. There we are. Oh, not much to work on. One burnt match. Plus a newspaper. Plus a distinct kerosene odor. I worked on less. You stick here a minute while I go out to my car, will you? I've got my equipment out there and I want to make some tests. That way we'll have positive evidence when we need it. With infinite care and patience, Marshal Carlson makes several tests. Finds traces of kerosene on the paper as well as the lattice work under the window. Then, satisfied with his efforts there, he and Chief Terry interview the occupants of the house. Now, first of all, if you'll give me your name.
William Reinhardt.
William Reinhardt. You live here, Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes, this is my wife, my two sons, Frank and Anthony.
Thank you. Now, who discovered the fire?
Well, I guess I did. I was asleep, and I must have been dreaming, because I remember a lot of things that I'm sure didn't happen. It was a queer thought.
Mrs. Reinhardt, may I interrupt you for a minute?
Why, of course.
I appreciate the fact that dreams often are strange and all that, but right now the primary point of interest is the fire.
Well, yes, of course. That's what I was leading up to, the fire.
All right. Now suppose you tell me what happened after your dream. You woke up and what happened?
Well, I found the room all full of smoke. It was choking me and I couldn't see anything.
Where did the smoke seem to be coming from?
Coming from? Well, I don't think that entered my mind. I was so upset and nervous. I just knew that there was smoke and that was enough.
Enough for what, Mrs. Reinhardt?
Enough to make me want to get out, naturally. Isn't that the usual thing for a person to do when they find themselves in the house is burning down around them?
Of course. I'm sorry to seem inquisitive, Mrs. Reinhardt. I don't want you to think that I'm deliberately trying to confuse you.
Well, you're doing just that.
Then I'm sorry. Unfortunately, in the case of this type, there are so many little things that are important to us that we have to ask these questions.
The man tried, dear. He's only trying to help us.
Well, I'm sorry. I've been in such a state of nerves that I'm afraid I've been terribly rude. I'll try to answer your question.
Thank you. Now, before you tell me the actual happenings, that is, what you did when you woke up, can you think of anyone who might want to burn this house?
No. Why do you ask that?
Because that fire was started by someone who meant to do just that.
You mean to say it wasn't just an accidental thing, that someone tried to burn us?
They may not have wanted to burn you, but the house is.
Why, I've never heard of such a thing.
You can't think of anyone who might have done it, can you, Mr. Reinhardt?
Of course not.
William, you don't think... Oh, but he wouldn't do that, would he? He couldn't.
Who is Lawrence, Mrs. Reinhardt?
He's a friend of ours.
She was better telling where, dear.
Oh, but he couldn't do such a thing. He wouldn't dare.
Mrs. Reinhardt, I'm afraid you'll have to tell me who this person is. It may be of vital importance.
Well, all right. I suppose it can't hurt any if he didn't do it.
That's right.
Lawrence Stafford was my first husband. I divorced him 20 years ago.
I see.
Oh, no, but you don't. You haven't heard what happened.
What did happen?
Well, we were on very friendly terms. We wrote to one another and all that.
Then after I married Mr. Reinhardt, we sort of drifted apart for a while, and I didn't hear from him. Then one day I received a letter from him, a long letter, explaining why I hadn't heard from him and saying that he was getting married. Also that he was going to live on in Tucson with his new wife and asking me to keep an eye on his property here in Oakland. This house is his.
Well, what makes you feel that he had something to do with this fire? If this is his property, I shouldn't think he'd want to destroy it.
Well, I can explain that. You see, after that letter, I had several more, and in one he said that he was going to lose a property and asked me to assume the indebtedness. He asked me to send him a gift deed, which he'd sign and return to me, which I did. And then, after Mr. Reinhardt and I moved in here, the other letters began.
What are the letters, Mrs. Reinhardt?
Well, the ones that I can't understand. Abusive, mean, threatening letters.
Threatening? In what way?
Well, he said that I'd tricked him into signing the deed. He wanted the house back, and he meant to get it or else know the reason why. And he used language that didn't sound like him. I just don't understand it at all.
Mrs. Reinhardt, you don't happen to have any of those letters, do you?
Yes, I do. I kept them. Some reason I can't explain.
But you kept them. That's the main thing.
Yeah?
I'm going to ask you for them, Mrs. Reinhardt.
Oh, dear, I hate to cause any trouble.
If this man is not responsible for the fire tonight, I promise you these letters will be kept absolutely private.
Well, all right, then. I'll get them for you. If you'll excuse me, I'll find them.
And a few minutes later, Marshal Carlson, in company with police inspectors Tracy and Anderson, begins the task of reading the threatening letters. There are several of them, and some time passes before Carlson suddenly breaks the silence.
Here's something. Yeah, what? Listen to this. It says, I'm getting tired of your stalling around. It makes me so mad that sometimes I wish the house would burn down. What do you think of that?
Well, it might mean a lot, and then again it might not mean anything. I've never put it in a letter, but I thought the same thing a lot of times, as a sort of an expression.
Yeah, I know. But in this case, I have a hunch it means just what it says. Does Stafford still live the same place? I don't know. That's one of the things we've got to find out.
Should be easy enough.
He started that fire tonight. He's obviously not in Tucson. We could check with the Arizona authorities and find out what they know about him. Right. You'd better take care of that, Anderson, while Tracy and I do a little looking around the premises. I've got an idea there must be a container or a bottle somewhere near that was used to carry the kerosene in, and I want to find it. If we do find this fellow, we'll need every bit of evidence we can scrape up to pin it on him, and that's just what we're going to get.
Accordingly, Inspector Anderson returns to headquarters, and Carlson and Tracy begin a thorough search of the surrounding territory. For some time, they browse through the yard, in the garage. Everywhere there might be a clue. Finding nothing, they are about to give up when suddenly Carlson raises a hand.
Wait a minute, Tracy. Kill the flashlight. Here, what's that? A few minutes ago, a car went by the house here, remember?
Yeah, what about it?
It just struck me that this is a dead-end street, and that car hasn't come back. Why not?
Well, that's probably just a couple of kids out to enjoy a little privacy. Look at the moon and everything.
Maybe. But I want to get a look at it anyway. Come on.
Okay.
We'll keep that flash off. I want to see without being seen.
Right.
We can cut over this vacant lot here. Get a look at them that way.
All right, you'll probably find it's nothing, though.
Maybe so. But I've got a hunch, and I've learned to follow them when they happen.
Yeah, good enough. What can we lose anyway?
Easy now. They should be parked somewhere over that little rise ahead of us. There they are. Right where I figured they'd be.
Looks like they're just sitting.
Yeah. But take a look at those license plates.
Huh? Say.
Yeah. Arizona plates. And the gentleman who wrote those letters is from Arizona. Come on. Let's talk to them.
Okay.
Enjoying the scenery?
Where'd you come from?
Back there a little ways. Noticed your car here and thought I'd come over.
A friendly type, eh? Well, we're not interested in conversation. We'd appreciate being left alone.
Well, that's too bad. Have you ever seen one of these before?
Why, sure, at the badge. Are you an officer?
I am Marshal Carlson and Inspector Tracy.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I was so rude. I thought you were just some nosy person that wanted to talk or something. I didn't know you were an officer.
That's all right. You mind answering a few questions?
Why, no, of course not. I don't know what good I can do, but
perhaps you wouldn't mind telling me what you're doing here.
Well, we thought it was a night, and we took a drive, that's all.
You familiar with this spot?
No. Never saw it before, as a matter of fact.
How about you, ma'am?
Why, no.
You see, we're from out of town, and, well, it was such a lovely night, we just thought we'd drive around. I had to drive because my husband has been ill.
I see. What's your name?
Mine?
That's right.
Oh, Rose. Rose Smith.
Are you Mr. Smith?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to stay right here with me for a little while. Tracy, run back to the house and get Mr. Reinhardt for me, will you? I want to see if he knows Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
And Marshal Carlson's hunch bears fruit when Mr. Reinhardt arrives on the scene.
Mr. Reinhardt, do you know this man?
Of course, that's Lawrence Stafford.
Lawrence Stafford? Why, I never heard of anyone by that name. You must be confused, or...
You mean to stand there and face me with that lie?
How do you mean lie? Why, you have a nerve?
We're not very as much... All right, gentlemen. Say the argument. Tracy, watch these two while I look through the car.
Okay. All right, come on, get out of the car, both of you.
Well, I never heard of anything so disgraceful in my life. Being pulled out of your own car like...
Come on. Get out of the car.
Well, I'll get out. But I'll see that someone pays for it.
Sure, I know all about it. Now stand right there and keep quiet. You too, ma'am.
And let's see what's in here.
Well. Now isn't that interesting?
Hey, what you find? Just a small item. A gallon jug with kerosene in it. Come on, Tracy. Let's take Mr. and Mrs. Smith to the station.
Taken to the Oakland police station, the couple are booked on suspicion of arson and lodged in jail. Then Marshal Carlson makes a complete search of their car, and a little while later in his office he examines the numerous bits of evidence, then sends for Stafford.
Stafford, let's stop all that foolishness and get down to facts.
My name's not Stafford.
Your name is Stafford, and the sooner you give up this bluff, the better it's going to be for you. I've got enough evidence here to send you away for a long time. Listen.
I don't know what evidence you're talking about, and I don't know what I'm supposed to have done. But I tell you, you've got the wrong person.
Anderson, bring you that stuff from over there, will you?
Sure.
A few things we found in your car, Stafford. I'd like to have you explain them to me.
What's wrong with having a bottle in the car?
What were you using this kerosene for?
My wife bought it. She was going to clean the spark plugs on the car.
So she bought a gallon?
Yeah.
That's a lot of kerosene just to clean a few little spark plugs.
Well, that's her business, not mine.
How about this .38 automatic? That her business, too?
I carry that for protection.
Of course. I imagined that would be your answer. Now, one more thing. I noticed among your effects a handful of table matches. They were in your coat pocket. You in the habit of carrying matches?
Well, sure. Why not? Everybody does.
That's true enough. But not everybody carries the same kind of matches that were used to start a fire with. And not everybody carries a gallon jug of kerosene. And not everybody happens to be just riding around a block away from the scene of a fire with all these things.
You're just wasting your time with all that talk because I didn't have anything to do with any fires or anything else.
Perhaps your wife will feel differently. She's had time to think it over. Take this man out, Anderson, and get me his wife. Well, Mrs. Stafford, are you ready to talk to me?
About what?
About a lot of things. First of all, why you said your name was Smith tonight. What was your reason for that?
Well, it is Smith.
No good, Mrs. Stafford. I just talked to your husband, Mr. Stafford.
And he said...
He did.
Oh.
Now, how about getting it off your chest?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did say my name was Smith. Because I was nervous and I didn't want to be involved in any trouble and, well, I thought that was the best thing to do. Oh, it was silly, and I realize that now.
What were you doing parked out there tonight?
We were looking for an apartment, and we read about one that sounded right, and, well, we were looking for it, that's all.
Only place to look for apartment, Mrs. Stafford, on a dead-end road parked with a light out.
Well, that's what we would do.
All right. We'll pass that up for the moment. Now about your husband. Why did he try to burn that house down?
I don't know what you mean.
You don't remember anything about how Mrs. Reinhardt's house was set on fire?
I certainly don't. I didn't even know it had this.
You're in a pretty tight spot, you know.
I don't know anything about that.
All right, then. We'll just sit here and talk until you do remember.
And sit there they do, for hours. Marshal Carlson questioned the woman, and for hours she denied everything. At last he sends her back to her cell, then calls Inspectors Tracy and Anderson in.
Can you get anything out of her? Not much. She admits to being Mrs. Stafford, and I got an address of the place where they're staying. That's about all.
Yeah, what now?
I want to go out to this address and look around a bit. Also, we might go to every place that sells kerosene and see if we can find who sold it to them.
I think if we face Stafford with a witness, he might talk. If he would, it might save a lot of time and trouble for the courts. Because talk or low talk, I'm going to send those two up for arson.
And after investigating the apartment where Stafford and his wife had been living, Carlson begins the tedious job of checking each place where kerosene is sold. It is a thin chance, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he locates a small gas station near the scene of the fire where the attendant recognizes the description of the Staffords. Says he sold them the kerosene. But when Stafford is faced with this new development, his answer remains the same. He denies ever having seen the attendant in his life. Two weeks go by in which Carlson prepares an ever-tightening noose of evidence. And finally, when it's complete, he turns it over to the district attorney's office and sets a date for trial. Then, on the morning of December 9th, 1935, the Stafford's attorney enters a plea of not guilty, and the trial begins. Silently, the suspects listen as Fire Marshal Carlson testifies, produces one piece of evidence after another.
Now, Mr. Carlson, the court has seen with their own eyes the jug of kerosene which you found in the Stafford's car. They have heard the explanation of why it was there. Will you tell in your own words exactly what took place the night you arrested them in their car?
I asked the lady her name, and she told me it was...
Would you talk a little louder, please?
I asked the lady her name, and she told me it was Rose Smith. She also told me that the man with her was her husband, Mr. Smith. Then I asked them what they were doing there, and they both said they were just taking a ride. I thought it was kind of funny, their being there and all. So I asked Inspector Tracy to go back to the house and get Mr. Reinhardt. He did that. And while he was gone, I talked to the suspects some more. They were very nervous. Didn't seem very happy over the prospects of meeting Reinhardt. Your
Honor, my clients have asked me to withdraw the plea of not guilty and enter one of guilty. In doing this, may I ask the court to be lenient? Mr. and Mrs. Stafford realize the error of their ways, realize that what they have done in a moment of weakness is bad. But surely, Your Honor, the fact that they have repented, that they only want now a chance to begin again, surely that should appeal to the mercy of the court. Your Honor,
Mr. Heller, this court is a place of justice, not a bargaining mart. I shall have to ask you to refrain from any more irregularity. Court's adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
But despite the last-minute attempt to save the Staffords, they were found guilty of arson and sentenced to serve from 2 to 20 years in San Quentin. Once more, we wish to emphasize the difference between Rio Grande cracked gasoline and ordinary gasoline. Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl starts quicker, burns more completely, and therefore develops the driving, pulsating power that you heard dramatized a few moments ago. That is why it is used in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. There's a difference, too, between Sinclair motor oil and ordinary motor oil. Careful refining, which removes all wax, petroleum jelly, and other impurities, makes Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline two of the finest motor oils money can buy. Your independent Rio Grande dealer has the correct grade for your cock. Ask him. Ask him also for free police money, which you can exchange for junior detective and G-man outfits to make some boy or girl happy. Learn all about it in Calling All Cars News, that thrilling movie, radio, crime, drama publication, which is also free at your Rio Grande dealers.
Oakland Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A cancellation of broadcast 158 regarding a fire. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood.
Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you into the story of the Derringer Society. Another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And right now, I'd like to talk about those few minutes you have while you're waiting for dinner every evening. That's the perfect time for a glass of Petri California Sherry, which is the best beginning a good meal ever had. You really feel like you're enjoying the good things of life when you take time for a glass of Petri Sherry. Hold that glass of sherry to the light. Look at it. It's a beautiful dark amber. Yes, and Petri Sherry is clear and fragrant, the way a good wine should be. Now taste it. Ah, you've got something. That Petri Sherry has a real heart-of-the-grape flavor. And look, if you like your sherry dry, not sweet, Petri makes a fine dry sherry. It's called Petri Pale Dry. And if you don't know yet which you prefer, the regular sherry or the dry, why not try both? Don't buy one, buy two. But just be sure you always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and we have a date with Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at that delectable backwater, the Happy Valley Room at the famous Palace Hotel. Let's keep our date, shall we?
Harry Bartell, how are you?
Hello, Gregory. Evening, Mr. Taylor.
Good evening, Harry. We just ordered a glass of sherry. You'll join us, of course.
Thanks, Greg. Be very nice.
Make that 3 sherries, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Hood. Well, gentlemen, which stories have you selected from the casebook for tonight's episode? A quite remarkable case that we filed under the heading of the Derringer Society. Sounds exciting, but what is the Derringer Society?
Well, surely you remember those wonderful early semi-scientific yarns about Dr. Derringer, don't you?
Yes, I do, Greg, now that you mention it. Sort of Jules Verne stories, weren't they? Yes, and if you reread them, Harry, you'll realize that they predict just about everything from rockets to the atomic bomb. You're both members of the Derringer Society, I take it.
Oh, certainly. In fact, Gregory is president.
Greg, I'm always learning something new about you.
Oh, I've been a Derringer fan for a great many years, Harry, so it was only natural that I rounded up a few old cronies here who were equally interested and formed a society.
We meet from time to time in a private room in Solaris, in Maiden Lane.
On the particular occasion I'm talking about, the evening started out very quietly with an excellent dinner, fine wine, and lots of good talk about the famous Dr. Derringer. And then I rose for a tea to get off. Fellow members of the Derringer Society, you will already have noticed that we have violated our long-standing SAG rule. We have a lady among us.
Oh, shame. No, George. We've broken the precedent for a very particular reason.
I don't have to remind any of you that the fabulous Dr. Derringer, that great spade-bearded scientific giant, was especially devoted to the tricks played by time. Well, our guest tonight is Miss Julia Hayes. She claims to perform exactly the sort of time travel prophecy that the great Derringer foretold. Miss Hayes, gentlemen, claims to be able to predict future events. Dr. Barton, our psychiatrist member, has been examining Miss Hayes today, and I shall ask him to introduce her. Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow members, I must preface my remarks by stating that if I appear to speak of our guest in a slightly clinical manner, I do so with her full permission. Am I right, Miss Hayes?
Yes, Dr. Barton, you may say anything you wish.
Thank you, Miss Hayes. Gentlemen, this afternoon I spent some 2 hours examining our guest. And by all known psychological tests, he's simply normal, perhaps a trifle below average mentality. But her record has already established the fact that she can often predict future events with surprising accuracy, quite above the laws of chance. And now, gentlemen, Miss Hayes will be quite willing to answer any question. Yes, Sandy Taylor, I think yours was the first hand.
Miss Hayes, may I ask you any outstanding event that you predicted in the past?
On May the 4th, 1937, I predicted that 2 days later the German airship Hindenburg would be destroyed. I predicted the death of both Mussolini and his son-in-law Canciano. I was right as to both date and time. I am seldom wrong.
Miss Hayes, how do you explain your unusual ability?
I cannot explain it. It is beyond my understanding. It is a gift. When I let my mind go blank, I can see into the future.
Miss Hayes, can you tell me what horse is going to win the second race at Arlington tomorrow? Mr. Chester, the Hayes is again. Oh, sorry, Hood. I beg your pardon, Miss Hayes. I was just being facetious. Let me ask you a serious question. Are you able to see into the future at will?
Yes. If I make my mind a blank, I can usually see into the immediate future.
Would you consider making a prediction for us now?
I will try. I can promise nothing, but I will try. Monday. It is Monday at 8:15. I see the future, but not far ahead. The same night, 3 hours from now, at 11:15 tonight, I see a small man, a bald man with glasses. His name is Chester.
Look, Miss Hayes, the joke's a joke. Quiet, Mr. Chester. Don't spoil it. She's still talking.
Tonight, Mr. Chester, at exactly 11:15, you will be murdered.
I think that was one of the most emotional meetings we've ever had of the Derringer Society.
It certainly broke up in a hurry when she predicted the murder of Chester.
Yes.
What do you make of that woman, Gregory?
Well, it's hard to say. Time travel into the future is all very well in the Derringer stories. Otherwise, I don't care for it too much. Life's complicated enough in a straight line these days.
Taylor, wait for me.
Alfred Chester. He's chasing us on the double. He really must be scared.
Well, I'm glad I caught you fellas before you left.
What's wrong, Mr. Chester? Are you taking that prediction seriously?
Well, it sounded to me more like a threat than a prediction. My reason tells me it's foolish to take the thing seriously, and yet, well, after all, I did make that stupid remark about the horse races.
She's a weird woman. She may have some odd powers that we know nothing about. What do you fellas think I ought to do? Get the police, perhaps?
No, I think it'd be a little hard to convince them that you were in danger.
Yeah. It's 11:15 now. Would you like me to come home with you until after her 11:15 deadline is passed?
Oh, no, Hood. I won't bother you. I'm probably being extremely stupid. Well, thanks for this little talk. I feel a lot better. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Chester. Good night. Really, it's frightened, isn't it, Gregory?
Badly. Ah, well, Sandy, I don't think we need to take the business very seriously.
Good. Just the same, I have a feeling that Mr. Alfred Chester may not sleep too easily tonight.
Albert? Is that you, Alfred, dear?
Yes, dear, it's me. Are you in bed?
Yes, I've been needed. How admitted?
I'll hang up my things and come and tell you about it. It was rather a peculiar evening. There was a woman there who claimed to be able to see into the future.
Oh,
I know, but the funny thing was she... Oh, well, but that's nonsense. What's the time, Alice?
It's exactly 11:15.
11:15, then I'm safe. I need...
The top of the morning to you, Stan.
Hello, Lieutenant Silvers.
Morning. What brings you to my office this early in the morning, Stan? Could we interest you in a small Ming vase for Mrs. Silvers? Oh, we have a nice line in Inca headdresses. You'd look rather fetching in one. Greg, I'm here on business. You saw Alfred Chester last night, didn't you? Sure, we both did. Why? Well, late last night, he was murdered. He was... What time, Stan? His wife says it was exactly 11:15.
Great God. Then the prediction came true.
What prediction are you talking about, Mr. Thaver? Chester attended the meeting of the Derringer Society last night. A woman by the name of Julia Hayes went into a sort of trance.
predicted Chester would be murdered at exactly 11:15.
Then that's the woman I've got to talk to. We'll all go and talk to her, Stan, but before we do, there's one thing I'd like to know. How was the murder committed? Chester was stabbed from behind by a medium-sized right-handed person. No fingerprint, no clue.
Who are you calling, Gregor?
Barton. He can tell us where Julia Hayes can be found. Get me Dr. Barton's office, please.
Yes, Mr. Hood.
Dr. Barton. I know him. He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
That's the man. He brought Julia Hayes to our meeting last night.
Here's Dr. Barton, Mr. Hood.
Oh, thanks. Dr. Barton?
Yes?
This is Gregory Hood.
Oh, yes, Greg.
Can you tell me where I can get in touch with Julia Hayes?
Well, she's here in my office now. And I found out something very interesting about her, Gregory.
So have I, Barton. Please keep her there until we arrive. We're leaving right away.
I've been examining Miss Hayes again this morning, gentlemen, and I've uncovered a very interesting fact. Miss Hayes was left-handed in her childhood, but she's been forcibly trained into right-handedness since. It's a situation that is often has unpredictable psychological results. Though, I'll confess, never precisely like her.
She is extraordinary, isn't she, Barton? Lieutenant Silvers will tell you just how extraordinary. Dr. Barton, Alfred Chester was murdered last night. Murdered by a right-handed person.
What? And her prediction came true to the exact minute. He died at 11:15.
He did die? But I don't know what to say. One thing I can assure you, gentlemen, Miss Hayes did not commit the crime herself.
How do you know?
Because I brought her back here after the meeting last night. I was working with her until 12:30.
Where's Miss Hayes now?
In the other room. You want to talk to her?
Yes, Dr. Barton, I certainly do.
I'll call her in.
Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Yes, Doctor.
These gentlemen want to ask you a few questions.
What question?
I understand you predicted the murder of Mr. Alfred Chester last night.
Yes. It happened, of course.
Yes.
I knew it would.
How do you account for the fact that you predicted it 3 hours before it happened?
I cannot account for it. It is a gift that I cannot explain. I can see things in the immediate future. I can tell you what is to happen today before the day is out. I can tell you...
I'm blanking out again. What can you tell us, Miss Hayes?
I see a large man, a red-faced man. His name is Felton.
That's George Felton, another member of the Derringer party. What do you see, Miss Hayes?
He will die tonight. He too will be murdered.
The heck he will. This is one murder that isn't going to take place.
George Felton speaking.
This is Lieutenant Silvers again, Mr. Felton.
Silvers, why don't you leave me alone? I don't want any police protection, and I won't have any.
But, Mr. Felton, I told you that Alfred Chester was murdered last night, right after he'd been threatened by this woman.
His death was a coincidence, Silvers. It was probably a prowler. But I'm not easily scared, and I don't believe in supernatural powers, even though I am a member of the Derringer Society.
I wish you'd let me come over, Mr. Felton. We don't like to take any chances.
Now, look here, Silvers. It's nearly midnight. My wife and I are going to bed. Don't you worry about us. If anyone murders me during the night, I'll get in touch with you first thing in the morning.
Who was that, darling?
Oh, Lieutenant Silvers again.
Still worrying about that threat on your life.
Yes, that's the 5th time he's called me today.
Darling, he must take it seriously, even if you don't. Don't you...
Oh, now, don't worry your pretty head about it, Cynthia. You run along to bed, dear. I'll lock up.
I suppose you know best, George. Don't be
Oh.
long.
What's that?
I heard something. Gregory, I blame myself for Mr. Felton's murder last night.
You did your best, Stan?
Yes, Lieutenant. After all, you tried to force him to take protection, but he wouldn't hear of it.
I know, but I do blame myself. Well, let's see what Julie Hayes has to say about this one. She's waiting outside. Come in, please, Miss Hayes.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Now, Miss Hayes, I want to know how you knew this latest murder was going to take place.
I cannot tell you how I knew. It is just that when my mind is a blank, I have the ability to see into the future.
Now, look, Miss Hayes, I'm a plain, straightforward police officer. One coincidence I can take, but not two, and I can't write on the police report that you knew about the murder because you can see into the future, you know. Why not tell me the truth?
I am telling the truth.
Oh, Gregory, see if you can get anything out of her. Miss Hayes.
What is it?
I understand about your being able to travel into the future, but surely you must be able to remember more about what you saw when you had that vision. Try and think back, will you?
Think back. Back? No, I can only see forward. Forward.
Scott, my mind's blanking out again.
I see another death in the immediate future. Sudden death. The man is tall and dark. His name is Hood. Gregory Hood.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a second, so I'll tell you quickly about a wine I know you'll like. That wine is Petri California Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is really marvelous. In fact, I'm willing to bet you like everything about it. Petri Muscatel is good just to look at, the color of sheer gold. And say, if you've ever tasted plump, luscious Muscat grapes if they're sun-ripened best, well, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful Muscat flavor. And you'll like Petri Muscatel after dinner, by itself, or served with fruit, for instance, peaches, or with cake. Just be sure it's Petri. Petri Muscatel, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Gregory, so yours was the third murder to be predicted. Considering the first two had taken place according to schedule, you must have felt a little nervous.
For the first 24 hours, I was a trifle sensitive to sudden sounds, Harry. But when 48 hours had passed without anything happening, I began to feel rather let down.
Let down? You should have thought you'd have been grateful.
Gregory had an ingrained sense of melodrama, Harry. I think he felt cheated because the spotlight was on him and he didn't have a scene to play.
Exactly, Sandy. As my old father used to say, if you're fortunate enough to hit the headlines, for heaven's sake, make the most of it. But how could I? The other two killings had followed right on the heels of the prophecies. Now, mine had been predicted, and nothing happened at all. It was rather humiliating.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. In any case, I'm sure you didn't just sit down and wait for someone to try to kill you.
Oh, no, Harry. As soon as Julia Hayes uttered her dire threat, Lieutenant Silvers and I went into action. We questioned everyone and checked alibis till we were as black in the face as a couple of end men. But after 3 days of this, we had progressed exactly nowhere. On the night of the fourth day, I remember, Stanley and I sat in my apartment discussing the whole business.
Gregory, while you and Lieutenant Silvers have been doing the legwork, I've been doing some serious thinking.
Splendid, Sandy. What conclusions did you arrive at?
I think there's only one answer to this case.
And that answer is?
Dr. Barton's a psychiatrist. Julia Hayes is slightly subnormal. I wouldn't mind giving you odds that he hypnotized her into performing the two murders. She'd be an easy hypnotic victim.
I'd thought of that possibility. Have you figured out his motive?
No, but I'll skip that for the moment. One thing we do know. He had the opportunity. He was the only person who was alone with the woman for any length of time between her arrival in San Francisco and her first prophecy at our meeting.
Very true. And I think I could provide your missing motive, Sandy. We've checked on Dr. Barton thoroughly. The wife of George Felton, the second man murdered, was a patient of Barton's. She was also a beautiful woman, no doubt is now a very rich one. I've gleaned rumors that her relationship with Barton was a little more cozy than that which usually exists between doctor and patient.
In that case, how would you account for the first murder, the stabbing of Alfred Chester?
Well, that could have been a blind, to establish a pattern and conceal the motive.
Well, if that were the case, your death would be necessary also.
True. Darn it, Sandy, this is all supposition. We haven't a real lead to follow. There's one thing I will settle, though.
Who are you calling?
Dr. Howell is staying at the Fairmont. He's probably the greatest psychiatrist in the country. Dr. Eustace Howell, please.
Well, what can he settle?
Whether Julia Hayes could have been hypnotized into committing murder. Dr. Howell? This is Gregory Hood. I'm fine, thanks. Yes, I'd like to. In the meanwhile, do you mind if I pick your brains? Yes. Here's my problem. Is it possible to hypnotize an individual to commit a criminal act against his will? Thanks. I thought so. I'm much obliged to you. I'll call you in a day or two. Goodbye.
Can't be done, huh?
No. He says the answer is an unqualified no. Well, I'm going to accelerate my own murder. Tell me what flowers you like first. I'm very fond of Transvaal daisies, Sandy, but don't worry about my funeral yet. Lieutenant Silvers, please. Two can play at this game, Sandy. Oh, Stan? This is Greg Hood. No more leads, but I have got a brainwave. Pick up Julia Hayes and bring her up to the apartment as soon as you can. Yes, we'll be waiting for you.
I cannot answer any more questions, Mr. Hood.
But, Miss Hayes, you predicted that I would be murdered in this apartment. Doesn't this setting ring a responsive chord in your memory?
No, it does not.
Your other purposes came true. What happened to this one?
I do not know. I cannot explain it.
Perhaps you've lost your mysterious power, Miss Hayes. Or perhaps you never had it. Perhaps you made the whole thing up. Why not admit you're a murderess who poses as a prophet?
I am no murderess. I can see the future, or I could. Something has happened to me.
You never could see the future, and you never will. But I'll tell you your future, Miss Hayes, if you don't tell us the truth. You'll end up in the gas chamber, and I don't have to be a clairvoyant to know that.
Stop talking like that. Leave me alone. I won't see.
Come back. No, Stan. Let her go. I'll tail her, though, Greg. Good idea. She's upset. She might show her hand. I'll be back later.
Well, there's still no net other solution, Gregory. I don't know. I swear there's still hypnotism in it somewhere.
I have a hunch that Julia Hayes isn't conscious of it. That alibi of hers for the first killing might be a true one at that. Hello?
Gregory, this is Dr. Barton.
Yes, Barton?
I have rather a serious confession to make to you. They lied to the police.
About what?
Saying that Julia Hayes was with me at the time of the first murder. She wasn't.
Why did you lie?
Well, the woman seemed such a unique psychiatric study, I wanted to complete my examination before the police nabbed her. Now I've finished my research with her. You can tell the police they can pick her up.
Tell them yourself, Barton, and I wish you the worst of luck in explaining it to them. There's a man that danced at his father's wedding. What did he say, Gregory? He dynamited Julia Hayes' alibi for the first murder. But in doing so, I'm pretty certain he's put the finger on himself. Dr. Howell, please.
Andy, I think we're on the right track at last. I certainly hope so.
Dr. Howell, this is Greg Hood again. I want just one more piece of information, please. Can a post-hypnotic suggestion include persuading the patient that he was never hypnotized at all? It can? Thank you, Doctor. I'm immensely obliged to you. There's our answer, Sandy. When Barton demolished the woman's alibi, he also demolished his own.
Then he did hypnotize?
Sure. Then he planted the apparent prophecies in her mind. After she'd made them public, he committed the murders himself.
I get it. And he thought that when he scuttled Julia Hayes' alibi, we'd think she'd try to make her own predictions come true.
That's it, Sandy. Fortunately for us, he'd outsmarted himself and walked into his own trap. We've got him. Who's that? Is that you, Stan?
What? Who turned off the light?
Oh, no, you're not. Gregory! Gregory, where are you? What's happening? Trying to get at the light switch. Look out, Sandy. He's got a knife. Strike him at.
Okay, Gregory.
Hey, why are the lights off? What's going on? Watch out, Stan. The killer's here. He's got a knife. She's got a knife. It's Julia Hayes. She got away from me, but I trailed her back. But it can't be. Oh, here's the light switch.
It is Julia Hayes, Gregory. We've got you cold, Miss Hayes. Life's in your hand and all. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I'm sorry I did not kill you, Mr. Hood.
Well, that's very friendly of you, Miss Hayes, but I'm completely confused.
Well, so am I, Gregory. You just finished proving to me that she couldn't be the killer.
Well, I don't know what more evidence you want, Greg. The knife's in her hand, and she admits she wished she'd killed you.
Yes, I admit it. You all made fun of me. You did not believe in my gift. If you had died, then all my predictions would have come true. But I am no murderess.
Of course you aren't, Miss Hayes.
What are you talking about, Gregory?
But don't you see? She's holding the knife in her left hand. There's the answer. Come on, Lieutenant. Let's go over and see Dr. Barton as fast as the squad car can get us there.
Yeah, this is all very dramatic. A police inspector, an amateur detective, and his attorneys stand in my home and accuse me of murder. Is this some form of practical joke?
If you think it is, you must have a very warped sense of humor. I don't think the judge will find it funny, Dr. Barton.
And I know that your attorney won't.
But this is ridiculous. You're suggesting that I hypnotized Julia Hayes into making murder prophecies, and then that I carried out the murders myself? To coin a phrase, yes. But, my dear Hood, you've just admitted that she attacked you tonight.
Yes, you suggested the idea. And the three of us, by taunting her with her failure as a prophet earlier on, helped. Her never-too-stable mind snapped, and she attacked me
to fulfill her record of prophecies.
But why couldn't she have committed the 2 murders?
You overlooked one thing, my friend. You didn't know that under strong emotion she reverts to her childhood left-handedness. She attacked me tonight with her left hand. The murders were committed by a right-handed person. Want to argue any more?
I'd like to know what you think my motive was, Hood.
Oh, that's easy. Mrs. Felton, the widow of your second victim, broke down half an hour ago and spilled quite a few beans.
She did? I mean, yes, she did.
So, Cynthia's been talking.
Better come with me, Doctor. Very well, Lieutenant. I should prefer not to talk anymore till I've seen my attorney. Good night, gentlemen.
See you in court, Barton.
Gregory, you tell the most convincing lies. That story about Mrs. Felton talking, how can you do it?
Oh, it takes years of training. My old father always used to say that if you couldn't think of a really convincing truth when you wanted to make a good point, then tell a thumping great lie.
You're a chip off the old block.
Sandy, I'm worried.
Conscience bothering you?
Mm-mm. I'm thinking about the Derringer Society.
What about it, Figure?
Well, Sandy, brood about it. With 2 of our society murdered and the 3rd headed for the gas chamber, we can certainly use some new members.
Greg, that was an exciting story. How do you get mixed up in these things?
Harry, I guess I'm just around when they happen.
But why is it I'm never around?
Well, Harry, maybe you're just the kind of person nothing ever happens to. Lucky you.
You mean poor me? I bet if I were a member of the Derringer Society, things would start happening to me.
Oh, I don't know. But before you can become a member, you must be able to contribute something to the society. Have you a scientific mind?
I'm a genius with a tinker toy.
Oh, no. Know anything about psychiatry?
No.
Hypnotism?
No.
Precognition?
Don't even know what it means.
Well, in that event, Harry, what in the world could you possibly contribute to the Derringer Society?
A case of Petri wine?
I should have known.
They'll love me, Greg, because Petri wine is such good wine. Well, it's just got to be. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son. No wonder Petri wine is so good. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, which adventure out of the casebook are you planning to tell us next week?
Next Monday, Harry, I'm going to tell of a weird adventure that Sandy and I had in Mexico City some months ago. During the course of the story, I succeeded in getting myself kidnapped by a female sharpshooter and nearly ended up with an extremely beautiful wife. I'll see you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fostler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Carl Harbord. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by The Casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hiya, Capey. What's the good word?
Crammer's done the cranifry.
Crammer's done the cranifry. Huh?
Hey, what kind of talk is that? That's double talk.
Huh, Tony?
Well, I don't know anything about double talk, but I know good single talk when I hear it.
What good single talk?
Well, take back about this. Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in black. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, a cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the blonde lipstick. Nine o'clock in the evening at the Blue Note Cafe. It's too early for the late crowd, and the daily crowd has gone on to dinner. The place is practically deserted when... I have no beings, everywhere.
Tasty, Miss Williams.
Two bottles of beer, pal.
Coming up. Here you are, Casey. I was hoping you'd drop in.
And why? What the...
Well, there was a dame looking for you.
A dame? Who was she?
I don't know her name because she didn't mention it, but she really wasn't no dame. She was class.
Class of 1898?
Oh, no, Miss Williams, she was young. And when I say a girl had class, I mean... she had... Well, it's not what she had, it's the way she used it. You know, class.
I take it, Ethelbert, she was good looking.
Yeah.
What does she want with me?
I don't know, Casey. Not that I didn't inquire. She comes in and asked me if I would point out Casey, the photographer for the Morning Express.
Uh-huh.
With a note of regret in my voice, I says I would if I could, lady, but, Casey ain't among those present.
Oh, then you probably said, is there anything I can do for you, lady?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Well, you told me she was very pretty.
Sure. Oh, now, wait a minute, Casey. I wasn't trying to cut in on you. I only asked her, is there anything I can do for you? And she said to me, oh, no, I wanted to see Mr. Casey. It's rather personal. So I told her you'd be around about this time, and she said she'd come back.
So you don't know her angle?
She didn't have no angle, Miss Williams. For she sounded more like she admired Casey from afar.
But don't choke, Andy. What's so funny about that?
Well, be eight.
Well, she did tell Ethelbert that her business was
Oh, and the way she said it. Men can tell about things like that.
Well, it might be a case of hero worship, you know. Lots of girls go for big names. Well, stick around and see. Maybe after all, I'm not her. What? What's the matter?
She's here, at the one near the door.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah. That's what I said when I first seen her. Till I call her over?
Ethelbert, do not delay fate.
Okay. She sees me. She's coming over.
Annie, cut her a look.
Well, nothing wrong that a tailor and a barber couldn't daddy.
And I'm here, Miss. This is Mr. Casey I'm pointing to, but I didn't get your name.
My name's Laura Neely, Mr. Casey. I hope you'll excuse me, but I just happy me.
That's a pleasure, Miss Neely. Oh, this is Miss William, an acquaintance.
Yeah. Mr. Casey has no friend. Oh, I read that honest newspapermen can't afford to make friends. Oh, you're just as I pictured you, Mr. Casey.
Really? Don't go filling up any romantic ideas about me, Miss Neely.
Oh, but it's true. Well, you reach the public every day. You have great power for good or evil. For Ismo. Oh, for goodness sake.
You wanted to say me about something? Something personal with me?
Yes, Mr. Casey. It's very personal to me.
Oh, that's all right.
You see, I want some publicity.
Publicity? Oh.
You see, I'm working for a certain charity, Mr. Casey, and I know that if you give me publicity with pictures in the newspaper, I'm bound to collect a lot of money.
I bet.
Don't you think, Mr. Casey? Not at the moment, Miss Neely. I think Mr. Casey's moved the papers to their disappointment. Pardon me?
Is that what you've been hanging around for? Some free publicity?
Oh, but it's not for myself, Mr. Casey. It's for a worthy cause.
Oh, I know. The old story. How do you want your picture? The bathing suit?
Oh, Mr. Casey, you don't understand. This is a very worthy cause.
Come on, oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Getting a picture in the paper is the first step in interesting some movie producer. No, I'm sorry, Miss Neely. No go.
Oh, you really got me all wrong. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the City Welfare Fund, and I saw it at the newspaper. What, man? I'm working for the City Welfare Fund. I think everybody should help.
Oh, no, I didn't just say so instead of beating around the bush.
You mean you'll help?
Well, I'll be glad to help with the city welfare fund anytime. But every newspaper's collecting for the fund over what's your vital angle?
Well, you know how people are, Mr. Katie. They intend to send a contribution, but they just never get around to it. But I call on them after work, and they're glad to give.
Do you give all your kind in collecting?
Oh, as much as I can. You see, I work for the Stevens Electrical Company. After work, I visit people eating.
It's not a bad angle, no? Look, I'll do a series of shots of you getting donations from prominent people. Annie, look, how does this strike you? I'll snap Laura getting a donation from Logan behind his desk in police headquarters.
I'm filled with enthusiasm at the novel.
Good, we'll start right here and now. Come on, Ethelbert, kick it.
Hello, Annie. How's the news department?
We're fine, Kathy. 1 murder, 2 arsons, and a nightclub fight between 2 movie stars. In other words, I'm not writing up that baby face grabber.
No, Annie, she's collecting for the city welfare.
Collecting a lot of glory for herself.
Look, to what, she's working for it, isn't she? Every newspaper guy I sent her to has made a donation, even though he's already given before. You know that Laura's collected over $10,000 already?
It must be that perfume she was sporting. Try light in Paris. Guaranteed to land your man.
Oh, look, why don't you give the gal a break, Annie? She don't care.
Katie? Oh, and I tried, Katie, but I don't go for it.
Why not? The way you hate her?
I don't hate her.
Why, the way you dislike her, then? Well, there isn't any reason for it.
I knew I'd dislike her before I met her.
That's what I mean.
William, city room, police desk.
May I think of Mr. Casey, please?
Yeah, just a moment. You, Kate.
No, don't get up. Hello, Casey speaking. My name is Thomas Stevens, Mr. Casey, president of the Stevens Electrical Company.
Sound familiar, Mr. Stevens?
Miss Laura Neely is my secretary.
Oh, yes, Laura mentioned you.
And she told me about you, Mr. Casey. You've been helping her collect funds for the City Welfare Fund?
Well, Laura does all the work, really.
But you are very much interested, aren't you, Mr. Casey?
Naturally, I want to see the fund get as much as possible.
And I'd better tell you, Mr. Casey, I really don't know whether I should call the police.
What happened?
There may be nothing to it, but on the other hand, Laura left the office with over $10,000 in cash, which she was going to take to the bank.
When? What time?
During a lunch hour. At 1 o'clock. That's 4 hours ago. Yet she hasn't returned. I didn't think anything of it at first, but then I began worrying.
Well, did you check with the bank? Did Laura deposit the money?
I called the bank, but she hasn't been there. I'm afraid she's... Well, it could have been an accident or anything, but she had $10,000 with her.
What shall I do? Call the police? No. Hold everything for a while. I'll check this end, and I'll call you back in an hour or so. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Kitty. Goodbye.
Yeah, I only heard your side of the conversation, Katie, but it doesn't sound good.
Say not. Laura Neely left her office for the bank with more than $10,000 in donations at 1 o'clock. It's after 5 now. She never got there.
Huh. Check the bus and railroad terminals.
Hey, wait a minute, Annie. That's unfair, really. Laura wouldn't run off with that dough.
So I'm catty. But where's Laura? And more important, where's that $10,000?
Yeah, that would worry me. Laura could have been followed and robbed.
Katie, I'm working a police desk, remember? I'd be the first one to get a report on a robbery or assault.
Well, she might be hurt, Annie. She may be unconscious in some hospital right now.
You know I get the accident reports, too, and nothing doing, Casey. Now, you better start picking up excuses.
Excuses for what?
I'll state the case as simply as I can. You meet a girl at the Blue Note. You don't know a thing about her.
Wait a minute. If I can't judge a person's character after all these years...
Stick to men, Katie. You don't know a thing about women. I could know. I haven't been able to teach you a thing.
Like what?
Oh, we'll go into that some other time. Right now, you've accepted a strange girl at face value. You introduce her all your newspaper friends. You practically force them to give her money. What does that make you with all the boys? Oh, the biggest sucker in town.
Well, I'll still bet my last dollar that Laura's on it.
Face the facts, Casey. You were taken for a lie. Now, what are you going to tell the board?
No.
Oh, well, they'll be telling you plenty.
Well, not until they find out. Look, so far, her boss, Stevens, is the only one who knows that Laura's missing. That gives me a chance to find her.
Or you'll need police help.
Yeah, I get the Willard there.
Well, I'll ring up Logan.
Oh, look, Annie, give me the phone. I'll fuck them.
Nick, you better let me do it. You did get Logan to pose for a picture with Laura. And it won't look very well when the story breaks.
I'll take my own medicine if I have to. Still not sold on the idea that Laura ran out them. Hello, police headquarters. Hello, Logan. This is Casey. Now listen carefully and save your comments until I'm through. Laura Neely has disappeared with over $10,000 she collected.
Come in, Miss Freer.
How are you, Captain?
Fine. And who's the gentleman with you? Oh, cut the comedy, Logan.
The gentleman is Mr. Casey.
Impossible.
Oh? Why, Captain Logan?
Because a certain photographer named Casey wouldn't dare show his face around here, not after what he's done to me. So I had one. Now, what'd you expect me to do, roll out the welcome mat for the guy who has made me the laughing stock of the police department? Every paper in town's gonna dig up the picture of me handing a donation to Laura Neely.
And are they gonna go to town? Quote, Captain Logan gives official sanction to bunco game, unquote.
Now, hold on, Logan. I'll admit it was bad for Laura.
And you'll also admit that Hitler might have been guilty, I suppose.
When you cut the sarcasm, we might get to work. Laura disappeared. She was carrying 10 grand. Well, now, lots of guys in this town could knock her off for less. Why don't you investigate before you jump to conclusions?
You know, Casey, the same thing occurred to me, too. I did investigate.
Did you find out anything?
Not much. Laura Neely was making $55 a week. The last week, she buys $970 worth of dresses.
Well, so what? Every girl saves for clothes? Oh, sure. But Laura's personal bank account was $200. You didn't touch that.
And on top of the $970 for dresses, she spent $300 for 2 suits and bought $150 worth of luggage. When I got all those reports, I began to suspect that Laura might have been preparing for a trip.
How about the railroad and bus terminal?
Well, my boys checked them, but not a trace.
Well, you see, now, but I found the record of an automobile sale in her name. Yesterday, Laura bought a blue convertible roadster from a second-hand dealer. Today, she's gone. She bought a car, huh? Pick her up bad for the blue convertible. Not many of them on the road.
So we pick her up, then what? We put her on trial, and the whole story comes out. How she took the wise boys in town, the newspapermen and the police.
All right. I'll take the blame for that, Logan. The boys will be glad to pass the buck to me there.
But, if you take all the blame...
What else can I do, Annie? I fell for a story. I introduced her around.
Well, it would be pretty hard to live it down.
Who's worried? Yeah, I can always get a job. Who says I've got to be a crime photographer? I can go around snapping baby pictures.
Captain Logan, I'm afraid for him.
You blow his top and then calm down.
Well, I better stay with him. In case he ever needed me, he needs me now.
Our story will continue in just a moment.
Say, Tony, who collects and returns all the empty beer bottles in your house? You or Junior?
Empty beer bottles? Well, say, hasn't anybody told you about the new Anchor Glass one-way, no deposit, no return bottle?
Say, that's right. There's no need to save one-way bottles.
No deposit is required. You never have to return them to the store. And they're a tremendous convenience, too.
So light, so compact, and they take up so little space in the refrigerator.
And the Anchor Glass one-way bottle is a glass bottle. And because it's a glass bottle, it brings you beer and ale that taste as beer and ale should taste, unaffected by foreign flavors. Clean, clear, sparkling. Beer that brewery bright. No deposit, no fuss, no empties to be returned to the store.
And when you've enjoyed the beer, you dispose of the empty bottle as you would any other food container.
You are the first and the last to use it.
Yes, and that's why the new sanitary Anchor Glass one-way, no deposit bottle is sweeping America.
And that's why, when you buy beer, you should say that you want your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Casey, wait.
No, I'm in a hurry, Ann.
Oh, now, Casey, I'm going with you.
Why could you?
Well, I've helped before.
I don't need any help. Sorry, Annie.
What are friends for?
Thank you.
Wasn't I always?
Good.
Thanks, Casey. Now, what are we going to do?
Gotta find that blonde.
Well, the police will pick her up.
I'm sure they will. Sure. But I've got to get to her first, Danny. Is this story ever get from the paper?
Well, what can you do?
Well, the way I figure is, if Laura was getting ready to leave town, she might have dropped some hint to somebody.
Well, she doesn't have any family that we know of.
Her boss probably closed the door to anybody out. You may have a lead to girlfriend or boyfriend. I'm going to call on Thomas Stevens right now. You make yourself comfortable in the library. I'll tell Mr. Stevens you're here.
Thank you.
If I may take your valise, sir. Oh, that's all right. That's my film case. I'll set it down right here. Mr. Stevens will be down direct. We'll wait, sir. Boy, the electrical line must pay off sweating.
This is a lovely house. Oh, an original painting by Van Houten.
Oh, good evening. You liked my wife's work?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Stevens. Your wife is a beautiful woman.
Oh, thank you. She's out of town right now, Miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Miss Williams, and this is Mr. Casey.
Oh, yes. I spoke to you on the phone, Mr. Casey. You have any news of Laura?
Yes, bad news.
You mean
Laura's hurt? No. Laura has run away with the money she collected for the city welfare fund. Oh, impossible. I don't believe it. They had a pretty hard time convincing me, too. Can't argue about it anymore. Police found if Laura bought a block of new clothes, luggage in the car, and then she disappeared.
She did.
And
You what?
I donated $300 to her fund myself.
Huh? You're in good smart company, Mr. Stevens. Quite a few people like to catch up with Laura, and I'd like your help.
Well, what can I do? Well, answer some questions, if you will. You see, the way we figure, Laura was with you during her working day, and she might have dropped a hint as to where she was going. Nothing that I can remember, Mr. Casey. Or did she ever say she wished you were in California, we'll say, or Florida, or someplace?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, I know very little about her.
And there isn't anything you remember to give it some lead.
I'm afraid not, much as I'd like to.
Sorry to bother you. If I think of anything, I'll call you, Mr. Casey. Yeah, thank you. You can reach me at the newspaper office, or perhaps the police will catch her.
Maybe. Yeah, but by that time, Laura Neely will have run through the money for the welfare fund. Will we go, Annie?
Visit with a complete butt.
Well, I don't know about that.
What do you mean? Peter didn't know a thing.
So he said. Come on, let's get into the car.
We are. Go ahead, man.
Okay.
Will you please tell me why you think Stevens knows something?
Casey, I've got something I want to show you. Switch on the dashboard light.
All right, here it is.
Now, what do you think of this?
What is tube of lipstick?
Look closer.
Well, let's see it. All right, I still think it's lipstick.
Of course, but it's strawberry lipstick. Get it?
Strawberry, huckleberry, raspberry. What difference does it make?
Oh, none to a man, I guess. But this is the lightest shade of lipstick made. It's used by very blonde women.
You taught me.
Remember when I sat down on the couch? Well, I found this lipstick between the cushions. That shows that Laura was in Stephen's library rekeeping.
Annie, you got Laura on the brain since you met her. Lipstick could belong to any blonde woman. It might even be Mrs. Stevens.
Didn't you notice that portrait of Stephen's wife? She's a brunette. First shade would be deep red or purple.
True enough, but Mrs. Stevens might have dozens of blonde friends.
Stevens said his wife was out of town, didn't he? Well, none of her friends would come around when she's gone.
I still can't see it, though, Anne. All right, let's say for the sake of argument that I agree that Laura was in Stevens' library.
She was.
All right, does that make any sense? What'd she be doing there?
Oh, might be in love with Stephen.
In love? Well, all right. Now, let's see. Now, suppose he were planning to run out with Laura. So what did he do? He let Laura steal the 10 grand which she collected for the welfare fund? Think, Annie. Stephen is a very rich man. $10,000 doesn't mean very much to him. Why would he let Laura take the money and get the police after them?
Well, when you put it that way.
Sure, those are the facts. Stevens is no dope. How do you get around that?
Oh, I don't know, but I do know that this is Laura's lipstick.
How? What are your reasons?
When something is true, you don't need reason.
Oh.
And I know this is Laura's lipstick. And if we could get back into Stephen's home, I'll bet that you'd find more clues that she was there.
What am I supposed to do? Tell Stephen that I think he's harboring Laura and search the house, or shall I pull the gag about reading the gas meter?
All right, get sarcastic if you want to. But I'd get into that house if I wanted to find Laura.
Well, we could wait till Stevens left the house, and I could walk in and tell the butler I left my film case behind.
Yeah, that's it. That would give us a chance to examine the library again.
Well, okay, Annie. But I'm doing it for one reason.
Oh? What reason?
Your intuition was right once about Laura. But even if it's 1,000,000 to 1 against you being right again, I'm not leaving myself open.
You're sure that was Stevens in the car with me?
Yeah, I got a good look at him. He's gone.
Good evening. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Casey, but
Mr. Stevens left the house shortly after you did.
Oh, well, that's all right. I didn't come back to see Mr. Stevens. You see, I missed my film case. I think I left it here.
Film case?
Yeah, that square leather case with a leather strap if you want to take it.
Oh, yes, I remember, sir. Will you come in?
Yeah, thank you. After you, Eddie.
You must have left the film case in the library, sir. I'll just come along and pick it up. Here's the library, sir. Do you remember where you put it? Well, too big to miss. It might be on the other side of the couch.
Not here. You remember what I did with it, Annie?
Well, you might have shoved it under the couch. Oh. No, it isn't there.
Hey, what's that over there?
Hmm?
Wasn't here before. Oh, no, that's too big.
That's Mr. Stevens' overnight bag, sir.
Oh.
I placed it there after you left.
Oh, I see. Could anybody have picked up the film case after I left?
It was hardly possible, sir, but I'll ask the maid if you wish.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd appreciate it.
I'll only be a few moments, sir.
Take as long as you want. Well, Annie, anything more?
Oh, near the couch.
Wait a minute, didn't they?
Smell.
Huh? I need the perfume?
Yeah. And it's strongest near the couch. Laura that here recently.
The more intuition, Annie, or some logical reason this.
I'm sure, Katie. It's fake, but I'm sure it's Twilight in Paris, Laura's perfume. I'm sure she was here.
Tough might fit in at that, Annie. Annie, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
What?
Well, first I'll take you home. Then I got to prepare a speech to make to a cop guy. And then I got to buy a can of paint.
You're late, Tom.
I had to be careful driving up here, Paula. Where's Laura?
In the cabin.
Did she give you any trouble?
Everything went like we planned. She came to the house with some papers from you, and I offered her a drink. That stuff you put in the liquor kept her out cold.
And nobody could possibly have seen you put her in the car?
Nobody. All the servants had the day off.
Fine. All your friends, Paul. I must have told 1,000,000 people that my wife was out of town for a few days.
This summer cabin of ours is certainly out of town.
Where's the blue convertible road you drove up?
In back of the fence, naturally. It can't be seen from the road.
Every policeman in the state is looking for that car.
Tom, how did it go in the city? Did the police accept the fact that Laura bought the car and the clothes with the welfare fund money?
They swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. The blonde wig was an inspiration, Paula. Buying stuff in Laura's name wouldn't have been enough if you didn't fill her general description.
So they accepted the story exactly as we built it up.
Yeah, and by help from that newspaper photographer, Katie, that the police are convinced it was Laura who bought the car and the clothes with the fund money.
Good. And now when Laura is found dead...
Paula. Do we have to kill the girl? After all, it's not her fault that I carelessly let my second set of books on the desk.
What difference whether it's her fault or not? She did see the books, and she does know that you didn't pay nearly $1 million income tax.
I wish I hadn't listened to your Paula.
Don't be a fool, Tom. She'll send you to jail, and think of me.
But to kill. Look, Paula, that murder.
Tom, we can't take chances. If you had to pay fines on $1 million you held out, we'd be ruined. And you'd go to jail. Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't stand the disgrace.
Well, I don't like it.
Are you falling for her baby face, too? Well, I'll take care of her. I've got too much food to... Oh, what's that?
All right, put up your hat, folks.
Tom!
Sergeant Hart, State Police. Keep him covered, boys. Look in the back room. Guy named Casey said we'd find a beautiful blonde around here.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. You know the old adage, the pot calls the kettle black? Well, maybe you think it's natural for all cooking utensils to become scorched, blackened, and hard to clean. Well, that's because you've been using ordinary pots and pans. Now, when you use Fire King oven glass, that just doesn't happen. Fire King oven glass is a special non-porous surface that's literally mirror smooth. It doesn't absorb baking stains or odors, and it's amazingly easy to clean. And because you bake, serve, and store leftovers all in the same Fire King dish, you save hours of kitchen drudgery. Now, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King casseroles, pie plates, and utility dishes at chain and department stores and wherever household glass is sold. You'll be surprised at the amazingly low prices. Be sure to ask for Fire King oven glass by name. Fire King is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Katie, I'm just about to bust with curiosity.
Yeah, me too. Goodness, Annie, doesn't your feminine intuition defy the answer?
All right. Though I was wrong about Laura. I know that Victor and Mr. Stevens are under arrest, and that Laura is coming back to the money for the city welfare.
Hey, see, Miss Williams. Come drawing now.
Oh, Victor saved my life. You got the police to Stephen's cabin just in time. Well, I could kiss you.
Well.
I was just getting ready to like you.
Oh, I'm so excited I don't know what I'm saying, McWilliam.
I sure thought I was a goner when I laid there tied up and Mr. and Mrs. Stevens talking about killing me. And everybody thought I had stolen the fund money. Except Mr. Casey, of course.
Well, there were moments when I had my doubts. But to give credit where it's due, it was Anne who spotted the lipstick and the perfume odor in Stephen's pouch.
Which started you off on a train of thought.
Sure. That and the fact that when he came back with a phony excuse, I saw that Stephen's bag was packed for a trip.
Yeah.
Well, so I decided to see where he went.
And that reminds me, when you left me, you said that you had to prepare a speech for a cop guy and
All right.
buy a can of paint. Now, what did you mean?
Well, I knew that we'd make Stephen suspicious if we followed in a car, so I had to get a plane. Now, who would you say is the toughest guy in the world, Annie?
A city editor.
That's right, Burke. Well, I got our city editor to authorize the use of our news claim. And once I have that, I needed a can of paint to mark the top of Stephen's car so we could follow it.
Oh, I see.
A cub reporter phoned the airport when Stephen left. Well, we spotted the marks on Stephen's car from the air. We followed him to his summer cabin in the woods. From above, we could see the blue convertible, hidden from the road. So I knew that Laura was there.
Well, how'd you let the police know?
Annie, have you forgotten? Our new Morning Express plane is equipped with two-way radio.
Oh, of course.
Well, there's your story, Annie. We better get back to the office with it.
Oh, there are a lot of things which I don't understand yet. How about coming up to the office while I write the story, Katie? Just to help a slow-witted pal.
Sure.
Oh, McWilliam, I don't think you're slow-witted at all.
Crime Photographer, starring Stott Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass container, Anchor cap and closure. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myrna. I'm glad you called. Now, I'll have to take a rain check, Angel. I've got a date for bridge. Some card I know thinks he can trump another man's queen, and with the Joker wild, the game can be murdered.
Once again, the adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the King of Hearts.
It's late afternoon in New York, and a handsome gent named Johnny King steps out of the elevator at the Carlton.
Swipe, please.
In the lead is an enterprising bellhop named Billy Matthews, carrying two light pieces of luggage. It seems like nothing to Billy, but in just a minute he's going to have his hands full.
This is it, Mr. King. If you'll wait till I turn on the lights.
Hey, it's all right.
Would you, like me to open the window?
Not a bad idea.
Okay.
Hey, it's quite a sight. They look like ants down there, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Maybe that's what they are. Look at them run. Most of them don't even know where they're going.
I suppose not. Will there be anything else, Mr. King?
No. Oh, wait a second. What's your name?
Billy Matthews.
You look like a bright boy, Billy. I bet you don't miss much that goes on around here.
Oh, I keep my eyes open.
How'd you like to make yourself $20?
What would I have to do?
Well, New York's a new town to me. I need someone to show me the ropes.
What are you interested in?
Women.
Women?
Mm-hmm. Well, it figures. There must be a lot of rich dames living in a place like this. You must know them all.
I'll get you, Mr. King.
For instance, who was the gal that got off the elevator as I came in?
Good-looking blonde, about 5'3".
That's the one.
Her name is Grace Burton.
Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.? Mm-hmm. Judging by that mink she was wearing, I'd say Papa was loaded.
He is.
What's he do?
I don't know.
1 double or 20?
He's a gambler.
Suppose Mr. Burton's away from home a good deal.
Uh-huh.
Where does he bank?
Well, after all, Mr. King, you couldn't expect me to know.
It's worth another 40.
Federal Trust on Park Avenue.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, kid, you got yourself $80. You want to go for 160?
What can I lose?
I warn you, this is going to be tough. I want to know Mrs. Burton's maiden name, where she went to school, who her friends are, what they do, in short.
You want a complete case history.
You think you can handle it?
Well, you see, 160 is a tough number to remember. If you could make it an even 2, I could practically guarantee results.
Oh, you're quite a chiseler.
Well, I don't intend to be a bellhop all my life.
I can see that. Okay, Billy, you got yourself a deal. Now, let's see you deliver. Yeah.
Mr. King, this is Billy Matthews.
Hi, Billy. What's the score?
We're leading, 3-0. Mrs. Burton's maiden name was Grace Sherman.
Grace Sherman, hmm?
Yeah, she went to Clinton High School in Chicago.
What about college?
2 years at Northwestern. Her best friend was an Alice Gordon.
You must have been reading her mail.
No more than I had to. It's pretty dull.
What does she do to keep occupied?
Nothing much. Matinees, shopping, the usual gook. But at 4 o'clock every day, you'll find her in a cocktail lounge downstairs.
Alone?
Yeah, she drinks Smirnoff.
That's good to know. Well, wish me luck, kiddo. I'm off to the races.
Waiter. Waiter.
I'll be right with you, Mrs. Burton.
Grace Sherman.
What?
Well, if you're not a sight for sore eyes...
I beg your pardon.
Well, aren't you Grace Sherman?
Well, that was my maiden name.
So you went and did it, hmm?
Now, look, mister.
Am I being snubbed or don't you recognize
I'm afraid
me?
I don't.
I'm Johnny King.
Johnny King?
We went to Clinton High together.
It's funny that I don't remember.
Well, you did go to Clinton.
Yes.
And as I recall, you and Alice Gordon went to Northwestern for a couple of years afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself.
Well, I'm an easy man to forget.
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Take my word for it. I've lived with me for 38 years. But if you'd rather...
No, please, stay, Mr.
You see, you've forgotten again. King, Johnny King.
Won't you join me?
Only if you let me buy you a drink. Waiter.
Monsieur?
2 Smirnoff vodkas.
Oh, you have a fantastic memory.
Well, I've forgotten very little about you, Grace. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself these last few years?
Well, for one thing, I got married.
Anyone I know?
No, I don't think so. He's from New York. His name is Vic Burton.
What's he do?
Oh, a little of this and that. He's out of town at the moment.
And he lets a gorgeous creature like you run around loose?
Oh, yes.
Serve him right if he lost you.
I don't think there's much danger in that.
You never know.
Your drinks, monsieur.
Thanks. Let's have 2 more of the same.
Oh, really, Johnny?
Look, we got to make up for lost time. Go on, waiter.
Oui, monsieur.
To us, Grace. I got a feeling that this time you won't ever forget me. Want to go through the park again, Grace?
I
It's up to
say,
you.
let's go on forever.
Keep going, Kelly.
You know, Johnny, this is the first time I've ever ridden in a hansom cab. It never occurred to Vic.
You hear from him lately?
Yes, he wired. He's got reservations on the Super Chief for Friday.
Well, that gives us 5 days. I guess we ought to be grateful for small favors.
Why couldn't I go on seeing you?
For one thing, I've run out of money.
You what?
Well, I only intended to stay in town for a week, but meeting you messed up my plans.
How long would you stay if you had the money?
That's a pretty ridiculous question.
How long would you stay?
As long as you wanted me to. If you weren't married...
Yes?
Oh, what difference does it make?
I want to know, Johnny.
Grace, I'm crazy about you. I never met anyone before who hit me the way you did.
I'm glad, because that's how I feel, too.
Grace.
When Vic comes home, I'm going to tell him.
No, you mustn't.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't be any use. You see, I'm married, too.
You're married?
Don't look at me like that. I can't get a divorce. She's in an insane asylum.
Oh, no.
Happened 4 years ago when she lost the baby.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, that's the way it works out sometimes. So, I guess it's back to Chicago for yours truly.
No. No, I won't let you go. I'll give you the money.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Consider it a loan.
No.
Please, Johnny, please. If you love me.
That's the one argument I can't answer. All right, Grace. I'll do what you want. That you, Grace?
Yes, Vic.
Where you been?
Shopping. Oh, I've got to get off my feet. You wouldn't believe how jammed the stores are.
I should have imagined they'd have locked the doors and just waited on you.
Hmm?
Would have paid them. In case you haven't kept tabs, you wrote $18,000 worth of checks last month.
I what?
Well, isn't this your signature? They're all made out to cash.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing, but I'd like to know where the money went.
Oh, various things.
For example,
Well, how can you expect me to remember?
well, if I spent 18 grand, I would.
Don't you trust me?
Of course.
Then
I
why
do.
the third degree?
Well, after all, baby, $18,000.
There you go, harping on that again. Well, if you must know, I lost it gambling.
You lost it gambling?
Yes. Why should you have all the fun?
It isn't fun with me, sweetie. It's business. Who'd you drop the money to?
I won't tell you.
But you don't even have the faintest notion how to place a bet.
Are you calling me a liar?
No, I didn't mean it that way, but I got a right to know.
Look, if you think I'm going to sit here while you make like Mr. District Attorney...
Grace, where are you going? Grace! That's the story, Mike. When I asked Grace about the dough, she claimed she lost it gambling. Well, I want to know where that money went.
Look, Vic, if you expect me to play I Spy on your wife...
I know how you feel about this kind of a case, but I wouldn't ask you to touch it if I've got the feeling Grace got herself involved in something she can't handle.
You feel there's another man in the picture?
I'll lay 8 to 5. You think you can find out his name, what he does for a living?
Well, judging by those checks, I'd say he's promoting Grace.
If he is, it's my fault.
Now, let's not be noble.
I mean it. What kind of a life is it for a girl to be married to a gambler? With me traipsing all over the country, no wonder she got lonely.
Well, assuming I find this man, what do you intend to do about it?
It all depends. If he's the right guy...
How could he be? And take money from your wife?
Maybe he's in a jam. Happens now and then.
You're a strange bird, Vic.
I'm no kid, Mike. I've been around. Maybe I was wrong getting married in my racket. But I did. And anything Grace wants, she can have. If she wants this guy...
She can have him, too.
With 6 points. I'll get to work on it like a good boy. Just let me know the score.
Taxi! Hey, taxi! Take me to... wait a minute. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah. Why don't we share the cab and save some dough?
How's that again?
Well, aren't you tailing me?
Well, if I was, Johnny, I wasn't doing too good a job.
And I thought the Falcon was the best in the business.
I thought so, too. Obviously, we were both wrong.
Obviously. You working for Vic Burton?
Would it do me any good to deny it?
Not a bit. But you can tell your client his troubles are all over. I'm giving Grace back to him.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, that's the sort of guy I am. Yeah, from here on in, he's got nothing to worry about. Of course, it cost him a few pennies, but think of the lesson he learned.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, Johnny, I've got a hunch you've got yours to learn yet. Take care of yourself, fella. Wish I had time to.
Come. Hello, Mr. King.
What are you doing here, Billy?
I hear you checking out.
Oh, where'd you hear that from?
Desk clerk?
Mistaken.
Oh, I'm sure glad to hear that, Johnny.
Johnny, hey, you this friendly with all the guests?
Are you this friendly with all the bellhops?
Billy, you're wasting your time here. A boy like you could really go places.
I like it here. I was wondering...
Hey, beat it.
You expecting company?
Go on now, I said beat it.
Just as you say, Mr. King.
John.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Oh, hello, Billy.
You sure I can't do anything else for you, Mr. King?
No, you've done enough already.
Well, you know me. Always glad to be of service. If you need anything, yell.
Darling, I'm sorry I broke in on you.
It wasn't smart, Grace.
I couldn't help myself. You've got to take me away.
Why? What's up?
Vic's gone to Mike Waring.
So I discovered.
You know?
Yeah, I ran into him this morning. Well, you can't say that my timing is bad. I had a feeling the party was over.
You're joking.
Look, Grace, it's time you open those beautiful blue eyes to the facts of life. I'm not a very nice guy.
But, Johnny,
No, it's true. You see, honey, I got only one talent, if you can call it that. I'm a pretty fair-looking boy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not conceited about it. It's my stock in trade. Now, it's time to move the shop to another spot.
No. No, I won't let you go.
Now, let's not be silly.
I mean it, Johnny. I won't let you. I'll kill you first.
Now, you wouldn't do that, would you? You were just talking to hear yourself talk. Isn't that right?
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, don't leave me.
I'm sorry, baby. But it was nice while it lasted.
Your order, please.
This is Mr. King in 912. Billy Matthews around there?
I'll have to check the bell, Captain. Will you hold on?
Yeah, well, hurry it up, will you? Love her when you're near me.
Mr. King.
Yeah.
I'm afraid he's busy. Will one of the other bellhops do?
No, I want him. Look, as soon as you locate him, tell him to...
Oh! Mr. King!
Hello, Mike.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Corbett.
Well, don't tell me I wasn't expected.
Well, you were overdue. Haven't seen you in a week. Sit down.
What's the point? Only be getting up again. You know of Vic Burton?
Yeah, I just finished a little job for him.
Did said job entail getting the lowdown on the late Johnny King?
What do you mean, the late Johnny King?
Well, what do people generally mean when they say the late? He's dead. He was gunned an hour ago.
And you think...
I think the job you did for Vic Burton supplied the motive. You're a real helpful kid, Mike. Isn't it a crime all your good deeds turn out to be murder?
2 hours have passed since Mike Waring's client was nominated by the police as chief suspect for the murder of Johnny King. Now at headquarters, we find Vic Burton declining the honor with little thanks.
What are you trying to do, frame me? Well, it won't work. I never even heard of this Johnny King.
It won't wash, Vic. Corbett knows I tailed him for you.
Thanks. Maybe I can do something for you someday.
Don't be a chump, Burton. He had to tell us.
Well, the whole thing's ridiculous. I never used a gun in my life. I wouldn't know how.
I believe they include directions in every package. All you got to do is follow them.
You're crazy.
You knew King was romancing your wife.
It's a lie. They were just friends.
Well, his friendship came pretty high. I understand it cost you $18,000.
I tell you, I didn't kill him.
No, you hired a pro to do the job.
How do you know that, Corbett?
A bellboy at the hotel named Billy Matthews spotted him. About 10 minutes before the shooting, he saw some character wearing a raincoat and carrying an umbrella get off at King's floor. He thought it was queer.
What's so queer about that?
It wasn't raining.
Oh. And on the basis of that, you're ready to book Burton?
Why, you got a better suspect?
Sure, I can think of a dozen. Did you talk to his wife?
Why, you feel she could have been responsible?
You're out of your mind. Where's her motive?
Well, suppose she was in love with this King character.
Now, you're barking up the wrong tree, Corbett. If she was in love with him, she certainly wouldn't have had him killed. Unless...
Well?
I just thought of something.
Wait a minute, Mike. Keep away from Grace.
You're asking the impossible, Vic.
Those are orders. If you can't follow them, you're fired.
Well, I always wanted to go into business for myself. I'll be seeing you, fellas. Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Oh?
I take it Vic mentioned my name. May I come in?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Sit down, won't you? Did you see Vic?
Yes, not more than 10 minutes ago. He's in a bad spot, Angel.
He didn't kill Johnny.
And there's only one way to convince the police.
How?
Give him a better suspect. You got any nominations?
No.
You wouldn't care to volunteer for the post yourself.
What?
Well, you were in love with Johnny.
I don't deny that.
Suppose he packed you in.
Why should he?
He did it to other women.
You're lying.
Oh, you mean you didn't know?
What was there to know? That's not true.
You going to stick to that story?
Why shouldn't I?
Because if I can disprove it, it's going to look awful sad for you.
Get out of here.
Look, Grace, I'm not enjoying this any more than you are. But unless I can dig up another suspect, Vic is going to fry.
No.
Yes. Now, do you think he killed Johnny?
No.
Well, then who does that leave?
I thought you were the detective.
Well, thanks for reminding me. I'll get busy on it right away.
Right, boy.
Excuse me, you Billy Matthews?
Yeah, that's right.
Glad to know you. I'm Mike Waring.
Who?
Mike Waring.
You're not the one they call the Falcon.
Yeah, but don't breathe it to a soul.
Gee, this is a real pleasure, Mr. Waring. You working on a Johnny King murder?
Mm-hmm. Where can we talk?
Well, I'm on duty now.
Well, can't you knock off for 5 minutes? It's worth a fin.
Go
on, take it.
I don't want you to think I was holding you up.
Never entered my mind. Where can we go?
There's a place behind the elevator. Hey, Norris, take over my station, will you? I have to help this gentleman here. How does this suit you?
Oh, this is fine. Smoke?
Thanks. I can't tell you what a bang I'm getting out of this. I always wanted to be a private dick myself.
Well, forget it. I got a feeling what with tips and jips, you do better here.
Yeah, but it must be exciting.
No, most of the time it's real dull. How well did you know Mr. King?
Well enough. He was a big sport.
Heavy tipper, huh?
You betcha.
How did he meet Grace Burton?
I couldn't say.
I got $20 that says you're too modest.
Well...
$20, Billy. That's not to be sneezed at even by a bellhop.
It was all my fault.
Come again?
When he first registered here, he saw Mrs. Burton. He told me he thought he knew her from someplace. I guess I let him pump me.
It's hard to believe.
Huh?
You're a shrewdy, Billy. I can't see Johnny getting anything out of you that you didn't want to give. How much did he pay you?
Oh, now, you gotta understand, Mr. Waring. We bellboys don't do as well as you think. I gotta supply my own uniforms.
Yeah, and you got a widowed mother in Flatbush to support, I know. Did Johnny see much of Grace Burton?
Practically every day. He really went for her. She was nuts about him.
They ever fight?
Not that I know of.
You sure?
Positive. About an hour before he was bumped, I saw them together, and they were real lovey-dovey.
Oh. Well, that kind of knocks my hunch in the head.
Huh?
Skip it. Listen, Billy, here's my card.
Huh?
Now, if you think of anything else, lift the phone, huh?
Yeah, sure will. It was very interesting seeing you operate.
Yeah, I told you it was real dull.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Waring. You gave me a couple of ideas. Maybe someday they'll come in handy.
Yes.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
I didn't call for a bellboy.
I know. I just dropped by to let you know all the fellas think it's a shame about your husband.
Oh. Well, thank them for me, Billy.
I sure will. Oh, the cops are nuts. Mr. Burton wouldn't hurt a fly. Why, he never even said 2 words to Mr. King.
Did you tell that to the police?
What do you take me for, a blabbermouth? If I wanted to talk, I could tell plenty. Me and Johnny got along.
Johnny?
Yeah. Didn't you know we were real close? How do you think he found out about you?
How?
I got him the dope. You ought to keep your drawers locked.
Oh, you little sneak.
I wouldn't try that again, Mrs.
Now,
B.
get out of here.
If I do, I go straight to Mike Waring. Suppose I told him you and Mr. King had a beef.
What?
I heard you threaten to kill him when he sloughed you off.
You're lying.
You know better. I was parked right outside his door. Of course, I could always have amnesia, but that'll cost you real dough.
What do you call real dough, Billy?
$5,000?
Don't be a fool. I haven't got that kind of money.
Are you kidding? You and your husband have a joint checking account at the Federal Trust.
You don't miss a trick, do you?
No, not a one. So start writing. And since you might have trouble spelling my name, just make it payable to cash.
Homicide, Corbett.
Hi, Sergeant.
Who's this?
Now, who else would it be?
Oh, I was afraid of that. Did you see Mrs. Burton?
Yep.
What'd you find out?
Nothing.
I told you you were wasting your time.
Well, I'm more convinced than ever that Vic didn't kill Johnny King.
I'd like to see a little proof.
Well, there must be something in King's past that supplies the motive.
Oh, you're reaching, pal.
Well, it figures that in his lifetime he must have offended many a husband.
And you think one of them finally caught up with him while he was messing with Grace Burton?
I do.
How convenient.
Well, does it hurt to check?
You tell me how. He had no record.
What did you find in his room?
You want a complete inventory?
Yes.
8 custom-tailored suits, 4 pairs of shoes, 19 shirts, 6 of the monogram.
No. Never mind that. Did he keep a diary?
There wasn't a scrap of paper in the joint.
Well, I don't get it. Hold it, Sergeant. I've got company. Yes, come in.
Listen, Mike, if you're all through...
Well, I'm not. I'll be with you in just... Oh.
Hello, Mike. Hey, what's going on there? Hello? Hello?
15 minutes ago, Mike's phone call to Sergeant Corbett was interrupted by a shot, whereupon the good sergeant hustled over and discovered the reason for the disconnect.
All right, Mike, here, take a swig of this.
No.
You must be hurt real bad to turn this down. It's bonded.
Huh? Oh, Corbett.
Why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I was here. Oh, who taped my ribs?
Me.
You made it too tight.
Oh, that's gratitude for you. Did you get a look at the party?
No, I didn't have a chance.
Wonder what he had against you. Not that I can't think of a dozen reasons.
So can I. Must be getting close to the truth.
From what you told me, you weren't getting close to anything.
Well, this proves Vic Burton couldn't have killed King.
Does it?
Well, it figures the same one who killed Johnny shot me.
So?
So Vic's in stir, isn't he?
Aren't you forgetting the queer duck in the raincoat the bellboy saw?
You think Vic sent him around to knock me off? Why should he?
To unsuspicion himself.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Well, then who do you think was responsible?
I have no idea, but if you'll help me into my coat, we'll see Grace Burton. Maybe she'll provide a little inspiration.
Hello, Mrs. Burton.
Are you back again, Billy?
Ah, that's no way to talk. Come up here to do you a favor.
Don't bother.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
If I was you, I'd be real careful when I use a phone. They got a bug on it.
A bug?
It's tapped. I think your friend Mike Waring is responsible. What'd you tell him anyway?
None of your business.
Now, look, I can't protect you if I don't know. I'm only... You expecting someone?
No.
Well, thanks again, Mrs. Burton. If you want the papers, please let me know.
Hello, Billy.
Oh, Mr. Waring. I was just on my way out.
Stick around. We're going to have a ball.
Oh, but I got to get back to work.
It'll keep.
What's the meaning of this?
You know Sergeant Corbett?
Sure she does.
I still would like to know.
Corbett and I thought you might be interested in the latest developments. An hour ago, someone took a shot at me.
Oh, obviously. They missed.
No, I make a real neat bandage.
Well, anyway, it came from the same gun that killed Johnny King.
Well, then that proves that Vic didn't do it.
That's what I claim. But Corbett here is still holding out for the queer little duck in the raincoat.
The one I saw?
Yeah, tell me some more about him, Billy.
Nothing more to tell. He was about 5'3" or 4, kind of chubby.
Mm-hmm. Well, why didn't you question him when you saw him loitering in the hall?
Well, I thought maybe he was a guest in a hotel.
And, of course, you wouldn't risk offending.
Look, I got to get back to work.
Now, what's your hurry? You always said you wanted to see how a detective operates. Well, latch on, kid. I'm operating. Now, what do we know for sure? Party named Johnny King was murdered, so the first question is, who done it?
I say Vic Burton.
I say you're wrong. What was his motive?
Revenge.
That's not true.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Grace. Want to make it unanimous, Billy?
I wasn't paying attention.
Well, you should. We're going to ask questions later. I submit the motive was money.
What are you talking about?
You gave me a list of the stuff you found in Johnny's room. What happened to the 18 grand Grace turned over to him?
Well, you must have banked it.
And why didn't you find the passbook?
Huh?
No, a guy like Johnny would keep that money on him for a fast getaway. Right, Billy?
How should I know?
Well, you should, if anyone would. You killed him.
Well, you're nuts. I swear on a Bible.
Now, save it for court. All right, Corbett, what are you standing there with your mouth open for? Close it and make like a cop. What's the matter, Sergeant? You don't look happy.
Oh, I ain't. When I think how that Billy Matthews had me fooled.
Yeah, well, he was a real cutie. Imagine holding me up for $25 and him with 18 grand stashed away.
Oh, 23. You're forgetting the 5 he got shaking down Mrs. Burton.
Oh, yeah. Well, Billy believed in making the most of his opportunities. As soon as he discovered King was checking out, he figured it was time to act. He knew no one would notice a bellboy around the hotel, so he went up to Johnny's room and let him have it.
And the queer-looking duck in the raincoat.
That was a figment of his imagination.
You know, I could almost overlook his killing Johnny, but there's one thing I can't forgive him for.
What's that?
Taking that shot at you.
Oh, why, Sergeant, I never dreamed you cared.
I don't. I'm just sorry he missed.
Oh.
Good night, Mike.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins in the town treasurer's office of High Springs, Florida.
Town clerk's office, Miss Collins speaking.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britton. Well, that tax payment is due by the 5th of the month. Not at all. Goodbye.
Is in the chief of police's office, ma'am?
No, it's down the hall on your right.
It's Mr. Burton's office, ain't it?
Yes, Arthur Burton, chief of police.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Well, Bonnie, what's troubling you? Oh, it's this job. What do you expect being town clerk and treasurer all in one? I'm getting a job as waitress. That'll satisfy me. Now what are you doing? Oh, I've got to fire up the stove before I go out to lunch. You're up. Maybe you'll get an appropriation for an oil burner. Yes, maybe. This town is still too poor to afford that luxury. I just had to use this enormous wrench and break my own coal, and back I get.
Rare. Come on, how about us having lunch together?
I'm sorry, Helen, but I promised Mother I'd go home and have lunch with her.
Well, come on and walk the corner with me then.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. I've got to make a phone call. It's very important.
Well, I'll see you tonight.
So long. So long. Cherry 243, please. Yeah, 243. What was that? There's no answer. Operator, there must be an answer. It's very important. Doesn't answer. Oh, my heaven. What can I do? Hello, operator. Will you try main 388, please? Hello. Hello, is it main 388? Is Mr. Hunter there? Oh. When do you expect him? In half an hour? No. No message. That will be too late. Oh. What are you doing here? Oh, don't!
Here, what's going on in here? Drop that cash box. Drop that cash box and you're on fire. Barney. Bonnie, look at me. Oh, but I got him, Bonnie. I got him for you. Help! Help! Help, quick!
What's the matter, Artie? He said he's a gun.
I just shot a strange colored man. He was murdering Pauline Collars.
What, Artie?
Yes, Bonnie.
Is she dead?
I'm afraid so, but maybe she isn't. Come on, will you help me? Get a doctor. Come on.
Artie, now suppose you tell us again exactly what happened.
Well, all right, Coroner.
Now, wait just a minute. Men, we've marked the spot where the victim fell, right over here by her desk. And here's the body of Lee Walker, just as he fell by the counter here. Now, Artie, you were on duty in your office next door when this happened?
Yeah, that's right. I heard kind of a commotion in here, and I jumped right up and ran down the hall. When I opened the door there...
Yeah, go on, Artie.
When I opened the door, I saw a man. His back was to me. But I saw he was beating Bonnie Collins over the head with that wrench there.
Now, men, you see this wrench? It's a heavy wrench used here in the office to break up lumps of coal for the stove. Go on, Artie.
When I saw this man hitting Bonnie over the head with that wrench, and I saw her cash box open there. It looked to me like Bonnie had been putting up a fight to keep him from that money.
Then what happened, Artie?
Bonnie fell, and this man reached for the cash box. I yelled to him to drop it, and he ran for the window there, and I shot him twice in the back.
Go on, Artie.
I knelt down by Bonnie for a minute. I saw she was hurt pretty bad. Then I ran out, and I got Landy Chew and Abe DeLoach. They came back with me and helped me to get a hold of Dr. Goof.
Victim taken to Lakeshore Hospital. All right, Artie, now, when did you first know it was Lee Walker you'd shot?
Well, after we first looked after Bonnie, why, we turned this feller over so we saw his face.
Surprised to find it's Lee Walker, huh?
I sure was. One of the best-natured fellows you ever wanted to meet. Why, he'd want to murder a town clerk and treasurer for a few dollars.
Well, never mind, Artie. I know how you feel. You saw a hold-up murder going on. As a man, chief of police, you did your duty.
Well, that's the way you figure it out, yeah.
Well, man, as coroner's jury, are you prepared to render a verdict? Mr. Chew, what's your verdict?
That Bonnie Collins met death at the hands of Lee Walker in the commission of a robbery.
Verdict of death at the hands of Lee Walker during the commission of a robbery.
And, coroner, The boys have been talking it over, and we'd like it to go into the records that the coroner's jury congratulates Chief of Police Archie Burton for his prompt action in killing the man who murdered Bonnie Collins.
And we'd like you to know, Chief Burton, that the citizens of High Springs consider your prompt action most praiseworthy.
Oh, shucks, Mr. Judson. I only did my duty, that's all.
The best telegrams for Artie.
Well, don't open them now.
Oh, quite the contrary. We are going to open them now. Here, Abe, you help me. Come on, boy. But open the telegram. Let's see. Congratulations to you and your community.
Another hero has been added to Police Roll of Honor. Florida should be proud of Chief of Police Arthur Burton. Would you consider position training candidate? Fiercest justice I've ever known. Congratulations.
Now, what do you think of that? What do you think of that, Artie?
Oh, shucks, I told you I was only doing my duty.
Oh, you're too modest, Artie. Now, what do you think about it, Mrs. Burton?
Well, I'm mighty sorry about Bonnie Collins, but I'm glad Arthur was there to see that she got quick jump.
You know, Mrs. Burton, I wouldn't be surprised if they made your husband mayor before long.
Oh, go on, Landy. What do you...
I'm not one for politics, but I can tell you, you would get a good, honest man for mayor and my husband.
Shut up, Well, boys, I guess we ought to be going and let Artie and his missus see something of their own home.
Did you hear what they said, Ma? Mayor. Gee.
Sure, why not?
I got no more call to be mayor of this town. You have...
More telegrams, I suppose.
Well, now, you sit right down, Ma, and I'll answer. Good evening, Chief of Police Burton. That's me. Won't you come in? Thanks. The Chief, I'm John Logan of the State Auditors Bureau. Oh, yes, Mr. Logan. Sit down. Thank you. Excuse us with him all. This is a little business.
All right, Artie, I'll just straighten up the kitten.
What can I do for you while you're here, Mr. Logan? I've just been down to town hall. Glad you locked up Bonnie Collins' office after the murder. Yes, I thought it might be best, since she was city treasurer and all that. Would you like to have the key? Yes, as a matter of fact, that's why I came here tonight. Sorry to bother you. Oh, not at all, not at all. Here's the key. Thanks. Oh, and congratulations on solving a murder case so quickly. Well, I don't deserve any credit. Just happened to be there. You didn't recognize this murderer, this Lee Walker, at first, did you? No, I just saw a man beating Bonnie Collins to death, and I let him have it. Lucky you were there. Shot him twice in the back, I understand. That's right. It was the only place I could get a crack at him. I see. Well, Mr. Burton, I'll be getting along. I'll probably see you at Town Hall tomorrow. Oh, sure. Anything I can do to help, why, just sound off. I will. Auditing books after a murder isn't such a nice job. But anyhow, we'll balance the accounts all right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Come on in. My name's Logan. I'm from the State Auditor's Office. Just going over Miss Collins' books.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll be getting on.
Wait, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
You work around here?
Yes, I'm the janitor.
I see. What's your name?
Tom Smith.
Tom, we auditors sometimes have to ask a lot of questions.
Sure. Not about the murder.
Oh, no. It's just a little money matter. You see, there was $112.33 in Miss Collins' cash box.
Uh-huh.
Now, this colored fellow, Lee Walker, who was killed while robbing and beating Miss Collins, was he around Town Hall here a good bit?
Sure, Lee was kind of a town character. Sold them voodoo charms, conjure books, and dream tickets.
On the numbers?
Sure, he's pretty lucky, too.
Oh, did Miss Collins play the numbers?
I don't know.
Did you buy any of those conjure books or voodoo charms?
I don't know.
Tom, did you help carry the bodies out of the office here?
Yes, sir. Both of them. Helped to get Miss Collins in the ambulance and helped carry out Lee Walker after the coroner's jury gave verdict he murdered Bonnie.
Which way was Walker's body lying?
Lying almost flush with this side of the counter.
Which way were his feet?
Right near that doorway.
And Bonnie Collins' body was lying around the corner of a counter by this desk, is that right?
Sure is.
Tell me, you the Tom Smith who's down here on the payroll for $12 a week?
That's me.
Do you know this Lee Walker very well?
Sure, known him for years. Say, Mr. Logan, do you think that you could get me a raise?
I'll try to get something for you, Tom. I won't promise you what it'll be, but it'll be something.
Well, you here already, Logan? Oh, sure. Been here since 7 this morning. You know what these audits are. Well, all official jobs are like that, I guess. It's later than I thought. How about some lunch? Sure, I know a good place just about 2 blocks from here. Fine, that's fine. How's the examination coming along, Logan? Oh, looks like there might be a little shortage, not much. But otherwise, everything seems in order. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Bonnie was a fine girl. Regular, honest. Yes, I know, but I haven't been hearing such nice things about Lee Walker. I understand he was a gambler, sold chances on a number lottery and all that kind of thing. Yes, that's right, but I always figured he was a harmless sort of guy. Never thought he'd try to steal. I'm just wondering if this Collins girl was mixed up in any of these lotteries. Bonnie? I'd stake my head on it. Why, she was absolutely above suspicion, I think. Afraid to be positive now, aren't you? Well, come on, let's eat. I'm starved.
Anything else, Mr. Burton?
No, thanks. I've had enough. How about you, Logan? Want some dessert? No, thanks. I've had enough.
That'll be... You want 1 check, Mr. Burton?
Sure. My treat today. Oh, no, nothing doing, Burton. I want that check. Here, give it up. Sir, no siree. This is on me today. Here's the money, girlie. And bring me the change in quarters.
We're up there, I know.
Oh, I'd like to have a few quarters in my pocket.
Here you are, Mr. Burton. It's a tink.
Oh, thanks. Now, you just watch how I make these quarters work for me. Hey, what's he going to do?
Play the slot machines, I guess. He does that every day. But Mr. Burton isn't as lucky as Mr. Hunter. Mr. Burton never wins.
Well, he doesn't expect to, does he? Well, the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against him.
I guess they are.
Oh, who is Mr. Hunter?
Him? Oh, he owns most of the slot machines in town. He's a gambler.
Right. Do you know Mr. Burton well?
Oh, sure. Gives me the shivers when I think that I spoke to Bonnie only 5 minutes before it happened.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. And I think Bonnie had a feeling something had happened to her.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, I tried to get her to go to lunch with me, and she wouldn't go. First she said she had an appointment for lunch with her mother, and then she said something about an important telephone call.
Hey, finished, Logan? Yes, just waiting for you. Well, come on, let's go. I have plenty to do yet this afternoon. Oh, how'd you make out? Well, no luck as usual. These slot machines don't believe in giving you a break. I guess you're right about that. Sit down, Mr. Hunter. Yes, sir? Mr. Hunter, I'm going to get right to the point. My name is Logan, State Auditor's Bureau. I'm down here because I've got to examine the books that Miss Collins kept. Well, I've got nothing to do with this, officer. Yes, I know, but I just heard about something that does connect you with her death. Connect me with her death? Yes. I understand that Miss Collins tried to phone you a few minutes before she was killed. According to the records of the telephone company, she called Cherry 243. That's your number, isn't it? Yes, what if it is? Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. There was no answer at that number, and Miss Collins then called Maine 388. That's my offer. Yes, I know that. Now, Mr. Hunter, do you know why Miss Collins was so anxious to reach you? No, I don't. Where were you at that time? I don't know. Besides, what business is of yours where I was? Mr. Hunter, what is your business? I'm a merchant. Did you know Lee Walker? Sure, everybody knew him. He worked for you, didn't he? Yes, in a way. And it's... Oh, hello, Burton. Hello, Artie. I'm glad you came. There, who is this guy anyway? What does he want? He's auditing the books. Is that so? Well, what in the blazes did he make me come down here? And what business is it of his what I do? Or, well, I was when Bonnie was killed. I told you, Mr. Hunter, I've got to make a full report. Of course, if you don't want to cooperate with me, I can't force you to. Sure, Logan is right. You don't have to tell him anything you don't want. And I'm leaving. Don't like this whole business one bit. Looks like our friend is annoyed with me, doesn't it? Sure does. He's a pretty powerful man in this town. That's so? What does he do? Well, he's a gambler, runs the number game in town, owns slot machines, and he has the right connections. I see. Lee Walker worked for him, didn't he? Yes, he did. Sold lottery tickets for him. Oh, Bert, you can do me a favor. I'm going to be through with my examination tonight, and I'd like to present it to the town council for certification before I leave you. Will you notify them? Sure. What time do you want them? 8 o'clock, I guess. Oh, they'll be there. If you want me, I'll be in my office across the hall. Thanks, Burton. Hello, operator. Get me long distance. Hello, long distance. I want the governor's office. Yes, that's right, and hurry, please. Well, hello, I'd like to speak with the governor. This is Gask. Buddy Gask. Yes, that's right. Well, hello, governor. Yes, this is Gask. What's that? Oh, I have plenty to report. Tonight's the night. Yes, tonight. Positive. Practically the whole town will be here tonight, and I'm going to break the news to them. Yeah, Bombshell is right. Now, Governor, if you want me this afternoon, I'm going under the name of Logan. Yes, that's it, John Logan. What? Well, I think one or two of them is getting suspicious. Yeah, but don't worry, it'll be... Oh, sorry, I can't speak to you anymore now. Goodbye. All right, people, now will you please give me your attention?
Yeah, we will.
I've called all you people here tonight for a very unusual reason. I was sent here by the governor of this state to investigate the murder of Bonnie Collins and Lee Walker. Please. In the first place, I want to introduce myself. My name is Gask, Buddy Gask, and I have no connection whatsoever with the State Auditor's Bureau. Now, for obvious reasons, I use the name of Logan, and for obvious reasons, I conceal the identity of my position. I am a special state investigator. I shall ask some of you certain questions tonight, and I expect truthful answers. If any of you do not cooperate with me, I have the authority to place you under arrest. Now, Miss Clark, please. Miss Clark, you told me that you spoke to Miss Collins just a few minutes before she was murdered.
Yes, sir, that's right.
She told you something about making an important phone call.
Yes, sir. I wanted her to take lunch with me, but she said she had to telephone somebody. She didn't say who it was, though.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, I checked the phone calls made from this office, and I learned that Miss Collins called two numbers. One was the number of Mr. Hunter's home, and the other Hunter's office. Mr. Hunter. Well, what do you want to know? Where were you at the time Miss Collins phoned you? I don't remember. You earn your money gambling, don't you? I earn it honestly, if that's what you want to know. Lee Walker worked for you, is that right? Yeah. Did you send him here to see Miss Collins the day she was killed? I don't remember. Uh-huh. Well, how well did you know Miss Collins, Mr. Hunter? Just a friend. Did she ever gamble, to your knowledge? Oh, sir, never. Bonnie, Miss Collins is a fine girl. All right. Oh, Dr. Turner. Yes, sir. Dr. Turner, you're coroner of this county, is that right? Yes, sir, that's right. Been coroner for 28 years. And you examined the victims? Yep, that's right. This is your report, isn't it? That's right, yes, sir. According to this, your findings indicated that Miss Collins was killed by that wrench over there, is that right? That's what it says. And Walker was shot twice. That's the cause of his death, correct? Yep, that's right. All right, that'll do. Now, Mr. Burton, please. Mr. Burton, you shot Walker when you saw him hitting Miss Collins. Yep, he was running toward that window when I came in. I shot him. You didn't want him to escape, is that it? Yeah, that's right. And then you called Mr. Chu and Mr. DeLoach? Yeah, that's right. They helped me get the doctor. Did you see anybody in the corridor when they ran out? No, sir. Nobody. You sure? Did you see Miss Clark or Mr. Hunter anywhere? Well, I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I guess I'd recognize them if they were there. You knew Walker, didn't you? Oh, sure. He hung around there. Oh. But when you shot him, you didn't know it was he, did you? He was running away from me when I came in, and his back toward me, and I just plugged him. All right, Burton, thank you. Mr. Chu. Yes, sir. Mr. Chu, you were outside the building when Miss Collins was killed, were you not?
Yes, sir. I was talking to Dave DeLoach.
And when you heard the shots, you ran in to see what happened?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chu, did you see if... Oh, just a moment. Oh, Burton, will you please open that window? It's very hot in here. Mr. Chu, did you see anybody in the corridor or outside when you heard the shots?
No, don't believe I did.
You knew Mr... What's the matter, Burton? Can't you open it?
No, it's nail fast.
Well, all right, we'll be through soon. Now, Mr. Chu, you knew Mr. Hunter, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I knew him all right, but I didn't see him around here.
Tell me this. After the shots were fired, you ran in here with Mr. Burton, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he had shot someone, is that right?
Yes, he said he shot a strange man.
And then you turned him over and saw that the man was Lee Walker.
That's right, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gas,
State investigator or not, you have no right to embarrass these citizens. Besides, we have our own chief of police here who caught Walker red-handed and killed him. Our investigation disclosed that Walker had robbed and murdered Bonnie Collins. Why, if it weren't for Chief Burton, Walker might have got away.
Dr. Turner, I'll get to the point immediately. Bonnie Collins was not murdered by Lee Walker. But the person who did kill her is here in this room right now. Arthur Burton, you're under arrest for the murder of Lee Walker and Bonnie Collins.
What, are you crazy? You must be mad, Chief Burton's one of the most respected men in town.
This is a real break. Quiet, be quiet, all of you. I know what I'm doing, and before I'm through with you, every single one of you will be convinced. Burton is guilty of murder, understand? And I'm going to prove it.
The governor's going to hear of this, Gas. You can't come into our town.
Get out, every one of you. I'm doing the talking now. Oh, Riley. Riley. Yeah, draw your gun and stand at that door. If anyone tries to pass you, shoot. Right. Now, all of you, listen. Every person I've spoken to has insisted that Miss Collins was absolutely honest. Audits of her accounts in the past have also indicated that very thing. After checking her books since her death, however, I find that her accounts were approximately $150 short. What? I'm doing the talking, Burton. Walker robbed her. What happened to the money? You told us that you shot him just as he was putting his hand into the cash box. Is that right? Well, why don't you answer me, Burton? You also said that you shot Walker because he tried to run away through that window. Gentlemen, my investigation yesterday disclosed that that window cannot be opened. You recall, I asked Burton to open it a little while ago. You all heard what he said. It's nailed fast. Now, Walker was as familiar with this office as any of you are. All of you know that. If he knew that that window couldn't be opened, why should he have tried to escape that way?
If that's your proof, Gask, you ought to be...
All right, wait till I'm finished, Dr. Turner. Let me finish. Walker never tried to run through that window. Now, the next step that really happened. Simply this. Walker faced this door and Burton shot him. How do I know? Because Lee Walker was not shot in the back. That's how I know. Burton faced him and shot him down in cold blood. That's why Burton was careful to say that he'd shot a strange man. Strange man, get it? That's how he put you off the track. And now why, you ask, did Burton want Walker killed? I'll tell you. Your police chief is a gambler. I myself saw him lose several dollars in the slot machines this afternoon. I can prove that your honorable chief of police loses as much every day. You know the salary he receives. Figure it out yourselves. See if he can afford any losses on the modest salary you pay him. And now for the next point. What happened to the money that was stolen from Bonnie Collins' cash box? I'll tell you. Burton stole that money. Because he wasn't able to put it back, he planned what he thought was a perfect crime.
That's a lie, a dirty lie. I never do it.
Man 200 in a hurry, operator. Hello, record? Give me the debt. Hello, Joe? This is Graham. Yeah, on a Burton case. That's as that buddy Gas said. And listen to this. Gas dug up a surprise witness. The guy testified that Burton offered to get him Bonnie Collins' job for $50. Said it was going to be vacant. Yeah, he shouldn't have offered that job a month before he killed her. It showed premeditation, the DA said. And here's something else that's hot. The governor sent Gas down, that's his crack investigator, because Bonnie Collins' mother wrote him and said her daughter's death was suspicious. Yeah. And another thing. Hunter admitted that he knew Burton was a big gambler. Seems that Bonnie was friendly with Hunter and told him that the big shot police chief was swiping dough. Yeah, nice guy. And that isn't all either. Gas found a witness that saw Burton motion to Walker to come into Bonnie Collins' office. He cracked Bonnie in the head with a wrench and then shot Walker to make it look like a perfect crime. Yeah, that's right. Perfect for a Gas and a DA. And after the jury brought in the verdict of guilty, you should have heard that judge go to town and he sentenced him. Yeah, life. Well, sure I know it's too good for him. What do you want me to do? And if we're going to make that guy mayor, how do you like that?
Police chief guilty of murder. What straight chief of police can play? No.
You have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
Petri Wine brings you Casebook of Gregory Hood. Tonight, the Petri, to bring you good wines, invite you to listen to the story of The Forgetful Murderer, another exciting story from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And if you don't mind, I'd like to repeat something I said before. It's simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Try serving for dinner and you'll know what I mean. That Petri Sherry is a marvelous wine. Just look at its deep amber color, so rich and inviting. And as for the wine itself, what a flavor. Petri Sherry has a flavor you know comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened California grapes. And say, if you like your sherry dry like I do, not sweet, Petri makes a delicious dry sherry, Petri Pale Dry. If you don't know which you prefer, the regular or the pale dry, don't buy one, buy two. Try them both. But remember, always buy Petri. Well, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and it's time to keep our weekly date with Gregory Hood and his friends Sanderson Taylor. Tonight's rendezvous is at one of this city's favorite and most colorful meeting places, the top of the Mark Hopkins Hotel. Let's join them there, shall we? Harry Bartell, how are you? Evening, Mr. Taylor. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Harry. Come and sit down. You're just in time to settle a fierce argument.
Argument, huh? Company policy or private opinion?
The latter. Gregory and I have been arguing as to what is the plural of mongoose. I say it's mongooses, and his boat has gone for mongoose. Now, what's your bet, Harry?
Well, I think I'd go for mongooses, too, Greg.
Ah, you're outvoted, Dandy. Uncle Wagner, you hear of this? Oh, you mustn't be an obstinate old mongoose.
Oh, how did you get onto the subject anyway?
Oh, it came up quite logically. A little earlier on, Sandy and I were shooting craps at the apartment. He threw 3 double aces in a row. A double ace is better known as snake eyes. From there, we began to discuss snake, then the ways of killing them, and that was when Sandy made his fatal remark about mongoose.
You call that logical?
You'll find, Harry, that Greg's logic is always a little involved.
Well, I'll forgive that if he'll keep up his record of good storytelling. How's about tonight, John, Greg?
Well, Harry, I think I should preface the story by telling you that last year I decided to open a small but select retail store.
And I may tell you, Harry, that it took all of Greg's wiles and personal contact to wangle a riffle.
Yes, we finally secured a location on Post Street near the St. Pax's Hotel. On the night my story begins, Sandy and I were at the new place talking over the final plans with our manager. We sat there quite late, I remember, and it must have been after 10 as we left the store and walked down Post towards where my car was parked. As we reached it, we noticed quite a crowd gathered outside a jeweler's store. Naturally, we walked over to see what had caused them all. Hello, what's exciting this bird, Jane? It looked as if someone's giving away nylons on the sidewalk. Let's go and snoop.
Yes,
Oh, there must be trouble, Greg. The police here. Yes, and prominent among them was Sergeant Barton. Hello, Sergeant.
Oh, evening, Mr. Hood. Move back there, please. Out of the way. You gotta keep this clear.
Huh. Doesn't take you long to smell out a murder, Mr. Hood. A murder? It's purely a coincidence that we happen to be passing, Sergeant. What happened?
Store broken into. Jewelry stolen. Night watchman stabbed to death.
Nabbed the killer?
No, he was too fast for it. Made a clean getaway, Mr. Hood.
Oh, can I come in and take a gander?
Oh, Greg, keep out of it. Let your curiosity alone for one.
I'm afraid I've got strict instructions, Mr. Hood.
If you call headquarters, I'm sure they'll authorize a pass-off.
No, Sergeant, I won't bother. By the way, how's your wife? All over the operation?
Doing fine, thank you, Mr. Hood.
Good.
No, night, Mr. Hood.
Wonders will never cease, Greg. You're actually walking away from the scene of a murder. Purely commercial robbery murders like that aren't in my line, Sandy. In any case, I'm not in the mood for violence tonight. Let's go over to the Lick Grill and raffle a few dice.
No, not me. I'm gonna hie me home to marry my children.
You're a very worthy citizen, Sandy. Here's my car. Can I drop you at the Briggs terminal?
No, thanks. It's near. I'll walk. Good night, girl.
See you in the morning, Sandy. Give my love to Mary.
I will.
Hello. Hello. Did he get into the wrong car?
I don't think so. You're Gregory Hood, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, that's what it said on the license card on the steering toad.
Who are you?
Toppy? That's my nickname. Jump in and tell me where we're going, Gregory.
Listen, you're sure you said Toppy?
I did.
Then listen, Toppy. I'm the kind of a guy who's more than willing to string along with the gag, but before I say where we're going, I'd like you to do one thing for me.
What's that?
Please switch on the overhead light inside the car.
You want to make certain I'm not too repulsive, I suppose. There. Well, what's the verdict, Gregory?
Move over, Toppy. We're going just wherever you say.
Sergeant Barton.
Yes, Lieutenant Triller.
Anything from the lab reports on the jewelry store killings?
Not a thing, Lieutenant. Never saw a cleaner job. Looks like we've got nothing at all to go on.
Yeah, nothing but this. It was found at the scene of the murder.
What is it, Lieutenant?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. Looks like just a hunk of metal to me. The owner swears it doesn't belong in the shop, so we must assume the killer dropped him.
Can I, look at it, Lieutenant?
Sure you can. Here.
Piece of metal. About 6 inches long. Thicker than a wire. Not much. Sharp at one end. And a ring at the other. Could it be a leak fuel, Lieutenant?
Don't ask me, Sergeant. 3 days since the killing now, and after exhaustive tests, all I've been able to find out is that the murderer dropped the what's-it. Maybe I should ask Greg Hood to come in on this one.
He was on the scene a few minutes after the murder was discovered, Lieutenant.
Take it, will you, Ted?
Police headquarters, homicide, Sergeant Martin speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Lieutenant?
No, I don't. If I'd been on my toes, I guess I should have deduced from your conversation, but I didn't quite make it. What happened?
There's been another robbery killing. Sounds like the same guy down on Market.
Well, let's get moving, and keep your fingers crossed, Sergeant. Perhaps he's left another clue for us this time. A clue that we'll be able to pick up.
Well, Sanders, the display stuff is ready, the carpenters are finished, the interior decorator has finally okayed the hang of the last drape. I think our store can open tomorrow on schedule.
I'm very proud of it. If Hood and Company have to go into the retail market, it couldn't have a better showcase.
Yes, as my eye roams over our newest domain, I feel quite happy. By the way, Sandy, look at that watercolor of James Cooper Wright hanging over there. That's a very great painter.
Have you ever seen such a subtling yet more exciting blend of color? Oh, I'm crazy about it. Have been ever since I first saw it. You know, I'm planning to buy Mary a Jimmy Wright original for her birthday.
You're a man of taste, Sandy. If only you were worthy of Mary.
Well, since we're talking of what is technically known as the gentler sex, may I ask you if you've seen any more of that girl you told me you met the other night? What was her name? Taffy?
No, Sandy. Her name was Toffee.
Oh. Well, okay, I don't want to be no stupid, but I am curious. Have you seen her then?
No, Sandy. It's one of the darndest things that's happened to me yet. He just showed up out of nowhere. We had one of the most delightful evenings I'd ever spent, and then she vanished. Insisted I'd drop her at the cab stand, if you please.
Well, didn't you trail the cab?
No, but he got away from me. You realize, Sandy, that I don't even know her name?
You're flipping, Greg. Yes, that can be. Sure, it doesn't open until tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sure Gino Carducci.
Yeah. Oh, you mean our night watchman from the west?
Yeah. Yes, I thought this would be a break for him to move in a little nearer to the center of things.
Oh, hello, Gino.
Good evening, Mr. Ford.
And are you Mr. Dell?
Hello, Gino.
Come to look over your new empire? Ah, that's the right, Mr. Taylor. A fine place you have here. A fine place.
You think you like being night watchman here, Gino? I thought it'd be a nice change for you after the warehouse.
Gino is a very happy Mr. Moore. All my life, I have wanted to be in a fashionable part of the city, and now...
You just wait until I tell my Maria. She sued me, please. I will examine it.
Yes, make yourself at home, Gino. Coming out to the door. You really have built a better mousetrap, haven't we? Lieutenant Silver. Probably want the preview of the source. Hello, Ben. Good to see you. Well, what do you think of our new place? It's very nice. Good evening, Mr. Lieutenant. Hello, Lieutenant. You look worried, Fan. What's on your mind? The series of robbery killings, Greg, is getting me down. No kidding. 3 of them now, and we haven't got a decent lead. Are you sure it's the same killer? Certain. Pattern in each case is exactly the same. And that pattern is? Doors broken into, stuff is stolen. Night watchman gets slugged. While he's unconscious, this dirty rat stabs him to death. At the medical examiner's report. Trained. Your average thief doesn't kill unless he has to. Sounds like a twisted kind of mind at work. And here's another thing. At the scene of each of the killings, the murderers dropped something. Look, I brought to the collection. See if you can make anything out of it. Item 1, plain linen handkerchief, initialed with a C. No laundry mark. Oh, that's a great help. Merely narrows it down to all the people in San Francisco whose first, last, or middle name begins with a C. I know. Well, at least I put Greg and me in the clear. What's the item number 2? Oh, it's a hard-shaped piece of rubber. Looks like an earpiece of some kind. Yeah, it is. Police surgeon tells us it's an earpiece off her stethoscope. Ah, the mad doctor, eh? Well, that should give you a lead. Well, it hasn't. Greg, have you any idea how many doctors there are in San Francisco whose initials have a C in them somewhere? Well, I can imagine. And the third exhibit? This funny-looking piece of metal. We found it at the scene of the first killing. It's not unlike a meat skewer. No, it's not that fancy. Funny. Rings a kind of a bell, but I can't quite hear it. Well, then hang on to it, Greg, until you do hear it, will you? I'd certainly appreciate it if you could help me out on this one. I'm going crazy. Okay, Stan, I'll take it and brood on the matter. You can have it back for Exhibit A, but I'll see if I get any bright ideas in the meantime. But don't pin too much faith on me. There really isn't my type of case.
Hello, Gregory.
Coffee.
You ought to lock your car, you know.
I always used to until that night I forgot. Now I leave it open hoping I'll find you here again. Move over, darling.
Oh, where are we going?
I think a bite of supper at the palace is indicated. The lights are so discreet there, admirably suited to your mystery and your beauty.
I think you're in great form tonight, Gregory. And after that?
After that, darling, we might take a drive up to Twin Peaks. The view from there is quite lovely.
I doubt if you've ever seen it, Gregory, but come on, let's go. You were actually truthful, Gregory. The view is beautiful.
You're right, Toppy. It's quite beautiful.
You aren't even looking.
Oh, yes, I am. My old father used to say that even the Taj Mahal in the moonlight didn't compare with the sparkle in a beautiful girl's eyes.
I wish I'd met your old father.
So does he. In the meanwhile, how's about his son?
Oh, not bad.
Darling. What's wrong, Toppy?
You got in your pocket the razor blade? Looking pretty.
Oh, it must be this gimmick. See?
A fine thing, sir. Carrying concealed weapons.
This isn't a weapon, my sweet. It's a vital clue to a murder case. The only trouble is no one knows what it is.
I bet I know what it is.
What?
It's the same for cleaning pipes.
Oh, no, darling. The gadget you're thinking of has a much shorter spike, and it's got little spoons for scooping out the tobacco and all sorts of other doodads on it.
My father used to use one just like it. He had it specially made. It was for cleaning out the middle part of the pipe.
You mean the shank? Then you may be right at that. You're a bright girl, Toffee. You may have helped to solve a murder.
There's going to be another murder very soon, Gregory, if you're not careful.
Me? What have I done?
You talk too much.
Hi, Stan. Oh, hello, Gregory. What brings you over to police headquarters? You get any brainwaves in that steel gimmick I gave you? Yes, Stan. I went out with a beautiful girl last night and she gave me an idea. Nothing very surprising about that. Don't be cough, Stan. I'm talking about the metal object found at the first murder. This gal suggested it might be a rather special kind of pipe tool. I checked on it this morning and learned two interesting facts. The gimmick was made of surgical steel and there were traces of nicotine on it. So we narrow it down still further, Stan. You're looking for a doctor who has a C in his initials, and he's also a pipe smoker. Either or PC. You can take your choice, thing. Not another murder, Stan. Yep, that's right. You'd have to fill the lighter at the thing of the crime, unless... Then you look powdered. Come on out and have a drink. Forget it for a while. How can I forget it? Look, Greg, you're an amateur. Sometimes you get a bright idea and solve a murder. Well, under safety and lives of a city don't depend on it. But it's different with me. Men are dying, Greg. 4 men in the last 2 weeks. And the Lord alone knows where the killer's gonna strike next, or when. And what can I do? Nothing except... Homicide. Silver speaking. Yeah, Button? What? Yeah. Okay, Button. I'll be right over. Not another, Stan. Yes. Last night. Maybe early this morning. And hold on, Greg. It was your new store. What? They murdered your night watchman.
You'll hear the rest of Gregory Hood's story in just a sec. Just time for me to tell you the simplest, easiest way I know to make a good meal taste better. Serve that meal with a glass of good Petri wine. If you're having hamburgers or a swell pot roast for dinner, then you just got to try it with Petri California Burgundy. That Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine that's just made to go with any meat or meat dish. Personally, I think it's great. Now, if you're having chicken for dinner, or maybe fish or seafood, then by all means try a Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a subtle, intriguing white wine that's really something. Believe me, when you want a good wine, you can't miss with a Petri wine. Well, Greg, this has really got me on the edge of my chair. So the murderer struck for a 5th time when he killed your night wife.
Yes, Harry. Poor old Gino Carducci. He was one of my favorite people, and I was fighting mad when I heard the news. I called Sandy and told him to join me at the shore, and then Lieutenant Silvers and I raced over to the scene. As the 3 of us stood there, I swore a silent vow that this was to be the last. But I do, Sandy. While I was out having a romantic adventure with a mysterious girl last night, poor old Gino was killed, protecting my property. I don't see that you could have done anything to save him, Greg. The murderer didn't write a postcard and say he was going to be here last night. I know. Your men are fit to play thoroughly, I suppose. Yeah. No, I've got him on a routine count that may lead us somewhere. Huh? What's that, Lieutenant? Sticking on a list of every medico in San Francisco who may have the initials CP or PC. Did the forgetful murderer leave us any clue this time? Yeah. These few pages torn from an album. Sergeant Barton said they were lying to hide the body, and they're not much help. No fingerprint on them. Let me see, Mister. Yeah. See what you make of them. Meanwhile, I'm going back to headquarters. I'll be in touch with you later. Okay, Sam, okay. Well, what do you make of the pages, Sandy?
Well, they seem to be torn from one of those novels about the gallant young doctor. Can't say I feel so kind of disposed toward doctors at the moment.
Let's see those pages. Wait a minute, you were wrong, Dandy. These pages weren't torn from a novel. They're loose sheets. They've never been bound.
What does that tell?
I think it tells us where to look for Dr. PC or CP.
Who are you calling?
Joseph Henry Jackson, book editor on the Chronicle. I think he can help us.
Chronicle?
Joe Jackson, please. I hope you're on the right trail, Greg. Yeah, so do I.
Hello?
Joe, this is Greg Hood.
Hello, Greg.
Listen, Joe, I'm in a jam. I need some help.
Oh, no, Greg, I'm a respectable married man.
No, not that kind of a jam. I need your professional help.
That's different. Now, what's the problem?
Am I right in thinking that sometimes book reviewers like yourself are sent unbound pages on a book?
Yes, Greg. They do that occasionally. Well, the regular copies won't be out far enough ahead. Personally, I wish publishers would do it more often.
I see. Another question, Joe. Do you have a reviewer who covers medical books, someone whose initials might be CT or PT?
Oh, we have so many part-time reviewers. Let me see. Yes, Greg. There's a Dr. Christopher Partington who's working for us.
Have you ever met him, Joe?
No, never been in here. We send stuff out to him and he mails a copy back. Just a minute, I'll check the address. What is all this anyway?
Well, Joe, you're well known as an authority on sexual murder, aren't you?
True. Murdered the hobby of mine. Why?
Well, Joe, don't look now, but I think you're just about to solve a murder. Well, Sandy, this is the house of Dr. Christopher Farthington. It's very nice, too. You know, it's pleasant out here in the marina. Aren't you going to ring the bell there? Not since the door's unlatched. Surprise is always an advantage when you're dealing with a murderer. You really think he's your man? Well, the evidence would point that way. Come on, Candy, beat your eye problem. The guy probably knows all the answers. I don't like open door. This might be a trap. We'll soon see. You should have called Lieutenant Brute. No, Sandy. Since poor Gino got killed, this is a private battle. Here's the living room. It's empty. Though recently occupied by a pipe smoker, you know there. I don't see any pipes lying around. Look at that ashtray. Lots of ashes and burned matches, but no cigarette butt.
Who is in there? Oh, hello, Gregory.
Coffee. What on earth are you doing here?
Well, I thought he'd tell me how you fracked me here.
Well, I have my method. By the way, Toffee, let me introduce my friend, Sanderson Taylor.
How do you do, Taylor?
Well, how do you do?
Since your friend has pracked me here, he really should be able to tell you my name. While he's thinking about it, I'll go and get you both a drink. It was as though you could use one.
The kind is Greg. Get the number on that phone. Get out of the house and go to the nearest public phone and call here. Ask for Dr. Christopher Pottington.
Oh, I get it. That'll smoke him out without your having to make it. That's a good idea, Gray. And then I'll come right.
Bye.
I think Gary will have to... Oh, where did your friend go?
Out for cigarettes. We wanted some. I didn't notice any here.
And the soften hook, this aren't our... You like them here, Gregory?
I'd love a glass. Coffee?
Yeah?
Do you live here?
Yeah.
With Dr. Pottington?
Yeah. Here's your arrow.
Thank you. Coffee, have you been reading about these night watchman murders in San Francisco?
Yes, Gregory. I've been devouring the newspaper report. Why?
They're most unusual murders. The killer always leaves a clue. Now, these clues might be deliberately false ones, but I think not. I think it's a phenomenon a psychiatrist might enjoy. A murderer subconsciously compelled to betray himself. You know, Toffee, they say that absent-mindedness is never accidental. It's always the result of subconscious desire.
Do they? Gregory, darling, you're being dreadfully serious.
I feel dreadfully serious. You see, an old friend of mine was murdered last night.
Excuse me. Hello? Yeah, Tiki. Where's he? Funny, he hung up. Oh, well.
He asked for Dr. Christopher Pottington, didn't he?
Did he?
And you are Dr. Christopher Pottington, aren't you, Toffee? Not a common name for a girl, but I've heard of a few others. I've heard of Christopher Pottington Candy, so that your nickname of Toffee was another clue, wasn't it?
Gregory, darling, I'm afraid I'm losing my illusion for you. But go on, it's fascinating.
I've known of women who privately smoked pipes, too. That was another clue you gave me. And women doctors are commonplace these days. The subconscious is beautifully tricky, isn't it, Toffee? Even while seeking to betray you, it left a series of clues pointing to pipe-smoking Dr. Pottington. All misleading factors not to be associated with a beautiful girl nicknamed Coffee. You're very silent, Dr. Pottington.
I told her not to, Greg. I kept telling her not to kill those people. But she wouldn't listen to me. She was just said, you know, he loved to be the knife. But it was so easy for her to fool a night watchman. She went right on killing. So I had to try to betray her. That's why I waited in your car that first night. I thought I might be able to help you, Kaka.
Who?
Hasukika. He's bad. Very bad. They kill people.
Kathy Peters. D.E. Holy smoke, don't tell me I figured this out all wrong after all. Where is she, this Cassie Peter?
Here. Here in me. Inside of me. We use the same body. Same body. I hate her. I did so want to catch her, Greg.
It's all right, Toppy, dear. I've caught her.
Then rock her up, Greg. Please rock her up. Promise you won't let her do those things anymore. You won't, will you, Greggy?
Don't worry, Toffee. We won't let Cassie Peters kill people. Not anymore. Ever. Greg, I swear this is the strangest case you've ever told me. And the saddest. 5 innocent men, including my old friend Gino, murdered in cold blood. And yet you can't hold that girl morally responsible. She never went to prison court. No, Harry. She was obviously an insane schizophrenic. A 1946 Jekyll Hyde. She wound up in a state institution. I'm a kid. It was just a psychological misfit. Darn it, Harry. It was a miserable case. You know, Greg, there are times when I'd sure hate to be in your shoes. Yes, Harry, what reasons to take? But as my old father would say, when you cry over a woman, there's always another woman ready to wipe away the tear. Now, you can't dismiss it that easily, Greg. When you fall, I know that you fall, but good. Yes, Harry, you and I were the kind of fellows who decide they like something and, well, that's that. That's right. I'll never forget the night I... Oh, but you don't want to hear about it. Or I do. The night you what? The first night I... You sure? Of course. The first night I tasted Petri wine. I said, that's the wine for me, and it sure is. I should have known.
Yep, Petri wine is a wine for everybody. Because it's good wine. It's got to be.
Look at the long years of skill and experience that go into its making. The Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage handed on down from father to son, from father to son.
So you can see why the Petri business has grown and grown, so that today the Petri family are America's largest independent winemaker. Yes, the making of Petri wine is the family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Gregory, what story from your casebook have you lined up for us next week? Next week, Harry, I'm going to tell you of an odd adventure that Sandy and I had as we were flying to New York a few months ago. It concerns a Southern colonel, an unusually attractive girl, and an elusive piece of ice. I call the story The Double Diamond. See you next Monday, Harry. The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Gail Gordon plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
The way that did that natural Lord P-O-N-I, Tony.
Tony. Tony Home Permanent, the wave that gives that natural look, brings you Crime Photographer. Good evening, everyone. This is Bill Cullen greeting you for Tony Home Permanent and inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, 8 cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight. scene of the crime. Evening in the Blue Note.
Look, Casey, I don't want to be in the Blue Note all my life. I'm only striving for self-improvement, like the ad said.
I am dissatisfied with my present lot. That little bird, that's mine. I mine. And I get there are a lot of things that you can learn by correspondence court, but why did you pick on being a detective?
She whiz, Katie. I want to be like you.
Well, I'm flattered. Well, in that case, why did you take a course in photography? Well, you see, well, Casey, I don't like to say there. Go on now, son.
I think you're a lousy photographer. But I think you're a swell detective.
Well, I am the best confounded photographer the Express ever had. The way you go out and solve cases, the way you catch criminals, I think that's wonderful. Well, you'll never learn to do that by some correspondence course. The ad says satisfaction guarantee. Oh, sure, dude. Well, what do they call this course, anyway? How to be a detective at 10 easy lets, 12 easy lets for 12.
Here, I just got the third one this morning.
Look, Arthur, how to identify an unidentified corpse.
Yes, sir. It tells all about how to identify corpses. Oh, Miss Williams.
Hello, Everett. Come on, Capey.
Huh? Where?
Out to the county turnpike. A murder was just committed there, and the corpse is still unidentified.
Andy, I wonder how Logan's gonna feel about this.
How he'll feel? Terrible. Hey, Katie, it sure was a lucky break for you. Joe coming in to relieve me at the Blue Note just as you and Miss Williams was leaving her. Now I can identify your body for you.
Sure. Well, Torn kids, let's have a look at it.
Right.
Hiya, Logan. What you got there?
We got the report on the murder.
Oh, hello, Casey, Miss Williams. A murder was committed, all right. A blow on the head. So far, we haven't identified the body. No billfold or anything else that might give us a lead.
Robbery, the motive?
Looks that way, Miss Williams. And tech man.
All right, everybody, all right. Stand back. Give him the air.
Bird, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Captain Logan. I'm taking a course in detecting, and I just...
What? You heard him, Logan. Ethelbert's gonna give it a hand detecting.
Oh. It's not bad enough, Katie, to have you on my neck everywhere I go.
Logan, you know you'll love it. It's not bad enough to have Miss Williams trailing me around.
Why, Captain Logan, how can you be so ungallant?
Not enough. Oh, I have... Wait a minute. Move away, your pound.
Katie, I won't have... Logan, you listen to me. Dozen favors for you. I have, and you know it. I'll keep on working with you and doing my darndest to cooperate. What is it? An inaugural address?
I'm just asking a favor of you now. Don't hurt Ethelbert's feelings, or so help me, I'll scuff up every footprint I can find and wipe off every fingerprint inside of you. Wouldn't. No, I know I wouldn't, but you wouldn't hurt Ethelbert's feelings either now, would you, pal?
You're a nice guy, Casey, you really are. And trouble is you got too many dumb friends. Yeah, all right, let Ethelbert go to work. My tech man is finished anyway.
Yeah, I know, look. Okay. When you find out who the dead guy is yet, Ethelbert?
Yeah, how about it, Ethelbert?
Well, it's this way. I've checked the disease for laundry marks, physical characteristics, signs of recent struggle, and other highly indicative points. But I didn't find out who he was.
I see. Okay, boy, cover him up.
Nor, however, the state of the cranial section. It has obviously been shattered by a projectile blow, which, for reasons not yet apparent, has... Hey!
Hey, what?
Hey, I know this guy. His name's Dave Wilson.
What's up, Logan? Boys here headquarters have any information?
Well, the dead man's name was Dave Wilson.
But I already told you that 3 hours ago.
Ethelbert, that's official, Logan?
His brother just identified him over the morgue.
Then it's official.
I ought to know Dave Wilson when I see him.
I'd better get in touch with Annie.
Yeah, don't bother. She got the story by phone from Flanagan.
I've known Dave Wilson for 5 years.
Ethelbert, you can go now. But we're very grateful to you for identifying Wilson, but we're busy. Go home. Goodbye.
For Captain Logan, I gotta stay on the case. I've been studying up on how to be a detective, and I think sometimes you, employ archaic methods and proceed from false hypotheses.
Get rid of that guy. Get him out of
here. You'll nothing. But Bert, if you want to sit here and listen, you'll have to be very quiet.
Right, Casey. But I could tell him 3 hours ago it was Dave Wilson.
What about Wilton's record, Logan? He hadn't got one. Not a thing. Not even a parking ticket.
No, Dave Ethelbert, a very nice guy.
Look, Logan. Let's get down to brass tacks. Well, we got to go on. You know, Casey, it looks to me like a gang or grudge killing. It has all the signs.
All the signs except the corpse with a police record. As far as we know, this Wilson was a perfectly law-abiding citizen.
As far as we know, sure.
Dave Wilson wasn't no criminal.
But be quiet.
Dave Wilson wouldn't have got bumped off in no gang killing.
How do you know?
Because Dave Wilson wasn't no crook. He was a very nice guy.
Oh, shut up, Ethelbert. You don't know anything about Dave Wilson.
I know he was a very nice guy. He used to come around the Blue Note almost every week to make a collection.
Collection?
Sure, that was Dave's business. He took bets on the numbers.
He what?
Well, you know, you place a bet on the number.
Holy jumping Jupiter. Why didn't you just say so before?
That's this.
Killing all of it. Who's the top dog in the numbers? Uggs Benson, and he's been trying to pressure all the little guys out of the business. Looks like he pressured Dave Wilson out of us.
And it looks like we've got him. We'll just pick up Bugs, and he'd better have a darn good alibi or else.
Yeah, Say, Ethelbert, that's the second time today you come up with the right answer. If you're not careful, you'll turn out to be a success.
Hello, Ethelbert. How's our private eye this evening?
Oh, Miss Williams, it pains me to say this, but the reason nobody can't find Muggs Benson is that they ain't looking in the right place.
Ethelbert, they've looked everywhere.
Not the right place. It just so happens that I happen to have here with me Chapter 4 of my detecting court, wherein it is printed, and I quote, "The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime," unquote.
Ethelbert, criminals do not return to the scene of the crime anymore.
The sooner Joe comes in to relieve me at the bar, I'll drive you out to the scene of the crime.
What for?
To prove the criminal will be there.
No. Ethelbert, you can't just drive to the scene of the crime and conveniently find a criminal waiting there for you.
You'll see, Miss Williams, you'll see. When we arrive at the scene of the crime, there will be a shadowy figure creeping about in the moonlight, searching for telltale clues to remove.
Ethelbert, that is the most great. Here. Will you keep the other fine cut I came out here, will you? What?
Look over there in the moonlight.
Good heavens!
A shadowy figure creeping about in the moonlight.
What's he doing there?
Searching for telltale clues to remove.
You mean you think it's Muggs Benson?
Why not? Like the lesson said, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
Does the lesson tell you what to do with the criminal when you found him?
Well, in such cases, the approved solution is to detain the fugitive until such time as such help as can be obtained is obtained.
I see. Well, do you think you could detain while I obtain? Do you think you can flog that man and sit on him while I go for help?
She hung up.
No. Only Casey were here.
Casey?
No, he did creep up behind Benson.
And flog him.
Oh, Ethelbert, be careful, please. Remember, it's a murderer.
I remember.
Okay, you. I got him, Miss Williams, I got. Well, Ethelbert, can you keep him there while I go and get help?
Sure, he's out cold. And anyhow, I'm sitting on his head.
Oh, if he's unconscious, let's take a look at him.
Okay. Will Casey be proud of us, Miss Williams?
Certainly will, said Matt.
Wait, Casey. What is it, Miss Williams?
Ethelbert, you said you couldn't wait to see Casey's face.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, then take a good look. This isn't Muggs Benson, Ethelbert. The man you just flogged is Casey.
Emmett Williams, bring him out.
We're all right, Captain Logan. Here, Casey. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down. Leave me alone. Logan, how would you like to pitch that nitwit Ethelbert for assault and battery?
I wouldn't think of it.
Does your eye still hurt?
Of course it hurts. Yeah, look. Oh, sure, the beautiful shiner. Who'd have thought Ethelbert such a wow? Wait till I get my hands on that bird brain.
You leave Ethelbert alone. You didn't mean any harm.
What was the idea of going out to the murder spot anyhow?
Logan, occasionally, evidence is found at the scene of the crime. It has happened. My boys went over the place, and occasionally your boys miss things. That has happened, too.
Oh, here's something they didn't miss.
All right, Flanagan, send them in. And who went? Mugg Benson. My boys picked him up a half hour ago.
They did? Yep. He did. Oh, hello, Mugg. Greetings, Captain. Ta-da. Thanks. I hear you've been looking for me.
That's put that mildly, right?
I also hear you got a notion that I bumped off Abe Wilson.
Right again.
Well, for old time's sake, Captain, gonna give you a little tip. You're wrong. Pretty sure of yourself, huh, Muggs? All right, Casey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure myself, yeah. All right, but Davis, what's your alibi this time?
Well, according to the time Sergeant Flanagan tells me the killing took place, I happened to be at a basketball game at the Armory. Either prove this? Sure, I can prove it. I was sitting right next to Judge Sibley. Have a cigar, Captain.
All right, Muggs. Judge Sibley corroborates your story. You can go now.
Thanks, Captain.
But don't go too far.
Why should I?
So long, all. But Muggs didn't have a thing to do with his killing, Logan.
Call me in the morning if you need any help.
Call you? I happen to have a police department at my disposal.
Doing great, doing it. Call me in the morning.
Ethelbert, well, Casey, when you opened that door, you got me right in the eye.
That makes us even.
What was your eye doing there anyhow?
I was looking through the keyhole at Muggs Benson. Casey, he ain't the criminal type. The criminal type has got broad, flat features, small eyes, jutting chin, Gee whiz, Captain Logan, you are a perfect criminal type.
Oh, pardon, look, suppose you just go back to Blue.
Oh, tell you over there relieving me. I gotta stay on this case.
Sorry, Ethelbert, but I'm afraid there isn't any case.
Our guy got killed, wasn't he?
Hell, we haven't got a case against anyone.
Well, then we gotta make one. Justice has gotta triumph.
Hell, well, it doesn't have to triumph tonight. I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. Burke wants the story and some pictures of the Bereeves family. We've got to take a run over there.
Well, I'll go with you. Like it says in Lesson 2.
Huh?
Lesson 2. The answer to a perplexing problem is often to be found in the daily trivia of the personages involved therein. Come on, what are we waiting for? I'm sorry my mother isn't in, Mr. Casey, but she's awfully upset about Dave's accident, and
I don't think she ought to talk to the newspapers anyhow. Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Wilson.
Buddy.
My name's Buddy Wilhelm. Well, Buddy, I'd like to get a few shots of the house and of you, and Miss Williams here would like a few facts.
Well, gee, sure. I'll wait in the next room, Kate.
Sure, Ethelbert. We won't be long.
All right, now your name is, Buddy Wilson.
That's right.
And the murdered man was your brother.
Uh-huh. How about looking over here for a minute, Buddy? Captain, hold it. Thank you.
Your older brothers, Buddy?
Yes. Dave was 30, but I'm older than I look.
Oh, how?
21.
You have no idea who might have killed your brother, Buddy?
No, ma'am. I didn't know much about Dave at all, except that he gave Mom a lot of worry. I just tried to keep her from knowing too much about it kind of work.
Well, okay, that does it to me. How about you, Annie?
Yeah, I just got what I want.
Ethelbert, you call me, Casey?
Yeah, we're ready to go now. Just pack up these film holders.
Just a minute. Mr. Wilson, would you turn around that way for a minute? Well, sure. Uh-huh. Now the other profile, please.
Ethelbert, what the...
Uh-huh. Okay, Katie, I'm ready to go.
Ethelbert, what in the name of heaven was the idea of that last rigmarole about Buddy Wilson's profile?
Casey, Miss Williams, that man is the murderer. I can tell.
What do you mean you can tell?
Criminal type written all over his face. I was studying his contours.
That blue-eyed, blonde-haired little cherub, Ethelbert. He's got a baby face.
So had Babyface Nelson. That man is a killer, Miss Williams, and I got the proof of it on this box.
Ethelbert, where'd you get that cigarette box?
From Buddy Wilson's house, I swear. Are you crazy? You could be arrested for stealing. Now, Casey, don't touch. I'm going to take it back as soon as I look for fingerprints. Sure.
Well, what good are fingerprints? We don't have any of the murderer to compare these with.
This box is going to be lousy with Buddy Wilson's fingerprint.
Well, of course it is. It's his cigarette box. Why wouldn't it have his prints on it?
Casey, you're just still littling on account of you didn't think of it yourself.
Oh,
all right. But if I was you, I'd investigate Buddy Wilson right away.
But I'm certainly not going to.
All right, let a criminal escape. Ignore Jeff.
I'm not ignoring Jeff.
Might as well just open the jail doors. Might as well give everybody a gun. Has nothing to do with it. Can't even take the trouble to investigate a vicious criminal.
All right, I'll investigate, Buddy Wilson. But for one reason only, understand?
What's that?
To keep you quiet.
Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert speaking.
Hello, Ethelbert. This is Katie. I just wanted to tell you that I've been checking Buddy Wilson's record.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll read you what I have. Buddy Wilson. Criminal offenses? None. Arrest? None. Occupation? Salesman. General remarks? Graduated high school with honors. Class valedictorian.
Sings in church choir. Sole support of aging widowed mother. Well, how's that for a record, Ethelbert?
Fine, Casey. Fine.
We all make mistakes sometimes, Ethelbert.
Sure.
Well, you'd better return that cigarette box you swiped from Wilson. You find any fingerprints on it?
Sure.
Who?
Marie?
Hey, Herman, Walter says your dinner's ready in the back room and there's no customers in the place, so why don't you knock off? Now, let's see, where was I? Over. The study of ballistics is extremely complicated. Excuse me, the particular phrase of detection is... Excuse me. Oh, I didn't hear you come in, sir.
Hey, you're Buddy Wilson. That's right.
Oh, Wilson, so... Buddy Wilson. What can I do for you?
I'd like my cigarette box, please.
Oh, sure, I was planning to take it back to you tomorrow, but...
How the jerk. I'll save you the trip.
May I have it, please? Yeah, sure, I got it right here. Your cigarettes are all still in it. I couldn't get the box open. It's a trick Chinese box. You have to know the right combination to get it open. I guess you have to know this where to press. Pretty box. Here. Sorry, I dropped it. I didn't break. Look, money.
You awkward fool.
There was money in it.
That's right. $10,000.
I didn't know that. Honest, I wasn't trying to swipe no money. I only took the box because I figured you was the man who murdered your brother. I was. That's how I got the $10,000. I figured there might have been some reason why you might have done it. I'm studying up on how to be a detective, and I... Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh, you killed him. You're the killer.
When I came here for my box, I figured you to be stupid enough not to open it, so I had some hope of recovering some money I desperately need. But now... Come with me.
Why? I'll have to kill you, too.
What are you thinking? He did. Out of the Blue Note? What did the guy look like? I see. Okay, Herman, thanks. Thanks very much. Look, Logan, I don't know we won. I don't know at all, but Herman said, Herman, the piano player's a Blue Note. Never seen the guy before, but the description sounded like Buddy Wilson. And Herman said it looked as though he forced
Ethelbert to leave at the point of a gun. Well, I still don't see why we're driving out here, because if Buddy Wilson is the one who picked up Ethelbert, it's my guess that he took him to the same spot he took his brother, for the same purpose.
Oh, the murder spot's right around this bend. All right. Pull up beside the road now. Be quiet. Get your gun ready.
What for? Get your gun ready. I don't see anybody. Oh.
This way.
Get it. Then don't. Ethelbert, are you all right?
Hello? Hey, she. Hello?
Gee, Ethelbert, you're wonderful.
I am? You really are, Ethelbert, yeah.
But gee, I don't know. I had to get my life saved. Oh, no. You saved your own life. I did? Certainly.
You taught me that a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, and that's what saves you.
Hey, that's right. They told me, Ethelbert. Why did Buddy kill his brother?
One of the two most commonest motives there is, money. The money that was in the cigarette box?
You deduced correctly. Buddy had to hide that money fast the night we went to interview him, and the first place he seen turned out to be said cigarette box, which I swiped.
Remarkable, Ethelbert, remarkable.
But Casey, you'll have to get along without me. Why, Ethelbert? What do you mean? I've decided to drop my detective court in favor of something more refined.
Refined? What?
They're going to give me credit toward my diploma for those detecting lessons I took, so I switched over to how to identify well-known wildflowers. Here's lesson 1 right here.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The highly successful businessman, the supremely confident woman, the boastful bluffer, the sly schemer, each is vulnerable. Each has some weakness, some chink in his armor, some little flaw that we call the blind spot.
Louis Givray, I arrest you on the charge of murder. I? A murderer? No, that is fantastic. It's quite fantastic. I arrest you on the charge of murder.
No, I swear it. I am innocent. I swear it. I didn't do it. I wasn't there. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you leave me alone, please? Why do you bother me like this?
Because you are a murderer. Soul must go to the guillotine. The guillotine.
No, I am Louis Givray, the detective of the Sûreté. Not a murderer. Not the guillotine.
Dream again. That awful nightmare. I've arrested so many men myself, uncovered so many murderers, it's on my mind. Thank heaven it's morning, and it's behind me. But if it goes on like this much longer, I'll be a wreck. A mental and physical wreck, that's what I'll be. That's the last thing that must happen a man in my position. Brace up, Givray. You have to face the world. The shape. That's what I needed. Why, sir? And the fresh shirt, the well-pressed suit. Present the correct image to the world, Louis Givray. Pride of the Sûreté. France's #1 detective.
Bonjour, Monsieur Givray.
Bonjour, madame.
Good morning, Louis.
Good morning, Michel.
You slept well, monsieur?
Sleep? Oh, yes, of course, like a tough always. I always do.
When you're not working on a case.
Even then, madame, what is a man without sleep? It's essential to the body and the brain. How else could I achieve results?
And you do achieve results, monsieur. We are proud to have you living in ours. We live in your reflected glory. Oh, mother, you do go on. You embarrass Louis. Embarrass him? Never. We all like a little praise when it's merry.
Louis, I am going to the shop on the corner, so I'll walk with you.
Don't bother Monsieur Givray. He's a peedy and important man.
Do I bother you, Louis?
Come along, Michel.
Au revoir, monsieur. Keep our city safe from crime.
From crime? Oh, yes, from crime.
Chatter, chatter, chatter. Mother will never get used to having a famous detective living in the house.
A very satisfactory woman, your mother.
Oh, but evidently you don't think her daughters are very satisfactory.
Oh, come now, Michel. You know better than that.
No, I don't. And I am not getting any younger.
this?
Wasting the best years of my life, that's what I am doing. A brilliant young detective who had only to look at a set of footprints to describe the appearance of a man. Yet he can't look at a girl's face and see what's going on inside.
Michelle, you know I'm fond of you.
Then show it. Spend a little time with me.
But a detective doesn't have much time.
There are nights, Louis.
Nights? Yes. At nights, there are details of cases to be worked.
That is not what you said to Mother. You said the nights were for sleep. Watch out, Louis. I come to the conclusion you are dull and not worth pining over, even though you are a brilliant detective. I'll look elsewhere.
No, don't do that.
I will, unless you spend more time with me.
Well, perhaps I work too hard. When you have a reputation for just looking at clues and coming up with a solution of a crime, it places a burden on a man. Too much to bear alone.
Then marry me, Louis?
No, I couldn't.
Thank you very much. Go after your precious surety of it. I'll do my shopping and go to you.
Michelle, wait.
No, I've waited too long. There are other fish in the sea.
Please, I have to talk to you.
Louis, you're not well, are you?
No. But you mustn't tell anyone else.
What is it? Tell me, Louis.
Yes, I will. I have to tell someone. You're the only one I can tell. But not now. I do it the sûreté. Tonight, Michelle, tonight. I promise.
How well do you know the history of your army? For example, do you know when the first army ration was issued and what it consisted of? To get the answer, we must go back to November 1775, the date when the Continental Congress, by resolution, established the United States Army's ration. Each soldier was issued his daily ration uncooked, and it was up to him to prepare it. The daily ration consisted of 1 pound of beef or 3/4 of a pound of pork or 1 pound of salt fish, 1 pound of bread or flour, and 1 pint of milk per day. Each soldier was also issued a weekly ration of 3 pints of peas or beans and 1/2 pint of rice or 1 pint of Indian meal. There was also a daily ration of 1 quart of spruce beer or cider per man, or a weekly ration of 9 gallons of molasses per 100 men. Thus, another page was added to the history of your United States Army.
I can hardly believe it.
I said we'd talk together.
You said it other times. And more times than not, I get a message canceling the arrangement. I don't know why I still like it.
I'm glad you do. Without you, I'd be lost. I need someone to hold on to. Even if you don't know it, I think of you in that way. There's no one else.
I was right then, you see? You don't need me. You need a wife.
Yes, that would be wonderful, but it's impossible. Because if I had a wife, my secret would be known.
To your wife?
Yes.
What is your secret?
I'm not brilliant at all. My superiors think I am, but it isn't true. I'm slow, methodical, patient. I'm a brother. There, I've said it. It's out at last.
What everyone says.
I know what everyone says. You said it yourself this morning. Louis Chivelet only has to look at a set of footprints, and he can give a description of the man. He only has to smell cigarette ash, and he can identify the brand of tobacco. Only then.
But you have done those things. Everyone knows. All Paris that claims.
Because I want there to. I've built a reputation. I'm terribly vain about it. So I nearly kill myself to keep it up.
That's why you hardly ever have time to see me? You work at night, without people knowing?
Oh, I sleep like a top, I told your mother. You know the truth. Last week, for instance, I had only 6 hours sleep. In the entire week, 6 hours sleep.
You will kill yourself.
Last week wasn't exceptional. It's happened again and again, week after week. Put in the most exaggerated reports. Instead of admitting that I've spent 7 hours trailing a suspect, I tell them that I'm worked out in a flash while the man's gone. I spend the whole night combing every square inch of the floor in every room of a house, picking up every pin, every piece of thread. The next day, I suddenly produce the most brilliant deduction, right out of the air. It looks miraculous on paper, but to maintain this record, I go without sleep. There. That's Luigi. That's your brilliant detective who astounds the top brass at the Sûreté.
You must have been doing this for years.
Yes.
And your ear, I can see it now. Why haven't I seen it before?
I've never let anyone see it. I've kept up my image. Louis Giblet, the hero of every small boy in France, the pride of the Sûreté. Louis Giblet, the neurotic mess.
This has to stop.
It can't. I can't let them know I'm a fake.
You're not a fake. Just be a detective like all the others. You don't have to be a magician.
A detective like all the others? No. It's too late for that. I'm Louis Giblet.
Please stop for my sake.
Oh, I'd like to. Believe me, I would like to. But I'm afraid. It's built up and up. I can't stop. I'm not my own master.
You are going home now, Louis. You are going to get a good night's sleep. Tonight and every night this week. Then maybe you'll start to see it sensibly.
But when I do sleep...
What happens then?
The most awful dream. A nightmare. Again and again it keeps happening. I dream that I'm a murderer myself.
There, you see? Do you need any further proof that this nonsense has to stop?
All the murder cases I worked on, they're on my mind. They're always there. Even when I'm asleep, I can't rest. It's the same nightmare all the time now. That I'm a murderer.
You'll have a nervous breakdown. That's what you'll have.
What can I do?
Tell them you want a holiday.
No, I can't do that. It's not time for my holiday.
But tell them you want them.
And admit that I can't stand up to my job? That would be the end of me. My reputation would vanish like a great balloon.
Louis, you haven't a special case at present. Nothing to start you sleeping?
No, not tonight.
Then you are going home right now. You are going home to sleep.
Bonjour, Monsieur Giblet.
Bonjour, madame. And it is a good morning, a wonderful day to be alive.
No different from the others we've been having, monsieur?
Oh, to me it is.
No, to me it's the same as always. Dishes to be washed, baking to be done. What's different?
Louis, it is different, isn't it?
I had a wonderful sleep. Look at me.
No dream?
No dreams, Michel. Just sleep. I feel like a new man.
You see, it can happen. I told you.
Instead of pretending to face the world with confidence, today I really...
You see, you've talked about it. Now you can handle it. You're not alone with it anymore.
Thank you, Michel. You made this possible.
I had to. For my own sake.
Okay. Monsieur Giblet.
Yes, madame.
The telecom for you.
Oh, thank you, madame. I'm coming.
Yeah, just in time. Just as you were leaving.
Hello?
Morning, Giblet. Joba here.
You just caught me, sir.
I hoped I would. Back, my boy. You're off to laugh.
Laugh?
Small matter of murder. Won't take you long, huh? That's why we're sending you. Clear it up quickly.
Yes, sir.
Just an overnight back, huh? That should be long enough for you. See you here when you are back. I pray you then.
Yes, sir. Tonight, I shall not sleep again. Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe, honey.
Uh-huh.
Joe, darling, put down the paper. I've got something important to ask you.
Okay.
Joe.
All right, what?
How many shaving sponge do we have?
What kind of a question is that?
A good one. How many?
I'm not sure. I'd have to count. And I'm reading the paper. What do you want to know for?
Have we got enough to make things comfortable for us?
Very comfortable. That's why I buy on a payroll savings plan. Upon the month will give us quite a nest egg for the future.
Enough for a college education?
Eventually. But who's going to college?
Our children, silly.
We don't have any yet.
Who?
What do you mean? Oh?
Better buy some more bonds, honey.
Daphne, you mean?
We've got a new investment.
How about that?
All right, I've finished it. 2 nights. 2 nights of patient searching, putting the pieces together, laborious plodding, so they could have their brilliant solution. Now I'm ready for sleep.
Are you coming? I'm waiting. Don't disappoint me.
Louis Givet, I arrest you on the charge of murder.
You didn't disappoint me.
Louis Givet, charge of murder.
I don't hear you. I'm shutting you out.
Louis Givet.
I'm Louis Givet, detective, not a murderer. The others are murderers. I find them, track them down, so leave me alone. Go. Shutting you out. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. I hear. Fontaine. Can't you let a man sleep?
It's 9 o'clock. How long do you have to sleep?
You'd be surprised if I told you.
This is a job, matter, right?
I've finished it. I've made my report. You have your murder.
We want another one.
Another one? What do you mean you want another one?
It's lucky we got you here. When we have the famous Giblet on the spot, we make use of it. I telephoned Paris the moment I heard to get permission. Joban told me to put you to work. Is that involved, is it? Use it.
What are you talking about?
Last night, another man was killed on the beach at SADDESS, 2 miles away. A businessman named Charles Sorel. He was there on a holiday with his wife, staying at the hotel. Before going to bed, he went for a swim. He didn't come back. A fisherman found him early this morning. There was a bullet hole through his head. He died about 2 o'clock this morning.
Look, you've got your local man.
We had you, the expert.
But I've just finished one case. I'm fine. I'll get your murderer, just like I got the last.
You will. That's what you did it. Fish, there's only one. Giblet.
Give me time to get dressed. I'll see you at your office. Tell me about it there.
Splendid. Il est ancien. This 6. I have it already. Oh, it's too much.
I can't go on with it. Oh, I want to call Paris. Opéra 5504. I want to speak to Mademoiselle Bertin. Michel Bertin. Yes, that is right, Opéra 5504. Mademoiselle Bertin.
Hello? Who is this, please?
Michel, it's Louis.
Louis, you still in the room?
Yes, I want you to come here.
Louis, what happened?
I finished the case I was sent here for. I wound it up for them, presented them with their murderer. It was quite brilliant, the whole thing.
And you're exhausted. No sleep again?
Yes, oh, a little last night. Sleep and the usual dream. Michel, I'm afraid of what's happening to me.
I told you. You got to take a holiday.
They've given me another case. Here, 2 miles from Le Havre, a little seaside place called Saint-Adresse.
Saint-Adresse?
Another murder. Michel, I feel I'm going mad.
Oh, no, Louis.
You need rest, that's all.
But I can't have it. I have to find another murderer for them, quickly. The same brilliant Givlet solution. Michel, if only you were here. If I could feel that I wasn't alone.
Of course, I leave at once, Louis. I'll be there this afternoon.
Try not to worry, darling.
The last detective. Someone left the house last night at 11 o'clock. It was a warm night, you know that.
Yes, I remember. I was trying to sleep. After I finished my report.
Someone decided to go to the beach palace with.
And his wife?
He went alone. She stayed at the hotel.
She was crazy. She should have gone with him a night like last night. The heat was a blanket, a stifling blanket.
Maybe she did go to the beach.
She followed him, you mean?
She could have done. Did he have enemies? We don't know of any. Isn't the wife always a potential enemy, Givlet?
Was she his only heir?
Yes, the only one. Of course, he wasn't rich, just a man of average means, but he was older than his wife, quite a lot older. That is always something, eh?
I'll talk to Madame Sorel.
And the time of this has been established pretty definitely between midnight and 2 o'clock. Not possibly later than 2. Givlet, you look tired. Are you all right?
Louis Givlet is always all right, especially when he's on the job. You'll have your mother.
Oh, we know it. Givlet delivers, and that's the byword throughout the series.
I'll go and talk to Madame Sorel.
Chopin will be here later today. Chopin. 2 murders in this area in the space of a few days. He feels he should make an appearance.
Doesn't he think I can handle it?
Oh, he knows you can. I expect he wants to share in the glory when you come up with your second murder. It's a great week for La. The Sûreté Chief and France's greatest detective, both on it. It's a week we'll remember.
I'll be at Saint-Adresse.
Hello, this is Marvin Miller, with another page from your American Heritage Scrapbook. It was a portrait of the French hero Lafayette, painted in 1825, that marked the zenith of the artistic career of Samuel Finley Breeze Morse. Yes, the first dots and dashes ever wrought by Morse were blended in oil on a piece of canvas. But lack of funds forced him to abandon his art studies in London, and he accepted America's first professorship of fine arts at the University of New York City. While at the university, he lived in a tower garret, and it was there that he experimented with wires and batteries, hoping for an inventive success that would free him financially so he could contribute to the arts of America. Even while conducting his electrical experiments, Morse tried to make his art a paying proposition, but without success. In 1837, he put aside his brushes and constructed the first working model of his telegram. Symbolically, he used one of his wooden canvas stretchers in the process. His promising career as an artist was sacrificed. Yet he performed perhaps a greater service to mankind in another way. Samuel Morse became one of the world's great inventors.
You, won't join me, monsieur?
No, thank you. Not when I'm working.
Oh, but you finished with me. Your questions, I mean, about Pochard murder. You know, I never left the hotel last night after he went for his swim. Who's such a health crank, Pochard? A swim in the sea at midnight, can you imagine it?
Last night I could.
So many other things to do on an hot night. But not with Charles. Poor Charles. Once it might have been different, but after years of a man talking with boyish enthusiasm about his health, setting up exercises at 6 in the morning, cold showers with vocal accompaniment, a woman loses that little spark. You know what I mean, monsieur? And to think that vigorous health of his took such a sudden turn for the worse, with a bullet through the head, poor Charles. Disconcerting for him.
That's all you have to say about your husband's death, madam?
What else can I say, except what you know, that I did not leave the hotel while he was away, that I waited in the lounge for him to return, anxiously, with the best cognac, until 2:30 this morning, with rakers and hall porters to prove it.
Yes, that's firmly established. And you can't tell me of any enemies he had?
Sheriff? Enemies? He was much too dull to have enemies. You're sure you won't join me in the cognac, monsieur?
Thank you.
Then I must toast him alone. To Charles, who died with a bloom of rude health upon him, like a piece of prime beef.
Louis, come and sit down. You must rest a while.
Oh, I can't, monsieur. I promised them the solution to this crime in the morning.
Can you promise a thing like that?
Because I'm Louis Giblet. And Louis Giblet is a genius.
Louis Giblet is a tired, sick man.
Yes, and that's why I asked you to come here. Because I needed the one person with me who knows the truth.
Poor Louis.
You're my moral support, Michel. If I didn't have you here, maybe the others would learn the truth about the brilliant Giblet, and that would be a disaster.
Louis, you've been over this patch of beach 100 times tonight. There is nothing to be found.
There must be. There has to be. I'll take the torch and look again.
Louis.
So many footmarks on the sand. How can one know which is the murderer? But one of them must be. He was shot at close range. One of the...
What out there?
Louis, you found something? Louis, what is it? What have you discovered?
I have discovered who the murderer is, Michel.
You have? But a moment ago you had nothing, not even a clue.
It is true, but now I know. I found his footprint.
But there are so many footprints, you said so yourself.
But only one like this.
Louis.
Michel, sometimes I've wondered what happens in the night when a person teeters on the brink of a mental collapse, where the strain of years builds up into a gigantic, overwhelming phantom. Can a man really know what happens all that time to himself? Is he really the master every minute, every hour of those ghastly nights? Can there be obscuration? How you say? Blind spots?
Blind spots, Louis?
Here is one definition for freedom. Quote, freedom is an indivisible word. If we want to enjoy it, we must be prepared to extend it to all peoples, whether they be rich or poor, whether they agree with us or not, no matter what their race or the color of their skin. Unquote. These words of Wendell Willkie remind us that our cherished rights will make us free men only as long as they are enjoyed by all. Democracy combats tyranny by engulfing it in the success of men who enjoy ever-constant liberty. This is one definition in our Dictionary of Freedom.
Here he is, Giblet. Come in, my boy. You told we would have the solution to the Sorel murder this morning. Have you come to deliver?
Yes, Monsieur Chopin, I have what you want.
Do you use it? Everyone said it and Giblet proves it over and over again. Well, Giblet, let us hear it.
Monsieur, I have the solution to this crime as I promised. I have made a plaster cast of the footprint left by the murderer as he crept up behind his victim. Here it is. Examine it for yourselves. Now, here is what happened. He walked along that beach of SADDESS in his bare feet. You will notice a certain peculiarity about one of the feet. The left foot. Here, you see?
The upper joint of the big toe is missing.
But yes, so it is. Could there be too many men in Saddess the other night with a left foot dragger? Have you traced him, Chevalier?
But of course I knew him at once, sir.
That one?
Yes, you see, I know why he did it, though he didn't know it himself at the time. That is to say, his real self didn't know. To get rid of a nightmare, he had to make it come true.
Make it come true?
Monsieur, I give you your murderer as promised. Permit me to present myself, Louis Givlet. At your service.
The best laid plans so often go astray. And when they do, it's usually because of that strange factor, that fatal flaw we call the blind spot. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Calling all car. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
San Diego Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 154. Go to the Prescott Hotel and investigate the report of a murder. The body of a woman is found in a room. That's all.
Did you know that the biggest users of gasoline, the city and county purchasing departments, make scientific tests before they specify a gasoline for use in their great fleets of emergency equipment? Four main questions must be answered. Which gasoline starts quicker?
Which accelerates fastest? Which delivers most power? Which is most economical to you?
On this basis, Rio Grande cracked gasoline has repeatedly won against all competition in Los Angeles, Oakland, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and in many, many other cities and counties throughout this territory. This success is due primarily to the Sinclair cracking process. From one of the world's most modern refineries comes this balanced gasoline. Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl. First, quick
Stopping. Second, fast acceleration. Third, surging power. Fourth, mileage.
These are the factors that caused Rio Grande cracked gasoline to be used exclusively in so many, many police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment. These are the factors that give police car performance. Try Rio Grande cracked gasoline in your car. Do this tomorrow. And now it is our pleasure to present W.A. Huggins, Secretary to Chief of Police Sears, San Diego. Mr. Huggins.
Good evening. San Diego Police Department has had many strange murders to solve, but the case of the girl in room 9 was one of the most incredible cases to be found in our files. Detectives investigating the circumstances surrounding it found themselves literally face to face with a blank wall. There seemed to be no clues to go on, no reason for anyone to have committed the crime. And yet, there was the brutally beaten body of a woman lying in the morgue to spur them on in the hunt for the killer. A hunt which led them from one end of San Diego to the other and back again before they finally got a lead to the murderer's identity and managed to arrest him. But as you will see, despite the many difficulties they encountered, despite the lack of clues, in the end, the killer was brought to justice, which once again goes to show that when a person resorts to murder, no matter how careful they may be, the chances that they will get away with it are less than 1 in 100.
San Diego, May 15, 1918. The year that is to write Venus to one of history's bloodiest chapters, the war to make America safe for democracy. From every state west of the Mississippi River, a solid line of men pour into the training camps, the good and the bad, the rich and the poor, all reduced to one common denominator in the final desperate drive to meet war's demand. All men, all armed. It is a few minutes after midnight when two sailors from the USS Vicksburg, on shore leave, amble erratically up the street, come to a swaying stop in front of a little transient hotel where they have rooms for the night.
Steady, George, me boy. You're rolling in your own way. I'm doing nothing of the sort. You're the one that's doing the rolling. I am rolling. Listen, sailor, I practically carried you out of that joint we were in. You must have been planning on drinking the poisoned drink.
Yeah, I would have, so if you hadn't got so drunk I had to take you home. What do you think of that, huh? What do you think of that?
I think maybe we better go in the hotel before we get thrown in the brig. That's what I...
Good idea.
This way, not this way. Listen, sailor, I said this way. What are you trying to do, start an argument?
All right, I'm high.
Oh, come on, George. You can't even see where you're going. I'll take you right to our room. Now, come on, stop.
Yeah, you don't want to fight, huh? You got cocoa...
All I want to do is to get you out of this hall before the landlady throws us both out. Come on. These stairs. E.T. Add the spirit. One at a time. One at a time.
Don't tell me how to walk upstairs. I was walking upstairs before you were born. At down them too.
Sure, I know all about it. Easy. That's it. One at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
You sound like a gramophone record that got stuck in the groove. What time? One time.
You want to wake the whole hotel? Come on. Here we are. At room 8.
Oh, no. Room 9's the one we're...
Now listen, George. What do you want to be too stubborn for? I know what room we're in, and it's 8. Nine.
Right, shut up. Room 9, sure. Room 9, but shut up.
Here we are. Now see if you can stand up till I get the door open.
Sure, I can stand up. Why wouldn't I be able to stand up?
Quiet. There. Now, come on.
I'll turn on the light. I can't see in the dark. Only owls can see in the dark.
All right, wait a minute. There's your lights.
Hey, what's the matter? George, look on the floor. What's the matter with the floor? I don't see...
Oh, a woman.
What's she doing in our room?
Listen, George, snap out of it. This woman's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Look at her throat. Somebody's murdered her.
Murdered?
Let me see. Look at those finger marks on her neck. Looks like she'd been strangled.
Yeah, hey, look at her. What are we gonna do? We gotta let someone know. Maybe they'll think we did it.
That's why you gotta sober up fast.
Well, don't worry. I'm sober right now.
Then come on. We gotta report this to the landlady. Shocked into instant sobriety by the horror of their discovery, the two sailors rushed down the hall to the landlady's room and tell her about it. And in less than 20 minutes, Chief of Detectives Joseph Myers arrives at the hotel, where he is met by Officer O.U. Martin. Together, the two men look at the bruised and beaten body, and then question the landlady.
What is your name, ma'am?
Anna Johnson.
Anna Johnson, eh?
Yeah.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Johnson, just what happened this morning.
Well, I was asleep in my room. Room 12 it is. A little after 12, I was waked up by someone pounding on the door. And I opened. There were two sailor fellows there. They told me there was a dead woman in their room.
And what did you do?
Well, I got up and put a robe on. And then we went to the room. And I cried up Clara. And she was badly hurt. So I called the police.
Well, do you know of anyone who might have wanted to do this to Clara?
Oh, no, I know of no one. She was so sweet. Like a sister.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Johnson. Deeply sorry.
Thank you.
How long has she been employed here?
Several months.
Married?
I believe she was. But she was separated from her husband.
Anything happened last night that might throw some light on this?
Nothing that I know of. I came home from a show, and Clara had company. A girlfriend and her sweetheart. Oh, they was good friends of Clara.
No chance of their doing that, eh?
Oh, no, they were her best friend.
Well, what happened then, Mrs. Johnson?
Well, they went home about 10 o'clock, and Clara and I had a little food to eat, and I went to bed. Clara came to my room because I had a headache, and she brought me some aspirin. Then she left for her room, and I went to sleep. The first thing I remember after that was a terrible waking me.
And that's all you can remember?
Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Johnson. Don't let anybody touch that body, Sergeant. I'm going down to talk to those sailors.
In the small lobby of the hotel, Myers questions the two sailors, satisfies himself that they have no connection with the murder. A close check on the rest of the hotel guests brings no clue, and Chief Myers turns his attention to the hotel register. Suddenly, his eyes come across one name that bears no address after it. It is written on the page dated May 14th, 1918, and shows the room number to be 7. With this slim lead, he returns to room 12 and once again questions Mrs. Johnson.
Mrs. Johnson, there's something here that doesn't quite jibe with what my men have found. I thought you might be able to help.
What's that?
This name on the register. Jack Cree, as near as I can make it out. Who is he?
Jack Cree? Oh, yeah. I remember now. He was a soldier.
He stayed here last night?
Yeah. He came in early in the evening before I went to the show and rented a room.
Room 7, is that right?
Yeah.
The boys looked that room over, Chief. The bed hadn't been slept in. Any sign of him? No, sir. And I'll stake my bottom dollar he's the lad we want. Look, Martin, get a description of him from Mrs. Johnson and any other information you can get. I'm going to call the office and get Stevens over here to run it down.
A telephone call to the police station results in the arrival a short time later of Detective H.C. Stevens, who, after learning all he can from Chief Myers, takes charge of the investigation. His first move is to re-question Mrs. Johnson.
There's very little doubt in my mind about this Cree fellow's having done the job. The trouble is, who is he and where is he? You've got to help us in answering those questions, Mrs. Johnson.
All right. I guess I will have to tell you then. But I had hoped this wouldn't be necessary.
What do you mean by that?
The soldier, the one you was asking about, he did something that I didn't want to tell. He followed me into my room last evening after I had showed him. He began to act terribly. He tried to make love to me.
What did he do?
I told him he couldn't behave that way in this hotel and forced him to leave. Called me a dreadful name as he went down the stairs. A terrible name.
The last time you saw him?
Yeah.
Martin, Meyer told me you have a description of the man, is that right? Yes, sir. I just got it from Mrs. Johnson. Yeah. Approximately 33 years old, dark complexion, 5 feet 7 inches tall. Not much to go with about 100,000 men in uniform in San Diego alone. Pretty slim. What about this girl that was killed? She ever had any trouble with any soldiers or sailors, Mrs. Johnson?
Well, yeah, once she did. A few weeks ago, 4 soldiers from Camp Conway was here, and they accused her of having stolen $40 from their room. But the military police who came to investigate told me later that the soldiers had lied and was all.
I see. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah?
I guess there's nothing more we can do here for the time being. You keep an eye on things, Martin, while I do a little canvassing of the neighborhood hotels. Pretty thin lead, but this Cree fellow might have stayed somewhere around here after he got through his dirty work. We're following up anyway. I'll be back later.
So Detective Stevens begins a tour that takes him from one small hotel to another, up one street, down the next. And finally, as he is just about to give up, he enters the 12th place, the Aspen House on 5th Street, and for the 12th time, asks the same question.
Did you have anyone come in early this morning and ask for a room?
Is this in connection with the murder over at the Prescott?
Yes, it is.
Well, there was a fellow came in about 5:30. He was plenty drunk and he acted sort of nervous like.
Yes?
I told him the room would be $1 and he forked it over without saying a word. But he refused to register.
You're to register?
Yes, and that's not all. I got a look at his hands and they were scratched. There was blood on them, so help me.
Go on.
I thought to myself when I seen them that they looked like fingernail scratches. But it wasn't none of my business, so I didn't say anything. Anyway, he left a call for 8 this morning. And when I went up and woke him, he jumped up and stared at me for a minute, and then he slammed the door in my face.
Is he here now?
No, sir. He left about 20 minutes ago. It was an awful hurry.
What did he look like?
Well, he was about 35, 5 feet 10, I'd say. Weighed about 170, black hair, gray around the temples, and wore a dark suit with a box coat and a black fedora hat. I figured he was a gambler by his look.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey, where you going?
Want to get that description to every policeman in San Diego.
thus the first real clue of any importance, and the start of a sweeping dragnet of San Diego. Police bulletins describing the mysterious Jack Cree are issued to every man in the San Diego Police Department, to all bus and train station officials, with orders to arrest and hold if located. And while every available officer in the city looks for the fugitive, Detective Stevens pays a visit to the poor soldiers who had claimed the murdered woman had robbed him. And though he exhausts one clue when he finds their alibi perfect, he stumbles on to another that sends him to the naval training camp at Balboa Park, where he interrogates one of the sailors.
I understand that you're a friend of Ed Bolus, that right?
Yeah, I know him. How well? Well, we went around together a good bit. Get to know him as well as anyone.
Well, tell me something. How did he and Clara Minor get along? Really? Do you ever have any trouble? Well, Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, thanks, I will.
All right. Eat the pack. Plenty more where that came from.
Oh, thanks. Cigarettes pretty scarce out here these days. Yeah, I figured they were.
How about Ed and Clara? How'd they get along?
Well, they had a little trouble. You know how it goes, another woman and all that. Ed was engaged to Clara, but he sort of fell for this Mary Bedford. It's quite a mess.
Well, what happened?
Well, this Bedford woman got jealous of Clara and tried to commit suicide. And then when it didn't work, she told Ed he better watch his step or she'd make a good job of it next time and kill both of them.
I see. You know where this Bedford woman lives?
Yeah. I'm afraid I've talked too much right now.
Wait a minute. You don't want to shoot the murderer, do you?
Oh, of course not.
What are you talking about? Talking too much already.
I guess I didn't realize what I was saying.
That's the ticket.
Where does she live? Over at the Hotel Dinsmore. You know, it's in the same block as the press car.
Yeah, an odd coincidence, isn't it? Bolus would like to get rid of Clara because she was an obstacle. Mary Bedford would like to do the same because she hated Clara. She lives in the same block Clara was murdered in. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence.
Questioning of both Mary Bedford and Ed Bolus leaves Detective Stevens with a great many doubts as to their alibis, but not wanting to make any direct accusations until he has proof, he has them both held in technical custody as witnesses and then proceeds to run down the many other loose threads of the case. And as each day goes by, it leaves him with some new development. He learns that the janitor of the hotel, a man with a past record, had been missing since the morning of the murder, and immediately wired his plight over the police communication system to be on the lookout for him. Several men are paraded before the landlord of the Aspen House and promptly released when he failed to recognize any of them. The murder of Clara Minor begins to assume the aspect of a huge cobweb, each clue stretching out like one of the webbed infinitesimal strands. And at last, with hundreds of leads to run down, each one vitally important to his case, Detective Stevens talks to his superior, Detective Inspector Paul J. Hayes, and requests another man to assist him.
I'd like to be able to do it, Henry. You know that without my saying it. But we're up against the wall for men. All the boys are out on jobs.
Isn't there just one you could get away for some other job let me have?
Not a chance. As a matter of fact, I just assigned the last one I had to the Clover robbery deal. You know, the one 2 sailors robbed and beat him the other night?
Yeah.
I've got plenty of trouble over that. Every citizen in San Diego is on their necks to get the ones who did it.
Well, I guess that settles that, huh?
I'm afraid so, Henry. I know what a tough nut you have to crack. But it's all yours. All right, Inspector. Thanks anyway. If you come out all right with your Clover deal. Thanks. If I don't, I'm liable to be looking for a new job. At least I will if the citizens of San Diego have anything to say about it. I'll beat it before you think of something else you want.
Right. Goodbye, sir.
So, Henry Stevens carried on his investigation alone. One by one, he eliminates his leads. Patiently, he wades through the mass of information he has gathered, checking this item, throwing away that item. And when he has checked every known point against the other, he finds himself with at least 3 possible suspects. Edgar Bolus, the ex-convict janitor, and the mysterious missing soldier, Jack Cree. Follows days upon endless days spent in training camps, in saloons, in hundreds of dives where soldiers and sailors meet to drown out the cares of the day with women and alcohol. Always the same question foremost in his mind.
Pardon me, buddy, but do you know of a Jack Cree in this outfit?
Jack Cree? Oh, never heard of him. Where's he from?
Never mind. Doesn't matter where he's from.
Oh, Steve, you happen to know of a soldier by the name of Jack Cree?
Nah, I make it a habit not to know soldiers' names. Sailors neither, for that matter. As soon as they get to know you too well, they start asking for drinks on the cup. It ain't good business.
I'm looking for a man by the name of Cree, Lieutenant. Jack Cree. You happen to have one in your outfit with that name?
Sorry, there's no one by the name of Cree in the 40th Division. Was there anything else?
No. Thanks anyway. I hadn't figured there would be.
So it goes, day after day, night after night, and still no sign of the missing man. Days drag on into weeks, weeks into months. The Thera Minor case fades from the front page of the paper. The outraged citizenry of San Diego gradually forgets that there ever was a girl named Clara Minor. Forget there ever was a clobber robbery case. But Detective Stevens remembers. Never does he slacken his vigilance for a moment, and time passes. February 1st, 1919. 9 long months since the brutal murder in Room 9. In the office of Captain Frank McGraw, the United States Intelligence Service, a captain of the guard stands. 2 young soldiers from Camp Kearney in his custody.
Sergeant Kelly, sir. Reporting with Privates Willis and Waterman.
All right, men, relax.
Thank you, sir.
So you're Willis and Waterman, eh? Tom Willis and Alan Waterman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, men, we've caught up with you at last, and that's going to be pretty tough on both of you.
What do you mean by that, sir?
You know only too well what I mean, Waterman. That watch you men pawned is turned up in Oklahoma, and it was pawned there by a girl who was a sweetheart of one of the boys in the 21st. You're from the 21st, are you not?
Yes, sir, but I don't know nothing about no watch.
Well, how about you, Willard? Your memory any better than your buddy's?
No, sir. I don't know what you mean, sir. I never pawned a watch anywhere.
That's right. You didn't pawn it. But one of you gave it to a girl, and that girl made the break. Now, how about it?
You don't know nothing about it, Captain, and I don't know neither.
Brady might spill, eh, Waterman? Well, I think you're right about that. I think he will spill when Detectives Sears and Kelly get talking to him. Those boys have a way with them that usually gets results. And a short time later, Detectives George Sears and Harry Keller join Captain McGraw in his office, where they're informed of the results of his questioning. Realizing that the younger man, Willis, is almost ready to talk, they have him brought in without water.
Sit down, Willis. I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, sir.
You're, pretty young, aren't you, Willis?
Yes, sir. Guess so.
About 16?
17, sir.
Young looking for his age, isn't he, Captain?
Yeah. Pretty nice looking, too, for a boy who'd go around robbing people.
You know, I don't think Willis planned that deal, Captain McGraw. I have a pretty good hunch that his pal cooked the whole thing up and got him mixed up in it. Now, how about that, Willis? Isn't that what really happened?
I don't know what deal you mean.
Why, sure you do. You remember old man Clobber, the fellow you and Waterman beat up and robbed? Back where you got the watch.
I didn't hit him.
Oh, Waterman did, eh? Now then, why don't you tell us all about it? Might just as well, you know. Might go a little easier on your feet. Hey.
I'm afraid of what Waterman would do.
Well, you needn't be. Detective Sears has enough on him right now to send him up for a nice long stretch, even if he'd never talk. So you can tell him anything you want to.
Is that right, Lieutenant Sears?
That's right, Wallet.
And I'll talk. I'll tell you the whole thing. Waterman and I did do the job. But I didn't want there to be any violence. He told me we'd just stick a gun in the guy's ribs and take his money away from him. Honest, I didn't have anything to do with the beating end of it. I even tried to stop Ellen when he started hitting him.
So the young soldier, 17-year-old Willis, cracks under the skillful questioning of Detective Sears and Captain McGraw, blurts out the whole story while a stenographer takes it down in shorthand. And when he has finished, Detective Sears realizes that his long job is done. The clobber robbery is solved. Then, suddenly, as Willis is about to leave the room, he turns, looks back at the 2 men for an instant, and then...
Captain McGraw.
Ed Willett?
There's something else I'd like to tell you, too. Something I've got to tell you.
All right. Start in.
Waterman killed that woman over at the Prescott Hotel. He came back to camp the next morning and told me so. He showed me his hands. They were all clawed up. I had to tell you, Captain. I couldn't hold it any longer. It was burning a hole inside of me. I had to tell you.
Convinced by the youth's sincerity that he is telling the truth, Detective Sears immediately phones Stephen, tells him to come out at once. And in less than 20 minutes, the police car screams to a grinding stop outside. Detective Henry Stephen rushes into the office.
Well, what's up? Hello, Henry. I think we got the lad who killed Clara Minor. What? Yep. He and another lad are the two that pulled the tower job. And just a few minutes ago, the younger one cracked and voluntarily told us that his partner, Waterman, had done the Prescott job.
Is Waterman here?
Right in the next room under guard.
Well, hang on till I get back. Listen, have a line of men with this Waterman among them, will you? I want a positive identification.
Rushing back to town, Stevens bundles the landlady, Anna Johnston, into the police car with him and heads back to the camp. Arriving there, they discover a full company standing at attention in the driveway. Asking Mrs. Johnson to follow him, he walks down the line of men. Halfway down the front rank...
There is the man.
How can you remember me after such a long time?
But you call me that horrible name, that I could never forget you.
Well, Waterman, guess that settles your future for a while. Go on, I've got a lot of things to ask you. I'm warning you right now, the answers had better be right.
But Alan Waterman refuses to talk. For hours, Stevens hurls questions at him, and the answer to each one is always the same. Waterman will not crack. Then Tom Willis is led in to stand face to face with his partner. Slowly, haltingly, tears staring out of his eyes, he repeats the story he has told McGraw and Sears. And suddenly...
All right, kid. You can stop talking. I'll do the talking from now on. I killed that woman. I jumped at her as she passed the door to the roof. I beat her down, and then I strangled her. With these two hands, I strangled her. But the same as I'd strangle anybody else who made insulting remarks about soldiers. You can go back to the other room now, kid. She said the soldiers was no good. So I decided to kill her. I waited out in the hall until she passed, and then I grabbed her. She didn't even have time to yell. That your only reason for killing Clara Minor, Waterman? Yeah, that's the only reason. She said what she did. I knew then that I'd have to kill her, and I did. I strangled her with my bare hand. And then I took a lace from my leggings and wound it around her throat till she stopped moving. No one can talk about soldiers that way and get away with it, because a soldier is the finest person in the world.
And now it is our pleasure to present District Attorney Thomas Whelan of San Diego. Mr. Whelan.
Alan Waterman was one of the strangest paradoxes in the history of my office. The almost unbelievable reason he gave for having brutally murdered Clara Minor led many to believe he was insane. At his trial, it was proved conclusively that although he was suffering from a form of hysteria, brought on, no doubt, by the uncertainty of the times and the World War, yet he was perfectly capable of thinking clearly. It was also proven by the prosecution that he had actually planned the murder in advance. On May 5, 1919, he was sentenced to San Quentin to serve from 10 years to life. His younger companion pled guilty to the Clobber robbery, and in the juvenile department of the Superior Court, he was sentenced to Preston Reformatory at Ione to remain until he reached his majority.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan. If Rio Grande cracked gasoline is so full of snap, so full of speed, so full of power, says the skeptical motorist, how can it also be so economical? Now that's a fair question, and here's the answer. By the patented Sinclair cracking process, gasoline is so thoroughly broken up, that is so thoroughly cracked, that every possible atom of energy is available for instant combustion. No unburned gasoline drips down your cylinder walls. No raw gasoline escapes through your exhaust. More of each gallon is turned into power. That's why Rio Grande cracks gasoline is more economical. And that is also why Rio Grande gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. The parallel in importance to the Sinclair cracking process, or gasoline, is the refining process used for Sinclair motor oils. Here it is a case of doing the same job as others, but doing it better. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline are thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied. They flow more freely, stand up under harder abuse, and last longer. Therefore, they make your car last longer. Go to your nearest Rio Grande independent dealer tomorrow and try a crankcase full. And be sure to get a copy of the latest Calling All Cars news, thrilling detective stories, radio and movie news, and pre-gift news for the youngsters. All about the free Junior Detective and G-Man outfits. How you can get a dozen different free gifts just by using a few gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
San Diego Police calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation broadcast 154. Suspect in this case now in San Quentin. That's all.
This is your narrator, Patrick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. This.
Now I know. Petri Wine brings you the Casebook of Gregory Hood.
Tonight, the Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to the story of The Sad Clown. Another exciting adventure from the Casebook of Gregory Hood. And from the recipe book of Petri Wine comes a wonderful suggestion for dessert. Serve canned peaches in Petri California Muscatel. Believe me, there's a perfect combination for you. Juicy, sweet, golden peaches with the perfect wine for peaches, Petri Muscatel. And talk about easy to fix, it's simple. Open a can of peaches and boil down the juice till it's slightly thickened. Then mix that syrup with twice the amount of Petri Muscatel, pour over the peaches and chill for 2 hours. And wait till you taste that dessert. It's absolutely delicious. Of course it would be with Petri Muscatel, because Petri Muscatel is something special in wines. It's a clear golden wine with a full rich flavor that's wonderful with peaches or any kind of fruit. And remember, you can serve Petri Muscatel proudly, because those 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the long history of fine wine, Petri. Well, once again, it's Monday night in San Francisco, and time for our weekly visit with Gregory Hood and his friend and attorney, Sanderson Taylor. Tonight, our rendezvous is at Greg's apartment, high on Nob Hill, overlooking the Golden Gate. Let's join him there, shall we? Well, hello, Harry Barkell. Good evening, Mr. Taylor. I won't ask you where Greg is. I can hear you.
He's working on some idea for his new suite. I hate to disturb. Oh, nonsense. She's expecting her. Come along in.
Oh, hello, Harry. You sneaked in so quietly I didn't see you.
Evening, Greg. Don't stop playing.
Oh, you like it? I think I'll call us Sarah Van for a sad clown. Might be rather effective, if I get that to sprays. Well, darn it. Well, you haven't come here to listen to me composing.
Well, it does put us in the atmosphere for tonight's story, Harry. Oh, you mean the circus motif? Yeah, last week you told us the adventure took place under the big top.
That's right, Harry, and these cameos lying on the table here helped me to put me in the mood, too.
Hey, they're beautiful, Greg. I bet they're old, huh?
16th century. They're the complete set of Maltrever cameos, and they have quite an exciting history.
Well, Greg, how do the cameos tie up with the circus?
That's what I'm going to tell you, Harry. One summer morning last year, I was in my office at Hood & Company working on a Far Eastern importing concession that involved quite a lot of money. Just before lunch, my secretary came in and told me that
Excuse me, Mr. Hood, there's a funny little man here to see you.
Oh, I like funny little men. What did you want?
Oh, he didn't say, but he kept thrusting this card at me and pointing at your door.
Silent type, huh? Let's see the card.
Seems very gentle, but I've never seen anyone look quite so sad.
Well, this card explains it. Simply says, Tommy, the saddest clown in the world. A rather haunting title. Have him come in, Miss Ferris.
Yes, Mr. Hood. This way, please.
Oh, hello, Tommy. Definitely hello. You use that horn for conversation? I see, Tommy. You must be dumb. I beg your pardon, mute. That's the term you prefer, isn't it? Oh, this is fascinating. What can I do for you, Tommy? You want me to look in that package? For sure I will. You want to know what I think of it? Holy smoke, where'd you get it? Unless I'm crazy, this is one of the famous Maltrevor cameos that was stolen in Canada a few months ago. They're worth a lot more than their weight in gold. How'd you get hold of one of them? No, I don't follow you on that one, Tommy. Well, I don't understand your gesture either. Oh, I get it. You want to use my typewriter. Sure, I'll put some paper in it for you. There you are. Go ahead, Tommy. Knew you were an expert. Thought you might recognize cameo. Well, sure I recognize it, Tommy. Go on. If you want to see rest of cameos, well, you bet I do. Come see me at Circus this afternoon. Well, I certainly will, Tommy, but can't you tell me more right now? No? Oh, come on, Tommy. Tell you all when I can show you. Oh, but Tommy, one thing, where did you find this cameo? O-Z? Oz. I don't get it. C-L-U-E, clue. I don't get it, son. Can't you go a little further, Tommy? Hell, okay. I'll meet you at the circus. Thanks for coming here. So long, Tommy. Oh, I'll be that. Get Sandy Taylor on the phone for me, please, Miss Ferris.
Very well, Mr. Hood.
And I won't be at the office this afternoon. I have some business to do. Believe it or not, I'm going to the circus.
First, I thought you were coming to the surface of you, Greg. Now that you've told me the story, oh, infractory speech.
A rare condition for an attorney. But speechlessness certainly cued me into this business. In spite of his affliction, Tommy got the story over very clearly.
We're sure the cameo he showed you was one of the stolen Maltrevor sets?
I was nearly positive, but I took it to Dick Gump before I came out here and had him confirm my call. The cameo is one of a set of 12, and they're extremely valuable. There's a big reward offered for them.
Well, how the devil would a mute circus clown get a hold of a valuable cameo like that, just all right?
I think that wouldn't be hard to dope out. These cameos are stolen goods. They came across the border from Canada. The circus would offer wonderful possibilities for smuggling stuff fast custom.
Yes, it would. Never thought of that before.
So did I. Until Sad Tyler came to see me this morning. Oh, do you want to see the program?
Oh, yeah, thank you. You know, Greg, I've never gotten over my boyhood passion to circus.
Nor have I.
That's it. Oh, my joint good. I presume you've taken a gander at this well-proportioned lady on page 3?
Memorable. She's stunning. Madame Belinda, Queen of the Snow Leopards. Snow Leopards. Now that rings a bell somewhere.
But I'd say she'd be enough inducement to bring you to a circus, even without the problem of storing cameos and sad clowns.
The grand entry. Here come the bareback rider. Sit back and enjoy yourself, Sandy. Even though we're here on business, we might as well combine it with pleasure.
Here come the clown, Greg. Keep your eye on my little friend Toddy.
Even though he can't talk, I hope he's going to give us the clue to a mighty big secret. I think that's him now. Hard to tell in clown's makeup. Yes, it is. See that little horn hanging around his neck? Oh, that's the one I used in my office this morning. He's got a wonderful sense of pantomime, hasn't he?
Oh, he's turning in front of our box.
Hey, I think you're going to signal me.
Hello? Hey. And the funny little guy. The children are crazy about.
Look, Sandy, this is a new trick. He's lifting up a giant bottle. It's labeled Black Market.
He's putting it to his lips.
Now he's starting to stagger.
He's pretending that Black Market is poison. All right, you. And listen to Kid.
Oh, look. Here comes my favorite turn, the collapsing car.
Ever since the crazy driving, the car is raining all over the ring. Oh, the fenders are falling off.
Next comes the theory with. Well, there it goes.
Now the driver overboard.
The driver? You ain't real like Greg. He asked something about. Greg, the car's without a driver. It'll get somewhere.
No, take it easy, Sandy. I know the tech. The car's being driven by a clown trapped under that rear seat and steering with a special lever. It's neat.
Yeah, it's very effective. But your clown, he's right in the path of the car. Why didn't he get up?
Oh, he will.
What was that sound?
It's not getting...
Ow! Holy smoke, it hit him.
Exit easy, forbidden all part of the ad.
Now the heck it is. Come on, Sandy. We're going back to do some checking. That looked to me like a deliberate attempted murder.
Please, all of you, step away from the body.
The body? Tommy dead?
He died in a tragic accident.
Oh, the poor devil. Where this wasn't an accident. I know that particular car routine so well.
Please, gentlemen, you are not members of the circus. I am Barducci, the ringmaster. I must ask you to leave.
Not without looking at the body. See, Tommy was a friend of mine. He came to me on business this morning, important business.
Yes, and that business might well tie in with his death, if it does prove not to be accidental.
Very pertinent point, Signor Barducci. You'd better let me look at the body, I think. You don't want the circus to be involved in scandal, do you?
Scandal? Oddio. Who are you, gentlemen, please?
My name is Gregory Hood, Hood Importing Company. My friend here is Sanderson Taylor, my attorney.
An attorney? Very well. I will allow you to see poor Tommy. Now, out of the way, please. Out of the way. Out of the way. There. There lies, my friend. We carried him in on that stretcher. Has the doctor seen him yet? No. We have sent for one, but we know he is dead.
Sure he's dead. But I don't think the car injuries account for it.
He doesn't look badly mangled. His light legs, little crushed, and one arm's hanging loose. I think that he dies of heart failure, senor. Tommy did not have so good a heart.
Yeah? Well, Signor Barducci, I don't think he died of heart failure. Who was the driver of the car that hit him? The hidden driver was lying in the back seat.
How do you know our trick, senor?
Well, that isn't important now. Who was the driver?
Hans Monheim. Well, where is he? You might be able to throw some light on me. Hans?
Yeah? Yeah, somebody want me?
Yes, I do, Hans. You were driving the car that hit Tommy?
Sure I was, but it couldn't have killed him. Didn't hit him hard enough.
That's what I'm thinking. Tell me, how long have you and the dead man been doing this comedy car routine together?
Oh, a year now, ever since I joined the circus in Canada, right?
When you made that last swerve toward him as he was lying on the ground, you expected him to jump up, didn't you?
Sure I did, mister. That already had the act figured out. He'd done it a couple of 100 times that way, first and seconds, you know. As soon as I realized that something was wrong with Tom, I swerved and jammed on the brakes. But I couldn't help hitting him.
Well, how do you account for the fact that tonight he didn't spring out of the way when you expected him to?
Well, I think it must have been his ticker. Tom had a bad heart, you see.
That is what I tell you, senor. And now, please, I must...
I'm sorry, but I can't leave.
What is it? They said Tommy is dead.
Belinda. Tommy is...
Paul, let me see him. Who are you men?
I'm a recent friend of Tommy's, Madam Belinda.
We're trying to find out how he died.
But they said the car hit him.
Yeah, that's right, Belinda. But that didn't kill him. His ticker simply gave out.
Oh, poor Tommy. He was so sweet and so sad. In all the years I've known him, I've never seen him smile. And now in death, he lies there, sadder than ever.
Does he, though? That's what was worrying me. Sandy, give me a handkerchief, will you?
Sure. Here you are. What are you up to?
Clown's grease paint is laid on pretty thick. It looks as if he's still sad. But there's something about the mouth. How long there?
What are you going to do, senor?
Wipe off some of this makeup.
No, leave him alone. He's dead.
Belinda, it is time for your entrance. The music is commencing. I must let out.
There. See what it does when I remove the makeup from around his lip?
Oh, great Gus! His mouth's frozen into a ghastly smile.
Yes. And that smile is characteristic of a certain kind of poison. Strychnine.
We'll give Gregory Hood a breathing spell for a second now, while I remind you again of how wonderfully well Petri California Muscatel goes with any peach dessert. It's really something. Just try making peach cake, peach cookies, or peach shortcake with Petri Muscatel if you want a swell dessert. That rich, full flavor of Petri Muscatel is just made to go with peaches. Canned peaches are on the market now, and in nearly every locality, your Petri wine dealer can give you a little recipe folder showing you how to make unusual and delicious desserts with peaches to serve with Petri Muscatel. Just be sure it's Petri Muscatel, because all Petri wines are good wines.
Well, Greg, this is quite a story. The saddest man in the world died in full view of a crowded circus, huh?
He did, Harry. But there was a violent difference of opinion as to the cause of his death.
So I gathered. Some people thought it was the car accident that killed him, others that he died of heart failure, and you thought it was strychnine poison.
Yeah, Harry, as soon as I saw that ghastly smile on his face.
You know, Greg, when you said it was poisoning, I had a sudden hunch.
Well, good for you, Harry. What was it?
Well, and I'm probably leading with my chin, I had a hunch that the poison was placed in that large fake bottle marked Black Market.
That's a perfectly logical assumption, and it was the same logic that I followed. The police hadn't arrived, so I sent for that fake bottle, and while I was waiting for it, Sandy and I stood guard over the bar.
Greg, it's pretty horrible, isn't it? What we fought were comedy antics. Clowns staring along in the ring. They were really the dying convulsions of a man poisoned stricken.
Yeah, that's the way it had this to me.
And you think the poison was administered in that big bottle he raped, is it?
Well, that's the way it would seem, and yet there's such a clumsy way of committing murder. The last person to hand that bottle to the dead clown would be the obvious suspect.
Because the motive for murder would be that the dead man had latched on to the fact that somebody in the circus had smuggled their cameos into the country. And therefore Tommy had to be silent.
Or I said be, Sandy. Incidentally, I guess you noticed that Hunt Mannheim, the man who was driving the car, joined the circus in Canada.
Yes, and the cameos were stolen in Canada. I also noticed something else, Greg.
And what was that?
Madame Belinda seemed mighty anxious that you didn't wipe the grease paint off the dead man's face.
Yeah, but that might be a perfectly natural reaction in a person seeing you about to experiment on a dead friend's body. Ah, here comes Signor Paducci.
Here, Signor Hood. Here's the big bottle. Think for yourself. It is as I tell you, the bottle is empty. It has already been it.
Thank you, Signor. Not only empty, but there's a strong musty smell. Yes, Senor, I'm sure this bottle has been empty for some time.
And the poison wasn't in this bottle. How was it administered?
That's what we have to find out, Sandy. That particular poison often doesn't act under 15 or 20 minutes. Signor Paducci.
Yes?
Did the dead man share a dressing room with the rest of the clowns?
No. He was our principal clown. He had his own dressing room.
Ah, may I examine it?
See, it is behind the leopard cake. You can't see it from here. The room with the yellow door.
Oh, yes, thank you. Come on, Sandy, the police will be here any moment. I have the greatest respect for them, but we're already 2 jumps ahead. We might as well try to make it free.
The dead man's dressing room is surprisingly comfortable. I'd no idea that circus folks live so well.
They deserve it, Sandy. They're nomad, gypsy. A third of their lives is spent on sleeper jumps. Hey, Sandy, come over here.
Huh? What is it?
Look here on his dressing table.
Pot of tea and 2 cups.
Yeah, and the pot's still warm. This is probably the answer, Sandy. To the poison? Yeah, I'd say the strychnine was administered in the tea. Tannic acid retards the action of strychnine. That's why it didn't take effect on him until he was in the ring.
One of the cups is empty and the other hasn't been touched.
The untouched one being the murderer's.
But who sat and had tea with him here?
Well, we know the murderer sat here, in this chair that's in front of the untouched cup of tea.
Uh-huh.
Hey, look. See these long hairs sticking to the upholstery?
Yes. They might give a clue to the murderer's identity.
Could be. Long hairs might suggest leopards.
And leopard would suggest Belinda. Lieutenant Silver.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Hello, Stan. I'm glad you're on this case.
Oh, my. No, Greg, I guess you're a few jumps ahead of me. The police surgeon just examined the body. It's strychnine poisoning, all right. Have you figured out how it was given?
I'd say it was given in this pot of tea.
Okay, I'll have it analyzed.
While you're doing that, Stan, there's another important check you can make.
What is it, Greg?
The murderer sat in this chair. There are some long hairs on it. Look for yourself.
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure they aren't human hairs. I suggest you rush into the Flyshacker Zoo and have them examined.
Okay.
I think the result of that test will probably give us the answer to the killer's identity.
Greg, are we headed for Madame Belinda's dressing room?
Yeah.
You suspect her?
Sure I do. And it all ties in with the clue that Tommy spelled out on the typewriter this morning. You mean about those 2 letters, O-Z? Yes, Sandy. I couldn't figure it out at the time, but Tommy added the typed fact that it was a clue. I was still confused until I saw the circus programs tonight and read about the snow leopard.
Yeah, but I still don't get it. What do the 2 letters O-Z have to do with snow leopard?
Well, Tommy said it was a clue, Sandy. What abbreviation does O-Z suggest?
O-Z? Well, that's the abbreviation of the word ounce.
Check. And the word ounce is another name for snow leopard.
And that would seem to prove that Madame Belinda, the trainer of snow leopards, is the smuggler of the cameo?
Possibly. You know, maybe we can make a time check on her. The still warm pot of tea would prove that the poison was administered not more than 20 minutes or so before Tommy died in the ring.
Yes, I walk here. Is Belinda dressing
there? Wrong, we'll soon find out.
Who are you looking for?
Madame Belinda.
She ain't here. She's out in the ring. What did you want?
Well, some information. Are you her dresser?
Yes, I am.
Well, tell me, were you with her about a half an hour ago?
No. She thumped out of here about an hour ago, after we had a fight. I'm thinking of quick. No one can talk to me that way.
Oh, you had a fight?
Sure did, mister. She was wearing a brand new costume straight from the tailor's and one of the buttons was missing. She raised the roof and bawled me out. I can't figure out how it was my fault, though.
Thank you. Much obliged for the information.
You're welcome.
Well, apparently Madame Belinda has no alibi there.
What her dresser said was true. I'm afraid she has a perfect one. But come on, Madame Belinda's in the ring. Let's go and examine the Land of Oz before she brings the animals back.
The Land of Oz?
The snow leopard's cage, Sandy. Since it's empty, let's give it the once-over.
Say, Greg, look. There's someone in the back of the cage.
Yeah. What's one of the clowns? Who are you?
I'm Happy Mac.
What are you doing in this cage? It isn't part of your act.
What business is it of yours, pal?
I'm a friend of Tommy's. I'm investigating his murder. You're a cop?
No. What's your name?
Gregory Hood.
Oh, I've heard of you. Look, Mr. Hood, perhaps it'll save a lot of explanation if I show you my wallet. Here. There's some identification there.
Oh, so you're a Canadian private detective, eh?
Private detective? Then you're only disguised as a clown.
Sure, I was hired in Montreal to track down the Maltrevor cameo.
So? Let's join forces. We're on the same trail.
Who do you suspect? Madame Belinda. You see, I've been watching the dead clown Tommy around this cage. When he got killed in the ring just now, I figured it tied in with Belinda and Tommy's interest in the cage. So I came here and did some snooping.
Did you spot anything?
I sure did. Come and look in this tackle box in the corner. Now, get a load of that.
The missing cameos.
But only 5 of them.
Yeah, 5. The original set that was stolen numbered a dozen, didn't it, Mac?
That's right. 6 are still missing. I figure Belinda's been getting rid of them one by one as the circus traveled down from the border. Too bad I couldn't have nabbed her before.
Then she poisoned Tommy because he'd spotted her secret.
Sure, that's the way it must have been.
And yet, I'm willing.
Here comes Madame Belinda now.
Yeah, and the big cats are with her. You better get out of here, but fast.
What are you men doing in the cage?
Just taking a look-see, Belinda. And we found plenty, too. Enough to send you to the chair. You stole the cameos, and you poisoned Tommy.
I killed Tommy? Why, I turned the animals on you. Gaten!
Greg, I heard I had a cat a little while. To call your animal dog.
I will.
Yes, you will. I got you covered.
Dispatch your children.
Oh, Solders. I'm mighty glad to see you.
Hold off your animals, madam.
Oh, that was a close one.
Did you get a report on those hairs I found on the killer's chair, Sam?
Yeah, Greg, you were right. They were hairs from a snow leopard.
They were. Well, now I know who murdered Tommy.
Sure, it was Madame Belinda.
That's what I figured. Madame Belinda, you're regularly easy, Sam. You could arrest her for robbery and maybe for attempted murder, as snow leopards can be considered lethal weapons. But if you want Tommy's murderer, arrest this man, Max, the Canadian private detective.
Well, Greg, now that we're back in the apartment and Max under arrest, I'll confess that I was off on the wrong track completely.
Oh, so was I most of the time. The soonest Stan told me that those hairs were snow leopard hairs, and I knew it wasn't Madame Belinda.
And that's when I was certain it was her.
Sandy. Remember, she was dressed in a brand new uniform straight from the tailor's, and she hadn't started her act when Tommy died. So she couldn't have had the hairs on her costume.
Then Mac planted them on the chair, planning to frame?
Sure. By his own admission, he'd been searching the cave. He had every opportunity to obtain the hair.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. Now, he poisoned Tommy the clown because Tommy had discovered the stolen cameo?
Check. And Tommy undoubtedly saw the original 12 cameo.
Sure, and Mac killed it.
Double check. Then he tried to frame Belinda by placing those hairs on the chair. Then he planted the 6 cameos in a very obvious spot in the leopard's cage, knowing Belinda would be the logical suspect.
Where are the cameos, Greg? Why were there only 6 of them?
Well, there's a neat slant on that one. Mac was engaged as a private detective on the case. He was right about that. He tracked down the 12 cameos, all right.
Which Madame Belinda had stolen.
Yes, but he played both ends against the middle. He pocketed 6 himself, then said Belinda had disposed of them.
Oh, a fact that she wouldn't have been able to disprove.
Then he was going to go back to Canada with half the collection to claim the reward. His return would cast all suspicion away from him.
And he'd have disposed of the 6 cameos on the side.
Right. Dirty a combination of murder and double-cross as ever I tangled up with.
Yeah, and poor sad Tommy got killed because of his curiosity, huh?
Yeah, poor little devil. I'll tell you one thing, Sandy.
Huh? What's that?
I'm going to Montreal as soon as these cameos are returned to their rightful owner.
You're gonna buy it?
You bet your life, Sandy. But this time they'll be crossing the border legally, as the property of Gregory Hood and Company Importers.
Brother, what won't you get into next? A circus yet?
Oh, yes, I went to the animal fair.
All the murderers and characters were there.
That's enough clowning, Harry. But it was interesting, that we can say.
That we can. Hey, Greg, it was too bad you had to miss the act with the snow leopards.
Yes, it was. That sort of thing appeals to the aesthetic in me.
So many things do.
Pardon me, what was that you said?
I said so many things do.
Well, sure, I'll admit it. That's the way I am.
Not me, I'm different.
You're telling me. I found just one thing to please the aesthetic in you. Petri wine.
That's right, Greg.
Harry, the floor is yours.
Well, that's the wine I want to talk about, Greg, because you know Petri wine is wonderful, honestly. It should be. The Petri family has been making wine for generations now. The art of making fine wine is a heritage in the Petri family, passed down from father to son, from father to son. All those years of experience and knowledge go into making Petri wine, so it's no wonder Petri wine is so good. And it's no wonder the Petri business has grown until today the Petri family is America's largest independent winemaker. Yes, the making of Petri wine is a family affair, and the Petri family has every intention of keeping it just that. So you know the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is and always will be good wine. Well, Greg, which story out of the casebook are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next Monday, I'm going to tell you about one of the strangest adventures that Sandy and I ever had. It concerns a strangled dancer, a somewhat bewildered businessman, and a cryptic message from beyond the grave. A message that proved to give the clue to murder. See you next Monday, Harry.
The Casebook of Gregory Hood is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher. Original music composed and played by Dean Fossler. Elliot Lewis plays the part of Gregory Hood, and Sanderson Taylor is played by Howard McNear. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. The Casebook of Gregory Hood comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
Official detective dedicated to the men who guard your safety and protect your home. Your police department. Now, official detective.
Lieutenant John Hogarth, headquarters. About a month ago, a wealthy widow from Oklahoma married a man named Anthony Fowler. Headed for a honeymoon in Europe, the newlyweds, Jenny and Tony Fowler, stopped off in this city and took a room at the St. Elmo Hotel. They spent the evening at the theater and returned to their hotel room shortly after 11 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, Tony, darling. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, but let's not take it so seriously. After all, a young married couple should be gay.
A young married couple? Who are you trying to kid, Jenny?
That expression on your face. It's as though you hated me.
Oh, no, Jenny, I don't hate you. I don't feel any way at all about you. How could I? Good Lord, you're 25 years older than I am.
Tony, stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Now, you hear that? You're disturbing the man in the next room. For heaven's sake, keep your voice down.
Listen, darling, I love you. I forgive you for the horrible thing you just said to me.
Now, wait a minute. For heaven's sake, have a glass of water.
Thank
Here.
Thank you, Tony. When we get to Europe, we'll never mention this. I think you must be very tired.
And get Europe out of your mind. I'm not going.
Not going on our honeymoon?
Honeymoon? Oh, don't be ridiculous. You might as well get it straight, Jenny. I only married you for your money.
Tony!
Oh, now look what you've done.
I've dropped the water glass. I'm sorry. I better take it up off the floor. You might cut your foot.
Don't do that with your bare hands. You'll cut yourself.
Is that what you really want, Tony? Is money the only thing you want?
That's it. I guess it's plain by this time that I'm pretty much of a louse, huh? Well, you're right, Jenny, I am. I always have been.
What do you want me to do?
Divorce me, of course. And make a nice, fat financial settlement.
There'll be no divorce, Tony. That isn't the way our marriage is going to end.
Oh, Jenny, stop that. Now, look, you've cut your hand. You've got blood all over your blouse.
Oh, that's all right. I'd better put this broken glass in the wastebasket.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, go into the bathroom and clean up. You look terrible.
Yes, I guess I do. I'm sorry. Tony.
Yeah, what?
I meant what I said. Our marriage isn't going to end in divorce.
Hey, Lieutenant, how's for the all-night coffee joint before you head home?
Good idea, Alan. As the commuter says to his wife, I had a hard day at the office.
You and me both. I'll lock the files.
Lieutenant Hogarth. Oh? Which hotel? Was it a shooting? Oh. Yes, the blunt instrument always makes it tougher. Listen, nobody's to leave the hotel till further notice. Got that? Yes, we'll see you. Leaving right away.
Well, Lieutenant?
A murder at the St. Elmo Hotel.
In the hotel room, Hogarth and Allen are continuing their investigation of the murder of Tony Fowler. The body has just been taken from the room, and the detectives are questioning Tony's widow.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, will you tell us exactly what happened here?
I'll do my best, Lieutenant. We just come in from the theater, my husband and I. We talked for a few minutes, and then I started to get ready for bed. I went into the bathroom to bathe and wash out a few things.
Now, while you were in there, did you hear any sounds from this room?
No, sir. You see, the water was running most of the time, so I couldn't have heard.
How long were you in there, Mrs. Fowler?
I'm not sure. 20 minutes, perhaps.
And when you opened the door and came out?
I was in my nightdress and negligee. I saw my husband lying there on the floor.
Take your time.
It was his head that was so horrible. What was it? What was he struck with?
Something heavy and blunt. We haven't found the weapon, but we think it was one of the bedside lamps.
Yes. There were 2 lamps in here.
So the housekeeper told us. They were a matched pair, heavy metal base with a glass column going up to the bulb.
By the way, we noticed that bandage on your right hand. What happened?
A bandage? Oh, I poured myself some water and accidentally knocked the glass off the table. It shattered on the floor, and when I was picking up the pieces, I cut myself.
And you threw the pieces in this wastebasket?
Yes.
We wondered how this glass got in here.
Well, let's get back to your story, Mrs. Fowler. You came out of the bathroom and saw the body. Then what?
I'm not sure, but I remember screaming, and then a man came running in. He said he was a guest in the adjoining room. He picked up the telephone and told the operator.
How did this man from the next room get in here?
Well, I don't know. He just opened the door, that's all. It must have been unlocked.
If the killer's prints were on the knob, this guy certainly ruined them.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, as you know, the story of your marriage has been in newspapers all over the country. It was considered news for many reasons. Your social prominence, your great wealth, and the rumor that you took a great deal of cash with you on your wedding trip. Is that true? Did you bring a lot of cash?
Of course.
How much?
$175,000.
What? You had all that in cash?
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, that much money is a strong motive for murder, Mrs. Fowler.
I know, but it wasn't stolen. I made sure of that before you came. It's in a suitcase. Here, in the closet.
Here, let me get that, huh?
Oh, thank you. You may open it if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to see that much money. Holy Hannah. Is this 175,000?
Yes, in thousands, hundreds, and some smaller denominations.
I'm going to have this suitcase put in the hotel vault, Mrs. Fowler.
Very well.
There's another reason why this marriage of yours was considered news. The fact that you were 25 years older than your husband.
That didn't affect our happiness at all. Tony loved me.
And you had no differences? No spats or arguments?
Of course not, Lieutenant. Tony worshipped me.
Well, I'm sorry to have upset you. Alan, have Mrs. Fowler move to another room on this floor. I'm sure she'd be more comfortable.
Okay. What about this money?
We'll have to put it in the vault right away.
Well, the motive certainly wasn't robbery, or this suitcase full of dough would be gone.
Could have been robbery. The killer might have gotten scared away before he found the suitcase.
Maybe so.
As soon as we get a chance, I want to question that man in the next room.
Yeah, who is it?
Police officers.
Look, I'm sleeping now. Come back in the morning.
That'll be too late. We're investigating the murder in the room next to yours. Come on, open up.
Okay, wait a second.
Say, I thought you said you were sleeping. How come you got your bag packed and you're wearing your hat and coat, huh?
Okay, so you caught me in a tiny lie.
Say, turn around. I want to get the full light on your face.
I say the trouble, Lieutenant. You know this puss all right.
I thought so. Mickey Potts.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, fill me in, will you, Lieutenant?
Mickey Potts is an old-time thief, Alan. You wouldn't remember him. Where were you going in such a hurry, Potts?
Anywhere to get away from here. With my record, I knew you cops would be asking me a million questions.
That's right. You got any answers ready?
One's all I need. I don't know who brained that guy in the next room.
Well, tell us what you do know.
Okay. I hear the old dame let out a scream, and then she screams again, and I run in like a dope. Her door's unlocked. I see the stiff on the floor. So I pick up the phone and holler murder. Well, that's the whole story. Go ahead, send me up for life.
Now, don't be impatient. Maybe that'll happen later. Now, tell me this. Did you hear anything in there before Mrs. Fowler screamed?
Yeah, I hear somebody sloshing around the bathroom for a long time.
And before that?
Well, before that, I hear the two of them having an argument.
What about?
How do I know? Who listens? Anyways, I knock on the wall to shut them up. Hey, what's your pal looking for?
Don't get upset, Mickey. I'm just having a look around your room to see if you left anything.
Oh, sure. You cops are very good that way. Hey, Lieutenant, one of the bellboys told me about this Mrs. Fowler. He says she's that rich old dame from Oklahoma.
Rich is right. Some coincidence you having the room right next door, eh?
So help me, that's all it is, a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, you may as well get undressed, Potts. Go to bed.
You mean I gotta stay, huh?
Till further notice. Let's go, Sergeant.
Okay.
Alan, go down to the lobby and see what you can learn from the staff.
Right.
When you're finished, come back up. I'll be questioning the other guests on this floor. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, miss, but I'm talking to all the guests on this floor.
Oh, that's okay, Lieutenant. I couldn't sleep anyway. Imagine being this close to a murder.
Your name and home address, please.
Rose Clark. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
What are you doing in this city, Miss Clark?
Oh, I came to buy clothes. I do that every year. Say, is the dead man really that Tony Fowler like the maid told me?
Yes. Did you know him?
Me? Gosh, no. But I read about those two in the paper. I was absolutely fascinated. Imagine her being 25 years older.
Yes. Miss Clark, this room of yours is directly across the court from the room where the murder was committed.
I know, Lieutenant. Gives me goosebumps.
From this window, you have a direct view into that room. I was wondering whether you heard anything or saw anything.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. But I don't suppose it means anything.
Tell me about it anyway.
Well, it was, maybe 11:30. I was at this window looking up to see if the stars were out. That's when I saw this woman. She was at the window over there throwing something out. When I heard it smash down in the courtyard, I knew it was something made of glass. Thought maybe it was a whiskey bottle.
Do you think this woman was Mrs. Fowler?
Golly, I wouldn't know. It was too dark. I could just see her outline, that's all. Lieutenant, is it true what the paper said about Mrs. Fowler? Does she really have a suitcase full of money?
Well, Miss Clark, the newspaper said a lot of things that,
Lieutenant, it's me.
Come in, Sergeant.
The maid told me you were in this room. Oh, excuse me, miss.
Certainly.
I think I found the murder weapon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
Somebody reported hearing it crash down in the courtyard around the murder time. I went out just now and looked. It was the lamp, just like you figured.
Anything on it?
Blood, all over the metal base. That's all that's left of the lamp. The glass is in 1,000,000 pieces, not a chance of any fingerprints.
Is Mrs. Fowler settled in her new room?
Yeah, 907.
I think we'd better talk to her again. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Clark. I hope you can get some sleep now.
I'll try, Lieutenant. Good night.
Now, Mrs. Fowler, let's have the truth about you and your husband.
The truth? What do you mean?
The man who had the room next to yours said he heard you having a loud argument. Told us he had to knock on the wall.
No, he must be wrong.
Mrs. Fowler, I asked for the truth.
All right. Tony and I did disagree. But it wasn't about anything important. It was just about the play we'd seen.
I see. Why did you throw the lamp out the window?
Throw the lamp out of the window? I don't know what you're talking about.
You deny doing it?
Of course.
Now about your hand. Did you really cut it when you were gathering up the pieces of the water glass?
Yes. What are you men trying to do to me?
Get the truth. You weren't straight with us about arguing with your husband before he was killed.
Well, I was ashamed to tell you about that. You suspect me, don't you? You really suspect me of murdering Tony.
If your suitcase full of money were missing, we wouldn't suspect you half as much.
But one of my suitcases is missing.
What?
I didn't know it till they moved me into this room. It was a duplicate of the case with the money in it.
Well, what's in the suitcase you claim is missing?
Well, some of my clothing. Suits, sweaters, and shoes. You don't believe that it's missing.
We'll have to take your word for it.
Well, why should I lie to you?
Maybe to get a burglary motive into the case.
But I'm not lying.
Well, I hope not. All right, Alan, let's get out of here. I imagine Mrs. Fowler would like a little time alone to do some thinking.
Hey, let me alone. Let go of my arm.
Quiet down, Potts. You'll wake everybody in the hotel.
What's the idea, you two cops grabbing me like this?
I told you to go to bed. Instead, we find you walking around the hall. Now, let's get back to your room.
Okay, don't drag me like a drunk. I'm sober and I'm walking.
What's the idea of you prowling around?
I was getting stir crazy in my room. Just one little thin wall between me and where that guy was murdered. It was spooky. I was getting tense. I had to come out and walk around the hall so I wouldn't flip my wig.
How long you been out of your room, Potts?
10, maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, here's your room. Al and I are going to put you to bed.
Look, you cops don't have to come in. I can put myself to bed. I've been doing it for decades.
We're coming in. We want to make sure... Potts, where did that come from?
Where'd what come from, Lieutenant?
The suitcase at the foot of the bed. Open it, Alan.
Hey, that ain't mine.
I'll say it isn't. Mrs. Fowler's, Lieutenant. Her initials are on it.
It's a duplicate of the one she had the money in.
Yeah, let's see what's in here. Suits. Sweaters. Shoes, just like she said. Well, Potts, start talking.
Hey, look, this was planted on me. It was planted in my room when I was out pacing the hall.
Maybe so. Now, suppose you go to bed and stay there. And don't try to get out of this room because I'm going to have a patrolman stationed outside your door.
Okay, Lieutenant, but this is going to be a night of positive terror.
Alan, we'll go back to headquarters now. I want you to take this suitcase to the crime lab and have it examined for fingerprints.
Mrs. Fowler.
One moment, please.
You are Mrs. Fowler?
Yes.
My name is Rose Clark. I'm also a guest in the hotel. May I come in and talk to you?
Of course.
I know it's almost 2:30, but I couldn't sleep. And after your terrible tragedy, I'm sure you can't either.
Oh, no, Miss Clark. Of course I can't.
I thought maybe there was some way I could comfort you.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. I've just been sitting here thinking of my poor husband.
I know, Mrs. Fowler. I was thinking of Tony myself.
You knew him?
I knew him rather well. You know, I said maybe there was some way I could comfort you. But you could comfort me even more.
How, Miss Clark?
By giving me the suitcase. You heard me. I want that suitcase. The one with the money in it. Where is it?
Are you a thief?
Never mind that. Where is it?
Please!
Don't scream. You hear me, old woman? Now, don't you make a sound. Where is that suitcase full of money?
I haven't got it. Those policemen took it.
You're lying.
It's true. They put it in the hotel vault.
Okay. We'll get it out of the vault. Pick up that phone. Tell the night clerk to get it out of the vault and bring it up here.
No.
Do as I say.
Oh, stop that. Please. I can't stand it.
Very few people can, especially old ones like you. So stop kidding yourself, lady. Get on the phone and tell them to bring that suitcase up here. Come on. Tell them now while you can still talk.
It's 2:30 in the morning at police headquarters. Lieutenant Hogarth comes into his office, bursting with news.
Hold on to your hat, Alan.
Yeah, what cooks?
The boys and records identified the prints on the suitcase. They belong to a young woman named Ada Lasker, confidence woman.
Ada Lasker. Don't know her.
You will in a minute. The boys told me that Ada works with a con man named Buck Babson.
That's so.
I got their mug shots out of the files. This is Ada. Recognize her?
Hey, let me... Hey, this is Rose Clark.
The gal in the hotel. Now, here's a shot of her sidekick, Buck Babson. You won't recognize him, though. The only time you saw him, he was dead, with his head bashed in.
You mean Tony Fowler?
Yeah. Got his prints from the morgue. Tony Fowler was really Buck Babson.
A con man taking that poor old gal for her dough, huh?
Looks that way. He and the girl were working together, but something went wrong, and he got killed. Let's get back to the hotel. I want to call Rose Clark by her right name and see what happens. Miss Clark. Alan, see if she's in the bathroom.
Sure. Miss Clark. Not in there, Lieutenant.
Look what I found on the windowsill. Binoculars. Behind the curtain.
She had a direct view with the murder room.
Yes, she must have been watching for some signal.
Her things are still here. Where do you think she went?
Out to make another stab at getting that money? Come on, hurry.
Are you going to pick up that phone?
No, you can't make me.
Do as I say. Tell them to send that suitcase up here. Okay, Jenny, we'll try something else.
No! Please!
Quiet.
Help! Help! Help!
Mrs. Fowler, go away!
Oh, this woman was torturing me.
She's lying.
You be quiet. Alan, stay here with Mrs. Fowler. Phone for a doctor and wait till he comes.
Okay.
I'll talk to this woman outside in the hall. Come on.
Let go of my arm.
I said come on.
Look, you going to believe that crazy old woman?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're Ada Lasker. You got a criminal record.
You're crazy.
Ada, I've got you cold. Now tell me how Buck Babson died tonight. And don't give me that look. I found out that Tony Fowler was Buck Babson. So how did he die? Did you double-cross him?
You're so smart, why didn't you tell me?
I'll tell you part of it. You took a room across the court and watched through binoculars. Buck was to give you a signal, but you didn't wait for it. Am I right? Ada, you got to tell it sometime.
Okay, handsome. We did have a plot rigged up. Buck was the signal, and I was to go over. He left the door unlocked. He was to go down to the bar and talk to a lot of people for an alibi.
And you were to kill Mrs. Fowler, take the suitcase full of money, and leave the hotel.
Say you are smart.
Never mind that. You did double-cross him, didn't you?
For $175,000? Certainly. Through the glasses, I saw the old girl go into the bathroom. So I went over to the room. When Buck had his back turned, I let him have it with the lamp. He sank right down without knowing what hit him.
Then what?
Well, I threw the lamp out of the window, grabbed his suitcase, and took it back to my room. Only trouble was it was the wrong suitcase. Had clothes in it instead of money.
So later you planted that suitcase in the room of a certain Mr. Potts.
Yeah. Say, handsome, are you interested in money?
Definitely.
Well, downstairs in the vault there's $175,000 in a suitcase. You had it put into that vault, and you can get it out. Can't you?
Sure. What did you have in mind?
Oh, a quick trip somewhere. Just you and me.
Ada, you must be a mind reader.
You mean you were thinking of a trip?
Mm-hmm. Just the two of us.
Well, what do you know? Where to?
Police headquarters.
Huh?
You'll love it there this time of year. Come on, Ada. Let's get going.
In our cast, Sergeant Allen was played by Lawson Zerby, Jenny by Doris Rich, Rose by Kathleen Cordell, and Potts by James Monks. Official Detective is produced and directed by Win Wright, written by Albert G. Miller. All names of persons and places used in this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Jack Irish speaking. This program came from New York.
Well, that'll just about wrap things up for today. Certainly hope you enjoyed the programs. If you'd like to contact us for more information on how to purchase the programs, give us a request for upcoming programs, or just any kind of comments you'd like whatsoever, you may do so by going to our website at otrsite.com, or you may email us at jerry@otrsite.com, or you may call area code 562-696-4387. We'd certainly love to hear from you. And this is Jerry Hendigas saying thanks a lot for listening. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you right here next week, same time, same station. Bye now.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue. In Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Well, tonight you're going to meet some charming people. And you're going to run into a little bit of very fancy murder. The name of the story is Little Drops of Rain. But before we get into our story, here's Jim Doyle, the man from the Fitch Company.
Did you know that there are over 50 million men in the United States who shave? Yes, that's a lot of men. It was in the interest of these 50 million shavers that Fitch Company chemists and technicians went to work in their laboratories and came up with Fitch's No Brush, a shaving cream especially designed to give a solid comfort shave. You see, Fitch's No Brush shaving cream contains not one, but 3 important shaving ingredients that work together to give you a smoother, faster shave. It also contains a special skin conditioner ingredient. Men appreciate this ingredient because it has a soothing effect on the skin the instant it's applied, and it keeps the skin feeling smooth and refreshed long after the shave is finished. Men also like the just right consistency of Fitch's No Brush. It's neither too thick nor too thin. It's not greasy and won't clog the razor.
If you're among those who prefer a lather cream, try Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives a rich, dense lather that wilts whiskers completely soft for a clean, fast shave.
Both Fitch's Brush and Fitch's No Brush shaving cream come in big 25 and 50-cent sizes. Try a jar. You'll find it easier on your razor and easier on you.
Thank you, Jim.
And now I'd like to tell my story. Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery. Well, I'm still confined to my little cranked-up downy couch in the hospital, but not as still as I was last week. I am now allowed to get up and totter around a little, and I use the word totter advisedly. My legs act like strangers who have different political beliefs, and my knees have suddenly developed sideways hinges. But my nurses, my nurses. Yes, they're beautiful and tender and resistant. And speaking of nurses, nurses are girls, and girls are my favorite pastime. And that brings me up to the girl who has done the most to confuse my life. Liza, the girl I was so sincerely in love with a couple of months ago. Liza was in to see me. She just left, and we were talking about the time when I showed up at her apartment for a date. It was raining out, and I was sitting at the piano doodling around a little bit.
I don't want to go to a nightclub tonight, Richard. I'm too tired. Let's just go to a show, shall we?
Anything you say, baby. That's the kind of guy I am.
I want to see Two Girls and a Sailor. It's playing at the Rialto.
June Allison's in that, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That's for me, then.
You think so?
Definitely.
You think she's prettier than I am?
Well, you're not in pictures, Angel.
Do you think she's prettier than I am?
Well, you're a different type.
Are you going to answer me?
Oh, you're jealous. How can you be jealous of a girl I don't even know? Give me a kiss.
No.
No, but baby, I love you. I love you like anything. All right. Pop then. I don't care. June is busting out all over the meadow and the hill. Busts are busting out of bushes, and the romping river pushes every little wheel that wheels beside a mill. June is busting out all over. The feeling is getting so intense that the young Virginia creepers have been hugging the bejeepers out of all the morning glories on the fence, because it's June.
You're insufferable, Richard Rogue.
Oh, now quit pouting. Come on over here, on the bench by me.
Are we going to a show or not?
Sure. Get your lipstick on again, and we'll see what...
Oh.
I'll get it.
No, I'll answer. It's probably George.
Oh, George. Well, I'll tell him, that homewrecker. Hello.
Is Mr. Rogue there?
Speaking.
This is your call service, Mr. Rogue. We got a call for you.
Oh. Who is it?
Mrs. Harvey Burgess says it's very important.
Okay, put her on.
Right.
Oh, put her on. Who is it?
Hello?
Richard Rogue speaking.
This is Mrs. Harvey Burgess.
Yes?
I must see you at once, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, well, anytime tomorrow, Mrs.
I
Burgess.
must see you tonight, immediately. It is most important.
Well, can't you tell me about it over the phone?
Oh, no. Could you come to my house at once?
What's the address?
485 Hillcrest. You'll be well paid for your time. Please hurry.
I'll be right out, Mrs. Burgess. Wait for me. I'll be right back, honey.
Go on. Go on out to see Mrs. Burgess. Don't mind me, Dick Tracy.
Well, what could I do? Mrs. Harvey Burgess was the wife of a tycoon with $1 for every Democrat in Georgia.
I tried to explain to Liza, but I was talking to myself, and I left for the Burgess residence. I left Liza burning like Mrs. O'Leary's barn. The Burgess mansion was a huge colonial affair. George Washington could have slept there every night. He was at Valley Forge and never seen the same room twice. A butler who talked like he was choking to death on a knowledge pit conducted me into the library and into the presence of Mrs. Harvey Burgess. Oh, my. What a presence. She was sitting in front of the open fire, filling out a hostess gown that didn't straighten out any of the curves she featured. I pulled my eyes back into my head and tried not to look too interested.
Sit down, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, thank you. I'm in a bit of a hurry tonight, Mrs. Burgess. As a matter of fact,
Mr. Rogue, my husband is making a fool of himself.
Yes?
He's lost his mind completely over a secretary in his office. His secretary. A girl by the name of Helen Stark.
You mean that...
Yes, I mean he prefers her company to mine.
Well, that doesn't sound reasonable, if you'll pardon me for saying so. What do you want me to do?
Somebody has to bring Harvey back to his senses, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I'm afraid you've called on the wrong man. I'm not very good at long fatherly talks.
Oh, Mr. Rogue, please, I'm so alone.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Good grief. You mean to tell me that Harvey is neglecting you? What you need to straighten Harvey out is a psychiatrist, not a detective. Harvey is definitely off his trolley.
Please, help me, Mr. Rogue.
No, Mrs. Burgess.
He's with her right this minute.
How do you know?
When he left the house tonight, I followed him. He went to the home of his best friend, Clarence Roman. I parked across the street. I was going in and face them, but I saw Mr. Roman leave, and I lost my nerve. That's when I called you. Oh, Mr. Rogue, I want you to go out there and talk to Harvey. Tell him I know all about him and that Stark girl, and I'm suing him for divorce.
Well, that's not my kind of work, Mrs. Burgess. I'm
Please.
sorry, but...
I don't want to divorce Harvey, but I do want him back. And I'm sure that if you will do as I say, he'll come back. You must do it for me, Mr. Rogue. Here, where is it? I have $500 here in an envelope.
You did? Oh, wait a minute here. Let me see. Oh, is this it?
Yes, that's your fee. For going out there with me, Mr. Rogan. Trying to bring Harvey back to his senses. You'll do it for me, won't you, Mr. Rogue?
Well,
You'll do it for me, won't you, Mr. Rogue?
Okay, come along. All right. Well, it seems there's nobody home.
There's my husband's convertible out in front, right where he left it tonight when I followed him out here.
How did the girl arrive?
In her car. Oh, her car isn't here. It was right behind Harvey's.
Looks like we got here too late, doesn't it?
Try the door. I know Harvey's still here.
All right. You're an old friend of Roman's, I suppose.
Yes. Why?
I just want to know before I try to open the door. You see, there are laws against that sort of thing. Door's unlocked. Do we go in?
Yes.
Okay, after you. You know the house better than I do. Go ahead.
All right. The living room is over here.
Nobody home. Look, Mrs. Burgess, we better get out of here.
No. I know Harvey's in this house someplace, and I'm going to find him. I can... What are you sniffing for?
Wait a minute. That smell in the air. You get it?
What? Oh. I don't smell anything.
You don't? I smell chloroform.
Chloroform?
Yeah. You take a look upstairs. I'm going to shake down the first floor. That smell of chloroform can mean trouble, you know.
Mr. Rogue, what do you mean? You're frightening me.
Mrs. Burgess was very fetching when she was frightened, but I calmed her down a little bit. Now, this may sound fantastic, but I've got a little bell in my head that rings an alarm every time I really get around serious trouble. And it was playing a tune that sounded too much like a death march right that minute. I had to get her out of the way. She finally went upstairs, and I went to work. I took the living room first and looked behind all the couches and in all the dark corners. I was bending over, looking under a huge Italian carved table when I thought I heard a stealthy footstep behind me.
Don't move.
Oh! Oh, my ears were still full of that ringing scream Mrs. Burgess had let out as I caught that sock behind the ear and drifted gently through space toward cloud number 8 and my alter ego, Hugo. I was hoping he wouldn't be there, but he was. Sitting there with that silly smirk on his face with his little short legs pulled up under his chin and his funny little arms around him and his long white beard waving the cosmic breeze.
Hello, Richard. Welcome home.
No, shut up.
That's a fine attitude. You go prowling around a strange house and get caught at it and knocked out. Then you come up here and take it out on me. Get out of here, you ingrate.
Oh, stop acting like a landlord, Hugo. What happened to me?
Are you kidding?
Tell me, why did Mrs. Burgess scream? Answer me, Hugo. Do you know why she screamed?
Sure.
You going to tell me?
No. Find out for yourself. You're a detective.
Oh, someday I'm going to get rid of you, you little pest.
Why don't you get back to work? You got a date with Liza, you know. She's still waiting.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here goes.
Come on, Rogue. Please, come on.
You didn't have to hit him so hard, Clarence.
Oh, who hit me?
I'm Clarence Roman, Rogue. I came home, I found the front door unlocked, I walked in, I saw a strange man prowling around my parlor. A woman screamed, and I hit you with my cane.
Oh, well, what do you carry for a cane? A ball bat? Why did you scream, Mrs. Burgess?
I found my husband upstairs. He's dead, murdered!
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But now I'd like to say something to the ladies. Do you ever feel like hanging your head in shame because your hair isn't, looking as nice as it should? Perhaps you get discouraged because every time you shampoo your hair, it seems dry and difficult to set. Then for your next shampoo, why not try Fitch's Saponified Coconut Oil Shampoo? This clear golden liquid shampoo is made from mild coconut and vegetable oils. These pure natural oils keep your hair from becoming dry and brittle. When you use Fitch's Saponified shampoo, you can have a shampoo as often as you like, and after each one, your hair will be soft and lustrous, easy to set into your favorite hairstyle. You'll love the glorious quantities of fragrant lather this shampoo makes. It cleanses thoroughly and then rinses out completely without a special after-rinse. You see, Fitch's Saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent. All you do is rinse with plain water, and the rinsing agent contained in the shampoo ensures the removal of all particles from your hair, making it sparkle with cleanliness. Ask for Fitch's Saponified Coconut Oil Shampoo at your drug counter, barber, or beauty shop. Look for the bottle with the bright yellow label. Now back to Rogue's Gallery. Richard Rogue is telling our story.
Well, I had accepted a case for Mrs. Harvey Burgess, a suspicious wife. Yes, that's the Mrs. Harvey Burgess of the Burgess Millions. She suspected her husband of having a rendezvous with Helen Stark, his secretary, at the home of Clarence Roman, Burgess's best friend, and we went out there together. Nobody answered the door, so we went in. My suspicions were aroused when I smelled the unmistakable odor of chloroform. Mrs. Burgess was looking around upstairs while I searched the downstairs. Suddenly I heard Mrs. Burgess scream.
My husband! Upstairs! He's dead! Murdered!
Well, that
about snapped me out of it. I got to my feet and ran up the stairs. Mrs. Burgess and Roma were right behind me, and she directed me into the library, which was just off the main hall. And there he was, as dead as last summer's romance, with a neat little blue hole right below the part in his hair. He was a nice-looking old guy, about 50, which made him a good 25 years older than his wife. And his widow was really taking his death big, which was natural. A woman doesn't have a husband murdered every day.
Poor Harvey, this is horrible.
Has anything in this room been moved or touched?
Well, I just arrived home.
When I looked in here and saw Harvey, I knew he was dead. I screamed.
Yes, I heard you. Then you ran right downstairs.
Yes,
huh?
I saw Mr. Roman hit you, and I ran down to tell him who you were.
That's a little late. Okay. Just don't touch anything. Stay right there in the door, both of you.
Just who are you to be giving us orders?
You'll find out. You ever see this gun before?
Yes.
Where?
It was Harvey's. He kept it in his desk at the office.
Oh, you recognized it mighty quickly. How?
It has his initials on it. I can see them from here, inset in the butt of the gun.
Oh, his gun, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't suicide. Not with the gun clear over here on the opposite side of the room. This is murder. Hey.
What's the matter?
Well, this ought to do it.
What is it?
It's a handkerchief. A very nice linen handkerchief with initials in the corner. And blood on it.
What initials?
H.S.
Helen Stark. That's her handkerchief. She killed Harvey. She killed my Harvey.
Is there a phone upstairs here?
Yes. You'll find an extension in the hall.
Thanks. Come on out of this room. I don't want anything touched or moved.
Now. Dear, please.
You two wait for me downstairs. I'll be down just a minute. As soon as I call the police.
Homicide, Urban speaking.
Hello, Urban. Richard Rogue.
Yeah, who's dead?
Harvey Burgess, wise guy.
You mean it? You mixed up in another murder, Rogie?
Sure. You'd never find a body if it wasn't for me.
Where are you?
At the residence of Clarence Roman on Cypress Avenue, 2120. Better get the boys and get out here.
Be right there. Got any leads on the killer?
A couple of vague ideas.
Stay there until I get there, Rogue.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Liza, darling. This is Rogie.
Oh, you know what time it is?
Oh, sure, honey,
I'll
but...
give you 10 minutes to get back here and take me to that show.
What? Oh. Look, Roman. Roman, the cops will be here in a minute. Tell Urban, that's Lieutenant Urban. He'll be in charge for the police, that I'll be right back, will you? Tell him I went out to get a murderess for him.
Of course. And I hope you managed to catch her, Rogue.
Yes?
Good evening. Is Helen Stark at home?
I beg your pardon. I'm a bit deaf. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said, is Helen Stark at home?
Oh, Helen? No, she isn't home this evening.
Has she been home? I say, has she been home in the last hour?
No, she hasn't. I don't know what time to expect her either. But I imagine she'll be home soon, though.
You know where she is?
Well, she didn't come home from the office tonight. She's working late.
Oh. She called you and told you she wouldn't be home?
Yes. She said she was going to work with Mr. Burgess. That's her boss, you know, the millionaire.
Yes. Well, thank you.
Could I tell her who called?
No. That won't be necessary, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Stark. You and Helen live here all alone?
Yes, since her mother died several years ago. Are you an old friend of Helen's?
No, a very recent acquaintance.
Oh.
I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. Stark. Good night.
Good evening. Nice out after the rain, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure is. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, that nice little old guy. It was going to be tough for him to realize that his daughter was a killer. I hated the world as I walked down the steps from that porch and started for my car. I don't like murder. It upsets so many people who aren't involved in the act, or the reasons for it. Yeah, I guess I'm a chicken-hearted patsy. But if I am, I'm glad. Anyway, I was walking down the walk when that little bell rang in my massive intellect again. I noticed something peculiar. There were tire tracks running into the Stark garage. It had only stopped raining about 45 minutes before, and if that car had been driven into the garage while it was still raining, there would be no tracks. They would have been washed away. Now, very peculiar. I ran up the driveway and opened the overhead garage door. Then I jumped back. The garage was full of carbon monoxide. I wet my handkerchief in a puddle of rainwater, held it over my nose, and ran into the garage. I wrestled the door of the small coupe open and saw a young girl, unconscious, slumped over the steering wheel. I pulled her out of there. She was dead weight, and carried her into the house.
Oh, Helen. Helen.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that, Mr. Stark. Where's your telephone?
In the hall. Right in the hall.
Thanks. I'll get a pull motor squad out here right away.
Fire department.
Get a pull motor squad to 640 Inglewood Drive. Attempted suicide. Bad shape. Rush it.
Right.
Raymond, Ramsey, Redding, Roman, Clarence.
Hello?
Hello, Lieutenant Urban, please. This is Richard Rogan. It's important.
This is Urban speaking, Rogue. I thought I told you to stay here.
Look, never mind the argument. Get out here to 640 Inglewood Drive. I've got Helen Stark for you.
You have? Nice work. I want to talk to that young lady.
Well, you missed the boat. I think she's dead. Suicide. Carbon monoxide poisoning. Step on it.
Okay, Rogie, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't go away.
I gave Helen Stark my own interpretation of artificial respiration until the pull motor squad got there. Urban arrived on the heels of the fire department, and we went out and looked around in the garage, made some fascinating discoveries, too. The car had run out of gas and stopped turning over, for one thing, and one thing led to another, to coin a phrase. Anyway, Urban and I made a little deal. I went back to the Roman residence, and while he and his boys were being scientific, I sat in the parlor and talked with Mrs. Burgess and Clarence Roman. Mrs. Burgess had recovered her poise to some extent. They were both very anxious to know all about my daring capture of the Stark girl.
I'm glad she's dead. I couldn't stand a trial. I'm glad she committed suicide.
Yes, I guess it seemed like the only way out. She wasn't very smart about murder, leaving clues all over the place the way she did. Even the cops would have had her in 24 hours. How well did you know the Stark girl, Roman?
Rather well. I'd see her around the office a great deal. Harvey was, well, not very discreet about the fact that he was fond of her.
Please, Clarence. Harvey's dead. We should forget those things. He was a good husband. I don't know what life is going to be like without him.
I just have an idea that it's going to be pretty simple, Mrs. Burgess, and possibly rather short.
What do you mean?
I mean that the police suspected you and Mr. Roman murdered your husband and Miss Stark.
That's a serious accusation, Rogue.
Your husband was suing you for divorce, wasn't he, Mrs. Burgess? He knew you were going to be there with Mr. Roman, his best friend, tonight. So he came and surprised you with Helen Stark for a witness, didn't he? And you, Mr. Roman, you killed him, and then you had to kill Helen Stark to shut her up.
This is preposterous.
Sit down, Roman.
You were right, Rogie. We found Roman's fingerprints on the steering wheel of Helen Stark's car. One of the boys just got back with a report that the Roman's shoe is a perfect fit in that shoe print outside Stark's garage.
I had nothing to do with it. Clarence killed Harvey, and then he chloroformed that Stark girl, and then...
You're in this as far as I am. Shut up!
I've got more news for you, Roman. Helen Stark isn't dead. The car ran out of gas just in time. She'll be there to appear against you when you're tried for murder. Hello, Liza, honey.
I don't want to talk to you, Richard Rogue. I'm busy.
Oh, now, honey.
The lady says she's busy.
Yeah? Who are you?
His name is George. Good night, chump.
Ah, little drops of rain. The stuff we're getting so much of out here in California right now saved Helen Stark's life. Because if I hadn't noticed those tire tracks, she would have stayed in the garage until it was too late for the Pull Motor Squad to save her. Yes, sir. Little drops of rain put the curse on what was almost a perfect double murder. With the help of my massive intellect. There's only one thing I can't understand. How come a guy as smart as I am gets hit on the head so often? Answer me that, will you? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. How did you like our little story tonight? Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Oh, don't forget to tune in next Thursday night. We're going to present a strange story of a house where everybody was scared. We call it the House of Fear. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Folks, when we see a wounded veteran, we can thank him with our eyes and with a smile. We can also thank him in more material ways, like helping make sure he gets all the benefits of the GI Bill of Rights. That takes money. The money we lend when we buy victory bonds. Buy victory bonds.
And now, True Detective Mysteries. In cooperation with the editor of True Detective magazine and the Mutual Broadcasting System, True Detective Mysteries, brought to you by X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the capture of a dangerous criminal. A complete description will be given later on this True Detective mystery, which follows in a moment.
You probably know what you're going to do every minute you drive, but do the other drivers know what your plans are? In other words, do you signal your intentions to other drivers every time you want to turn, stop, or do anything else that might not be expected of you? Well, the law says you must. Your own common sense must tell you you should. Most cars today are equipped with mechanical turn signals. Use them, but be sure to use them correctly. If you use a turn signal for indicating your direction at the fork in the road, and you should, remember that the turn may be so gradual that the signal may not turn itself off as many do after a 90-degree turn. Be sure your signal is off after it has served its purpose. There is probably nothing more frustrating and dangerous than following a car with turn signals flashing away and the driver blindly driving straight ahead. The National Safety Council urges every driver to use turn signals correctly, safely, at every turn. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now the voice of the editor of True Detective magazine.
The case history you are about to hear is the actual report of an actual crime. When she was a little girl, she told police they used to have a saying that what you didn't know would never hurt you.
I've kind of changed my mind about that. I didn't know John Nasser until a few hours ago, and even then I didn't know his name. But he hurt me. He hurt my husband more than anyone else ever did, and I hope more than anyone else ever will again.
This is Grace Hospital.
Again?
The young woman, Mrs. Mary Ann Webster, slim but athletic, brunette and pretty, courageous.
Being in that trunk, ear.
Very courageous that you should hear. Grace Hospital, Room 18, Emergency Ward. In her own words, detectives, police steno near bedtime, Mrs. Mary Ann Webster coming fully out of sedation now.
Robert and me, we've just been married a year. Robert's an engine mechanic in the Air Force. For the holidays, he managed to wangle a 10-day leave, so we started out for a Christmas visit with his people. And then my folks, and it was swell seeing them, both sides, his and mine, and the presents and food and happiness and all. And then we got ready for the start back. I was wearing shorts and a sweater and a sports coat. Robert stepped on the accelerator, and we waved goodbye to the folks. I snuggled up to Robert, put my head on his shoulder. If I'd had any idea of what was about to happen, believe me, I not only couldn't have slept, I'd have run to the nearest police barracks. It was early in the morning, about 2 a.m.
Oh, hey, honey. You Mary Ann? Hey, there's a hitchhiker. Shall we pick him up?
Oh, well, there's not much traffic. He might have to stand all night.
Hey, you got room, folks? I'm going down the line.
Oh, hop in.
Ah, fine. What's your names?
Robert Webster. And this is my wife, Mary Ann. What's yours, mister?
What's in the name? We're only ships that pass in the night.
I didn't hear you.
We're only ships that pass in the night. Were you kids just married? Hey, has anybody got a cigarette?
We've been married almost a year.
Here. Ah, thanks. Somehow you remind me of a couple of honeymooners.
This sort of flattered me because we've been married a long time. Well, not long, I guess, but it seems like a long time. We've had arguments and everything already. If that sounds like Robbie and me didn't get along, I don't mean it that way. It's just that we weren't a pair of flighty lovers. We'd adjusted to marriage and felt like an old settled-down couple. We drove along for about 150 miles. John smoked and didn't talk. I must have fallen asleep again on Robbie's shoulder.
Hood latches come loose.
Oh.
I guess we're near Sulphur Springs. That's about, it's about 60 miles this side of the city.
What are you doing? John the hitchhiker beside me, John had pinched me. I turned around shocked. I saw he had a gun in his hands. I was terrified. Robbie came back, and as he got in behind the wheel, John the hitchhiker pushed across me before I knew what he was doing.
Hey, what are you doing? You flipped?
Robbie, I didn't. Robbie, not me. Robbie, he's got it.
She didn't give you that love tap, Buster.
Oh, hey, put that away. You out of your mind?
But you'll flip if you're not careful. Now do as I tell you. The long honeymoon's over, kid.
I tried to say something I couldn't. I spat. I stared at the gun in front of my eyes. The gun he was aiming across me at my Robbie. I was paralyzed.
Oh, now listen, we don't want any trouble. My wife's gonna have a baby. If it's a hold up okay, I got about $15. Now take it, and leave us alone. And take all the presents in the back seat. They're worth something, too.
It's not exactly a stick-up.
Well, take her car, too. I don't want my wife harmed. You hear what I said? I don't want her harmed.
It won't do. Traffic along here. Somebody'd pick you up and you'd have the cops on my tail in 20 miles. Just keep driving. Slow. Perfect. Like you're right out of driving school. Find a nice, quiet country road.
No.
Start the car up.
Start her up! Go, I said!
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment. One of the popular magazines coined the phrase, "Never underestimate the power of a woman." Well, to paraphrase that, saying, "Never underestimate the power of a man to help a boy." For the past 50 years or so, the Big Brother movement has been proving how true that is. A Big Brother is not a trained social worker. He's simply a man who's willing to give some of his time and energy and ability because he's concerned about the welfare of young people. He knows how much the genuine friendship of an adult can mean to a boy who's been emotionally battered and bruised because there was no one for him to turn to. And he knows, too, that there are few satisfactions greater than that which comes from helping a youngster over the rough spots. So if you believe that we should never underestimate the power of one man to help one boy, and if you would like to become a Big Brother, then please contact your local Big Brother agency or write Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. That address again, Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. This message is brought to you as a public service. Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
Continuing now in her own words, the true statement of Mrs. Mary Ann Webster.
We were in the car. Robert, my husband, was driving again. My heart was pounding something terrible. I couldn't talk. I couldn't scream. I tried to once when another car flashed past us, but no sound came. I prayed.
All right. In there. In there, I said, straight in ahead. Turn into it. Yeah, it's a bumpy road. Mile or so, you kids can get out.
If you'll get the gun out of my eyes, maybe I could see.
How are we going to get to the city?
I was going to drive the car to the city and leave it at the railroad depot. Now you started arguing.
Who's arguing?
I changed my mind. All right. Out, soldier. I said out. Out of the car, walk. Now you just stay in here and keep your mouth shut. Maybe that way you won't get hurt. Walk, soldier!
I watched them.
Do what he said, Marianne. And he's not gonna kill Marianne.
Robbie.
Let us live. Marianne, do as he says.
What's he gonna do?
He's away, she'll kill us both. They'll ban. Better ban. Pig is insane. He just soon kill us. Now let's help. Let's not give him a chance.
Come
on. The trunk. We were locked in the trunk, but the car didn't start.
You
let her alone.
I'll give it to you right now, soldier, to your boat. Then I don't even have to carry bodies. You, I said.
Me?
Out!
Robert in the trunk. I forgot my own terror. My Robert locked in the trunk. This man we'd been generous enough to give a list. This madman with the gun.
Get it. Now try.
No, I don't care what you do. I'm not
I
going to.
Get in the car. Drive me.
I want to be with Ralphie.
All right.
Just get in.
Honey. Oh, honey. Please. Please, honey.
jammed. We were jammed, Robbie and me, jammed up against each other. Robbie kept telling me to do exactly as that monster said, and eventually he'd let us go, but I don't think Robbie believed it. He was just saying it to make talk for my benefit. Robbie put his arms around me and held me close. Oh, it sounds mushy now, I know, but we told each other how much we loved each other. It was the real thing for us. We prayed, and Robbie tried to keep me from crying.
He's stopping for gas. He got my money. He said he'll shoot us and hang the gasoline attendant if we make any noise. Honey, easy.
He'd left the motor running. The exhaust fumes came into the trunk. It was choking me. It was unbearably hot. Then he started up.
Back to True Detective Mysteries in just a moment.
More families, far more families, use X-Lax than any other laxative. X-Lax is the preferred laxative for one important reason. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. Today, many doctors recommend trusted X-Lax for youngsters as well as grown-ups.
That's because X-Lax gives you the relief you want, the gentle way that nature wants, without upset, without embarrassing urgency. When you take chocolated X-Lax at night, it does not disturb your sleep. And X-Lax is so effective that the next morning you'll be well on your way toward your normal regularity. Seldom, if ever, will you need X-Lax the next day.
Little wonder that of all the laxatives made today, tablet, powder, or liquid, X-Lax is the most popular. Next time, any time that you or any member of your family needs a laxative, make that laxative pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax. Introductory size only 15 cents.
Now again, the editor of True Detective magazine.
Continuing the statement of Mrs. Mary Ann Webster.
Robbie was bleeding badly where he'd been smashed with the gun barrel, his head and his face. He tried to stop the bleeding with an old pair of trousers, but he found in the trunk, but he couldn't make a very good job of it. There was a lug wrench in the trunk. Robbie got hold of it and tried to force the lid up a little so that we wouldn't smother. After a while, using a wrench and pushing his feet against the lid, he managed to spring the lid up a little, and fresh air trickled in, and it was like champagne. Up until then, we hadn't had any hope of getting out alive. When we could see it was getting daylight, I twisted around and stuck my fingers through the crack under the lid, hoping, oh, how I was hoping somebody would see them, my fingers. Robbie tried to hold the crack open, but he was weak via being gotten, and the lid closed down tight again on my fingers. Oh, my fingers got pinched so badly they bled. Once the car stopped for what must have been an hour. Again, he kept the motor running. And the heat, the exhaust, and the fuel.
Open up, Will. Open up, Will.
I could tell from the sound of the tires that we'd left the highway. Then from the tires, I knew we were back on the highway again. I didn't know what that meant. Robbie was unconscious, his head bobbing an inch from mine. His mouth was open. I could see his tongue, and every so often his eyelids flickered when we hit a bump, but that was the only sign I had that my husband was still alive. And the thought that ran through my mind of the many times I'd been mean and selfish and good. Oh, how so very good a man my husband was, and how, oh, Lord knew how. And I prayed, but how I would be good and never nag and pick. Oh, Lord, if we could only get out alive. But I'd given up hope. We yet, honey,
Don't.
It's slubbery.
Mary.
Oh, I can't get my fingers out again.
In your...
I'll try again, Robbie. You try to sleep. I tried. I was so cramped. Robbie was lying now against me. His weight, he was unconscious again, and his weight on me, Please.
There must be other cars, people. Please. Someone see my fingers sticking out there, please. Please.
Hey, don't know what to say.
Help! What's inside? He's got a gun. Get his gun. Get his gun. He'll shoot you. Please don't let him.
Oh, easy.
Lady, easy.
Easy, young lady. That. Is he alive? No.
Then an ambulance clanged down the highway. Robbie was still alive, but I heard the ambulance doctor say something about severe loss of blood and possible monoxide poisoning because of the blood loss, and I must have passed out too. But then I was here in the hospital, and you all are treating us so well, and I'll be all right now that I know Robert will live. Really, I will. You are the policeman, aren't you?
Well, yes, Mrs. Webster. Yes, ladies.
I don't know how to...
Well, just you relax now. You lie back.
Could I ask you what you and all you detectives...
Well, his name is, he's a killer named Nasser. The John part was correct, ma'am. He escaped from State Prison Farm about 33 days ago, overpowered a guard, then he robbed and unnecessarily stabbed him. He's been serving a life sentence on a first-degree murder conviction, yes, ma'am, since January 1947.
The murderer?
Yes, ma'am. See, I was actually out on a parking meter checkup, ma'am, and a man I know, Hal Fisher, he runs a tire store. Now, I was stopped there, talking to Mr. Fisher. He's the one who actually spotted your fingers sticking out the trunk of your car. I appreciate your worrying at the time about him having a gun, ma'am, but you see, when I came up close behind you and I saw your fingers were running blood, I knew this was trouble, so I had my own gun out and pointing right for his head when I gave him the siren and pushed him over to the curb.
Thanks. Thanks again.
Oh, you betcha, ma'am.
Except for the use of fictitious names and places, this has been a real story of a real crime, solved by real people with a real criminal brought to justice. But be on the alert. A vicious criminal is at large and may be in your neighborhood. As editor of True Detective magazine, I offer a $1,000 reward for information leading to the capture of Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr., 1 month from the date of this broadcast and as a direct result of listening to this broadcast. But first,
planning a trip? Unexpected trouble can occur anywhere. Did you know that you can receive immediate, confidential help wherever you are throughout the nation at Traveler's Aid? Friendly, experienced Traveler's Aid workers will assist you with any difficulties you may have while you're away from home. Traveler's Aid is a non-profit, non-sectarian organization located on the piers and in transportation terminals in over 100 cities in the United States and Canada, and supported entirely by voluntary contributions from the public. Among its services are protective care for children traveling alone, the aged and the handicapped, and guidance and counseling for individuals and families on the move, as well as help on any job, personal or family problems related to travel. Remember, if ever you are in trouble, away from home, contact Traveler's Aid. A good suggestion, if you're in trouble away from home, contact Traveler's Aid. This message is brought to you as a public service.
and now, here are the details regarding the wanted criminal. Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr. is being sought by the Federal Bureau of Investigation on a charge of bank robbery. He is alleged to be one of 4 men who held up a branch of the Chase Manhattan Bank at Woodside, New York, early on the morning of April 6, 1955. Thomas Francis Connolly, Jr. is 32 years of age, 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighs 175 pounds. He has blonde curly hair, blue eyes, and a fair complexion. The fugitive has the following marks of identification: a diagonal scar on the right side of his forehead, a scar under his chin, and another below his left jaw, a 2-inch vertical scar on the back of his left rib. His previous occupations include steam fitter, floor waxer, bricklayer's helper, and merchant seaman. Connolly may be armed with a machine gun and a pistol and should be approached with caution. If located, notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Do not call your local radio station, but notify Director J. Edgar Hoover, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Washington, D.C. Then get in touch with the editor of True Detective for the $1,000 reward.
True Detective Mysteries has been brought to you by Chocolated X-Lax, America's largest selling laxative. London, England. A woman notifies Scotland Yard she has nightmares in which she sees her friend walled up in a closet. Upon investigation, the dream is found to be a reality. The dead woman's husband is charged with murder. Read the complete story, The Corpse in the Cupboard, in True Detective magazine, now at your newsstand. And when you're getting your copy of True Detective, be sure to buy Sport magazine, the magazine for sport fans. Look for Carmen Basilio on the cover. Silos, haylofts, corn cribs. A farmer certainly knows how important it is to store food for the future. And when he has extra crop money, a farmer buys United States savings bonds regularly, too. He stores away bonds to protect his family's future, as well as the future of his farm through this safe, systematic way of saving. Today, Series E savings bonds are a better investment than ever. The interest rate's been raised to 3.25%, and you get back $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. Savings bonds mature faster, too, in just 8 years and 11 months. Savings bonds also come in a new convenient punch card form. They're smaller, about the size of a bank check. Don't put off putting something away. Enjoy a more secure tomorrow. Buy improved United States savings bonds today. True Detective Mysteries is written, directed, and produced by Peter Irving. The part of the editor is portrayed by John Griggs. Also heard were Pat Hosley and William Redfield. This is Ed Ladd speaking.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Jimmy Sayer at Allied Life, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Jim. How are you?
The way I feel now, the way I'm going to feel depends on you.
Okay, let's have it.
Remember a guy named King Tut?
Egyptian mummy they dug out of a tomb full of treasure a few years ago.
That's right.
Well, don't tell me you held a policy on him now, Jim.
Seriously now. You'll also remember there was supposed to be a curse on anybody who molested his tomb.
Yeah, supposed to be. But, of course, anybody knows that stuff's a lot of malarkey.
Is it?
Isn't it?
Better reserve judgment, Johnny, until you hear about the curse of KAMASHEK.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the Curse of KAMASHEK matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even. Taxi to the office of Inter-Allied Life to talk with Jim Sayer. The conference was brief and not very enlightening.
I'd much rather have you see Mr. Turnbull and get the story from him yourself. As I said in the beginning, he's a very important client. What's more to the point, he can tell you about it much better than I can.
Jim, to coin a cliche, you're being just as clear as mud.
Also, by the way, he specifically asked for you.
Oh, how come?
Well, it seems he liked the way you handled the Parkinson case a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah, Emily Parkinson, the widow who died.
Yeah, that's the one. She was his sister. And, well, go down and see him, Johnny. I honestly can't tell you anything more than I already have about the thing.
James, you have told me nothing.
But he can, and you can pick up a nice fee on it. As a favor to me.
No, for that nice fee. Jim promised to phone Eric Turnbull that I was on my way, and I ran up items 2 and 3, $4.20 for a quick lunch and train fare to Stamford. There I was met by a chauffeured car and driven to Turnbull's house. Far out of the town on Birchbrook Road, it was set on one of the biggest, most beautifully landscaped pieces of property I'd ever seen. The fine old home looked as though it had stood there in all its straight-laced dignity for 100 years, and stolid against the changing world would stand for another 100. In sharp contrast, a lithe, clean Studebaker Golden Hawk was parked in the sweeping driveway at the front. Haskins, the chauffeur, had explained on the way that he doubled as butler, so I wasn't particularly surprised when he opened the door for me.
Since you received a call about your coming, sir, you are to go right in while I take the motor car to the garage. Unless...
He glanced at the Golden Hawk quickly, back of me, then, having left the word unless hanging in midair, climbed back behind the wheel and drove off. Well, he said go right in. Inside, the house was a classic. From the tile-floored reception room with its walls of oak and the broad staircase leading to the second floor, I could look into the huge living room, finished in polished mahogany with a leaded glass window at one side and thick oriental rugs on the floor. A fireplace that seemed to take in a whole wall, and fine mahogany furniture that glowed with a beautiful patina. Beyond that, I could see the library, golden and walnut. And sitting at a broad desk was a man, his face red with anger, shaking his fist at a very attractive girl of 22 or 3 who stood before him, obviously distressed by what was going on.
Don't call me Uncle Eric. I'm not your uncle now, and by heaven, if I have my way, I never will be. You're not married to him yet, my girl, and if I have anything to say about it, you... Oh, Mr. Dollar, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Mr. Turnbull?
That's right. Come in. And Dorothy, Mr. Dollar and I wish to be alone.
The girl stood there for a brief moment, looking at the man with an expression of utter futility in her face. Then, without so much as a glance at me, turned and left by the door that I had just entered.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Come in, please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about this. Somewhat embarrassing to you, I'm sure, but it's something I'll have to tell you about later. Sit down, please.
Thanks.
May I pour you a drink? I must confess I feel I could use one at the moment.
No, thanks, Mr. Turnbull. I think I'll pass.
I suppose it is a little early, but, well, good luck. Now,
Jim Sayer in Inter-Allied tells me you have an insurance problem.
Actually, not yet. I'll be perfectly frank with you, Mr. Dollar.
Please do.
I'm asking you to help me not as an insurance investigator, but as a man I feel I can trust.
But you don't really know me, Mr. Turnbull.
Oh, on the contrary, I do very well. As a result of your handling of the case of my widowed sister, Emily, when she died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, you and I met very briefly at the time.
Oh, yeah, of course, Emily Parkinson. The case involved a lot of phony relatives who filed claims on her estate.
Yes, that's right. And your clever trapping of those false claimants and their cheap attempts to gain part of Emily's fortune was... I understand that several of them are still serving sentences.
Yeah, I believe so.
Which is quite what they deserve. If there's anything I detest in this world, it's dishonesty.
Well, I guess most of us feel that way about it.
Of course we do, if we have any shred of human dignity.
Yeah. But now, what is your problem?
It concerns Donald, Emily's son, my nephew. I had expected him to arrive here before you, but suppose I go ahead anyway.
Go ahead.
Well, when her husband died, Emily was left with a considerable estate and their only child, Donald. The estate's worth nearly $1 million now.
Mm-hmm.
With not too many years ahead of her, she wasn't well. She had lavished everything on the boy, the best of private schools, traveled to Europe, all the things that befit one of our social and financial status. Before she died, she carefully put all of the money into a trust for Donald. A rather unique arrangement, which I control until he reaches the age of 30.
What would happen if he didn't survive you? Would it all pass to you?
Yes. But of course I have no particular need of it. When I sold Turnbull Enterprises some years ago, I think you can see that I'm pretty well fixed. Investments, you know.
Yeah.
At any rate, since his mother died, Donald has been living here with me in accordance with her request that I care for him. And I've been glad to do it, for I love the boy very dearly.
How old is he, by the way?
25. He'll be 26 in October.
And what's he doing for a living?
That's the whole point. There's no need for him to work for a living, as you put it. But in college, against my better judgment, he majored in archaeology and Egyptology.
What did you want him to study?
Business and finance, of course. Forgive me for being so blunt, Dollar, but I see no sense whatsoever in his taking the fortune that his father spent so many years building up and squandering it on a lot of... Oh, Donald, come in.
I received word at the club you wish to see me, Uncle Eric. What is it this... Oh.
Mr. Dollar, this is my nephew, Donald Cronin.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
We've been talking about you, Donald.
Oh?
As a result of a newspaper item I just read, to the effect that you're preparing for another expedition.
That's right, sir. I'm going to the ancient city of Thebes, in Egypt.
Egypt?
Since my trip last fall, I've done a lot of reading and research in New York and London. I'm convinced I've located the ancient tomb of the pharaoh KAMASHEK. An advance party's already begun excavation. I'll join them there.
Do you realize the cost of this thing?
Uncle Eric, it promises to be one of the most important archaeological finds of the century.
You mean it might be if I let you go?
If you let me go? Uncle Eric, perhaps Mr. Dollar...
Mr. Dollar can hear anything I have to say to you. You see, Dollar, we're finally getting to the point.
Yeah.
Donald, I'll make no bones about it. I'm quite fed up with your wasting your time on these stupid, pointless expeditions.
That's not the way the museum feels about them, sir.
Well, that's the way I feel about them.
Wait, sir, please. Donald, isn't that your collection from Yucatan that the museum recently acquired?
Why, yes, sir. My party and I were able to...
I'm sure we don't care about your party and you. You're not only wasting your time, but your money. The money your father struggled an entire lifetime to gain.
That money was left for me to spend in any way I see fit.
Provided your handling of it meets my approval. When you're 30 and the estate passes completely into your hands, you can do anything you like with it. Buy the Brooklyn Bridge if you want. You probably will. But until then, I am legally in control of it. And now, finally, I have every intention of exercising that control. At least to the extent of seeing you don't squander any more of it on these foolhardy expeditions.
I take it you've made several, Donald.
Yes, sir, and he's opposed me in all of them.
Because sooner or later you've got to learn that as the wealthy son of a family, it's up to you to carry on the tradition that's been set for you. To increase the fortune that's part of your family name, build even greater financial power, not to throw it away.
Do you call my contributions to science and history a waste of money?
Oh, now look, my boy, there's nothing selfish about my attitude in this matter. I'm thinking only of you and your future. The family name that you alone are left to uphold.
Well...
Now, why don't you give up this asinine idea of going to Egypt?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no? Let me finish.
There's no point in your saying any more, Uncle. I'm going to explore the tomb of KAMASHEK.
Now, listen here, you
I've
young...
made all the arrangements, obtained the sponsorship of the museum, notified the universities that are interested in my work.
I say you're not going.
And I say I am, sir.
You young fool. Don't you realize that I'm in a position to cut you off without a penny?
If you think I care, Uncle Eric, you're crazy.
Then by heaven I will. So help me, Donald. I've tried to avoid this kind of situation, but you and your idiotic bullheadedness, your utter disregard for the responsibility and importance of your family, social status have made it inevitable. Now it's come in spite of all I've tried to do, and by heaven, I'll cut you off without a... Wait a minute. Donald, where are you going?
Egypt.
In the moment or two before Eric Turnbull recovered his poise enough to speak to me, my mind raced. This whole situation offered a big flock of wild possibilities. Obviously, the two were at sword points, had been for some time. Apparently, and I began to wonder about this, Turnbull had no need of Donald's money. Yet he seemed determined to keep him from spending it. And on what looked to me like a very worthy expedition. If Donald died, Turnbull had said, the estate would pass to him. Oh, and something else I wanted to find out about. The girl who'd been there when I arrived. But why? Why? Why did I want to know or need any answers? What could this whole affair possibly have meant to me? I'm no family counselor. I guess I spoke that thought out loud. I'm an insurance investigator.
Yes, Dollar. Which is another reason why I need your help in this affair.
But I just don't see it, Mr. Turnbull.
I'm afraid I must apologize for that little scene a moment ago.
Well, there's no need to. It was interesting, to say the least.
Well, we didn't touch on the one thing that I wanted you to know about. That girl, Dorothy Harkness, his so-called fiancée.
Oh.
Thanks to a generous allowance, plus fees from the museum and some of the universities, Donald's insured his life for $100,000. $50,000 for the museum, and a like amount for the girl.
Through Inter-Allied?
Yes. I'll put it to you bluntly. She has prodded him to go on these expeditions, and I believe she somehow hopes to engineer his death during this KAMASHEK project in order to collect on that policy. Do I make myself clear?
If anything was clear about this situation, I certainly couldn't see it. More things had come flying at me from out of left field during the past half hour than I could cope with. And I wanted time to organize some kind of thinking. So I used a corny old device, glanced at my watch, said something about being late for an appointment back in Hartford. I apologized, promised to talk with him again tomorrow when there'd be more time. Haskins drove me back to the station and courteously waited until the train pulled in, then left. And it was then I noticed a little Studebaker Golden Hawk that I'd seen at the house pull up beside the platform, and the girl, Dorothy Harkness, jumped out and ran over to me.
Mr. Dollar, I had to wait for Haskins to leave so he wouldn't see me.
Oh?
I must talk to you. Please call me. Here's the number.
Is this about Donald?
Yes, because of the danger he's in.
From Mr. Turnbull?
No, and you must believe me. From the curse of KAMASHEK.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a little order starts to come out of the Department of Utter Confusion and a promise of murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
I have your call to Stanford, sir.
Oh, thank you, operator. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I'm so glad you called.
Well, you seem pretty anxious to talk about something, Miss Harkness.
I am. About Donald and his uncle, and Donald's plan for the expedition to Egypt.
To dig up the remains of the old pharaoh KAMASHEK?
Yes. Can you come over here to see me, please?
Oh, when I talked to you on the station platform a while ago, you said something about the curse of KAMASHEK.
Yes, Mr. Dollar.
Isn't that nothing more nor less than superstition?
No.
Huh?
I'm afraid that in this case, Mr. Dollar, it can mean nothing more nor less than murder.
I'll take the first train.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of KAMASHEK Matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, 320, cab to the station, train fare from Hartford to Stamford, and cab to the modest but attractive apartment of Dorothy Harkness. The short trip gave me time to think. Eric Turnbull, wealthy retired businessman, called me in on this case. Turnbull, uncle of young Donald Cronin, entirely in control of a large trust fund for the boy. Turnbull, who was determined to prevent him from making an expedition to the tomb of KAMASHEK, on the excuse that he suspected a plot against the boy's life. Engineered by Dorothy Harkness, who was not only Donald's fiancée, but a beneficiary of his $100,000 life policy. So a talk with Dorothy Harkness seemed very much in order.
Oh, come in, Mr. Dollar. I'm so glad you were willing to come and talk with me.
How are you, Miss Harkness?
You make me sound so old. It's Dorothy. Won't you sit down?
All right, thank you. But before we go any further, Dorothy, I think you ought to understand that I'm an insurance investigator, and so far...
I know that. Donald told me his uncle was going to send for you.
But there's been no claim filed, no reason for one.
I know. Mr. Turnbull does, well, kind of unusual things now and then, and I guess this is one of them.
Unless he's trying to prevent whatever might cause a claim to be filed.
Mr. Dollar, I don't know what Mr. Turnbull has told you about me, but I'm sure it wasn't good. I'm afraid we don't get along very well.
Well, it's pretty obvious he doesn't like your interest in his nephew, Donald.
I've known Donald since school, Mr. Dollar, and we hope to get married. At least Donald does.
Oh? And what about you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
I got the impression from Mr. Turnbull you were doing a pretty good job of getting Donald into your clutches.
That isn't the way it is at all. We've been seeing a great deal of each other, and Donald has asked me to marry him. And I'm fond of him, Mr. Dollar, terribly fond of him. But so far as marriage is concerned, I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I can't help wondering all the time if he isn't hoping to marry me just as as an escape from his uncle.
Uh-huh. Would you marry him?
If I were sure of him.
You'd be sure of an awful lot of money, Dorothy.
What?
The minute he reached 30, that is.
Mr. Turnbull has poisoned your mind, Mr. Dollar. What money Donald has or may have has nothing to do with it. That sort of thinking is filthy.
I guess you mean that, don't you, Dorothy?
Yes. I think I've loved Donald ever since my father brought him into the museum.
Your father?
Yes, he's curator of archaeology.
Well, how does he feel about Donald and you?
His only interest in Donald is in the money, the financial support he gives the museum.
Oh.
Since Mother died, he's become a grasping, self-centered old man whose only interest is in the museum.
I see.
So I don't live with him anymore.
Well, then I take it he opposes any thought of your marrying Donald.
He wants me to string him along for his money and scientific contributions. But Donald is making something of himself, instead of wasting his life in idle luxury as Mr. Turnbull would have it.
Or would he rather have Don increase the family fortune?
No, just not spend it. That's all he cares about. So if anything should happen to Donald, there would be more left for Mr. Eric Turnbull. And that's why I called you. Because I'm afraid that if Donald does go on this expedition to Egypt, something will happen to him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Turnbull has objected strenuously to this latest expedition.
You don't know them yet. Either of them. They're of the same stock, and they're both stubborn, determined, and willful, and his uncle is clever. Clever enough to play on this stubbornness. Capitalize on it.
What's that supposed to mean?
He knows that the surest way to keep Donald from doing something is to insist that he do it. It's always been that way.
Are you sure you haven't been reading too much psychology?
It's true. And in spite of Donald's academic maturity, he's almost like a child in some things, emotional sometimes. That's another reason why I wonder if Donald really wants to marry me. If he loves me enough. Or if he's simply rebelling against his uncle.
You feel, then, that Mr. Turnbull is opposing the expedition to be sure that Donald will make it?
Yes. Because he doesn't quietly reason with Donald, talk things out. He shouts, he storms, he threatens.
And that gets Don's back hair up, huh?
It makes him more determined to go than ever. Wouldn't it do the same to you?
Maybe so.
And I'm afraid that if he does go, he'll never come back.
You honestly don't want him to go?
No.
Just what do you think might happen to him? This curse of KAMASHEK you mentioned?
I think that would be the excuse for his uncle to have something happen to him.
Well, what is this curse?
Do you remember King Tutankhamun?
Well, I remember hearing and reading something about him, old Egyptian pharaoh.
His tomb had a curse on it, too. But because they believed it would yield important historical data and some of the treasure of those ancient dynasties, an expedition went to the Valley of the Kings and excavated it anyhow.
You're really hip on this stuff, aren't you?
Because of Donald's interest in it, I guess. But listen to me. One after another, people who were involved in that expedition died under very mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, I remember. Even Lord Carnarvon himself.
They said that he died from the results of a mosquito bite and pneumonia. But the other deaths were not so easily explained away. Not even by able scientists and doctors.
You believe in the curse of King Tut, then? And now the curse of Kamashek?
No, I don't.
But for what you just told me...
There have been too many other tombs, all bearing warnings, where the people who dug into them, touched the treasures in them, even touched the remains of the kings, had no harm at all come to them.
Well, then I'm afraid I don't see what you're driving at.
This, Johnny. Any mysterious death of someone who's explored one of these ancient tombs will be accepted as a result of the curse. Don't you see? It's an open door to murder.
You know something? To me, it all sounds a little far-fetched.
No. Because of Eric Turnbull. Because I'm sure he wants Donald out of the way.
For his money?
This terrible friction between them, this antagonism that's been building up for years. And it's reached a point where either one of them would be glad to see the other out of the way. But Eric Turnbull is the only one who's evil enough to do something about it.
Well, I gotta admit, the sparks kind of flew between them when I saw them together.
And don't forget, it would be to his uncle's advantage if Donald were to die.
He needs the money?
Well, no, I guess he doesn't.
Well, what about you?
I'm doing all right at the museum. I'm earning enough to live on, and I'm happy in my work.
Just the same, as I understand it, you'd collect half of Donald's life policy.
I hate you for even thinking about such a thing. I'd hoped you would help me save Donald's life.
Funny, though, isn't it?
Funny.
Eric Turnbull is my employer in this case. If there really is a case.
Because he's smart. He's clever. He's clever enough to know that calling you in would help cover up anything he might do.
All right, look. Suppose Eric Turnbull did plan to get rid of Donald. How?
I don't know. But this I do know. And it's the thing that has scared me. On his last expedition, and he didn't realize it until afterwards, one of the men in his party, a man he'd selected himself, turned out to have been paid separately by Mr. Turnbull.
Why not? He probably wanted somebody there to look after Donald without his knowing.
Listen to me. This man caused a couple of accidents. At least they called them accidents. That could have cost Donald his life.
Oh, now, Dorothy, look.
No,
please.
no. No, I can see that you don't believe anything I've told you.
Dorothy, I think you're just building up something in your imagination.
You don't believe me. But at least do this. Remember, no matter what happens, remember what I've told you.
Somebody was lying. That was a cinch. But who? And why? Unless one of them really was plotting against the life of Donald Cronin. I couldn't get it out of my head that at least Eric Turnbull didn't need whatever money would come from Donald's death. Dorothy Harkness, on the other hand, would gain what to her would be plenty. Sure, nearly $1 million would go to Turnbull, but that would mean much less to him than the $50,000 insurance would to her. Well, there seemed to be nothing more to say to her at the moment, so I left her, took a cab back to the station. That's item 5, 65 cents, and telephoned to the house on Birchbrook Road in the hope that Donald would be home and I'd have a chance to talk to him. Oh, Mr. Turnbull, this is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, splendid. Where are you?
Well, I'm at the station, but I was calling to try and...
Splendid. Haskins will drive the car down to meet you immediately.
Well, now...
I knew that if you thought it over, you'd be willing to take on this case.
Yeah, sure.
You just wait right there. Haskins will be along in a few minutes. Goodbye. Come in, Mr. Dollar.
Well, thank you, but before we talk about this
Sit down, won't you? Now, from what I've been able to learn, Donald is planning to leave for Egypt immediately. I checked with a friend at the Explorers Club in New York, where the boy's been staying these past few days.
Oh, I thought he always stayed right here with you.
Well, he does, except when he's preparing for an expedition.
Then you are going to let him go.
Well, how can I stop him without making him look foolish in the eyes of his colleagues, the museum, the universities who are so interested in his work? Yes, I have to let him go. But with you beside him there...
Oh, wait a minute.
Of course, I'll expect you to be with him during the entire expedition.
Well, now, look,
And remember this, no expense is to be spared in the protection of my nephew's life. I had to go down to New York to see David Wilt. He's my stockbroker, Harris Dillman Company. While I was there, I stopped at my bank and arranged to have some 5,000 in American Express traveler's checks ready for you. All you have to do is go down there and sign them and pick them up. If you need more, cable me.
You don't waste any time, do you?
I know Donald. He's very stubborn, determined, and willful. In his present frame of mind, he might pack up and take off at a moment's notice. I want to be sure you're at his side.
Okay, you're the boss. But, Mr. Turnbull...
Yes?
You still haven't told me why you think his life is in any more danger on this expedition than on any of the others he's undertaken.
Because that girl, Dorothy Harkness, is smart, is clever. And because of something that happened on Donald's last expedition in Yucatan.
Oh?
He didn't realize it until afterwards, but one of the men in his party, a man he'd selected himself, turned out to be a friend of this Dorothy Harkness.
Not 20 minutes ago, I heard exactly...
Now, listen to me. This man caused a couple of accidents. At least they called them accidents. That could have cost Donald his life. And Mr. Dollar, though lacking any proof, I am convinced he was put up to them by the beneficiary of his insurance policy, Dorothy Harkness.
Did I say somebody was lying? Somebody had to be lying. And by now, that old feeling was beginning to come back to me, that hunch, whatever it is, that told me somebody was planning to kill Donald. Eric Turnbull? Dorothy Harkness? Who? Something told me I'd better get to Donald Cronin, but fast.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, suddenly the reason for a carefully planned murder becomes crystal clear, and a race against death becomes a race for my own life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is the operator at the Explorers Club.
Oh, good. Have you been able
Sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I haven't been able to reach Mr. Donald Cronin for you.
Well, hasn't he been there at all?
He was in and out all morning, but he refused to answer any calls then. Since you first telephoned, he hasn't been back.
Well, do you know when he will be back?
No, I don't, sir.
All right, then leave a message. I'll meet him there at the club.
Is it very important that you see him, Mr. Dollar?
It's important that I keep him from being murdered.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of KAMASHEK Matter. Expense account continued. Item 6, $9.80, train to New York, quick lunch and taxi to the Traders Bank and Trust Company. There I picked up the American Express traveler's checks that Eric Turnbull had left in my name, had left for expense money to take me to Egypt, to make sure his nephew Donald Cronin lived safely through an expedition to open the grave of the ancient pharaoh KAMASHEK. The bank teller's brief remark gave me something to think about.
All signed, Mr. Dollar?
Yep.
Yes, now, let me check the amount for you just once more.
All right.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,500, 4, 45, 47, 48, and $5,000 even. Mm-hmm. Yes, here you are.
Good, thanks.
And as I'm sure Mr. Turnbull knows, this will close out this particular account completely.
I thought about that remark a little later when it began to tie in with some other things I learned. Right now, item 780 cents cab fare to the Explorers Club. Donald had not yet returned, so I left another message for him, asking him to sit tight until he heard from me. And I meant sit tight. Because apparently, after the latest argument with his Uncle Eric, he was quite likely to hop off to Egypt on short notice. This I didn't want. As a matter of fact, at this point, I wasn't sure I approved of his expedition at all. Both his uncle and his girlfriend, Dorothy Harkness, had told me they thought his life was in danger. And each accused the other of plotting his murder. I was about to leave the Explorers Club when I was buttonholed by a short, kind of cute-looking old character in gray striped suit, tattersall vest, spats, believe it or not, and all but a monocle.
I say there, old man.
Yes?
If you'll pardon me, I believe I overheard you inquiring at the desk for Donald Cronin, didn't I?
Oh, yes. Do you know him?
I most certainly do. But excuse me, I'm Percival Thronghurst Scatterday.
Mr. Scatterday, I'm Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes. Donald told me that he'd met you at his home. Tell me, do you plan to accompany him on the expedition to Thebes?
Well, yes.
Excellent. It should result, you know, in one of the most important archaeological finds of the century. Think of it. The tomb of Kamashek.
Yes. Do you know where Donald is now?
Treasures, artifacts, and that should put to shame the ones that were excavated from the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Yes, I'm sure it will, but now...
If history has told us the truth about Kamashek, 18th dynasty, I believe...
Now, that I wouldn't know, but now, Mr. Scatterday, it's important that I reach Donald Cronin just as soon as...
No. Now that I think of it, Kamashek was 12th dynasty.
Mr. Scatterday,
But he couldn't be, because that was the era... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was the 18th, the same period in which the great temple of Queen Hatshepsut was erected at Daya el-Bahari at Thebes, of course. You've seen that, of course.
No, I haven't.
Oh, magnificent, enthralling.
Now, look here, sir.
But now, Mr. Dollar...
I've got to reach Donald Cronin, so if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Dollar, please, you say you are going with Donald. You do know about the curse of Kamashek. Or do you?
Yes, I've heard it.
Oh, then you'll certainly arrange not to be present at the opening of the sarcophagus.
Why?
Well, as I'm certain you know, all the preliminary work has been accomplished by the advance party, of course.
So I understand.
The antechamber of the tomb was opened over a month ago.
So?
Well, it simply means that as soon as Donald arrives, they will penetrate to the sepulchral chamber and the sarcophagus itself.
Well?
Mr. Dollar, it was engraved on the stone slab, barring the way to the last chamber, Mantak Ko Fore El, and so on.
Oh, what's that supposed to be?
The warning, my boy, the warning that whosoever violate the tomb and desecrate the body of the noble pharaoh by contact therewith shall quickly die.
You don't believe in those things, do you?
Mr. Dollar.
As I always understood it, those warnings were just put there to discourage thieves from robbing those old tombs.
Mr. Dollar, I only ask that you remember what happened to those who violated the tomb of Tutankhamun.
Oh, well, couldn't the deaths of the people who entered that tomb be due simply to coincidence? Or rather, things, circumstances quite apart from their having done so?
Of course they could, but were they? Mr. Dollar, I assure you that if it were not for the warning of the curse of Kamashek, I would be the first to want to enter that tomb. Instead, I have refused to go on the expedition at all. Take care of Donald.
Well, that's what I'm being hired to do.
And of yourself, sir.
Yeah, sure. Now, sorry, but I'm anxious to reach Donald, and you say you've seen him here at the club?
Yes, only last evening. He was here making some of his final preparations.
Well, do you know where he is now?
Yes.
Well, where?
At his uncle's place in Stamford, Connecticut.
You're sure?
As sure as I am that you've not heeded my warning about the curse of Kamashek. But I beg you, Mr. Dollar, for the welfare of Donald Cronin and yourself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. If this were a mystery story instead of an accounting of expenditures on a case, I'd tag Percy Scatterday as a prime suspect for whatever might happen later. Like the man who tries to throw you off his own trail by suggesting that somebody else is gunning for you. But I decided he was just an old fogey who'd been turned down on the Kamashek expedition, was trying to justify his own shortcomings with the tales about the curse. But you know something? I was wrong. I should have listened to him a little more understandingly. Item 8, 75 cents, taxi to the office of Harrison and Dillman and Company to see David Wilt, the man Eric Turnbull had named as his stockbroker. The reason? The remark the bank teller had made about closing out an account. As it turned out, my timing was perfect.
Sit down, sir, sit down. I'll be with you just as soon as I finish this phone call.
Oh, sure, thanks.
Hello. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but someone just stepped into my office.
If you'd rather be left alone, I'll...
No, it's all right. Now, as I started to say, if you dispose of the gold medal mining stock, your holdings will be reduced to practically nothing. Yes, that's right. Well, but Yes, but Mr.
Look, you sure you wouldn't rather I come back another time?
Very well, very well. It's just that I hate to see what was once a very strong investment program. Very well, Mr. Turnbull, if you insist.
Turnbull?
Yes. Goodbye. Now, sir.
Eric Turnbull, Mr. Wilt?
Oh, yes, but... Now, just a minute, sir. It was very remiss of me to mention a client's name in front of you, at least under the circumstances. Whatever I may have said on the phone just now was quite confidential.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
I can only ask that you discreetly forget anything you may have heard.
Not by a long shot.
What's this? Who are you, sir? Dollar, I believe the receptionist said.
That's right, Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator. And that conversation told me just what I came here to try to charm you into telling me.
Mr. Dollar, please remember this. That was entirely confidential. None of your business.
Here, my credentials.
Yeah? Well?
Now, you remember something. So far as Eric Turnbull is concerned, my coming here is entirely confidential. None of his business. Goodbye, Mr. Wilt. So the wealthy Eric Turnbull wasn't so wealthy after all. Big investments in the stock market, he'd said. But they didn't look so big anymore. And the closing out of bank accounts. Item 9:30 phone call to Dorothy Harkness.
Yes, Mr. Dollar?
I just called to tell you, Dorothy, that if it'll be any satisfaction to you, I'm going to make the trip to Egypt.
Oh, thank heaven. Then Donald will have some protection against the machinations of his uncle.
Oh, gal, that sounds like a line out of an old melodrama.
I know you don't believe me, Mr. Dollar, but I'm so sure that Eric Turnbull is plotting against Donald's life.
You know something? I'm beginning to feel a little that way, too.
Then you did believe me, in spite of the way you poo-pooed everything I said. Are you and Donald leaving together?
I can't seem to find him. Do you know where he is?
Have you tried the Explorers?
No, not there.
Well, he'll surely call me before he leaves.
Well, if he does, have him get in touch with me.
Where, Mr. Dollar?
Right now, I'm going out to Eric Turnbull's house. After that, I'll be back in Hartford. Item 10, $7 even, train fare back to Stamford and taxi to the Turnbull residence in the hope that there I would find Donald Cronin, the real principal in this case and the one person I hadn't yet talked to. But it was Eric Turnbull who met me at the door.
Mr. Dollar, I'm glad to see you. Come in. Have you seen my nephew, Donald?
Oh, no. Isn't he here?
No, nor is he at the Explorers Club. I've called him several times. I'm worried about him in his present frame of mind.
I'm worried about him, too, Mr. Turnbull, but not for the same reason.
Because of that girl, Dorothy Harkness. Yes, it does.
No, that isn't what I meant.
In his present frame of mind, he's likely to jump off on his flight to Egypt without... Look here, I wonder if he's with her.
No, that much I do know.
Oh, I wish to heaven he would call if anything happens
If anything happens to him, you'd love it, wouldn't you?
What? What did you say?
I've done a little checking up on you, Mr. Turnbull, since I last talked to you.
What do you mean?
In a case as involved as this, it's necessary to check all the angles, everything, everyone, even the man who hires you.
Has that girl been poisoning your mind against me, too?
Your banker, from whom I picked up the American Express checks, let it slip that your account is in pretty bad shape. Non-existent now, as a matter of fact.
Go on, Mr. Dollar.
And your stockbroker, quite inadvertently, made it all too plain that the big investments you told me about aren't so big after all.
Mr. Dollar.
All right, tie that in with the fact that if anything does happen to Donald, you'll come into his estate.
You've said enough.
But it's true, isn't it? You laid so much stress on Dorothy and the museum getting his $100,000 life insurance, but you're the one who would really benefit by his death.
Dollar, you have talked with one banker, with one stockbroker. Why, in your snooping around, didn't you talk with the others who hold my accounts?
Like who?
That's none of your business. But if what you are implying were true, why in heaven's name would I ever ask you to come in and protect my nephew?
As a cover-up?
I should knock you down with my bare fists, and believe me, my boy, I could do it. Now listen to me.
I'm listening.
If I didn't have any money, how could I afford to give you the $5,000 in expense money, pay whatever other costs may be involved in your employment? And why do you suppose, in spite of this high-handed attitude of yours, I'm still begging you to stay on this case? See Donald, Mr. Dollar, talk with him. You'll find that in spite of the angry scene between us, I'm concerned only with his welfare, that I want to protect him, that I want you to protect him. Wait, that's Donald.
Now, let me take it.
Well, now, just a minute.
Johnny Dollar.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I was calling Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Scatterday?
Yes, of the Explorers Club. Mr. Dollar, I've just talked to a couple of fellow members who saw him off.
Saw him? Donald Cronin?
Yes, last night. His plane has probably reached Cairo by now. Fooled all of us, didn't he?
Yeah. Thanks.
Well, thought you'd want to...
Well?
Donald left for Egypt last night.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Then please, I beg of you, go. In heaven's name, go to him. Stay with him. Protect him.
For a long moment, Eric Turnbull simply stood there, sobbing, pleading with his tear-filled eyes. And suddenly, I don't know why, I found that I believed him. I wish now that he'd been lying. 2 lives might have been saved.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a flight into darkness, and when day has come, there's blood on the desert sands. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Have you found Donald yet, Mr. Dollar? Have you been... Oh, this is Dorothy Hartman.
Yeah, I know. And no, I haven't found Donald Cronin.
He wasn't at his uncle's place? Johnny, you must find him. Talk to him. Talk him out of making the trip to Egypt.
Dorothy.
If he does, he'll die. His uncle will see to it that he dies.
Look, Dorothy.
You must find him and stop him.
I'm afraid it's a little late for that. What? He took off on a direct flight to Egypt early yesterday.
Oh, no.
Has at least a 36-hour start, at least.
Johnny, you must go after him.
On the first plane I can get to Cairo.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of Kamashek Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, taxi, train to New York, and cab to the airport, $9.45. Item 11, round-trip plane fare to Cairo, Egypt, $1,305. I was tired, and the steady drone of the 4 powerful engines lulled me to sleep in no time. I think I might have slept most of the way to Paris, which was to be our first stop, except for hunger pangs and the appropriate ministrations of a very attractive stewardess. Usually on such a long flight, I try to make friends with everybody aboard, just to shorten the trip. And I did this time, except for one man who sat 4 or 5 seats behind me. He was a rather hefty individual, dark-complexioned, about 30, I'd guess, who didn't budge from his seat during the entire flight. And every time I approached him to pass the time of day, he immediately made like he was asleep. So he wanted to be alone. But when I settled down into my seat, next to a lovely petite brunette named Carolyn, who was... Now, that's beside the point, except for purely personal reasons that I'll pursue further when I get back to the States. Yeah. The point is that in primping a bit and replenishing her lipstick, she held up a small mirrored compact. And reflected in it, I could see that the dark-complexioned man was not only quite wide awake, but watching me every second of the ride. In a rather strange way, too. Concentrated. Like you'd watch a fly you're planning to swat. Then every time I'd turn around, he'd promptly shut his eyes and feign sleep again. Finally, it was early evening, we sat down at Le Bourget, the airport on the outskirts of Paris. Since this was Carolyn's destination, during the short layover, I helped her get her baggage and extracted the promise of a date in New York when she returned in the fall. Yeah, I guess Paris does it to you. Well, anyhow, after she'd piled into a taxi, I wandered around for a bit thinking and decided to reboard the plane, look up the dark, silent passenger, and have it out with him. But apparently I'd waited too long. As I passed a narrow sort of alley beside a baggage shed, he decided to have it out with me.
In here, Dollar, quick.
Huh? What?
In here, where we won't be seen.
Oh, now, just a minute, fella. Who are you? What do you want?
Just this.
What? Why, you... You don't... All right, now. What was the big idea, mister? You gonna talk, or do you want some more of this?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Who put you up to this? Come on.
No, I can't tell you that.
You want to bet? All right, now start talking. I said...
All right, I'll talk. It was Turnbull.
What? Turnbull?
Yeah, that's right. Frederick Turnbull.
Why?
Oh, should I know? I do a lot of strong arm for him.
Go on.
So he pays me good to get you out of the way, so I should ask questions?
Well, maybe he'll have a few to ask you if you ever get back to the States. Now roll over.
Huh? No. Hey.
All right.
Hey, what are you doing? That's my passport.
That's right, mister. That's exactly what it was. When you get back on your feet, you can try to figure out how to go on from here without it.
Listen, you dirty...
Sorry, buddy. I gotta catch a flight. I suppose I should have turned the unfriendly thug over to the French police, but figured he'd have trouble enough lacking a passport to keep him out of my way for a while. The only charges I could make against him would be for assault. Time was of the essence, too, since Donald Cronin actually was 2 days ahead of me, and it was important that I join him at the tomb of KAMASHEK as soon as possible. At least so I thought, until I entered the main building of the airport again and heard my name being called on the PA system. The information desk showed me where to take a transatlantic phone call. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, this is Eric Turnbull.
Well.
Thank goodness I was able to reach you during your Paris stopover.
I'm glad you did, Mr. Turnbull, because there are a couple of things I want to talk to you about.
When you return, Mr. Dollar...
What's the matter with right now?
And may I suggest that you take the first plane back here that you can get?
First, I want a little explanation for a beating I just took from... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Come back here and we'll settle our accounts. The case is closed.
What?
Donald is dead.
Where? How?
I just received word from one of the members of the expedition.
In Egypt?
Yes, the curse of KAMASHEK has been fulfilled.
Or was he murdered?
I'm afraid it was the same mysterious death that's overtaken so many who have violated those old tombs.
Well, I don't believe it. Any more than you believe in that so-called curse the last time I talked to you.
I know. I was wrong. Heaven forgive me for letting the boy go.
Look, Mr. Turnbull, things just don't make sense at all.
Come back, Mr. Dollar, and we'll talk about it here.
Listen to me.
Yes?
Before I decide what I'm going to do, I want to know why you hired a thug to try to put me out of the picture.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? Well, he made it plenty plain that he's handled strong-arm jobs for you before.
That's impossible.
Gave me your name as the man who's hired him many times. Frederick Whoa, hold it a minute.
Dollar, I'm very sorry, but I haven't the least...
Maybe I will go back to New York at that.
Mr. Dollar.
It suddenly dawned on me that I must have been slightly befuddled by the partial beating I'd taken earlier. You know, when the thug made his little confession a few minutes before.
I'll talk. It was Turnbull hired me. Frederick Turnbull.
Frederick Turnbull, he'd said, instead of Eric Turnbull. Sure, they sound alike. But a guy who's done a lot of strong-arm jobs, knows the right name of the guy that hired him, That could mean only one thing. Someone had instructed that thug to say he'd been hired by Turnbull. But who? I canceled out the rest of my flight to Cairo, made reservations back to New York, and then while waiting for that plane, ran up item 13, $82 American. On phone calls to whomever I could dig up among the Egyptian government authorities who'd been overseeing the excavation of Kamashek's tomb. What little I learned was pretty much summed up by the British doctor who'd been a member of the expedition.
Very mysterious, Mr. Dollar. You see, because of the superstition about violating the tomb, only 2 of our people even touched any of the bones we found within it.
Yeah?
And incidentally, that is all we found. The tomb had been thoroughly ransacked by thieves, probably centuries ago.
Yeah, but you were saying, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Only 2 touched any of the remains. One was a native carrier, as soon as the bones had been properly sprayed where they preserve it in.
Uh-huh.
And the other was Donald Cronin, who, for some reason or other, wrapped up the bones and sent them by air to his uncle, Mr. Eric Turnbull in the United States.
Oh? Well, go on.
Well, that's really all, Mr. Dollar. Except, of course, that both of them have died of some strange malady that the authorities have not been able to determine. And that's why the tomb has been officially closed again.
Hey, listen, tell me something. Could the bones have been accessible to anyone before those 2 touched them?
Yes, to anyone in the party. Well, now, don't tell me that you suspect...
Oh, listen, mister, I don't know what I suspect. But I don't believe it was any curse of a long-dead pharaoh that killed those 2 men.
Oh? Even in view of what happened to those who entered the tomb of Tutankhamun for some years ago, and then the tomb of King...
Look, tell me this, will you? Have any of the expedition returned to America?
Well, of course, the authorities have here no reason for holding them.
You haven't answered my question.
No. Well, only the 2 young men that Donald brought along with him.
Who are they?
Carl Fortina.
Oh, who's he?
From New York. Like Donald himself, he's an archaeologist.
And the other?
One of his colleagues at the museum in, I believe it's in Stamford.
What's his name?
He's a young osteological expert, son of a curator at the museum, as I recall.
What?
His name is Walter Harkness.
Well, I'll be.
But surely you don't think...
Doctor, you go right ahead and hang those 2 deaths on good old King Kamashek. Me? I'm going after a couple of live suspects. There was plenty of time before the New York plane for a quick look for my heavy-handed pal in the alley where I'd left him. But he'd either crawled away or been picked up by the gendarmes, and I didn't have time for a session with them. Item 14, $150 for some food. Then aboard the plane, and we took off. It was a rough case to figure. Actually, of course, the insurance angle was done and over with. It ended with Donald Cronin's death. And 2 people would benefit by his death, both of them number 1 suspects. One, his uncle, Eric Turnbull, who would now take over the $1 million estate. The other, Dorothy Harkness, who would gain a big chunk of life insurance money, along with the museum, of course, that her father... Oh, hold everything. Her father, Adam Harkness, who opposed her marriage to Donald, who looked on him simply as a source of income for the museum, who... Hold everything is right. There was the son, too, Walter Harkness, who ducked back to the States the minute Donald died. How did he fit into this? Believe me, in spite of all the talk in it, the belief in it, the one thing I was sure had nothing to do with the whole matter was the curse of Kamashek. Nevertheless, call it hunch or whatever you like, the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I'd find all the answers in a package that Donald had mailed back to the States. A package containing the bones of Pharaoh Kamashek.
Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Haskins. Mr. Turnbull in?
Yes, and I'm sure he wishes to see you. It's a frightful thing about Master Donald, isn't it, sir?
How does Mr. Turnbull feel about it?
Terribly broken up, sir.
I'll bet.
Oh, but please come in. He's in the library.
Thanks.
He just received a package the poor boy sent to him before he...
Wait, Haskins. Has he opened it yet?
He was examining the contents when the doorbell... Good heavens.
Mr. Turnbull.
He's fallen from his chair, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Dollar, he's... Oh, no.
Yeah, Haskins. He's dead.
Now here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Before I do, please let me thank you for the letters you keep sending us about the program. So many come in every day that it's become quite a chore to answer them, but you know something? I love it. As a matter of fact, your letters are appreciated by all of us who are involved in the production and presentation of the show. Our director, the writers, the various members of our cast, and our excellent technical crew. So please don't stop. Tomorrow, the wind-up. And a sorry example of what the lust for money can sometimes do to nice people. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dr. St. Clair returning your call, Stinky.
Oh, hi, Leonard.
Where have you been, Johnny? It's been years.
Yeah, I know. Listen, can you give me a hand?
Who got poison this time?
2 of them. I hope it's poison, and that you can prove it for me.
We'll try. What do I do?
Meet me here at the home of Eric Turnbull in Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay, but Johnny...
Give you the address in a minute.
But, Johnny, what do you mean you hope somebody got poisoned?
Because if they didn't, I'm going to go off my rocker.
What?
Because the only other possible cause of death could be a curse. The curse of KAMASHEK.
Who?
An Egyptian king who died a couple of dozen centuries ago.
What?
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Inter-Allied Life Insurance Company, Crutchfield Square, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, The Curse of KAMASHEK Matter. Expense account continued. I called Dr. Leonard St. Clair, an old school chum, because I knew him to be one of the foremost toxicologists in the country. And I was telling the truth. I hoped it could be shown that some kind of poison killed Donald Cronin and subsequently his uncle Eric Turnbull. Both apparently had believed in the curse of the old Egyptian pharaoh, a curse that was to befall anyone who violated his ancient tomb on the banks of the Nile. Donald had done this in excavating the tomb, but his uncle here in Stamford had only touched the bones that Donald had airmailed to him.
He was opening the package that Master Donald, God rest his soul, that Master Donald had sent him just before he died, there at the tomb in Egypt. I brought them in here to the library for him, sir.
Go on, Haskins.
Well, then you rang the doorbell. I left him with it, and when you and I came in here...
Yeah, dead.
From the curse of KAMASHEK, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, Haskins, I don't believe it. A friend of mine, Dr. St. Clair, will be here shortly, and he'll be able to...
But shouldn't we notify the police?
No,
sir?
no, later.
But leave my poor employee's body just lying there?
For the time being, yes. Until Dr. St. Clair examines it.
Hey, as you wish, sir.
That's what I wish. Haskins. One person in this confusing mess I hadn't given a second thought to.
As it turned out, there wasn't time, for Len St. Clair arrived a few minutes later in a car equipped like a miniature laboratory. No doubt as a result of the police work he was frequently called on to do. First, of course, in his capacity as an MD, he made a thorough examination of Eric Turnbull's body for purposes of death certificate data.
It was poison, all right, Johnny. I'm sure of it. At least as sure as I can be, short of making an autopsy.
But what kind of poison, Len? And how administered?
Well, at the risk of making it sound like a dime novel, I'd say it was an extremely rare, Well,
what? Come on.
Well, it's something I haven't heard of in years. Related to the old Indian arrow poison. It's very difficult to detect.
Can you make sure?
Yes, if you'll help me drag some of my equipment in from the car, including a cage of white mice.
What?
Yeah, on which to experiment with samples of the stuff.
Samples from those old bones out of the tomb?
That's right. Now, from what you've told me, only 2 people have touched the bones since the minute they were discovered in the tomb.
3. A native carrier, Donald Cronin, and now the late Eric Turnbull.
And they've all died. But, Johnny.
Yeah?
The poison I'm thinking of would hardly have been put on those bones in the time of the pharaohs. Oh, and by the way, I hope no one's touched them here.
No, I've left them just as they are in that mailing wrapper.
Good. Because it could be fatal. I'll carefully scrape them when we get the equipment in here.
We brought in what Len needed for his work, including the white mice. Then I closed him in the library and left him to his experiments. To a bit of research, too, for he'd brought in a couple of thick books on toxicology. As a matter of routine, I phoned the local coroner and then tried to reach Dorothy Harkness. Her number didn't answer. I was about to drive over to her little apartment when Len came out of the library.
I was right, Johnny. Curaba arsenium.
That the name of the stuff?
Uh-huh. In its powder form, absorbed into the pores of the skin, it could be fatal almost immediately. And listen to me.
Yeah?
Somehow, between the time the bones of that old king were discovered and the time that Donald Cronin touched them, somebody put that poison on him.
How? Without endangering himself?
By keeping it in aqueous solution until the bones were sprayed with it.
Sprayed with it? Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Sprayed with it, huh? A doctor, an Englishman who was on the expedition, told me that the bones had been sprayed with some kind of preservative, even before the native carrier touched them.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, right. Instead of preservative, it was the poison.
Well, who sprayed them?
I've got a wild idea, Len. But if it's right, it'll sew up this whole case. I wonder who that is.
Well, while you're finding out, I'm going back and recheck these tests. But only as a matter of routine, because I'm sure I'm right.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yeah, Haskins?
Miss Dorothy Harkness is here, sir.
Huh?
And her young brother, Walter. Shall I ask them in, sir?
By all means.
What a terrible thing that has happened.
Is that really the way you feel about it, Dorothy?
Yes, just what do you mean by that, Mr. Dollar? I'm Walter Harkness.
Well, come right in, Walter. Because I have a sneaking suspicion you're the boy I've been looking for.
What?
Your conscience finally begin to hurt you? Would you like to sit down and write your confession now?
What are you talking about?
Or did you and Dorothy just come here to put on a front? You know, as a cover-up?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Johnny, what are you saying?
Sit down, both of you, because I'm going to be saying plenty.
But look here, Mr.
Sit
Dollar.
down, I said. Now sit down. All right, Dorothy, we'll begin with you.
Johnny, I don't understand.
Now listen to
what you
me. From what you told me, and I've no other reason for believing it except that you told me, Donald Cronin was in love with you.
It was true. And I
At
would
any
have-
rate, he made you part beneficiary of his $100,000 life insurance policy. Half of it, I believe. A cool $50,000.
How can you say or even
Oh, be
think...
quiet.
Mr.
I'm
Dollar.
coming to you right now, Walter. You're working for the museum where your father is curator of archaeology. The museum that has depended quite a lot not only on Donald Cronin's scientific contributions, but his monetary help as well.
That may be true, but now look
The
here.
museum, the other beneficiary of Donald's insurance, also $50,000.
Mr. Dollar, if you're implying that I had anything to do with Donald's death
You
in
can
order to
shut
gain...
up, too, and let me talk. This is the first chance I've had to begin to tie this case up. The first time any of the crazy elements in it made sense. No, wait, tell me this. Eric Turnbull was opposed to Donald's interest in the museum, wasn't he?
Well, yes,
Sure. And I'll bet my bottom dollar that if something happened to both Donald and his uncle, the estate worth nearly $1 million was willed by Donald to the museum.
That's true, Johnny, but there's
No wonder Eric Turnbull was afraid for Donald's life. Because he knew who would ultimately benefit most by his death. No wonder he hated you, Dorothy.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny, you can't mean you think that I would...
No,
that I...
no. I think you were only being used as a tool, Dorothy. You told me yourself how your father opposed your marrying him. How his only interest was in getting money for the museum. Is that true, Walter?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, that is true. But if you mean to imply that I or any of us was involved in Donald's death...
Walter, the more I think about it, the more I'm sure you are directly involved. Now, sit down.
It's a lie. I swear to it, Mr. Dollar. You're wrong. It's a lie.
We'll see about that. Because there's one thing you may have overlooked. I know what killed Donald Cronin.
You do?
Oh, yes, Walter. Just as well as you do.
But I don't. I haven't the least...
The curse of Kamashek?
The curse
Johnny?
of Kamashek. Not by a long shot. Was it, Walter?
I told you I haven't the slightest...
All right, then tell me this. Immediately the pile of bones was found in Kamashek's tomb before anyone touched them.
I refused to touch them.
Will you listen to me? Before anybody touched them, somebody sprayed those bones with a so-called preservative. And I mean so-called.
I don't know why you should.
Oh?
Well, that's common practice these days, in case you don't know it, but I failed to see
what was supposed to be a preservative was in reality a deadly poison.
What?
Oh, come on now, Walter.
But you're wrong. You must be wrong. That's impossible.
You know, you're very convincing, I must admit.
Well, it's true. I applied that preservative, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Aqueous solution, wasn't it?
Of course.
And I'll bet you washed your hands very carefully immediately afterward, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did, because I was told to.
By whom?
By... Oh, no.
Walter? What is it?
Holy... Tell me, Walter. Walter!
Yes?
Do you know anything about a man who tried to intercept me on my way to Egypt? To make sure I didn't get there until the bones of the pharaoh were sent to Eric Turnbull and that Donald Cronin died?
No, I don't, believe me.
Then answer me this one. Did you make up the, we'll call it preservative, that you used over there?
No.
Then who did? And who told you to be sure to wash your hands immediately after using it? Well?
Walter! Oh, no!
I'm afraid so, Dorothy.
Oh, no!
Better tell me, Walter.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Dollar, but Mr. Harkness Sr. is here, too.
Mr. Dollar, I'm Adam Harkness, curator of archaeology at the museum.
Well, Mr. Harkness, I'm really glad to see you.
Dorothy, Walter. Mr. Dollar, I've come to pick up the bones from the grave of Kamashek that I understand Donald Cronin sent to his uncle instead of to me through some misunderstanding.
Oh, yeah, sure. I had a notion you'd want to pick up those bones, Dr. Harkness. And I'll give them to you on one condition.
Oh? What is that?
That you take them out of the package in which they arrived here with your bare hands. That you carry them out of this house also in your bare hands.
Why, that's a strange...
Will you?
Of course not.
Why?
Why, because such priceless relics are too fragile,
Too full of a deadly poison that you had them sprayed with? Curaba arsenium, I believe it's called.
I don't know what you're... Walter, what have you been telling us?
It's true, isn't it, Father?
Well, Dr. Harkness...
Daddy!
I don't know how you found out, Dollar, but I'll tell you this. You won't ever live.
Wait a minute, put that thing down.
Father!
Wait a minute!
Daddy!
Johnny?
You stopped him all right, Len. But I think he'll live.
Good. I knew all the police work I've been doing would come in handy sometime.
Thanks for barging in at the psychological moment.
I was only coming in to confirm the results of my tests. But I guess Dr. Harkness had already done it.
Yeah. So, I guess the museum will profit mightily from half the insurance and all of the estate of Donald Cronin. The museum, that is, without Dr. Adam Harkness. Expense account total, including transportation back to Hartford, $985. Remarks? Well, doesn't mean a thing, I know, but I kind of wonder what I might have found if I'd been assigned to investigate the deaths of the people who excavated some of those other old Egyptian tombs. Tombs that had a curse on them. Interesting thought, isn't it? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a search for $80,000 that was never there, and a body that was never there. Yet both of them had to be found.
Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in this week's cast were Paul Dubov, Alan Reed Sr., Dick Crenna, Virginia Gregg, Ben Wright, Forrest Lewis, Eric Snowden, Barney Phillips, James McCallion, and Les Tremaine. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The Amazing Mr. Malone.
Operator, get me the office of John J. Malone.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Amazing Mr. Malone, an exciting half-hour of mystery starring George Petrie as the lawyer whose practice before every type of bar has become a legend. Our locale is the city of Chicago, the time, the present, and the hero of these weekly adventures, the amazing Mr. Malone.
Malone's the name, John J. Malone, attorney and counselor at law. Tonight in our study of the cliche, let's examine the familiar early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. If that's true, Jeff Lewis is destined for failure. Jeff's a good-looking boy coming home at 4 in the morning. It's easy to understand why he keeps the same hours I do. He's a musician. He plays piano with Rusty Gates' band. But Jeff's not the only musician in the family. He's got a wife who can sound off, too. But, of course, her solos aren't nearly as sweet.
That you, Jeff?
No, thought you'd be asleep, Claire.
How can I sleep? You realize what time it is?
Yeah, it's 4 o'clock.
Where have you been? You got off at 2.
I went out for coffee with Rusty.
You went out for coffee with Rusty.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I suppose you two were alone.
Oh, look, Claire, do we have to start that? I'm tired.
You're tired. Do you ever think of me sitting here till all hours of the night, worrying myself sick, wondering what's happened to you? Thinking maybe you got hit by a car?
Oh, now you're being ridiculous. Where are my pajamas?
Now I'm ridiculous.
Yes.
I don't know why you bother coming home at all.
I sometimes wonder myself.
Then why do you? Why don't you just say you're tired of me?
Well, if you want to know... Oh, wait, look. Look, honey, please. Let's not fight. You know how I feel about you, but every night it's the same thing over and over again.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I don't mean to act like this. I just can't help myself. I love you so much I can't see straight.
I love you, too, honey.
I don't blame you for being angry. But every time I see all those women hanging around the bandstand...
They're just a bunch of jerks. I wouldn't give 2 cents for any one of them.
You're a darling to put up with me.
Come on, forget it, will you?
I'll make you some coffee?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea.
Okay. I'll get right to work.
Maybe you can make a sandwich, too, huh?
I thought you ate with Rusty.
What?
When you came in, you said you were out with him.
I was.
Then how come you're so hungry?
All I said was
Was
I...
Rita there, too?
Rita.
Oh, haven't you met Rusty's wife?
Listen, Claire.
I thought you two were old friends. After all, she's been singing with the band for 3 years.
Now, look.
Don't think you're fooling me. I know what's going on.
You're out of your mind.
You must have been. And I am now, not to see it before.
Oh.
Well, I'll say one thing for you, Mr. Lewis. You were real clever. But you're not going to get away with it, understand? I'll kill you first.
Oh, that does...
Jeff! Jeff, where are you going? I didn't mean it, Jeff. Honey, please. Jeff!
Just a second. Give me a chance, will you? Look, you.
Hi, Malone.
What's the idea, Jeff?
Well, I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd just drop by.
What's the matter? Claire lock you out? Not that I blame her in your condition. You're loaded.
Ain't I, though, huh?
Well, that's one case I'll never get to handle. I thought you never touched the stuff.
Oh, I'm celebrating.
Here, you better sit down.
I don't mind if I do.
Oh. What's the trouble?
Trouble? Who's got trouble?
Obviously, you have.
Well, you know, you're right.
Claire?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it was bound to happen. What do you want me to do, start suit for divorce?
What makes you say it was bound to happen?
You forget, I've seen her in action. Every time a dame asks you to play a tune, she goes nuts.
Well, she says she's crazy about me.
I suppose she is.
Well, why can't we make a go of it, huh?
Because Claire's not happy unless she's tormenting herself. She's sick. Well, I'll draw up the papers first thing in the morning.
Hey, you know what she said? She accused me of having a mad romance with Rita.
Rusty's wife?
Yeah. Imagine me and Rita. Hey, I suppose we did. That would teach you, huh?
If you're thinking what I think you are, forget it. Rusty would break your back, and I wouldn't blame him. You let me get you a nice divorce.
The only girl I ever loved, and you want to see us apart.
Now, look, Jeff.
All Claire needs is a lesson, and she asked for it, and she's gonna get it.
I tell you, you're handling this the wrong way.
How would you know? You were never even married.
Mm-hmm. And this sort of thing vindicates my judgment.
You know, your trouble, Malone, you're a cynic. And now I'm gonna prove that you're wrong.
Any of you guys want to get something to eat? What about you, Jeff? You coming along?
Well, I thought Rita and I were going to run over a couple of tunes.
You were going to what?
Well, don't you remember, Rita? You said you wanted to go over that new Cole Porter thing.
Well, that's right, I did.
Well, why don't you kids do it tomorrow, huh?
You know what they say, Rusty. Never put off for tomorrow who you can do today. Why don't you and the boys go to Mike's? We'll meet you.
All right. You fellas ready?
Yeah, let's go. What are you waiting for? We'll see you cats later.
You bet. Come on, let's get at it.
Well, I must be losing my mind.
I don't get you, Rita.
I don't remember asking you to run over any tunes with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did. I guess I misunderstood.
No, you didn't.
Why did you tell Rusty we were going to rehearse?
Because I've been working with you for 3 years, and this is the first time you ever gave me a tumble.
Well, if you'd like to skip it...
Are you kidding?
Well, shall we get right down to work?
You know you're cute.
Hmm?
I was wondering if you'd ever come around.
Look, Rita, I made a mistake. You see,
Did I ask for any explanations? It's enough you wanted to be alone with me.
No, you don't understand.
I
kid.
understand that we're wasting time. We got to meet Rusty.
No, but you don't... Hey, we shouldn't have done that, Rita.
Why did it hurt?
No, but I don't think
you
that...
aren't the darndest man for talking. Lucky I know a wonderful way to shut your mouth. Come here, baby. Let me show you.
Yeah?
Is that you, Jeff?
Oh, listen, Claire, I told you
Look,
before
darling,
not to...
Please. You can't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been going through all this week ever since you moved out.
I should have done it long ago. Maybe now you've got an idea what I've been through these past 4 years.
Look, Jeff, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. If only you'll come home.
No.
Jeff, please. I promise I'll never be jealous again. I know you're only seeing Rita to teach me a lesson
What makes you think so?
because you love me.
Maybe I don't anymore.
No, Jeff, you mustn't say that. You don't believe it yourself.
Look, Claire, you've got to get this through your head. Comes a time when a guy gets fed up. I've had it, baby. And you're the one who did the job.
Rita, see this in Variety? Ray Herback's working at the Riverside Hotel in Reno.
Can't hear you, Rusty.
I hope.
What?
I'll tell you later. I think we got company. Just a second. Claire.
I'm sorry to bother you, Rusty.
Oh, that's all right, honey. Come on in.
Have you seen Jeff?
Well, what do you mean?
He hasn't been home in a week. I'm going out of my mind.
You better sit down. You want a drink?
No, thanks. Rusty, you gotta help me.
Look, Claire, I don't like to interfere in somebody else's
But
business.
this is your business. It never would have happened if it hadn't been for Rita.
What?
She turned him against me.
You're nuts.
Look, maybe she can fool you, but she can't fool me. I knew she was after him the minute I saw her. If you don't believe me, just...
What's going on here?
There she is. Ask her.
Ask me what?
Don't play innocent, Rita. It's out of character.
All right, Claire, I think you better go.
You don't believe me? How can you be so blind? Can't you see she's nothing but a no-good...
up. Get out of here before I throw you out.
Why don't you ask about the other boys in the band? Why do you think Hank's wife made him leave? She was running after him.
That's a lie.
That's why you picked on Jeff. But he doesn't love you. He couldn't.
Listen, you, the day I couldn't take...
Go on, Rita. The day you couldn't take what?
Honey, what's the matter with you? Are you going to listen to a crazy dame?
Who are you calling crazy?
I don't know about you, Rusty, but I don't have to put up with
You see?
All right, Claire, all right. You said your piece. Now just clear out.
Not until
I've heard enough. Come on.
Let go of me. Let me go.
I'll let you go when you're outside.
No.
Yes.
Let go of me.
That girl's insane.
That's possible. Now, what is this about you and Jeff?
You're not going to believe her.
Not if you can convince me she's wrong.
Rusty, I swear there's nothing to
I
it.
wonder. Barney made a remark about you last night, about your rehearsing all the time.
Well, if you don't want me to approve
Look, how
myself...
come so suddenly you're interested, huh? You never cared before. Look, maybe it's time we did a little work together, huh? All right, Rita, you start singing. And you better make it good.
Hello, desk.
Yes, sir.
This is Jeff Lewis from 419.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lewis.
I called for a bellboy 20 minutes ago. What happened to him?
Oh, he's probably on his way up, sir.
How's he coming? By way of Cicero? Please see if you can... Oh, never mind. He's here now. Just a second. I said just a second. You take a year and then... What are you doing here?
No, you shouldn't have...
All right, Lieutenant, what do you want?
Well, Hey, wait a minute, Counselor. How'd you know it was me?
Well, I've been answering my phone this way all week. The law of averages said I'd be right once.
Oh, you're amazing, Mr. Malone.
That's what I keep telling you.
What are you doing?
Well, what else would I be doing at 4 in the morning?
Ooh, what I know about you.
Don't be so funny. I assume you have a reason for disturbing me at this hour.
You assume properly. Look, how soon can you get down to headquarters?
Why, what's up?
You know Jeff Lewis?
Oh, very well. What did he get himself into?
The morgue?
What are you babbling about?
He was knocked off at 2:30 this morning.
Who did it?
Well, we kind of suspicion it was his wife, but naturally you're going to prove we're wrong.
Did Claire ask you to phone me?
You don't think I'd waste the taxpayers' money on a call of my own? Come on down, Malone. Your public's waiting.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. For mystery adventure fans, there's more first-rate radio listening Sunday with The Saint and Dimension X. Tom Conway stars as that debonair gentleman adventurer, Simon Templar, better known to the underworld as The Saint, who never eases his campaign against crime. Then later, Dimension X brings you the tales in the future tense. This week's feature, Pebble in the Sky. Written for radio by Ernest Kenoy, it tells the story of time when the civilization of the galaxy spreads across 200 million worlds, when the black void of space swarms with ships of interstellar commerce. But far off the trade routes, almost forgotten, lies the dying planet Earth, in the backwater of the universe, a place of exile, a pebble in the sky. Sunday on this station. And now, back to the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, like the man says, that's life for you. 1 minute you got it, and the next minute you ain't. Jeff Lewis found that out the hard way. Half hour after I got the news, I was on my way to headquarters, and when I walked in, I was greeted by Lieutenant Brooks with the most original line of the year.
Well, if it ain't the amazing Mr. Malone.
You know something, Lieutenant? You could stand some new material.
Yeah, but where am I going to find a writer on my salary?
Where's Claire Lewis?
You want to see her now?
What do you think I came down here for?
Well, I kind of hoped it was me. Sussman, get Claire Lewis. Right.
What's the matter with him? He didn't even say hello.
Well, he didn't recognize you with that briefcase under your arm. What do you got near your laundry?
Excuse me. The
Oh,
sergeant...
come on in, Claire.
Malone. You came.
Uh-huh. Sit down.
They tell you about Jeff?
Uh-huh.
He's dead, Malone. Jeff's dead.
I know.
I don't want to live anymore.
You're talking like a fool.
I don't want to live without him.
Why'd you send for Malone?
Well,
Well, he's got a point there, lover. Now, either you want me to get you off...
I don't know what I want.
What do you think killed him?
Rita.
Rita Gates?
Yeah. She did it, Malone.
Why should she?
Because she knew he didn't care for her. He was just using Rita to get back at me.
Did Jeff tell you that?
He didn't have to.
When was the last time you saw him?
I don't remember.
I can tell you. It was at 2:30 this morning. You went to his hotel when he opened the
No,
door.
no. That's not true. I love Jeff.
Why don't you lay off her, Sidney? Can't you see what she's going through?
Oh, use your head, Malone. She killed him as sure as you're standing there.
No.
All right, Lieutenant. You made a lot of accusations, but where's your evidence?
We'll produce it at the trial.
Then you haven't any yet, huh?
Have you any? She didn't.
No, I guess we're all in the same boat, and it's up to me to find a paddle. All right, Claire. Take care of yourself. I'll be seeing you real soon. Hello, Rita.
Why, Malone.
Can I come in?
Well, Rusty's not here.
It's all the better. I never believed it's so nice to have a man around the house.
If you're not the one.
Ain't I, though?
Let me take your coat.
Oh, bother. It's fine.
No, I should be mad at you.
What on earth for?
You haven't been over at the club to hear me sing in months.
Oh, I'll never forgive myself. Would you feel better if I slashed my wrist?
You're cute.
You ought to see me in my confirmation suit. I look like a doll in it. Too bad I got to break it in at Jeff's funeral.
Oh, do we have to talk about him?
What would you sooner talk about?
Us?
And then we have to come back to Jeff. I don't like to start a campaign with my last rival still warm in the morgue.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, it occurred to me maybe you killed him.
Are you crazy?
You know, when you found out he was playing you for a sucker.
He played me for a sucker.
Yeah, it was an idea he got one night in my apartment.
You're lying.
He wanted to give Claire something really to worry about. I tried to tout him off.
Get out.
What's the matter? Don't you think I'm cute anymore?
You better get out of here.
Now, Rita, don't you dare throw that bottle. Hey, you missed me.
I'll show you.
Don't bother, lover. I'm convinced a girl like you couldn't miss twice. Maybe I'll give you another chance later.
Who's there?
It's only me, Rita.
Oh, Rusty, I'm so glad you're home.
Are you?
Yeah, I had a miserable afternoon. How'd the rehearsal go?
Real bad. Boys are all sick about Jeff.
Yeah, I guess it'll be tough breaking in a new piano player.
Is that all you can think of?
Oh, now, Rusty, I explained that. Claire was imagining things. Jeff didn't mean a thing to me.
What was Malone doing here?
Huh?
Malone, the lawyer.
Oh, he's representing Claire. He thought maybe I could help her out.
What'd you tell him?
What could I tell him?
Maybe about you and Jeff having a deal?
Oh, you're getting as bad as she is.
Look, if you mean I'm jealous, you're right.
Only I got a good reason.
Look, Rusty, we've been all through this before.
Sure we have, and you convinced me Claire was nuts. Yeah, you really talked me out of it. But since then, honey, I've been doing a little checking.
Well, you've got your nerve.
You know, I'm crazy about you, Rita. But you're no good. Everybody knows it.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Who's got a better right? But you know what's funny? It doesn't make any difference. I don't care what you did. I still feel the same way about you.
Well, I'm overwhelmed.
Now I want to know what Malone said.
It's none of your business.
Yes, it is, baby. And I'm going to find out if I have to shake it out of you.
No, Rusty. Don't. Rusty.
It was just one of those things, just one of those crazy things, one of those bells that now and then ring.
A little flat there, Malone.
Just. Now, look, Rusty, I can go along with a gag, but this is too much. You know, this is the third week in a row I've walked in here and found the joint occupied.
You better get a new lock.
It's an idea. What do you want?
I just finished having a little talk with Rita.
Now I suppose it's my turn.
Mm-hmm. What'd you say to her?
Didn't Rita tell you?
Maybe I want to compare notes.
You don't have to worry, Rusty. This was purely business.
Was it about Jeff Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was telling the truth. You're trying to frame her for his murder.
I don't have to frame her.
Malone, if you involve Rita in this, I'll kill you. I mean that.
I believe you
Her
do.
Her name is not to be mentioned at Claire's trial. Do you understand me?
Don't see how we're going to keep it out.
One of you bring her in and I'll break every bone in your body.
Even my little pinky.
What's the matter? Don't you think I can?
You're taking in a lot of territory. According to the encyclopedia, there are hundreds of bones in the human frame.
And if you think I'm
wait a minute.
Malone,
you wouldn't hit a man who was yellow, would you?
I'll show you. You're pushing me
too.
Hold
it, Rusty. Why can't we be friends? Just to prove I've got no hard feelings.
Get away from that drawer.
I just want to get this bottle. Maybe we can split it. Together. Well, that's opening it the hard way, but you'll have to forgive me, friend. I forgot my corkscrew. Yo-ho, is anybody home?
Oh, no. What did I do to deserve this?
Nothing. That's why you should be grateful. Look, Lieutenant, I want to talk to you.
Must you?
Yeah, but first, how about shutting off that teletype?
Are you out of your mind? I'm expecting a very important flash. Score of the White Sox game will be through any minute.
Well, if you won't do it.
You know, that's what I like. I like to see a man make himself at home.
Where's Claire Lewis?
You know darn well where she is.
Well, you got to let her go.
Oh, I suppose you can prove she's innocent.
Yes, I got it all figured out. I'm telling you, Brooks, you bring her to court and I'll crucify you. You haven't even established a motive for the girl.
Are you kidding? Claire was crazy about Jeff and she lost.
No, she didn't. Jeff was only seeing Rita to needle her.
Look, Malone, I got work to do now. Now, why don't you go home?
I can't. Home ain't a fit place for me right now. You know who's there?
All right, I'll play straight. Who's there, Mr. Malone?
Jeff Lewis's killer.
No.
I'm serious, Lieutenant. It's Rusty Gates.
What's he doing at your place?
Right now, I imagine he's dozing. I put him to sleep with a bottle.
What are you talking about?
I had to conk him.
Why?
Well, it was either him or me, and naturally, I was prejudiced.
Did he have a gun?
No.
Well, why didn't you use your fist?
Are you kidding? Rusty must weigh 240 pounds. So he would have murdered me.
That's no excuse.
Now, look, Lieutenant, quit the kibitzing. I tell you, he killed Jeff.
Why?
He thought Jeff was breaking up his happy home.
Oh, you make it sound very convincing.
Thanks.
I said it sounded convincing. Actually, it ain't.
What are you babbling about now?
Jeff was killed at 2:30 at the Hillcrest Hotel.
So
at 2:30, Rusty was doing a benefit on the North Shore where he was seen by 80,000 citizens.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's right. Now, how can one man be in two places at the same time? Unless he's amazing. And you're the only one who reads that, Billy. Well, it's been grand, Malone. Drop by again when you can't stay so long.
You are listening to The Amazing Mr. Malone. In this great year of decision, the armed forces of the United States offer a greater challenge to the young men of America than ever before. It's a vital, exciting challenge to anyone interested in his personal welfare, the welfare of his nation, or the welfare of the world. Service in today's modern armed forces means a career in which any man can take pride and satisfaction. The new training program prepares the serviceman not only for advancement and leadership in the armed forces themselves, but for positions of responsibility in civilian life. A career in the armed forces means education and technical training in the world's best technical schools. Yes, today's volunteer serviceman has opportunities never offered before. That's why alert, intelligent young men all over the country are entering the armed forces every day. The standards are high, and not everyone can qualify. You must have the brains, the ability, and the character to become a leader. But if you can qualify, go to your nearest recruiting office for full information. Here again is the amazing Mr. Malone.
Well, there was no use denying. Malone had done it again. Here I'd worked out so neatly why Rusty Gates had to be the killer and Lieutenant Brooks had to knock it out in my head. You'd think he had a grudge against me the way he kept ruining my theories. Actually, Brooks is crazy for me. He just hides it so well he even fools himself.
You know your trouble, Malone. You get emotionally involved with the clients you represent. Now, why can't you be like the other lawyers in town?
Why should I? You ever hear their names on the radio?
Now, look, I thought you were going to talk sense.
You wouldn't understand me if I did. Now, listen, Sidney, are you positive that Rusty was at that benefit?
Absolutely.
What'd he do?
He led the band. What'd you think?
And how come Jeff Lewis wasn't there?
He wasn't feeling good, so they used the sub.
And when did the band go on?
At 2:15.
Well, suppose Rusty got off the stand for a while.
Not a chance. Besides, he never could make it to the Hillcrest. It would take him at least 45 minutes to cut across town.
Well, he must have worked it somehow. Now, how could one man be in two places at the same time?
Hey, I asked you that.
You know something, Lieutenant? I got the solution.
Oh, no, not again.
I mean it. Don't you see the answer?
No.
Well, can we get all our suspects together?
Who do you mean?
Rita and Rusty.
What about Claire?
Oh, of course. We'll need her, too. We don't want to play to a house that's only 2/3 full. Well, get on with it, Lieutenant. I'm ready to give the downbeat.
Say, Sergeant. Sergeant.
You want me, Mrs. Gates?
Yeah. How long do you intend to keep us here?
Till I get orders, contrary-wise.
Well, my husband's sick. He needs medical attention. Can't you see he's got a cut on his head?
I'm all right, Rita.
No, you're just trying to be brave. Does it hurt bad, sweetie?
You picked a fine time to start worrying about him.
Keep out of this, Claire.
She killed my husband, and you asked me to keep out?
You're really crazy.
I'll show you who's crazy.
Rusty,
All right, come on, Claire. Now, cut it out. Now, ladies, what'll the police think?
You let me go.
Better open them up, Lieutenant,
go.
before we have a bloodbath.
All right, you two, that's enough.
Let me go.
I said that's enough. Now behave yourself.
She started it. If I ever get my
Are
hands
you
on you,
gonna behave?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant.
Is it safe for me to come in?
Oh, don't worry, Counselor. The girls won't hurt you.
I was thinking of Rusty.
Oh, forget it, Malone. I had it coming.
Oh, that's very charitable of you.
What's the idea, Malone?
That's a very good question, Rita. Fortunately, I'm prepared with an answer. We're trying to solve the murder of Jeff Lewis.
She did it.
That's what I thought for a while, Claire, but I had to discard that theory. The truth of the matter is, Jeff didn't mean enough to her. As far as Rita was concerned, he was just another guy.
Well, you know...
Now, lover, that's no way to talk to a man who just gave you a clean bill of health.
Well, if she didn't kill him, who did?
You're leaving yourself wide open there, Claire.
What?
Yeah. You did it.
No. No, that's not true.
I'm afraid it is.
I'll kill you for this.
Me too? I just don't understand you women. Here you claim you couldn't live without Jeff, and when I arrange for you to join him, you complain. Well, I guess there's no pleasing some people.
I can't get over it. I just can't get over it.
Is something bothering you, little man?
Yeah. How you can have the colossal nerve to sit there and eat after lousing this whole case up.
That's gratitude for you, and after all the work I did.
After all the work you did?
What do you think clinched your case against Claire? Don't you know without me you'd have never gotten a conviction?
What do you eat that gives you so much gall?
I'm perfectly serious. Why, any decent lawyer could have gone into court and gotten an acquittal. All he would have had to do is cast a reasonable doubt on your evidence. I ended that doubt once and for all.
Well, I don't see how.
By taking care of all the other suspects, I proved Rusty couldn't have killed Jeff.
You proved?
With a little assistance from you. But the unknown factor in the case was Rita. I knew she wasn't guilty.
And how did you know that?
Because when I went up to see her this afternoon, she convinced me Jeff meant nothing to her by making a play for me. And no woman who's lost a great love would have done that.
Aren't you forgetting your charm?
Now, what are you so bitter about? Here I demonstrate to the public that their police force is on the job day and night. And despite all the propaganda to the contrary, the cops are right once in a while.
Gee, thanks.
And what do I get out of it? 2 women in the case, and I wind up in a night spot with you.
Well, don't feel too badly, Counselor. I've got a feeling before this evening's over, you're going to wind up with something else.
Yeah? What?
The check. Good night, Malone.
You ever hear the the story of the boy who worked out a scheme to convert common metals into precious ones? It paid off in reverse. For 2 ounces of gold, he got 1 of lead. I'll tell you all about it next week, so why not pick me up at my office at the same time? I'll be waiting for you. Good night.
George Petrie was starred as John J. Malone, with Larry Haynes as Lieutenant Brooks. Our program is written by Eugene Wang and directed by Richard Lewis. The Amazing Mr. Malone is based on a famous character created by Craig Rice and produced by Bernard L. Schubert. The events and characters in this story were entirely fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is entirely coincidental. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Straight from the pages of the Saturday Evening Post comes that famous Oriental detective, Mr. Moto. Created by John P. Marquand, Mr. Moto stars James Monks in the title role Sunday on NBC. Fred Collins speaking. The Amazing Mr. Malone has come to you from New York. Stay tuned for The Man Called X, next over most NBC stations.
Calling all car, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Warning in connection with safe robberies. One Pete Galitzin, thought to be driving a stripped-down Ford Roadster, is in company with 2 other boys, described as follows: short, stocky, approximately 15 years old. This boy is slippery. If found, arrest and hold. That's all. Rose and quit.
If you are one of those many motorists who feel that one gasoline is about as good as another, how do you account for the fact that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other?
Just what is cracked gasoline, Mr. Lindsley?
Cracked gasoline is just what the name indicates, a cracked gasoline. You know coffee is cracked, that is ground, before you can get the full good out of it. Wheat grains are cracked and re-cracked, and the chaff is thrown away before a fine grade of flour can be obtained. So it is with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In Rio Grande's great modern refinery, gasoline is literally cracked by terrific heat and pressure into millions, yet billions of tiny parts. Non-usable units are drawn off and discarded entirely. The remaining gasoline atoms are pure energy atoms, ready to flash into driving power at the very first spark.
I see. That sounds convincing.
It is convincing, Matt. So convincing that Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties throughout this territory have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline month after month in preference to any other brand. Thousands of new motorists are turning to Rio Grande cracked.
But isn't this a special gasoline that Rio Grande makes for police cars?
No, it is a special process, the patented Sinclair cracking process, but it is not a special gasoline for police cars only. You can buy the very same gasoline, Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl, at any Rio Grande independent service station. It costs no more, and it will give you the same flashing police car performance that police cars have. It is now our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight you will hear a true case that may sound unbelievable because of the criminal's extreme youth. Yet the average age of the criminal gangster runs from 14 to 25. The boy whose case we are dramatizing tonight had learned all of the tricks of the trade and developed a few of his own before he was 15 years old. His is a record that is listed in the habitual criminal classification. The records in the Los Angeles Police Department alone of Pete Galitzin prove him to be an incorrigible type. One who has no place in society, who belongs just where he is today, in the state penitentiary. Whether Pete was born with a criminal quirk or whether his constant association with an older man with a prison background was responsible is hard to say. But no matter what made him do it, it is a fact that this boy, barely in his teens at the start of his crime career, was one of the meanest, hardest criminals ever to pass through our hands. Our story opens on a clear June day in 1925. In a vacant lot bordering the railroad yards, 13-year-old Pete Galitzin listens wide-eyed to his constant friend and advisor, old Jake Herkovitz, as he spins the yarn.
You see there. Seen them boys' faces when they found out we'd walked out of them. Me and Al gladly keep from busting right out laughing.
What'd you do then, Jake?
Well, we waited till the law got through snooping around, and then we walked back into the joint and finished the job.
You mean the same night?
Sure. Me and Al wasn't afraid of any cop that walked on the beach.
I'm gonna have a gang someday, Jake. I'm not gonna carry a gun, neither. I'm gonna be smarter than the cops.
That's the idea, kid.
I got it all figured out how I'm gonna work.
That's right. Don't go off half-cocked and get messed up the first job. Figure the angles, and then do it.
Pretty old enough to have a mob right now, Jake. 14 next month.
14, huh? Well, Pete, you got a good brain for a kid. All you gotta do is learn the tricks, and you'll be a big shot someday.
Well, will you help me learn the tricks, Jake?
Sure. I'll do more than that. I'll help you plan your job.
Will you, Jake? Say, swell. How can I go wrong with a guy like you helping me? Boy, I can just see the other kids when they find out I'm working with you. They'll all want to be in on it. They can be, too. And I'm going to tell them what to do, and they're going to do it, or else.
That's the spirit, kid. Pretty smart. There's nothing that can stop you.
Thus the prelude to 14-year-old Peter Galitzin's crime symphony. On his birthday, Pete and a few picked pals celebrate by making a round of the stores, lifting a ring here, a spotlight for his Ford there. And that night in the garage behind his father's home, Pete lays his plans for the future on the table, forms his first embryonic crime organization.
Bill, you and Alex sit here beside me. Okay, Pete, yeah. You're going to be my lieutenants. And the rest of you, what Bill and Alex says goes, understand? All right. I've been looking a couple of places over around town here, and they're easy pickings. All we gotta do is get in. That's the toughest part of the job. What's so tough about that, Pete? Why not just bust a window and walk in? Because we ain't working that way, and the first one of you I catch busting windows is gonna get in trouble with me. Don't get sore, Pete. I was only suggesting. All right, Bill, just don't get out of line. I'm running this bunch, and I'll make the suggestion. Sure, Pete, I know that. And don't forget it. Here's what we're gonna do. Bill and Alex and I will go out and case these joints tomorrow. As soon as it gets late enough, we'll meet the rest of you here and go knock them over.
I can't make it tomorrow night, Pete. Me old lady's on the wall pad about me being out.
Then you better go home to your old lady and tie yourself to her apron strings before you get lost.
It ain't that, Pete. It ain't that. Only if I cross her, she'll tell the old man, and he'll get rough with me.
Sure, I understand. And I'm telling you to get out of here and make it fast. I don't want no punks on this outfit.
Well, gee, Pete, can't I just...
You had me get out and stay out. If you want to stay healthy, you'd better not show your face around me.
Okay, Pete, don't get sore.
And here's something else for the rest of you to remember. See this little bump on my forehead? Well, when it gets red, get out of the way. That means trouble. Gee, Pete, it's kind of red now. Sure it is, and I'm sore. Now, you better all clear out before I get any worse. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Pete.
You and Alex stay here. All right. And let's stall those punks. You mean you ain't gonna let them go with us? Sure. The three of us is enough. We don't need anyone else. Just get in the way. Okay, Pete. Now you're talking. Yeah. And tomorrow I'll be doing more than talking. Tomorrow we're starting out. We ain't gonna stop till we get enough dough to move on somewhere else. I'm gonna be a big shot. And you guys can go with me. If you don't make any mistakes. Okay, Pete. We won't make any mistakes. I'll see about that later. Now let's make plans.
So Pete, Bill, and Alex sit around the small table, make plans for the morrow. And the following night at a little after 11 o'clock, they stand in the small alleyway running behind an auto rental sales room.
How are we going to get in, Pete? Easy. There's a little window in the washroom that opens out on this alley here. When I was in this afternoon, I unhooked her. pretty smart, Pete. Sure. Ain't that what I told you? There gotta be smart in this racket. Are we all going in through the window? No. You stay out here and keep watch. Me and Alex will go in. Anything goes haywire, let us know. Yeah, but why do I get to rap and stay outside? Why does Alex get the break? Now listen, Bill, you stay here because I told you to, see? See, I see, Pete. Sure. All right. Come on, Alex. Let me boost up to the window, and then I'll pull you up. Okay, Pete. And don't make no noise. Don't worry, I won't. I'll hold it, Allie. Hold it, mate. Let me get this window open. Okay. I got it. Now. Hey. Now give me your hand, and I'll pull you up. You're... All right, easy now. Get your legs through, and I'll help you down.
Yeah, I got it. There.
Yeah. Here we are now. Give me the tools.
Yeah, here you are.
Wyatt, you want to bring every bull in town here?
Sorry, Pete.
Okay, forget it. Come on and help me with this Jimmy. We'll crack this thing like it was a baby bank. That's got it. Now.
Gee, look at the dough. This is a nuts, ain't it?
Save the talking when we get out of here.
Sorry, Pete.
Okay, let's blow.
Four times that night the three safecrackers sneak into auto shops. 4 times the safe door snaps open under the expert jimmying of Pete Galitzin. And as Monday morning comes, 4 different store proprietors get a shock as they gaze at their broken safes. One after the other bones a frantic plea to the police department, and in the office of the Bomb and Explosive Detail, Lieutenant Katzenberger scans the early morning reports, ponders their meaning.
4 different places, all out of sales rooms, and each job done the same way. Hey, Eddie. Yes, Cat? Come here a minute. I got a puzzle to work on. What's it now? Take a look at these reports from last night, Eddie. Recognize the technique? Nope. Can't say that I do. Neither do I. It's got me wondering. I thought I knew every safe gang in this town, but this is a new one. And it works plenty fast. 4 jobs last night. High score? I've checked all 4 places for fingerprints, and there aren't any. Whoever's pulling this is smart. All we've got to go on is a few busted safes. It's a great start. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. We'll get all the boys and bring in every mug in this town that I know has a safe-cracking record. Even if none of them did it, well, they might know who we want. Anyway, better than sitting here waiting for more reports to come in. Come on.
But Lieutenant Katzenberger's dragnet brings no results. And after talking to more than 20 known criminals, he finds he had learned absolutely nothing. Nowhere can he find even the slightest lead as to the unknown bandit's identity. The following morning, 3 more jobs are reported. And the next night, 5 more. In each case, the method is the same. And in each case, there is no clue. Then, as suddenly as they began, the mysterious safe robberies end. 2 nights go by with no reports. A week, 2 weeks, and still no jobs. Lieutenants Katzenberger and Slaughter breathe easier. Hope that whoever has been doing them has left town. Then, 1 month later, as Lieutenant Katzenberger is looking over a stack of police bulletins, his eyes fall on a report that looks familiar. Calling Lieutenant Slaughter, he tells him of his suspicions.
Look, Eddie. Here's a bulletin from the Washington police about 3 kids they picked up on suspicion of robbery. They let them go for lack of evidence. They were driving a hopped-up Ford Roadster with racing wheels. So, here's another bulletin from Stockton. Looks like the same kids, driving the same car. Suspicion of robbery, released for lack of evidence. Hey, you're right, Cat. And this morning I got this one from Fresno. Take a look. 3 boys driving stripped Ford Roadster. Arrested here yesterday, released today. Thought to be headed for Los Angeles. Hey, that looks hot. You know, I was thinking maybe we better pick these boys up and see what they know about our safe-cracking jobs. That Ford ought to be easy to spot on the road. You want me to send a bulletin out? Right. Arrest and hold for questioning. Sign my name to it. Okay, Cats, I'll get on it right away.
Instantly, word flashes out over the police teletype system to all points.
Wanted, 3 boys driving Ford Roadster, racing wheels. If seen, arrest to notify Los Angeles police. Katzenberger.
And late that afternoon, on the state highway leading into Los Angeles, a cruising police car spots the board, arrests the 3 youthful occupants, brings them to Lieutenant Katzenberger.
All right, boys, sit down. I want to talk to you.
And what's the idea of the coppers dragging us around? We ain't done nothing.
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Well, I am not. In fact, I got a pretty good idea that you and your pals have been pulling quite a few little jobs around town lately.
We ain't been in L.A.
For how long?
Over a month.
That's just what I thought.
What do you mean?
It's been just a little over a month since the last job was pulled here in Los Angeles. But there have been plenty of safes cracked up and down the line since then.
Listen, you fat bull, you can't pull any of that stuff on me. I ain't done nothing, and you can't hold us here, see?
That's a good bluff, Pete, but it won't work.
How'd you know my name was Pete?
I just remembered you. You used to hang around a lot with old Jake Herkowitz, didn't you? That's where you learned the business so well, from Jake.
You're nuts.
Maybe I am, but I remember you all right. You see, I used to browse out and watch old Jake every once in a while. Still do, for that matter, or just keep an eye on it. I remember seeing you with him lots of times. Yes, you other kids, too. Isn't that right?
So what? Suppose I did know Jake. That ain't no crime.
Yeah, not by itself, but busting safes is. A pretty serious one. Now, come on, Pete. Stop wasting my time. Let's have it. Or do I have to put the pressure on your pals?
No, shut up.
You'd better spill, Pete. If your pals tell a story, they'll probably say a lot of things that you won't like.
Yeah? You want to get out of here healthy.
Oh, you're a tough punk, eh?
I ain't no punk, but I am tough. Plenty tough.
All right, I'm glad to know it. Well, we'll put you away where you can't hurt anybody, while I talk to your pals. Sergeant. Yes, sir? Put this lad somewhere to cool off, and watch out for him, Sarge. He's a tough one. I know how to take care of that kind, Lieutenant. Come on, Sonny.
All right. Wait a minute. Send this flat-foot away and I'll talk. You can't keep me in the can anyway.
All right, Sergeant. I'll take charge. Yes, sir. Now, you and your pals cracked those safes in the auto rental joints here in Los Angeles, didn't you?
Yeah. How'd you guess it?
I didn't get it. You just told me. Now, will you sign a statement to that effect?
A lot of good it would do me to say no. Sure, I'll sign it. But I won't stay in no jails.
No. I heard a lot of other fellas say that. Tons, too. And as I remember, they're all in jail right now.
All right. Let's get the jawing over with. I don't enjoy talking to cops. Give me that statement. Let's get it over with.
So self-styled Top 1 Pete Gallitzin admits participation in the safe robberies, signs a full confession, and as a result receives a sentence at the Ione Reformatory. In custody of a transportation officer, he and his cronies start the trip to Ione in a police car. And as it stops in traffic for a signal...
So, Copperfield... Stop, come on. Don't you shout, Mr. Pete, to pass the center of town.
Pete disappears in the heavy traffic, and the bewildered officer, after losing valuable moment handcuffing the other 2 boys to the car, sends a hurried phone call to headquarters, reporting the escape. And late that night, in front of Pete's home, Lieutenant Katzenberger and Spotter stand in the shadows, watch the street in front.
I may be wrong, Eddie, but if I know that kid, he'll come home. He's just smart enough to figure that we wouldn't look here for him.
It's a funny way to figure things, but maybe you're right.
Hey, here comes the car. Keep down.
Stopping in front, kid.
Yeah. Watch it.
Let Leo. We're serious.
Pete, all right. He's walking right towards us. Let's go.
I am.
Yeah. Same way that you pick us. I wouldn't expect.
Cut it.
Now, keep those arms and legs under control. Come along quietly, or I'll show you what we do to really tough customers.
And this time, Pete is taken to Ione under special guard in solitary confinement until he calms down. After 14 months, Pete and his cronies are released. A week goes by, and then one morning in Lieutenant Katzenberger's office.
Well, Eddie, our friend Pete and his gang have started again.
What?
Yep. 3 joints last night. Same old method.
They only got out of Ione last week, didn't they?
That's right. And they're underway already. Yeah. I guess we'll have to pick them up again.
But finding Pete proved to be a harder job this time, and after several days spent in staking out at his house, Katzenberger decides the gang has left town again. Acting upon this hunch, police circulars are sent to every town in the United States with a full description of the three boys and an order to arrest on suspicion of robbery. But months go by and nowhere comes. Pete Galitzin seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Then, January 5th, 1928, a teletype message ticks over the network of police wires.
To Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police. Read your circular wanted for robbery. Have Pete Galitzin and Lee Young in custody here. Advise us what steps to take. Reeves, Nolans Police Department.
To Reeves, New Orleans Police. I'm securing extradition papers on Pete Galitzin. Please hold until notified. Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police.
Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police. Please advise as to disposition of Pete Galitzin. We cannot hold him without charge. Reeves, Nolans Police.
Reeves, New Orleans Police. Our hands tied. Cannot secure necessary extradition papers because Galitzin is a juvenile. Thanks for cooperation anyway. Katzenberger, Los Angeles Police.
Thus, through a small technical matter of age, Pete Galitzin is released by the New Orleans police to continue his crime career. And he does. From New Orleans to Detroit, Detroit to Chicago, he leaves a trail of broken safes. Then, from Chicago, he starts a path back toward Los Angeles. In every city along the way, he cracks safes, laughs at the law. And at last, for 6 months after his New Orleans arrest, Pete hits his old stamping grounds again, Los Angeles, where he wastes no time securing a new partner, Leo. And a few days later, he and Leo sweep through the business section of Los Angeles, cleaning 7 safes in one night. Then, to celebrate, they decide to take in a dance hall at Venice for a night's relaxation.
Boy, that's a nuts, Pete. Get a load of some of them dames over there by the orchid.
Yeah, come on. Let's get a couple and show them what dancing's all about. How's this, baby? Like to dance with me?
You said it, kid. You sure got rhythm for such a baby.
Listen, don't call me no baby.
Okay, don't tiptoe about it. I was only talking.
Let's stop talking and dance. Maybe afterwards I'll take you out and show you a good time, huh?
Okay, kid. That sounds swell by me.
Wait a minute. I got a better idea. Let's go over to one of those booths and sit down. Dark over there. I don't like lights.
Sure, why not? I think I'm going to like you.
Yeah, that's the idea. Come on, I'll tell you a few things that'll surprise you. I'll show you how much of a baby I am. When you hear what I'm going to tell you...
Yeah, didn't expect to see me here, did you, Pete? Katzenberger, sure. There's Slaughter and Harold Collings, too. Sort of a reception committee. All right, beat it, sister.
Hey, what is this? Who's this guy anyway, Pete?
Yeah, beat it like a man says, beautiful. I'll see you some other time.
Well, I like that. Great guy you turned out to be. Leaving me flat for a couple of the gawk-shoes.
Ah, nuts.
So back to Los Angeles goes Pete in company with the now familiar Lieutenant Katzenberger and his partners. And once again he is sentenced to serve a term in the reform school. But on the way from the courtroom to the jail...
So they gave you the works, eh, Pete? You thought you were pretty smart.
Sure, they still do. They can't keep me in a reform school.
That's what you think. You'll be there for a long time.
And that's what you think. Hey, stop that boy.
That boy. Biden, can't take a 1080 criminal crowd. Get out of the way.
Once again, Pete Galitzin slips his cup and makes a seemingly impossible escape. Leaves a bewildered and irate officer standing in the halls of the crowded building. And in less than a week, on the pike at Long Beach on Sunday afternoon...
Getting an ultra chance busting in a joint right for the roll this tomorrow? Why, not a chance in the world. This place is locked tight on Sunday. Nobody will be expecting a robbery. All we do is walk in the back way and help ourselves. Come on. Here's the place. Give me a hand with this back door. Yeah, okay, Pete.
Got it all? Not there, get rid. Still on a paper way. Get back to him.
Boy, this gadget sure works slick. Yeah, Jake made it for me a long time ago. Oh, Jake sure knew his stuff. Yeah. Now, come on. Safe's in the front room. You mean the room we went by on the pike? Sure. But anybody that looks in can spot us there. So what? We're cleaning the joint. Here, take this rag and only get in and look as though you're dusting. I'll bust the safe. Boy, you ain't afraid of nothing, are you, Pete? Nothing. Come on.
Gee, look at all them people out there through the window.
Yeah. Wonder what they'd think if they knew we was robbing the place.
Duckers, I'm kind of nervous, Pete. Let's make it snappy and get out of here.
Okay, Leo. Keep looking as though you're dusting and stand between me and the window. I'll snap this thing open in a second. Yeah, okay. Now, a couple of twists with this. And it's open. All right, Leo. Let's go. You got everything? Everything. Now we beat it back to your house and take it easy until things blow over. Come on.
And once at Leo's house, the two youthful safecrackers take it easy. Read the paper accounts of their daylight robbery, laugh to themselves. Days go by and turn into weeks, and feet begins to grow restless. The urge to crack more safes grows stronger all the time. And at last, one afternoon, while he watches Leo practicing weightlifting, he suggests a plan.
What'd you think of taking a trip back east with me, Leo? For what? We got a lot to do. And I want to stick around here lifting weights till the Olympic tryouts. Watch this.
250 pounds up over there.
You don't want to waste your time being a weightlifter. We can make as much dough in a week back east as you'll make if you'll win the Olympics.
Yeah, but I kind of like to take a crack at that title. I've been practicing every day out here. I'm getting pretty good at it.
Hell, you talk, you'd think it was a sissy or something. Why don't you buy some nursery rhymes to read at night?
Ah, quit kidding me, Pete. I'm not turning softy. I just like to pretend I'm a champion weightlifter and that all the people are talking about.
All right, Pete. Stay right where you are. You too, Leo.
What'd you get out of your time?
I just blew in. One of your good friends told me I'd find you here. So Eddie and the boys and I dropped around. Thought you'd be happy to see us. Now get this straight, Pete. You might have a way of busting out of handcuffs and making a getaway, but I'm taking you to Long Beach with Leo, and I'm not standing any foolishness. I'm sick of playing games with you. It wouldn't make me mad to have to bring you down with a .38 police slug for resisting an officer. Now, you coming quietly?
Sure. But you won't be along all the time, and I'll bust down of any 2x4 jail you put me in. What do you think of that?
I've learned from past experience not to laugh at it, Pete. All I say is, don't try it with me. Now, come on.
And amazingly enough, Pete Galitzin remained quiet throughout the long trial for the Long Beach robbery. He was sentenced to San Quentin for that, and on the trip north, despite extra guards, despite added vigilance, he made a final bid for freedom and escaped from a car taking him to the station. But his freedom was short-lived. For a week later in Colorado, Denver officials arrested him on a robbery charge and sent him to Canyon City Penitentiary for 4 years. At the end of that time, having turned 21, he was extradited and delivered to Los Angeles authorities to stand trial for a felony escape. For this, he received a sentence of from 1 to 14 years in San Quentin, where he is today. An added touch to this youthful safecracker's career is furnished by the realization that in 1948, after he has served his present time in San Quentin, he will face a felony charge in at least 10 different cities between here and Chicago. In order to serve the minimum sentence on each of these, Pete Galitzin, the 14-year-old gang leader, will have to live to be well over 100 years of age before he will have gained his freedom.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed this program, I ask you to remember just one thing. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is more widely used wherever it is sold in police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. It is the only gasoline you can buy that is refined by the patented Sinclair cracking process. It gives you all 4 qualities police cars must have and all wide-awake motorists want. Quick starting, fast acceleration, surging power, and more miles per gallon. Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa, the largest county in Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties in this territory have specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively month after month, because in protecting life and property, it gives their emergency fleets police car performance. See your Rio Grande independent dealer tomorrow and fill your tank with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And when you need new motor oil, he can give you 2 of the finest on the market. Sinclair Pennsylvania, which is made from the highest priced crude in America but costs you no more than ordinary Pennsylvania oils. Or Sinclair Opaline, the thoroughly de-waxed, de-jellied, longer-lasting lubricant. Sinclair Eyes for safety, cut down repair bills, and save money. The next Calling All Cars story to be heard with the station has been printed and illustrated in Calling All Cars News as the Red Necktie Mystery, Get your coffee from your Rio Grande independent dealer. It's free. It also tells you all about Rio Grande police money, which you can exchange for junior detective and G-man outfits to make some boy or girl happy. Police badges, pistols, handcuffs, fingerprint outfits, more than a dozen gifts in all, and all free. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Brings you Crime Photographer.
Hey, Ethelbert, what's today's date?
It's the 17th, Katie.
How do you know?
Because tomorrow's the 18th. It's a famous day.
What do you mean, a famous day?
It's the anniversary of the famous ride of Fall Revere.
Did I hear somebody say famous? Why, I was just going to talk about something famous.
Is that so?
Sure, Anchor Hawking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marmon. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Box of Death. Three o'clock in the morning. A darkened street, deserted, except for a uniformed policeman languidly making his lonely round. In the middle of the sidewalk, he sees a large wooden packing case. He stops, reads a stenciled inscription on it, and then angrily enters an apartment building and rings a doorbell marked Superintendent.
Is that you at the door, Fred?
This is a policeman.
Policeman?
Yeah, it's open up.
Just a minute. What is it, officer?
Does a Mrs. George Donnell live here?
Why, I'm Mrs. Donald. You haven't brought me bad news.
I'm giving you a summons for blocking the sidewalk with that big box out there.
Big box?
A wooden packing case. Someone will break his neck on it.
But I don't know anything about a wooden box.
It's got your name on it. Come and see.
Okay. You know, for a moment I was afraid you were here about my husband.
Why should I be here about your husband?
He hasn't come home tonight. I've been waiting for him.
He must be an awful chump to stay out when he's got a wife as young and good-looking as you are.
He doesn't usually stay out.
Say, the super of this house is named Swanson. What are you and your husband doing in this apartment?
Mr. Swanson has rented us a room in his apartment until we can get a place of our own.
Well, the old housing shortage, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's the box, Mrs. Donnell. See, it's got your name and address on it.
But I haven't the slightest idea what's in it or who left it here.
This sounds awful screwy to me.
Yes, it does to me, too. Officer, open it and see what's inside.
Yeah, maybe I'd better.
As heavy as it looks.
The lid is loose, just tied down with ropes. Cut the rope, officer. Cut it.
Okay, but what are you acting scared about?
I don't know, but cut that rope quick. Now, lift the lid.
Sure. Holy! A man's inside. A dead man. He's been shot through the head.
Oh, it's Fred. My husband. Fred!
Well, then, Captain Logan, I took this girl, this Mrs. Donald, as she called herself, back here to the super's apartment where I got on the phone and called you homicide, Dix. When I got through phoning, I couldn't find the girl. She scrammed out through a window.
Oh, letting an important murder witness get away isn't going to help your record, Costello.
Wait a minute. Don't blame the cop, Logan. He had no reason to figure the gal would take a powder.
When I want your advice, Casey, I'll ask for it.
Oh, okay, pal.
She isn't such an important witness, Captain. There's hardly a thing that she could tell you that we don't already know.
And you keep out of this, Miss Williams. What did you just say?
Annie remarked that we could tell you a few things, Pat.
You?
Mm-hmm.
Costello.
Yes, sir?
Report to your precinct station and stay on call for further orders from me.
Yes, sir.
And next time you meet a woman who identifies herself as Mrs. George something or other, and then refers to her husband as Fred, you get suspicious and hang on to her no matter how good-looking she is.
Yes, sir.
Now get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Casey, give. And you too, Miss Williams.
Oh, you're asking for our advice?
I'm demanding whatever information you have.
Well, he's entitled to it, Kate.
Yes, he really is, Annie, but at times he has such bad manners.
Will you cut the comedy? I'm in no mood for it.
Okay, well, in the first place, according to the witnesses, Mrs. George Donald could have had no part in the murder of her husband.
I know.
Wait a minute. She was too crazy about the guy she married to do him any harm.
How do you know that?
Because we recognize the dead man in that box. It was Fred Lister.
Who and what was Fred Lister?
He's a small-time crook, Logan. Never mixed up with anything big enough to bring him in contact with you homicide guys. While he was alive, that is. Up to a couple of months ago, he was the kind of errand boy for Lucky Carson.
Yeah, I've come in contact with Lucky Carson plenty of times.
Not close enough to pin anything on him.
Go on. Tell me about this Fred Lister.
Well, he had the good taste and the bad judgment to fall for a gal that his boss liked.
Lucky?
Yeah.
A gal named Ella Hagen, hat check girl at the Silver Derby Club.
Both Ann and I knew her. She's a nice kid. Fred Lister became a nice guy after he met her. He left the mob, got an honest job, and he and Ella were married.
Casey was told that Lucky Carson was pretty sore about the whole thing.
I was also told that Fred and Ella had been tipped off that they'd better full of fade-outs. Well, apparently they took the tip seriously. They were living in this joint under an assumed name.
But they didn't hide well enough when they did their fade-out.
You two think this Fred Lister was killed at Lucky Carson's order?
That's right. This job is just the sort that lousy rat would pull on a gal who'd thrown him down for another guy.
I'll issue a pickup order for Lucky Carson right away.
Then what?
We'll try to get something on him.
Optimist, aren't you?
That rat can't get away with murder forever, Casey. Come on, we'll go to headquarters and wait for him to be brought in.
I don't know why you're always picking on me, Captain Logan. It's time you got wise to yourselves and lead on.
I'll lay you off after I'm able to prove something, Lucky, and you're out of circulation for keeps.
That statement implies the malicious persecution of my client, Captain Logan.
You keep out of this, Webster. And that's another thing. Of course, it was mere coincidence that your lawyer was with you when my men picked you up this morning.
Sure. Purely coincidental, Captain. I happen to be spending the night at Mr. Carson's apartment.
And 3 others of my mob, my fitness associates, was with us.
Someday you'll slip up on one of those phony alibis. You should realize that, Webster, and stop playing with trouble. You got more brains than Lucky and his kind.
Who says Webster's more brains than me?
You heard me say it.
Lucky. Trying to get you sore, Lucky. Now don't fall for it. Now, since you haven't a thing on my client, we'll be leaving here, Captain.
So long, Captain. Poor Fred Lister was a nice punk. I'll be sending a swell hunk of flowers to his funeral, and I hope you get whoever bumped them off. Only I doubt if you will.
Don't be too sure.
Okay. So long, Casey. And Miss Williams.
Lucky.
Yeah?
Hey, what's that thing on your watch chain? You've been rubbing your fingers over it ever since you came in here.
It's my luck piece, Casey.
Your luck piece?
Yeah. It's just an old Indian hit penny with a hole bored in it. But I wouldn't sell it for $100 grand. I found it on the street one day when I was a punk. It's brought me luck ever since. Look at me now.
Lucky thinks it's the reason for his success.
Well, for a long time now, I ain't been able to hire and fire brainy guys like you, and I mean I have.
Well, I wasn't saying that you weren't right about it.
Yeah. Just get out of here. Open the door.
Oh, sure, Lucky.
Sure. Get smart, Captain. Lay off of me from now on.
Get out of here, both of you.
So long.
Those lousy rats. And there isn't a thing I can do to them.
And Lawyer Webster's really worse than Lucky because he knows more.
Lucky doesn't like anyone to say that, Annie.
I noticed that.
I never knew about that Indian head penny before.
Yeah, nearly all crooks carry something they think brings them luck.
Doesn't look as though you'll pin Fred Lister's murder on Lucky, Captain.
No. From where we sit now, Miss Williams, there isn't a chance.
I don't agree with that, Logan.
Why not?
I'm going to have a talk with Fred Lister's wife.
With Lister's wife?
Yeah. I think I can find Ella. Through a close friend of hers, Annie.
Well, why haven't you said so before? You know I want to question that gal.
Questioning her won't get you anywhere, Logan. I want to tell her a few things.
proof Justin had no right to tell you I was hiding here in her apartment, Casey.
He knew I wanted to help you, Ellen.
Nobody can help me. Fred's gone. I loved him, Casey. Now he's gone.
Yeah, you had a rotten break, kid. I guess you've got an idea who killed him.
I know who killed him.
Lucky Cost.
Yes.
When you skipped out on that cop this morning, I figured you want to pay Lucky off personally, right?
That's my business.
You know, Ella, murder is murder, even if it happens to be Lucky Cost.
I have a plan to pay him off.
I think I have a better plan to pay him off than you have.
What do you mean?
Well, Lucky considers himself quite a guy. He wouldn't be too much surprised. You paid him a visit, a social one. Got a big yen for you.
Talk straight.
All right, Ella, I will. Now, don't tell me my idea's crazy until you've thought it over. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Not all glass is alike. In fact, there are almost as many different kinds of glass as there are flowers in your garden. Some glass is produced for fragile beauty, others for sturdiness. And Anchor Hocking, the world's largest maker of household glass, produces glass of all kinds. The particular glass we're going to talk to you about tonight is Fire King oven glass, which combines beauty and sturdiness to an unbelievable degree. Now, you use Fire King oven glass for baking and for serving. It's so impervious to heat that it's guaranteed for a full 2 years against oven breakage. And the special Fire King process makes its surfaces actually mirror smooth. Fire King oven glass won't absorb baking stain. It won't absorb baking odors. It comes clean miraculously. Now, big 2-quart Fire King oven glass casseroles, pie plates, mixing bowls, and utility dishes of all kinds are now available at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, all at incredibly low prices. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Who did you say wants to see me, Slug?
That Dame Ella who was married to that punk Lister till night before last.
Oh, show her in.
No, wait, Slug. What's eating you, Webster? You nuts, Lucky. That dame came to your parting before her husband's even buried for just one thing. You.
She knows now that I don't stand for no crossing up. Dames go for guys who taught them a lesson.
Some dames don't, and this Ella...
I'm not dope. Bring her in, Slug. But don't take your eyes off her. If she pulls a phony move, you know what to do.
Yeah. Okay, Lucky.
You get behind that screen, Webb, and watch her.
I left one of your bodyguards.
You better be if this babe tries a fast one. You carry a rod, get back of that screen and keep it ready.
Well, okay.
Not that I expect any trouble.
Here's the dame, boy.
Hello, Lucky.
Ella, this is both a surprise and a pleasure.
'Course you know about Fred.
Yeah, and I'm awful sorry. I hope you didn't pay no attention to what the papers hinted, that I had something to do with his killing. They had to admit that the cops turned me loose right after they picked me up.
I read the paper.
Wait till you see the big floral piece I'm having sent to the undertakers for poor Freddie. It's a pearly gates ajar, Ella, done in gardenias and white roses. It'll set me back over it grand. It'll show what I thought of your husband.
I realize what you thought of him, Lucky.
Look here, babe.
Don't try to kid me, and I won't try to kid you. I made a big mistake when I married Fred. You've proven that to me. Now I've learned my lesson, and do I have to be afraid of you, Lucky?
You afraid of men?
I had to come here today to find out. You won't hurt me, will you? You won't hurt me.
Ella, honey, you ought to know I would.
Here, sit down on this soap. Put your head on my shoulder and have a cry. There, that's right.
Oh, Lucky, I've been so afraid.
Forget it, Chip. Way I wouldn't let no one hide a hair of your head. All I want is we should be pals.
I consider that a great privilege.
Yeah. How about a kiss, huh? To make it a contract?
No. Oh, not now. Not till after Fred is put away.
Oh, I appreciate your sentiments. They show you ain't no common bimbo, Ella. But we'll get together after the funeral, huh? For dinner, dear? Tomorrow night. Okay?
Okay. I've got to go now.
So soon?
Well, it wouldn't look right if I stayed any longer. No. Besides, you've given me what I came for. Your friendship. Thanks.
The pleasure's gonna be all mine.
Not altogether, Lucky. So long.
Show the lady out, Slug.
Sure thing.
We're making an early dinner, babe. 7 o'clock. As soon as you can ditch the pallbearers.
You could expect me. Goodbye.
Bye. You can come out now, Webb. Oh, thanks. Well, she didn't try no fast ones, did she?
Oh, you were right. I was wrong.
That's the way it usually is.
The time's gone, boss. I sure gotta hand it to you.
I get what I want, Slug. If not one way, I get it another. Webb, run over to my caterer's joint and tell him to fix up 2 dinners for tomorrow night. And be sure he has crepe Suzettis. They'll be appropriate for after the funeral. Get going.
See here, I'm your lawyer.
You're whatever I tell you to be. On your way.
All right, as soon as I get my coat. Boy, I sure envy you, boss. It'll be nice having that cute little chick all alone. You was born lucky.
No, I wasn't born that way, Slug. I was always unlucky, till one day I found this, It's gone.
Huh?
My penny. My Indian head penny.
Penny?
And my luck piece. Look, Fred Webb, you too, Slug. It must have fallen on the floor. I know it was hanging on my watch chain just a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't see it.
Look, Richard, don't! I was rubbing my fingers on it for luck when Ella come in. So I'm sure I... Ella?
What's the matter now?
She took it. Stole it. That dirty little double-crosser. Wait till I get her with my lucky penny. Come on, we're going after her.
He tripped over that footstool. Yeah, his head hit that piano leg. Is that cold? Flat on his puss. Yeah, flat on his puss. Gee, I never knew Lucky to meet with an accident before. Hey, it's funny, ain't it?
Well, let him hear you laughing when he comes to.
I ain't laughing. I mean, it's funny him taking a nosedive right after he lost his lucky penny.
Yes, Slug, it is funny. Wonder what he'll think about it when he comes to.
Casey, you were telling me about sending that gal Ella to Lucky Carson's apartment this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, well, I nearly finished, Ethelbert.
Yeah.
Well, she clipped the luck piece off his watch chain, and I was waiting for her outside my car, and she got in. I took her back to her hideout. That's all there was to her.
You figure losing that engine head penny's gonna bother Lucky a lot?
I think it'll do a lot more than father him, Ethelbert. He's a dumb guy and a superstitious guy. The loss of that luck piece will drive him haywire.
When a crook in Lucky Carson's position doesn't watch every step he takes, well, he only has to make one mistake, Ethelbert.
Yeah, which the cops will be watching for like a bunch of hawks.
Captain Logan knows about your scheme.
Oh, sure. He's giving Ella Lister plenty of police protection, too.
You've told him where she's hiding out?
Well, Lucky's pretty sure to figure that she took that penny, and he'll try to get it back.
Tomorrow, he'll be tipped off to her hideout, accidentally, on purpose. And then, unless I'm completely wrong, he'll make his mistake.
Say, what's she done with the penny, Casey?
I have it. Ella hates Lucky so much she didn't want anything around that belonged to it.
Let me see the thing.
There it is. Yeah, it's just an old penny with a hole in it.
You think it's really Lucky?
Of course.
How could it be?
Luck's mostly a matter of belief, Hal. Self-confidence, I guess. You got it or you haven't got it.
I don't know about that. I'll give you $1 for this penny, Casey.
$1? Look, if you want to think I'll give it to you,
You will?
Well, sure, it's yours, here.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, but don't let Lucky Carson know you got it. You might find yourself in a spot.
Oh, I won't let nobody know I've got it, except you, of course.
Okay. Well, come on, Annie. It's getting kind of late. I'll drive you home.
Okay, I could do with a little sleep.
Well, good night, Ethelbert.
Night, Casey. Night, Miss Williams.
Night, Ethelbert.
Where'd I leave the car, Amy?
Cross Street, dope.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I'm tired.
Hello, Casey.
Lucky.
Evening, Miss Williams.
Hello.
I want you two should meet one of my boys. This is Big Slug. How are you? I'm okay. You already know Webster. Nice to see you two again. So nice, we're keeping you with us for a while.
Keeping us with you?
Their hands in their pockets, Annie. They got guns on us.
That's right. We're all getting into this car here, like old friends. You first, Slug. Casey next.
Hey, what's the big idea?
We'll talk about that later. Get in.
Okay.
You too, Miss Williams.
I guess I haven't much choice.
You haven't. You drive, Webster. I'll sit her back with Slug and our friends. No, I'm a show. Get going. Okay. Where are we going? Keep you from asking so many questions, kid.
Hit him with that gun.
Give this bait the sign, Slug. Sure.
Well, they're both out nice, boss. Head for the country, Webb. When we get to a dark, deserted road, I'm gonna have some fun.
This much's finally coming too, boss. You put real stuff behind that crack on the head you get of him.
Well,
Casey, I thought for a while he killed you.
I wouldn't do that, Miss Williams. Yet. You feel good enough to talk now, Casey?
Is that talk, Lucky?
Yeah. Where's my lucky penny?
We don't know anything about a penny.
Hannah, Casey. I know you put Ella Logan up to stealing it.
Lucky discovered his loss right after Ellen left this afternoon. He was about to go after her when he had a little accident.
Never mind about that. Accidents can happen to anybody.
Sure, Lucky, sure. Anyway, I had the foresight to go to a window and see Ella leave the building and get into a car.
And you, Casey, were driving that car. After that, it was easy to add things up.
Very easy. I know you, Casey, and I told Lucky.
I'd have figured it if you hadn't told me, Webb. Casey, you had that thing steal my luck piece because you knew I'd go after it. And when I went after it, the cops were going to be around watching when I started to twist Ella's double-crossing neck. But I'm too smart for guys like you. I was waiting for you when you come out of the Blue Note Cafe. And here you are. Now, where's my penny?
I don't know.
No? You better come clean.
We already searched him. You know he hasn't got it.
You can tell me where it is and how to get it.
I think... Lucky thinks that Ella wouldn't keep anything that belonged to him because, well, for some unaccountable reasons, she doesn't like him.
That's right, Webb. Hey, this is a nice lonely spot. Stop the car.
Okay.
Casey, I'm gonna make you tell me where and how to get back my luck piece. Pull him out of the car, Slug.
Come on, guy. Come on.
Casey, they've told us you. I got.
No. Keep quiet.
Big Slug here will break every bone in your body, Casey. Slowly. If you don't...
I can't tell you anything I don't know. Big Slug's an awful sap if he does anything for a boss who's lost his luck. Gotta work on him, Slug.
Wait. Listen to me, Slug, and you too, Webster. You guys have got brains. You taking orders from this dumbbell? Orders that may land you in a hot seat all because he's lost a penny?
Slug. Hit him. No, don't hit him. What the? Oh, Casey. Webb and me are listening.
I knew you guys had sense. This jerk you worked for is washed up. All he ever had to keep him on top was a lousy copper luck piece, and he's lost it. He's sunk. He's through.
That's a cockeye.
Slug and Webster don't think so, Carson. You're not Lucky Carson anymore. They're not saps enough to go through with your plan. They know every cop and every newspaper in town that go after our murderers and keep after them until they were caught.
I've stood enough of this. You can't turn my guys against me, Casey. I'll show you.
Webster.
You shot him. You're going to shoot Casey.
Yes, Miss Williams.
Thanks, fella. You won't regret that.
I'm sure I won't, Casey. I wanted to kill Lucky Carson for a long time. This afternoon, Slug agreed that it was a nice idea.
Yeah, it's a swell idea.
Gee, thanks for saving our lives.
Oh, don't thank us yet, Miss Williams.
Or to you, Casey. Why not?
Tell him, Webb.
You and Miss Williams would prove awkward witnesses if Slug and I were brought to trial. Remember, I'm really a lawyer. I mean to become boss of the former Lucky Carson mob.
Yeah, and when your dead bodies are found close to Lucky's, why, the cops will figure he shot you and you shot him.
That's right, Slug. You see, Casey and Miss Williams,
we're going to kill you with a gun Lucky didn't have a chance to use, and then return the gun to his dead hand. The gun I shot him with will be found close to you. You get it?
You shot him and he shot you.
We get it.
Oh, Casey.
Oh. Don't see any way out of this one, kid. There isn't any way out.
Pick up Lucky's gun slug and do the job.
Oh, you thought up this swell idea, Webb. It's your right to do it.
Well, I don't mind. First, I'll put this gun that I shot Lucky with near Casey so that it will look as if he dropped it. Yeah, just right about here. Now, you keep him covered, Slug, while I get Lucky's gun.
No, you don't, Webb.
Slug, what goes?
You're the smart guy, Webb, but I'm smarter. I'm gonna be the boss of this mob. Well, he's done, Webb. Now, lady, and Casey,
Webster dropped his gun too close to me, Slug.
Did you kill him, Kate?
Did I kill him?
I hope not, Annie. Hey, look, we didn't see her. I never shot a guy before.
There are two great safeguards which protect you in buying prepared foods of any kind. One is the packer's name on the label. He's spent a great deal of money in telling you about its quality because he believes in his product. He can't jeopardize for a single moment that enormous investment. The second safeguard, which the better food packers of America are bringing you in increasing numbers, is the glass container. For the glass container lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. At a glance, you can judge the quality of fruits, vegetables, meat, and seafoods. And then, too, food packers know that glass won't affect taste or flavor. You can safely reseal the glass container to store leftovers. Now, it'll pay you to shop for foods packed in glass and to let your retailer know that you prefer foods packed in glass. Crystal clear, sanitary Anchor glass containers, which bring you so many of the better brands of food, and the Anchor vacuum caps, which protect them, are products of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
You didn't kill that big slug guy, huh, Casey?
No, Ethelbert, he'll live.
Until he goes to the chair for killing Webster.
And Webster killed Lucky Carson. The gang's washed up.
That's right.
But not quite the way Mr. Casey figured on washing it up.
Well, okay, Annie, rub it in. I can take it. But I wasn't wrong about one thing, that Indian head penny. If I hadn't put Ella up to taking it, Lucky and his mob might still be doing business, don't forget.
You were wrong about that Injun head penny itself, though.
What do you mean?
Huh? Miss Williams, less than half an hour after Casey give me that thing, I got a phone call telling me I'd win a $25 silk hat on a ticket I bought for 50 cents.
Casey!
Silk? You're like my sister Edna says, quote, even a penny can go to your head. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deep. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. No one is safe from cancer. It strikes young and old, rich and poor alike. Help bring this vicious killer under control. Give to the American Cancer Society's Drive for Fun. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.